He's been bounced from the first round as a #1 seed multiple times.
That's not a failure, and he was going after reporters who were saying, well, do you look at it as a failure? And he was, so you want Giannis.
I think not a failure is also not his favorite season after he won a championship.
Yeah, but still a guy who basically says after you get bounced and going, oh, we had a great season. That's not a failure. Did
he say it's a great season, or did he say it was not a failure?
He said it wasn't a failure.
It wasn't a failure.
He didn't say it was a great season.
But you're splitting hairs on that one.
No, I'm not saying it was a great season. It's very different.
Saying it's not a failure to get bounced.
Brighton, Massachusetts.
It's go, 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 go time.
It's
You're a cool hill man.
the Greg Hill Show.
We're up and at it, Greg. Don't worry about that.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring the biggest foodie on the planet,
To me, food is the most important thing. White bread is succulent.
Greg Hill.
I did a little bit of time in the Clinton jail in high school. I could, if you want me to come in, I could.
Oh, I'm sure you guys.
I could come in and talk to the fellas if you want.
Yeah, no.
Little scared straight.
Featuring the parlay playboy himself,
This tickles my fanny. Does that map make map? I did not know that.
Wiggy.
This beach is like I don't want to use the word
No, use it.
spectacular.
Do it.
Spectacular. Low tide, you can get it in at nighttime. High tide, you're going to have some issues. You're just going to have to lean on a wall or something like that.
Joined by Boston's #1 linguist,
Criminal mischief and arson have become this kind of tangent. Pete Buttigieg.
Courtney Cox.
Yeah, after the play action, he's in block.
Ready, break.
All right, undefeated.
Boy,
No offense.
that won't end in a sack.
Hey, come on.
That sounds like one of those plays I designed in 23. It didn't work very well.
And accompanied by two big brains behind the glass.
Don't put salmonella with your yams. I'm on Shime Island.
Talk to me, Daddy.
You are both morons.
Curtis and Shime.
And folks, we are joined now by the chief baseball officer of the Boston Red Sox, Craig.
Yay.
Craig Breslow. Craig. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Now,
Let's get down to business.
it's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Good morning. Morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbors.
On Boston Sports Original,
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill. Greg Hill. Go. Greg Hill. Show. All right.
It's go, 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 go time.
The games begin.
Let's go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everybody?
Good morning.
What's popping?
Mego, welcome back.
Oh, good to be back.
How was vacation?
It
Good
was
great.
It was wonderful. I'm
Okay.
just a better person when I'm tan, and so I'm in a great mood.
There you go.
Well, you know what my motto is? If you can't tone it, tan it. You know what I mean, Curtis?
Amen. You're going to have to go on a run now. We have to settle this score because the Red Sox went on a run.
Oh, yeah.
We have to do a Radio Johnny bit where you go for a run.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Wait, but what is actually, I don't want to get into all the logistics or whatever from the very jump, but what is a run?
Yeah.
Is a run a sweep?
Well,
Because I know it's a 4-game sweep and it's the biggest they've had this season, but shouldn't a run include more than one series?
I agree. We have to find a number of games they have to win for Greg to actually commence a run.
A run? An
Yeah.
actual run.
Yeah.
There is a tiny little bit of joy in Mudville this morning, Curtis.
That was a great weekend.
Oh, I mean...
That was
Don't
awesome.
be a sucker, Greg.
What
Don't
do
be
you
a
mean?
sucker.
What do you mean?
Don't let them sucker you back in, brother.
You can't be negative about a 4-game sweep of the
No,
Yankees.
you can't be celebrating a 4-game sweep
Yes,
of the
sure
Yankees.
It was nice.
No.
I enjoyed
You
it.
can.
No, you
Sonny
can't.
Gray with a no into the 8th.
Right.
That game, the way they won that game last night, I mean,
They tried to blow it.
Yeah.
To be fair.
That's their DNA.
You can be happy with the series win, but you're still, in order to get back in on this team, you need to go 8 in a row.
Okay, all right.
If you don't go 8, if you go 4 in a row, it's great. You're still 4.5 out of it.
they
8
just,
is crazy.
they just swept the Yankees.
I know they did.
So they got to peel off another 4 in a row.
Yep.
And then you may be back in.
Yeah, because now you're in a legitimate position to be like, oh, we could potentially get that third wild card spot, because that's the only spot that you probably have a realistic chance of getting. And in order to do that, you're going to have to rip off another 4 in a row to put you within real striking distance.
Imagine if this team had just been as focused on throwing guys out on the field as they were on throwing fans out of Fenway Park whenever whenever anybody says anything bad about them.
Could be Mount Rushmore of douches to play in Boston.
Well, listen, it happened again last night, by the way.
He is.
So Rafaela had
guy.
somebody thrown out last night, and of course, Jaron Duran had somebody thrown out on Saturday. So,
I had a eyewitness send me a DM, and he said he literally yelled 180.
That's what he yelled, 180.
The fan did
What?
it. The guy that reached out to me, the person said that they heard the heckler yell out 180, his batting average or whatever.
Yeah.
And he literally had to be held back by Wilson Contreras from going in and attacking.
Well, he might be on our side then because he's like, stop with the analytics,
But man,
guys.
he could have been like 180, like, hey, you're finally, turning things around. Did he mean 180 in a negative way?
Yeah.
I wish the player would just like, when they have somebody thrown out, just let us know what that person said, so we can at least be like, all right, do we defend you, or do we say, you might be a little too sensitive?
So you need to know exactly what was said in order to defend somebody for having a fan thrown out of a baseball park.
Well,
which,
no,
by
I'm
the
talking
way,
about the athlete.
Where people are, where people are chirping every game. So,
Right.
I mean,
Well, you can't cross. I'm saying if the athlete said he crossed the line,
you can't claim every time that you get pissed and get somebody thrown out, you can't claim that they crossed.
Especially
but
when you're using slurs at fans.
That's why I'm saying I wish the athlete would say, "Oh, this is what the person said to me."
Yeah.
Then you could go, "All right."
Yeah.
But if you don't know what the person said to the athlete, now we're basically playing the game of trying to figure out did he cross the line? Did he not cross the line? Because if you say something racist or homophobic, or something about somebody's dead parents or dead sister, then that's crossing the line. But we don't know that because the athletes don't say it.
Yeah. No.
I wish they would just
But
say
isn't it crazy that this happened? So with Rafaela, I saw Zach Cox from the Boston Herald tweeted it out, said that Rafaela got into it with a Yankees fan right before the start of the 10th inning. Center field had that guy or girl, whatever, thrown out.
Right.
Isn't it crazy that it's happening at Fenway? That's your home field. It's not like you're going out on the road in hostile territory.
Yeah, but you say it was a Yankees fan?
Yeah, but still, it's like, okay, so screw, you're about to sweep them.
Oh, that reminds me. I don't know how I should have reacted this morning to something that occurred to me on my old man walk. So I was down the end of the pier. Mm-hmm. You know where Nautilus is? Mm-hmm. It's making my turn around the pier. And there was an older, when I say older, like a 33-year-old gentleman in a Yankees jersey who was passed out on the pier area. So this is 4:30 a.m.
All right.
So I didn't know whether to ask him if he was okay, to try to awaken him, or whether I should let him sleep. I mean, his team the team had just been swept at Fenway Park. Curtis, what should I just walked right by.
Did you notice if there was any heart rate or blood or any breathing going on?
He seemed to be snoring.
Okay,
So,
well then,
is that
you're
okay?
good.
Is that an indication that the man is
Maybe
okay?
get Lewis CPAP with
Okay.
him.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go. Keep it pushing.
My highlight of the weekend, Greg, was Friday night. James and I were at Rosa Lions, and this guy walks in a Yankees jersey, much bigger than me, which is not saying much, but stronger, taller. And James just yells out, "Boo Yankees!"
Boo! Yeah. Well, listen.
And I was like, "Oh, it's okay. He has Tourette's," and then he walked away. But it was a unbelievable week. Honestly, I don't know how you're negative about the Red Sox today. That was awesome. That was a great weekend.
It was great, and the question I think becomes, how does John Henry, because he's the one who clearly is making all the decisions. Don't give me Craig Breslow has anything to say of any importance whatsoever. How does John Henry feel about the pivot? And if the pivot was underway, is this enough to pause the pivot?
No, no, there's not enough to pause the pivot.
Are you sure about that?
Because you still have a month before the trade deadline. And so that's why I said, are you going to be in a position where, let's say, you're a half game out of that third wild card spot? Or in a month from now, are you still 4 games out from that third wild card spot? And if so, then the pivot won't change. Like, you'll still be a team that'll be selling, right? That's the thing. You're not. You're fighting for one spot, and like you said, Mego, against a bunch of teams. And right now, you are there's a far distance between you and that one spot.
They have the 4th best run differential in the American League.
Yeah, but that means nothing.
That is everything they use.
Yeah, but I mean, it means nothing in the sense if you're not making any headway.
But every single model that every baseball team uses, not like the most diverse analytical drive line, is predicated upon a understanding of where you are vis-a-vis your opponents over the course of the season, and that's how they use it.
So let me ask the room a simple question: if the trade deadline was tomorrow, would they be buyers or sellers based on where
they would do nothing? And I would recommend.
You think they would sit on the fence?
Yeah, and I would
because they
recommend
swept the Yankees.
I would say because more so that last week there was these info about the CBT and how the Sonny Grays of the world are not going to be as high in demand because of the amount of money other teams have to take on. It was really in the weeds, but I would say just sit where you are.
Just really quick, Curtis, because I didn't see that. Is some of that pitching versus offense? Because I feel like one of the insiders had that a couple weeks ago. Like, hey, if you think a team like the Red Sox are going to acquire offensive talent at the trade deadline, like, keep dreaming. Because there's a lot of pitchers to be dealt around. But offense, basically, you got to get in the offseason, which they showed last year they couldn't do.
I remember hearing that. So you think if the trade deadline was to start tomorrow, you think the Red Sox are not doing anything?
Yeah, I just don't think they're going to get a market value deal of any kind for Sonny Gray, and he's been really good.
What about Chapman?
I don't know what you're going to get. I mean, Chapman's the one guy. Sure, trade him. I mean, I'm fine with that.
Well, would you? I don't think I'd trade Sonny Gray at this point. I mean,
if they could get Ken's word of the day on Saturday was a haul. If they could get a haul, sure.
I guess.
But
then you really have to believe that you're completely done and finished, and there's no chance whatsoever. The pitching is awesome. They had. That's 10 quality starts in a row. First time since 1988 for this baseball team.
Yeah, that's been even Bresbot said it on when I asked him about the grade that he would give his team. Even he was like, the pitching has been great for us. It's just obviously our inability to score runs. I just think that if you're in a position, and we've talked to Sam Kennedy, or if you're even Bresbot, and you have a couple guys that could potentially, be assets and get you something value back, why would you just stand pat and just continue to grind it out for the second half of the season?
No, I can't.
Knowing that you might not even, have a chance to make the postseason.
All right, well, a lot to talk about when it comes to Red Sox this morning, and we will do that with you. Leads coming up. They said it at 7:15. That will include what Sonny Gray said about the diehards getting this team back into it. And also, I am here, I'm sure everybody else is here, for the Jalen's dad perk beef, which is going on. And we will hear what Jaylen Brown's father said to get that beef going during They Said It. News with Mego at 8. That includes Florida, not like the rest of us. And Curtis, why police in Florida are looking for a real-life steak pants. So you may not know that phrase unless you're an everyday long-time listener, but we will get to that during the news with Mego.
The change of the times, Greg, I sent that to you a couple weeks ago. It popped up on my memories, the receipt from the night of steak pants.
Oh, yes.
That dinner with you, myself, Danielle, Fitzy was $580. Today, it would be $2,000.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It would be.
It was insane how much more expensive things have gotten in 5 years.
Absolutely. And then I heard from, I guess I would call her a friend of the show. She's been on before.
Courtney?
Who wanted to come by this morning and talk about something that she is doing charity-wise, and I think Mego may be excited about this, but the former actress Eliza Dushku would like to come by the show this morning.
I just found out about this, and I'm like so nervous. I am a huge fan of hers.
Okay, all right. Her work.
Yes.
Yes.
Particularly in Bring It On.
All right.
That's the cheerleading film.
That's the cheerleading movie,
okay.
probably from, I don't know, 2002, 2003, around then.
I had to figure out who she was, and then I was like, oh, that's the girl from Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Yes.
She's in that too?
Yeah, that's where I remember her.
Great taste.
Yes, that's a great
I think
movie.
Ken had a huge crush on her.
She's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Married at one point to Rick Fox, I believe, if I remember correctly. The former Celtic.
Bermuda. Oh, is he Bermuda the?
No.
He's a senator in Bermuda.
He is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Him and like Herschel Walker's the.
Herschel Walker is he's the ambassador to the Bahamas.
Bahamas. Oh, and
yes.
Rick Fox is a senator in the Bahamas.
Oh, okay, in the Bahamas.
Yes.
You keep bringing up Bermuda because you want to be a citizen there.
Yeah, that's probably me. But Bahamas, Rick Fox is a senator.
You'd make a great ambassador.
All right.
Also, are we launching our Wiggy 250 Birthday of America game today?
I love it.
Okay,
I'm all in.
Is that today?
Yes, we're.
Well, it's the 4th.
It's a couple days away.
Yeah, the birthday's a bunch of days away.
Appreciate
but,
that.
We're gonna
Shout out to America.
We will launch Wiggy 250 at some point today.
Is it always on the 4th, or is it changed?
Shout out to America. We love this country, man.
Yes. All right. We will return in exactly 2 minutes and get today's lead started.
Indeed.
Curtis, apparently we are staring straight into some kind of July 4th heat wave or something like that. You want to open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis early? Curtis, poke your head out. It's nice out there today, but...
Excessive heat warning. It's going to be hot. Today, not so much. We're looking at 80 degrees, beautiful day, going to be in the mid to upper 80s tomorrow. Then we hit a heat wave. 90, by the way, if they get to 8 straight, is that the number before Greg has to go on a run?
That's what Wiggy says qualifies as a real run.
And do they play tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday?
I believe so.
Because
Yes.
I think their last home game for like 2 weeks is July 1st. So maybe make it 7. And that way on Thursday during the road show at the Lobster Bar in Newport.
That's when I go on the run.
It's going to be 102 degrees, real feel of 110. And I say we get Greg out there. Worst case, we get a new host. Best case, it's a good segment.
Are you sure you got those right?
No, it's going to be really hot this week. So you know what I always say? Hydrate, Greg.
Well,
and drink water.
Thursday and Friday, both over 100 degrees.
That's right. It's going to be a hot one. I mean, it's July. I don't know. That's usually
that's what you want, right? That's
Amen.
a huge 4th of July when the weather's nice. The sun's
Well, I don't
beating.
know if the weather's going to be nice. Like I looked at the forecast, and it's going to be it's going to be 100 degrees and cloudy. It seems like over the holiday, but whatever, that can change.
As long as there's no rain, I think that's the biggest thing.
All right. Well, you could get a whole house full of energy-efficient windows installed for just $99 a month from Window World of Boston. Go to windowworldofboston.com. And it's a short week because of the holiday and a short week in the studio. We are here until Wednesday, and then we are off to Newport, Rhode Island for the last and final road show of roadshow season. And so cannot wait to get down there. We will be at the Landing on Wednesday night for pregame. That is at 6:30 with Miller Lite. That place, out of doors, beautiful, great music. Our host, Frankie, at the Landing is always the host with the most. And so would love to see you there on Wednesday night. And then we would love to see you on Thursday morning for the final road show. And that is happening at the Lobster Bar in Newport, Rhode Island, and cannot wait to get down there. We are staying once again at the luxurious Ocean Cliff Hotel. Mego, you are going to love it if you've never been there. The views are beautiful. It's an old mansion. It's awesome. It's awesome. So looking forward to it. And Shime, let's get going with leads if we can.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for the lead.
Shine, that is the Scorpions and No One Like You. Is that some kind of an updated version of that song or something? It sounds like they updated it or remastered it or something like that.
Maybe it doesn't say that it was remastered here, but
okay.
Maybe it was.
Intro sounded just a touch different.
A touch crisper, or like
just a tiny little bit different.
maybe it's like the how Taylor Swift has the Taylor version. Maybe this is the Scorpions version.
I mean, not to flex when it comes to being a musicologist, but I just noticed the touch of a difference. Are you ing over Taylor Swift?
All the versions she did of her songs that were like, this is Taylor's version. I'm not a Swiftie, but I'm aware of the music. They're all like significantly worse. And nobody talks about that. She's like, here's my version. It's 4 minutes longer. And it's like, yeah, that's why you have an editor. This sucks. Nobody wants to listen to this 9-minute song.
Did you see the reporting over the weekend on how much they are spending on the wedding or have spent so far?
Do we believe it's MSG? Like, are we sure it's MSG, or is this big sideshow that she's trying to create so she can go have a normal wedding?
Well, that's
somewhere
what Greg
else?
was saying.
I felt like they were going to get married in Rhode Island near her mansion. We talked about that. But they've spent $20 million on it already. Yeah. Which, I mean, I guess it's not surprising, but it just seems like...
Well, Mego, I had said this, like, who the hell would want to have a wedding in MSG?
Under the Jumbotron. Like, it's romantic.
Well, I could see Kelsey wanting that. He's like, me like sports.
Yeah.
You know.
But
he's in the Gronk zone.
But if
that
you're
way.
going to do, because we brought up Bezos, like, it's one thing to, basically take over an entire island or something like that. But MSG, Madison Square, guy like in the middle of Manhattan. Like,
it just makes her look really phony baloney to me because she fancies herself this like such a romantic artist, and like she did the whole album where she's walking around in the woods with buns in her hair. And it's like, all right, like that's cool. But then you turn around and you get married on the basketball court. It's just a very different vibe than you've been putting out there.
And the other thing about her that I learned, who's the guy that's dating Sydney Sweeney that used to be her manager?
Scooter Braun.
I was going to say Scooter Libby. Thank you.
Different one.
Different issues. And he said, he's like, I spoke to her 3 times. And like, he was so passive about it. He's like, I don't know why she created this. Like, there is an entire army of people that view that guy as the Antichrist. And I don't know, very well maybe. I don't know anything about him. But hearing him speak without anybody refuting it made me feel like all of these poor people that dedicated their lives to like ruining this guy's life, who, as Mego alluded to, may have made the music sound better.
Right.
Like, I think it's cool when you're a huge fan of something. Like if you're a super fan of something, I'm not going to knock that. That's cool. But for me personally, I think her music is fine. I think she has some albums and some hits that are definitely catchier than what she's put out over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And the other part is like, she just lost me. I'm not a Kanye fan anymore, but when Kanye had that line in his song where he was like, basically said something kind of gross about her, and then Kim had the phone call where he called her and was like, are you okay with me putting this line in my song? And she's like, yeah, I think that would be funny.
Well, it's a money grab. Every time she redoes one of her albums, it's so the people who already bought it the first time have to buy it the second time.
Right.
It's like Grand Theft Auto, the new Grand Theft Auto. Everybody's pissed because there's nothing. You can buy the $80 version, but there's nothing in it. Like, you don't get to go into any of the stores. You don't get to do any of the good stuff. So you got to spend $100 on the other version. What's the point of having the $80 version? Right. Like, it's a scam.
Or you could just go outside into a store for free.
You could do that, too. So, leads this morning brought to you by Subaru Summer, which is finally here. You get details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Hello, Shime.
Hey, Greg, good morning. A quick Bruins lead for you today. I just wanted to mention this. The Bruins on Friday evening made a trade. They acquired J.J. Peterka from the Utah Mammoth for their first-round pick in the draft, which happened this weekend, as well as a 28 first-round pick they got from the Florida Panthers. That pick is top 10 protected. So if it's in the top 10, the Bruins get to keep it and give the Mammoth their pick instead of that Florida pick. And I loved this trade. I think this is a really good pickup for the Bruins. I know where hockey has been non-existent for a couple months now because this team got bounced pretty quickly in the playoffs and they just weren't all that good. But I think this helps a lot. This is a young guy. He's 24 years old. He's under contract for 4 more years, and this team can't draft anyways, so it's probably a good decision. You traded your first-round pick. And I did hate, however, though, they did go then and draft 2 goalies with their draft picks, even though they have a million of them, it feels like, all the time. But I really like the J.J. Peterka pickup. I think that's going to add a lot of goal scoring. He's had 28, 27, and 25 goals scored his last 3 seasons.
Shime, thank you.
All right.
More leads coming up next on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
No bones about it. Boneless chicken now on sale.
One lead down this morning, that from Scheim, Bruins lead, and Curtis is up next. Hello, Curtis.
Hey, Greg. Happy Monday. Great weeks are great when they are 4 days instead of 5. So.
Yes, they are.
Yesterday, I was at a lovely birthday party for the great Kennedy at M Street Park, and our Scottish friends were there. And my James's good friend Lucas's mom, Leona, said it was the greatest experience because my hometown fell in love with my home. And it was, I was trying to rack my brain about what could be comparable to this, and it's not. But the only thing that to me sort of reemerged out of nowhere was the marathon following the terrorist attacks, where like something that had existed, all of a sudden, like I grew up here, lived here, went to school here, and the marathon was just an excuse to get drunk and be pissed about traffic, and then that happened and it shifted. But with this, like, we're on record saying we thought it would be awful. It was going to be this horrible thing. And even Finn was telling me that they went to the first match against Haiti. They took the commuter rail. They left at 1:30 from South Station, arrived at Boston Stadium at 5:30. There was no air conditioning, no bathrooms, no food, no drink. 4 hours.
That's a long trip.
And they all had been boozing all day.
Yeah.
And so, even that happened, they were like, oh, bloody hell, move on, whatever they say.
Trucker bombs or train bombs, probably how they were getting rid of the urine, I would imagine.
Yeah, but I would just, if we could learn anything from the past 2 weeks and move it forward, make the bar staying open permanent, and understand that not the Olympics, but we are capable of hosting smaller international events in this great city.
Sure.
What a great job by the people of Boston, the people down in Metro West, South, wherever you want to, was Foxborough, Metro West, whatever it is. But it was really an amazing couple weeks. I know we have another one today, 3 o'clock with Germany.
I believe Scheim is going to the game today.
Sure am, Greg.
Oh, all right.
I will be in attendance.
How'd you get the hookup?
Shout out to my brother. Had the extra ticket. He had sold tickets he had for an England game, made a killing of profit, and was able to score some tickets to this game.
Is he a licensed ticket reseller or?
No, he did it through the FIFA website. Actually.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Okay.
Who they playing? Germany?
Yeah, Germany is playing, I believe, Paraguay today.
All right.
I'm against that, by the way.
What?
Scheim, we talked about this right before I went on vacation.
Y'all was barking
about marking up those tickets. Now you're saying your brother did that.
Wow, what a great point.
You and Scheim.
I'm benefiting.
I'm against that. I'm against your brother.
Yeah, but no. My big issue is people that buy tickets in bulk and then completely intend on reselling them. Like, he bought them, sold them because the price ended up going up.
Sounds like you're moving the goalposts here.
We're still being patrons.
Well, why not
at Gillette Stadium?
Then why not just sell them for face value?
Right, that poor family from England.
That's not my problem.
Wow.
Pot, meat, kettle.
Nope, not scalpers. Wiggy, very different.
Okay.
Are you guys going to have Chick-fil-A?
No, we're not gonna have Chick-fil-A. We're going to Gillette.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a Chick-fil-A down there.
There's a Chick-fil-A at Gillette?
Yeah, it opened like a year ago.
Oh, in Gillette State. I know there's one on Route 1.
Right next to Gillette, in Patriot Place.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's pretty
I didn't
new.
know that.
Oh, okay.
I won't be having Chick-fil-A, but I didn't know that.
All right. So, Curtis, you are deeming the World Cup experience to be a resounding success.
Just a great, out of nowhere, wonderful couple weeks in Boston, and I didn't think it would be that way.
Yeah. All right. Excellent lead. We are going to take a quick break. Mego's back from vacation. We'll get a lead from Mego next, lead from Wiggy coming up, lead from me coming up. They said it at 7:15. That will include what Sonny Gray said about the diehards getting this team right back into this puppy. So that is coming up at 7:15 on today's Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law. At Catch.
I feel like I'm more likely to go on a run than this team is, Craig.
Oh,
Not a runner.
I haven't seen you throw a pitch or take a swing.
Well, Curtis foolishly trying to turn a throwaway line during an interview at a road show on Friday into some kind of a wager, which requires a payoff if the Red Sox go on a run. But that was not what that was.
Appreciation at Annie's on Saturday morning. Max, big listener of the show, came in, said, I just wanted to thank you guys for the interview with Craig Breslow. It was effing awesome, and we were laughing about your line. It's not just a throwaway. That thing's a keeper.
I don't owe anybody a run. I mean, I didn't say if this team goes
You're a cardiologist.
I didn't say if this team goes on a run, I will go on a run, but I mean, I guess Wiggy says it's got to be Wiggy's back in if they win 8 in a row. So sweeping the Yankees, which the Red Sox completed last night, not enough to get Wiggy back in. A poll would be of interest, though.
That's what she said.
From the Mituation. I'm more the fans are like they blow like the wind, but I am more interested whether you believe that this weekend changes the mind of John Henry when it comes to the pivot. And you can tell me that Sam Kennedy has a say in it. Sure, he's a voice in the room. That Craig Breslow has a say. Whatever. I don't. It's all. What are you laughing about?
Sam Kennedy.
I'm sure he's a voice in the room.
I'm sure he's there, like the breakfast.
He's there. Probably
it's a special time.
I'm guessing at the conference room, probably over getting himself a little water out of the fridge, Curtis, if you know what I mean. But does this, when it comes to the pivot, which we were told a couple weeks ago was going to be underway, if you're John Henry, are you scratching your head and going, wait a minute, we just swept the Yankees, and we've had 10 or 11 quality starts from this pitching staff. We can be right back in this thing. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I need some kind of a poll. I need the Mituation to phrase some sort of a poll on the social medias and see where people are at on that currently. We are going to get to, they said it in about, 20 minutes, half an hour, 7:15. And there's a lot to get to during that. But in the meantime, Mego is back after her vacation. You were in the Carolinas?
Yes, I was in North Carolina in the Outer Banks.
How was it?
It was fabulous.
I love it down there. I
It's
only went
so
when the
beautiful.
when the kids were little. We went one vacation down there, and I loved it. It's awesome.
Yeah, we were on the northern side of the Outer Banks, if you've ever been down there. Shout out to a couple listeners who I ran into at the Whalehead Brewing Company. I'm just going to give a shout out to our youngest fan, Scarlett from Situate.
Nice.
I think she's about 7 months old.
Yeah, okay.
They were a great family, so thanks for coming by and saying hi to my crazy family at the brewery. There were like 12 of us. But it was it was a great time with my family. My brother lives in California. My sister's in DC. My parents are in Maine a lot of the time. So we don't get a lot of time to all be together.
We have been, since you were gone, we have been anxiously awaiting your thoughts on Jaylen Brown, which we can.
Well, that's not my lead,
Okay,
but we
not
can
your lead.
certainly
All
get
right,
to that.
we will get to them. We will certainly get to them. But your lead this morning?
My lead is this. When I moved to Boston 16 years ago now, the one thing that I always heard from people was great city, rudest people. Great city, but the people there are not friendly. You're going to have a hard time for the first couple years that you live there. And I just came across this story from Realtor.com that was ranking the 5 friendliest World Cup host cities. Top of the list, Boston.
Number one.
Number one.
Number one.
Number 2 was Providence.
Okay.
So kind of like the same host city because they both funneled into Gillette, but they separated them as 2. And it made me wonder, there are times when I do think that the cultural approach around Boston, you go into a store, people don't necessarily say hi to you. They'll maybe say hey, let me know if you need anything, and then they'll leave you alone. does Boston get an unfair reputation for being this extremely unfriendly, rude city? Because I think if you go into Boston and you're like, I really love a lot of the stuff that you guys have here. I'm interested in history. I'm interested in your sports teams. I want to try your restaurants, your seafood, the stuff that people here are proud of and care about. Then I think people welcome you with open arms. It's when you come in here and you're like, F this place, the weather sucks, the traffic sucks. Like, no. You're only allowed to say that if you live here.
That's most people that live here say that.
Well, we've discussed this many times in the past. I think that there's not a lot of time. People around here don't feel like they have a lot of time for useless pleasantries.
Chit chat.
I think that goes back to traffic, if we're being honest.
Probably.
Because you got to get somewhere. You got to. I don't know.
I've heard people tell me that in the South, because some people say, "Oh, everybody is so nice and so polite in the South," and they appear to be. But they tell me that some people who live there say they are kind of like smile effing you. Like when somebody says, "Well, bless your heart," that really means you're an idiot and you have no idea what you're talking about. But I'm going to be nice in the way I say it to you. Like, so I just
think the people here are everything Mego described. We're incredibly proud of where we live in terms of if you arrive here and tell us it sucks, we're going to tell you to F off. But there is no place where if the worst thing happened, I would feel that more people would come to my aid. Like, people here are more giving in ways that, like, we used to do a thing at ESPN Radio, the V Foundation, great charity. And they would have 500 markets raise less than $1 million, which is great, for 2 days on ESPN. The Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon raises $5 million on 6 radio stations in 2 days. And people here are it's just different. Like, to me, I'd rather have somebody not say hi, but if I needed a hand, they'd pick me up, than somebody say hello and be nowhere to be found when something went wrong.
But do you think, because this is about friendliest, this isn't just about like, oh, easiest to figure out or whatever. It certainly doesn't seem like it was. Some of the logistics were still complicated for the World Cup for people traveling from Boston to Gillette. But are we friendlier than people give us credit for?
No.
I do if you're not from New York or Philly. Like, if you're from Scotland, I think people are like, oh, welcome to Boston. You know what I mean?
Well, somebody was texting in earlier after your lead, Curtis, and asking if it had been France who had come here instead of Scotland, and the reputation that the French people have for the way they interact with others. Would we feel the same as we feel after being embraced by the Tartan Army? And I don't know the answer to that. I mean, the English are my experience with the English lately in the city, which is limited, has not been that great. They seem they're not as friendly as the Scottish people.
Right. So I think the Scottish people make it seem like, oh, they love the city because they're so friendly, right? And I think they've kind of like their niceness is rubbed off on people, you know, especially from around here. So I think it's more about that. I mean, I remember always growing up, anytime my mother was like, if they're so friendly, there's an angle. They want something from you.
I encountered some drunk English fans on Saturday night at a nice restaurant, like a nice dinner restaurant.
You went out to dinner?
I did.
Oh.
I thought I would try going out for once as opposed to cooking at home every night. And they had kilts on, and they were very intoxicated. And they got up to leave the place. Very nice, very, very nice restaurant. And one of the guys, he put his backpack on, and he was walking around not paying any attention to anybody. And his backpack hit a glass vase of flowers and knocked the whole thing over, and it shattered all over the floor.
Oh, God.
Do you think that the English guy said an apology to anybody that works there, or said, can I help clean that up?
Or can I pay for what I damaged?
Said nothing. Like, just continued on his way, bumping his backpack into other people on his way out of the place.
Was he just sloshed and he didn't even know?
No, he knew. It was like somebody else cleaned that up.
Right.
Did he have a class he was going to? Why are you bringing a backpack to a nice restaurant?
Creepy.
Probably a Euro thing. I think it must be a Euro thing. But the Scottish people Like they embrace the city and love the city.
They're friendly.
and they're super friendly people.
Yeah, I have no interaction.
They clean up after themselves.
Them and the Japanese. I've never had any interaction with the English, so I don't know, or the French, so I didn't realize that they were rude as well. Yeah. But yeah,
I think the French have the reputation of being standoffish, like a little bit snobby.
Okay.
Yeah.
I set your alarm for a 5.
Yeah.
Greg, I neglected to mention this since we're on the World Cup still. I am shocked. We are now through the group stage, and FS1 put out or Fox Sports PR put out the ratings in each market.
Yeah.
Mitch has this. Boston is still the second highest rated market for all World Cup matches in America.
Really?
They are Kansas City's number 1.
Oh, Kansas City.
That surprises me.
Yeah,
and then Boston, Austin, which is road trip if you've seen it. Dallas, San Diego, San Francisco, Atlanta, Richmond, DC, and St. Louis.
Can I ask a dumb question? Is this people watching in these markets or people watching the games that are being played in these markets?
It is all FIFA World Cup matches in the market. So, like, for all the Fox coverage of the World Cup. So, however many matches there were.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a big support.
And just this never happens, by the way. Like, Boston is more parochial than any other place. Like, if it's not about Boston, it's usually not in the top 10 of all markets in the country.
Part of that is because our basketball team and our hockey team could not go anywhere in the playoffs. Maybe part of it.
Could be.
Number 2, we'll take it.
But, yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Mego. Lead from Wiggy coming up. Subject of your lead?
Baseball.
Baseball.
Yes.
Okay.
I like baseball.
Okay, you like baseball.
Very much.
All right, so lead from Wiggy, lead from me coming up on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI. 3 days in the studio this week, and then we are off to Newport, Rhode Island for the last and final road show, and we will see you at the Landing in Newport on Wednesday for pregame at about 6:30 with Miller Lite, and then on Thursday morning to kick off the long holiday weekend, we will be at the Lobster Bar in Newport, Rhode Island, and it's going to be mid-heat wave by that point, according to Curtis.
Yep.
And I don't know, Curtis, like a tuna off the coast of Chatham, I am being reeled right back into the Red Sox boat. I mean,
I thought you were going to say harpooned.
We are. I mean, that's a sweep of the Yankees. Dramatic fashion last night. Jaron Duran from zero to hero.
Walk off.
And so I don't know where you stand this morning, but you can certainly talk to us about whether this is enough to get you back in on the Boston Red Sox. And we will talk about that all morning long. You can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. And we have leads left, including this one from Wiggy. Wiggy, good morning.
All right, good morning. So I'm going to help those people that might be kind of on the edge of like, do I get pulled back in? I'm going to make it very simple for you. Based on what it's looking like this season, in order for the Red Sox or one team to probably secure that third wild card spot, you're probably going to have to be a game or two above 500. So when you look at this Red Sox team, they are, 10 games below 500? And the question becomes, so this is why they are not pulling me back in, can they get to being a 500 type of baseball team where they actually literally have a chance for that third wild card spot? And as of right now, I don't see it. There's a month before the trade deadline goes, and if they can somehow get close to that, maybe there's a chance. But that is based on this season, you have a chance of making the postseason if you're a team that is a game above, you might even a game below 500. But as of right now, the Red Sox are still a long ways away from that. So that's why this Yankee sweep might be good, but I'm not getting sucked back into this. And then the next, 2 series they lose, and then we're right back to square one. But if you believe that this team can finish the season off at 500, then there's a chance that they can be a playoff team, because that's what it looks like based on the third wild card spot and the teams that are in the mix for it.
Can they do it as currently composed, or do you need to find some way, however difficult it might be, to add a bat to the team? I mean, Curtis, does getting Romy Gonzalez back count as adding a bat to your team?
I mean, I think the pressure is going to build on Roman.
Okay.
Roman Anthony?
On Romy or Roman?
Roman Anthony, the guy that was supposed to be the best player in baseball.
Yeah, I mean,
who hurt his pinky.
Listen, Roman Anthony is now, they moved him to the 60-day, so I don't know what to expect there. I don't expect really anything from him. That thing has been completely mismanaged. Think back to May 5th when the Red Sox were telling everybody that it was a wrist injury, wrist sprain, and he'd be out for a couple days, and now he's moved to the. But do you have to add a bat in order to make a run?
I don't think you necessarily do. I think the question that they're probably asking themselves, down there on Jersey Street is, all right, can we really be a team that gets close enough to that, that third wild card spot before the trade deadline? Because based on their analytics and how they look, they probably feel like if they get into the postseason, they're going to have just as good a chance as anybody else, because we know in the world of baseball, it's really about your pitching. And based on what they tell us, they believe that their pitching is really good.
Well, it's not what they tell us; it's what their pitching is showing.
No, I know that
their pitching is excellent.
Right. So they know. When I'm saying what they tell us when they watch it, that they believe their pitching is really good, which it is. So they feel. I'm willing to bet if they're probably feeling themselves like, if we get into the postseason, we might be able to do something because our pitching is so good.
Yeah, I just don't believe that.
You don't believe what?
I don't agree with that. That in baseball, that in MLB right now, it's just about the pitching. I think that's what they sold us on at the beginning of the season. And yeah, they're going through a great stretch. But like, look what happened against the Rockies. Like this team, I look at the lineup night to night, and I'm sorry, but outside of Wilyer Abreu, who had errors last night defensively, and Wilson Contreras,
what a throw!
Like there's not. I'm just not sold on anybody else in the lineup, and I go back to what Curtis mentioned about the pressure on Roman Anthony. If they say, we feel like Roman is coming back. First of all, I probably won't believe it because it's been since May 5th. But, it would have to be something really different changing before you even get to the trade deadline.
Right, but I guess, Mego, the point that
offensively
that I'm kind of talking about is when we talk to all the baseball people, whether it's Lou or whether it's Sam Kennedy or whether it's Bresbot before, they've always talked about, and the baseball people always talk about, it's about pitching in the postseason, right?
Yeah.
When you're able to, the teams that are able to win World Series is because of their pitching, more so than their offense. You look at last year's World Series. I mean, Yamamoto goes out and has an unbelievable game pitching, and that's why the Dodgers were able to win the World Series. So they probably look at it like, if we can get into the postseason, and we've heard baseball people tell us
you don't have to keep debating that. I'm sure they do look at it like that. What I am asking you is, do you believe, like, you have guys like Durbin who are, Durbin's hitting 400 the last week. Like, can you rely...
That Narvaez pitching or hitting coach up in Waltham is helping.
Yeah, so can you rely on these guys when it comes to the offense that you need? And maybe they've been anemic all season, but suddenly, we're going to turn hit the point of the All-Star break, and they're suddenly going to be a team that is able to provide some offense.
And they get hot.
I would also just say, in defense of the organization, and I know, what's happening to me, but now Tracy is 3 games under 500 as the manager of the Red Sox. Alex Cora was 7 games under.
Yeah.
And he's had no Garrett Crochet, no Roman Anthony. He has had no Trevor Story. The injuries that he has dealt with. Wasn't Sonny Gray out for a period in there, too?
Yeah, Sonny Gray. Ranger Suarez had the, I want to say, hamstring issue.
So the team that Cora was managing was far more talented than the team that Tracy's been managing, and he's been managing it better to this point.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. All right, Wiggy, thank you.
You got it, brother.
It is now, we talked a little bit about this at the start of the show, but it is now back-to-back nights that there have been fans or a fan thrown out of Fenway Park at the request of players on this team. And Saturday it was Jarren Duran. Last night it was Sedan Rafaela. Apparently there were Yankees fans who were saying things that were bothersome, and so they had him kicked out. Now, I don't understand why Wiggy brought this up earlier. If you're Jarren Duran and somebody is saying something that is so vile to you that you need to get them kicked out of the ballpark, I don't understand why you don't simply share that so that we all understand what is going on. Jarren Duran did exactly the opposite on Saturday when he was asked about what happened.
Jarren, obviously there was that exchange with the fan. Nothing happened. Tracy was saying nothing happened. You guys were frustrated over something. No. Chirping wise. Nope, nothing happened. All right, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Like, what does that accomplish? Like, if somebody is saying something so horrendous to you that you need to be held back because you're going to go over there and do damage or whatever. And then you need to get them thrown out of the baseball park. Like, tell us what they did so we understand what it was.
That's what I would like, because then now I know where to align myself. Do I align myself with the fan or do I align myself with the athlete?
Nothing happened.
That's what I would want to know, because that's, you got to understand, anytime the way that we're wired, and when I say we, like people, anytime we see a fan get thrown out of the game because an athlete said, they said something, we're instantly thinking that fan crossed the line. So which is probably wrong.
Yeah, your brain goes to the worst possible thing they could say to someone.
Which is probably wrong for us to do that. But
it happens with this player way more than it should.
Right.
I mean,
but we know he's like very sensitive, and he dealt with whatever the stuff he dealt with in the past. And so you could tell he's somebody that he hears all the noise and he hears all the chirping, and it does affect him, which I don't, as a former player, I don't get it.
It's a constant thing with this team. I mean, we talked weeks ago about the IKF comments after the game, and what did that mean with there's people around that they don't know, and then the defense of like, oh, well, it's a big market, so, like that's only tough for Red Sox players. So, yeah, it puts you in a tricky place to try to have an opinion on it, because somebody could have said something totally gross to that player, and you never want to be on the side of defending behavior like that. At the same time, it's in your own ballpark, and this seems to happen constantly with Duran, and now with another player too.
Nothing happened.
And so I think,
and they don't even want to talk about it.
Right, and I think
they just don't want the fan in there.
I think what ends up happening, because we've seen fans get thrown out for not really saying anything, so now it becomes the boy who cried wolf type of situation, where we're now going and saying, oh, this dude's too sensitive, and we're blaming.
Well, don't you think Chad Tracy was asked about it, and he said that he described it as the fan was chirping.
Okay.
So,
yeah, what does that mean?
Don't you think that if it was something that was outrageous and crossed the line and egregious, that Chad Tracy would have said that?
Yeah, I mean, what's one of the most famous chants? Yankees suck.
Yeah.
Like, is that
Michael
the
Kay
kind
was
of
mad
thing?
about that this weekend, by the way.
Oh,
Is that the kind of thing
yeah.
that gets you tossed out?
Yeah.
That's where, again, I don't want to be on the side of the person getting tossed out, because I don't know what they said, and they could have said something totally gross.
Right.
But it is a constant thing with this particular group of players.
Yeah. I mean, it happens in a lot of occupations where the public says and expresses things that are disturbing and not polite and not nice.
But not like athletes, though.
What do you mean?
Like you said, it happens in a lot of places.
It happens all the time on our, do you ever read your social media?
I don't. Yeah, well,
people say the most outrageous stuff.
Right, but that doesn't make it right. I don't read my stuff.
Wiggy, someone once said that I could eat an apple through a fence with my teeth.
Right.
And they're just jealous because I didn't have to pay for these big
but that's
choppers.
not it. Like, if you're getting upset about that, like, if that bothers you, like, if somebody's talking about your appearance or your teeth, or like,
it's human to be bothered by it, but it's professional to get over it.
That's like Jaron Duran is paid a lot of money. Like,
yeah, but Duran,
get over it. People are going to say stuff about you.
Just say what it is. Jaron Duran is a giant a-hole.
Yeah, he might be.
Like, it's okay. You can say it. Like, he is someone that screams really, really inappropriate things at people. And then when somebody says his batting average, wants the guy ejected and has to be held back by Wilson Contreras.
Nothing happened.
Like, and Greg, I get what you're saying, but
when you played here, Wiggy, what Mo Vaughn, what those guys had to deal with in the 90s and the early 2000s, Jaron Duran would poop his pants.
No,
but that's not right either.
Yeah, I'm not. And
it's just the reality.
But I'm not disputing that. But if somebody who came out publicly and said, I thought about taking my own life, and then people now start mocking him or making jokes about him.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
All right, so there's a certain line, cross. Even if, back then guys, it didn't bother them, just because Bill Russell was able to get through certain things and we can't compare the players now to him, I just look at where athletes, a lot of them are sensitive. But if you're just talking about me and my parents, or I suck at the plate or whatever, like, that shouldn't bother me. But nowadays, there are people who cross the line, and we see it with Liam Hendricks when we had him on, like, death threats to his family and his kids and all that. Like, there are certain, and it's interesting, and I want to say this without offending nobody, I don't want to offend anybody. But sometimes you're going to say something, what's the saying, that you're going to write a check that your
butt can't cash.
There are some people who will chin check you, and one, like Kendrick Perkins, better be careful when he gets to talking about certain people, because there are some people that might.
So wait, you think Jaylen Brown's dad can beat up Perk?
Well, have you seen him and heard about his past? when you're talking about pull up, you know where to find me. And the guy is 7 feet and a former boxer.
Okay.
Hey, you might get pulled up on one day like, oh, God damn. Oh, that was just for TV, bro.
All right.
Could you imagine if Stephen A's dad was ripping Jaylen Brown, what he would say to Stephen A? Like, do you need your daddy to jump in on your defense?
We are going to get to that and the rest of They Said It. So the Jalen's dad perk beef coming up. I think there may be some Tom Brady and They Said It. There's a lot to get to during They Said It. So we will get to that in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it,
You're far too patient. I wanna see you lose it. I wanna hear you say it. I wanna know the dark that I share a ring with. Oh, tell me when you were broken. Do you still have a heart, or somebody stole it? But I'm far too tired to watch you laugh and lift the sports TV. I'll get your house paid off so the feds can't touch it. Another thing we don't talk about anymore. Don't worry, I won't bring it up. You can scream at me when I come home drunk and it's fine. I know your company line when I ask about the past you tonight.
Almost Noah week, Shime. What shows are you going to? Are you going to any?
I don't currently have tickets to any of them, Greg. No.
You want to go?
I mean, if you're inviting me, I would love to go with you.
Going to the Friday night show with Julia, Brees, their friends, DMs, etc. But you and I could go Wednesday, Thursday, whatever, if you'd like.
I would love
Let's
that.
do that.
Hell yeah.
The show looks pretty good.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Have you looked at the set list?
I have not looked at the set list, but I've
Okay.
seen clips pop up on TikTok of people just taking videos at all the different concerts. And didn't he just set the record for the largest crowd at
Yes.
Citizens Bank
Yes.
Park?
45,000 people, I believe, this weekend.
That's crazy.
Which is a lot. So, all right.
Can I ask a question on that? Where does that money go in terms of the CBA? Is that at all touched by the player?
I doubt it.
mean, that's a great point. I guess it would go into the giant pool of revenue that the for instance, all of the Noah shows at Fenway would go to the FSG giant
Right.
pool of revenue.
So they're using Citizens Bank Park, a park that's known because of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Right.
But it is all going to the owners, not to the players.
Yes.
Got it.
Well, maybe they'll throw some of that in if they get the salary cap. maybe.
The owner's gonna say, okay.
You don't think so, Wiggy?
No. That's something separate from the sport. It's like, it's because we have concerts here, don't mean.
Don't tell that to Mike Vrabel. Talk about Patriot Place
You
with
know,
Robert Kraft. Got him traded to the Chiefs.
It's like, all right, we want now you want the players to be like the mob. We want to cut everything that comes through Gillette.
774 texter would like to know, Shime, if we are up to date on Poopgate from the Noah Khan show.
Yeah,
What is that? I keep seeing that.
Yeah, so somebody like pooped themselves at his concert,
yes.
and there was like poop all over the floor.
Yes, they were. They had floor seating, like field seating,
Oh,
and
that's
unfortunately, they didn't want to leave. They probably, wanted to catch the encore, and unfortunately, just did it right there.
Did they catch the person,
No, I don't
or it's
believe
a
they did.
mystery pooper?
I believe it's a mystery pooper.
think
But
it's a
did you see
mystery
Noah's response?
Oh, what did he
He
say?
said, "Please go use the bathroom," but this is also coming from a guy who's pooped himself on stage.
Yes.
So
What?
it happens. Yes.
No, I don't think he said on stage.
I'm pretty sure he said on
No, I think
stage.
he said I've pooped myself as much as most any other 29-year-old.
And I think
most 29-year-olds. I mean, I'm not talking infant that they can recall where they decided I'm not going to make it to the bathroom.
Greg, I blanked myself on stage in Charlottesville, but that's because I'm dedicated to my craft.
Oh, okay.
Ew.
All right, good.
Oh,
So
that's
it's laid on.
disgusting.
And Shime pooped himself on stage giving Bill O'Brien that play call on Friday. at the
I didn't
Parrot.
poop myself at all.
They always say
Get a
the
whiteboard.
show must go on. So
Always.
you are able to find a field to go in, as we once learned.
An
on the show.
airfield.
Yeah, hey.
yes.
Yeah, that's better than your
Go where I
pants.
have to go. Exactly, Wicks. That's what I'm saying.
All right, can we get to They Said It, please?
They said it. It's time for
They said it.
They Said It. They said it.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Duval.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It.
The Greg Hill Show.
All right, They Said It, brought to you by Catches Law. They are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you have been hurt at work, reach out to Catches. They are here to help. Just go to catcheslaw.com. That's Catches with a K, catcheslaw.com. Red Sox first this morning, Shime?
That's correct, Greg. Sonny Gray was excellent last night. Had a no-hitter into the eighth inning and spoke after the game about the Boston Red Sox fans and how important they are to this team. Here with Sonny Gray.
Yeah, I think in the sixth inning or something, they started really getting into it, and that was cool. I appreciated that. I appreciated that, and then, I didn't know. I mean, I did give up a hit, and I didn't know if I was going to keep going. And then I saw Trace coming out, and I was like, I guess this is in the road for me. But I appreciate them, and it seemed like they appreciated the outing tonight. And I mean, we need them. If we're gonna get back into this thing. We need them, and they were here for us this weekend, so I appreciate that. So thank you.
Buy that man a redwood or some kind of a rare tree, a Japanese maple or something as a gift. I mean, the guy has been extraordinary this summer. You got to give that to Breslow.
Yeah.
And so he is due $30 million next season. Curtis, would you keep him or would you part ways with Sonny Gray?
I would keep him.
Okay.
Love the man.
All right. So you're down to Chapman and Duran, I guess. And then anybody else that you want. Rafaela, Rafaela's been great. Would you hang on to Rafaela? You kind of got to, right?
Yeah, he's young.
No need to trade him.
And I think the Chapman thing is if you do end up pivoting again on a pivot, doesn't Chapman become a guy that you would want in the postseason?
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, now that
He
becomes...
just might be like your only tradable piece if you're also looking to add something offensively. Like if you know what I mean?
Right,
like if
right. No, I get what you're saying. But if you feel like, okay, we're now back in it, so we're going to pivot back to that, now you might look at it and go, well, we don't want to give up a guy that can be an absolute stud for us in a closer in the postseason.
Who's the guy that was really tall, 6'8", Tyler G? Is it Guerrero?
Yes. The guy who's been around forever?
Yeah, you mocked. He has been better than Aroldis Chapman the last month.
Yeah, he's been good.
He's ready to take over that role if you trade Chapman. Mark my words.
All
right. Well, Red Sox with a sweep of the Yankees. Does that change things over there when it comes to the pivot? You can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. We have briefly discussed this morning pending beef between Perk and the father of Jaylen Brown. We will get to that next.
WEEI. WEEI.
Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We are in the middle of They Said It. A reminder that we're always on the lookout for Hill Notes, so leave us a voice note on the Odyssey app on any topic. Red Sox sweep the Yanks. Does that change your perspective on this baseball team? What else? We've talked a little bit this morning about the return of Mego after her vacation. You were missed. A lot of people, the alcohol consumption way down last week at the road show, I'll tell you.
Did it save a little money, though?
Yeah.
Because the drinks, people don't realize the drinks that I imbibe in are also, they're high class, top shelf we're talking about.
I see. Okay.
I may be a lush, but I'm not a cheap lush.
There you go. There you go.
Well, Newport is ready for you, by the way.
I'm excited.
They are ready to go down there on Wednesday night. So, all right, Shine, back to They Said It. What's next?
Well, Greg, it's time to hear from Jaylen Brown's father. He was on with Sway on Sway's Universe, I believe it's called, and he was talking about Jaylen Brown and basically called out Stephen A. and Kendrick Perkins. Here was Jaylen's dad.
My son is very educated enough to know what to say and what not to say, what's off limits. And Big Perk, you wrong for jumping against your teammate. Watch your mouth, boy.
Okay, right.
He handling it like he's supposed to. He's always handled himself like a man, like a gentleman. You know what I'm saying? Very respectful kids I raised, man. Let me tell you something. Very respectful kids, all of them. You know what I'm saying? And how he handled that kind of pressure, I commend him.
Yeah.
Because me, I'm different. I'm getting your face, Stephen A. Yeah, I'm coming to see you. I called you a couple times, Stephen A., and you didn't answer. But it's okay. I just wanted to talk about it man to man. What's your problems? Why are you attacking him? Why do you attack the black community? Go attack the white community. Oh, that's right. You getting that check to do that. We unplugged about this. We own it.
Well, you know, in all fairness, Stephen A., Perk, they all got a job to do.
They got a job to do. And pick on black guy.
You know,
pick on the black guy.
And that's how they, whatever that job is, this is how they choose.
Yeah, I ain't in the league, so come get me.
Okay, yo, Marcellus ain't in the league.
Can I ask a really dumb question?
Yes.
So, the people that run ESPN hate black people, so they hire black people to rip black people. Is that what I'm hearing? Because why, if the people in charge just wanted people to attack black people, why would they hire black people to do it?
I think you're. I don't know. I'll try to explain it so easy for you. I think you're missing the point. He's trying to say that they hire black people, but those black people are sellouts, and they come after other black people.
So Kendrick Perkins is a sellout?
That's what he's referencing.
Do you feel that way?
I don't know Perk like that, and I haven't heard
because you kind of talked about this with Stephen A.
Yeah, I think Stephen A. is one.
You do,
right? I think
so. Do you think he just should never criticize a black person?
No. I think he can criticize black people, but there's a way. There's a way he does it that's different when it comes to black people. He used black culture and black people to get to where he is in the way of like, oh, I'm down for the cause. I'm an HBCU graduate. You know, I'm from the streets. I'm this, I'm that. Then he got to a certain point where now it seems like every chance you get, the only way you get clicks is if you go hard at black athletes. And that's how some people feel and believe. Now,
but he didn't go, I brought this up when you said this last week. He didn't go hard at Jaylen Brown all season. In fact, quite the opposite. He was talking about how he ought to be the MVP of the league.
Right. But he already went hard on him to start the whole thing. That's where it obviously started. Okay. And then his job is to then talk about sports. So, of course, he's then going to give Stephen A. credit.
So I'm glad you're back because we missed you last week, number one. But number two, we have not gotten your thoughts on Jaylen Brown yet, Mego.
I don't even know where to begin. With this, I feel like, hey, if your parents go on something and they're defending you, it's kind of like, all bets are off. That's a parent defending their kid, right? Uh-huh. Like they're probably going to be out of pocket on one side or the other because they are just so like blindly loyal, loves their kid.
Damn right.
Be the same way with your kid, right?
Yeah,
if you felt like someone was attacking them,
yeah, of course.
You'd pull all punches to go after that person. With the Giannis Jalen situation, I will say that I'm surprised that it hasn't pivoted to something else already. And that's something that gives me pause because they knew the risk that they were taking by making a real offer for Giannis that involved Jalen and the 2 firsts. That's what's been reported since. They knew that was a big risk because in the past, Jalen has felt bad about being dangled out there for Kevin Durant. And so that we're still in this position where it's, is Jalen going to be able to come back? Are they going to be able to mend fences? Are they going to be able to pivot this to another headline superstar player? Or are they going to have to go to picks and try to turn that? Like, I think that's a really uncomfortable place for the front office and Brad Stevens to be. And I'm surprised that there wasn't an immediate plan B pivot that they had, knowing what a big risk this was.
Is it possible that the rest of the league doesn't see the value in Jaylen Brown that Jaylen Brown sees in Jaylen Brown?
Well, you have to include then that the Celtics see in Jaylen Brown, because I think what is probably tripping up any potential, I wouldn't say any, but a lot of potential trades is that he's on a supermax contract. And so when you're trading a player like that, he's coming off his best season and he's got so much going for him, but it's a massive contract for a lot of these other franchises to take on. And so that's a risky thing to take on with any player.
And you got to.
And he's definitely in my book right now like a top 12 player.
Right.
But I still don't think I'd sit here and say he's a top 5 player.
He seemed to be very upset by the analytics guy who said this weekend that the numbers show. What, you have that audio?
Yes, this was Bobby Marks, who spoke to an analytics guy in the NBA.
Okay.
Here is Bobby Marks.
There's mixed feelings about him when you talk to teams. The analytics of Jaylen Brown is not good. I'm more of an eye test guy. There are some people out there that look at that a little bit more deeper than what the eye test says. I had one, not an executive, but an analytics guy saying, well, yeah, we view him as like the 7th best player on a team. I was like, holy crap.
Oh my God.
I get it. There's a role for analytics and stuff, but I guess they call it, I joked, I said, I guess we call that strategy now.
That's so dumb.
Yeah, that is so stupid. The 7th best
I don't
player.
doubt that someone said that to him, but whoever said that to him is crazy.
Yeah,
the 7th best player, like you're putting him in Sam Hauser territory. No disrespect to Sam Hauser, but they're totally different types of players.
Well, I saw this thing over the weekend, the on-off net rating. Like, do you know that?
Yeah. It's not perfect. You know, it's another analytic thing.
Okay, but so it's analytics. Take it for what you want, but on court, when it's Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown is off court, the Celtics get a plus 8.9 net rating. When the two of them are together on the court, they get a plus 7.1 rating. When neither of them are on the court, they get a 2.9 rating. And when Jaylen Brown is on the court by himself without Jason Tatum, they get a 2.6 net rating.
Yeah. Again, like there's a lot that goes into that, like who your opponents are, how strong your bench is. So it's not like a perfect way to demonstrate Tatum is better than Brown. I just think Tatum's a better player than Brown.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that part.
Puma's dad's not listening.
I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I can't believe they screwed up the Giannis trade. Because I have said for months, like, I wanted them to keep Jalen in the first place.
Right.
That's what I wanted.
Right.
But if Jalen is really as unhappy as it seems like he is now, like it is a mousetrap that
they screwed this up from Jump Street.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Does this help Jalen finding a new team or hurt him? The stuff that's gone on since the season ended.
I think it hurts the team if they have to trade Jalen, because now everybody knows like that you don't have leverage. You're in a position where it's like, we got to.
What if there was a team on the fence saying, I think I want Jalen to be the face of our franchise.
It's not like he's like in the territory of Ja Morant.
Yeah,
it's not like he's somebody who's like screwed up.
He's not as in demand as LaMelo Ball.
I think
that was contract based though.
Yeah, that's
I really
how that
do
was.
think that's more about
I
money.
explained that. I said it.
I explained it.
I said it.
You guys are
You don't get it.
You guys are Brown apologists.
You also said Jaylen Brown's not leaving. He's gone. He is.
I don't think he. I think if he leaves, it's
he's
stupid.
like the Yoshida home run.
He's stupid. It's stupid on the franchise's
Nobody's
part.
asking smart or
All
dumb.
right. Well, then, but what are we talking about here?
Is he going to be here?
I believe that he's probably not, but I will criticize the franchise for that because that is a dumb thing to do.
We got to take a quick break. Rest of They Said It coming up next.
If you are in the market for a diamond for
There's a story at the bottom of this bottle, and I'm the pen.
Weegie, I don't know the full beef details, but there's a texter who said during the break that Perk better be careful when responding to Jaylen Brown's father. He's had some run-ins with the law or something.
Oh, yeah, I think he got arrested for attempted murder.
Okay.
So
maybe Perk should stay off stay off the Twitter machine.
Yeah,
and
especially when you say, oh, we can get our feet hot. It's your choice.
What does that mean? We could get our feet hot?
Meaning like,
is that like an Antonio Brown thing and the cryolator? Or no?
Like, yeah, we can settle this two ways.
Okay. All right.
Like gentlemen or gangsters.
This is Doug from Southie. Hello, Doug.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
What's up?
Guys, great show. You guys really do a good job, discussing all these topics. You guys really do. You guys all come from different angles, and it really is a great show.
Thank you so much.
On to this Jaylen Brown thing. This guy, I'm telling you right now, is too smart for his own good. He thinks about everything in such depth where he's always going to be a problem. No matter what, he's a good guy in the community, great basketball player. I'm not saying he's Kyrie Irving, because I don't think he is. But he's almost too smart for his own good where he has to overanalyze every single situation. And by him doing that, he's just never going to be happy. Yeah. And I'd rather kind of bite it in the butt now and move on here and just kind of, you got Tatum, you got a good coach, you got a good GM. Let's not drag this out. I think if we can all kind of sit back and see where this is going to end up. Let's not have this, happen 3 years from now. We're sitting here and let's get this over with and move on with this, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, Mego was saying, I don't want to speak for you, but you think that maybe the Celtics are looking at this and going, we need to get a legit point guard and a big, and that it might be time to part ways with Jaylen.
Yeah, I wonder about that. Like, if they have to pivot now away from obviously not getting Giannis, do they look from a basketball perspective and say, we are going to take it on the chin with whatever we get back for Jaylen Brown, because fans are going to look at that and say, that's not a superstar player like Jaylen Brown. So you have to look at the fit and say, are we getting someone back who's a true point guard, who the offense can run through when Tatum's not on the floor, and then a big that's better than Neemias Queta. And they just have to look at it that way and know that it's going to be really unpopular, but hope that the chemistry and from a basketball perspective, it just plays out better on the floor.
Is it a level of intelligence knowing who and what you should respond to?
Well, that's emotional intelligence.
Okay, isn't it? That's intelligence.
Yeah.
Okay, and
there's different types, though.
Yeah, that's what Jaylen actually said.
Right, no, so what I'm saying
Curtis
is like Jason Tatum, somebody rips Jason Tatum, he doesn't have a Twitch feed about it.
He doesn't.
So doesn't mean he's dumb.
Jason Tatum never responds to anything.
No, but some people are different though. Like some
but
people
it's nothing to do with intelligence.
No, but some people it does. To Megal's point, it's about more of their emotions. Some people emotionally.
Okay, but some nerd is on talking about how somebody in the league told him that you're the seventh best player on a team. Like, you don't have to lose your mind over it for a full weekend. If you truly believe that you are the best two-way player in the world, then don't listen to what anybody says.
It's easier said.
And also, everything that is said about you is not a conspiracy against you. There are people that might have an opinion on how you play the game, and they might not feel like you are the best at it. That's okay.
No, but that's fine. But that's a stupid opinion when you're the seventh best player.
Of course, morons are everywhere.
So don't amplify it. Because if somebody had put this report out there, maybe some other writers would be quote tweeting it on a platform that nobody even uses anymore and saying, this is dumb. But when you give it a platform for saying, I can't believe people are saying about me, then it goes on for
but I
much longer.
I don't get this. I said the same thing, 45 minutes ago, and I said, why does it bother you when people talk about your teeth?
It does.
And you go, but it does. Now you're saying,
but
don't let this bother you. You can't have it both ways.
Because here's what I'm saying is, it can bother you. You can choose whether or not to respond to it.
Right, but what I'm saying is you can't have it both. That's my point.
Yeah.
Some people, it bothers them. And
I bitch about it to my husband at home.
But some people have a platform where they can respond to it on their platform to the public.
Yeah.
Because you go home and bitch about it and complain.
Yeah.
Not everybody's built like that. I tell my wife this all the time. Not everybody is built like you.
I think clapping back becomes a habit. And I think people fall into a trap of saying, I'm going to dunk on this person.
But that's your approach, though. See, like
I just think that it's just like it's kind of a losing game most of the time.
But there are people out there who believe that if you take a shot at me, I'm gonna clap back at you.
Yeah,
And that
you make the criticism of you louder.
But it doesn't mean they're wrong. It's just the way that they go about their business.
It's not. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just not the approach that I would have.
Wait, so this is still pending? This wasn't a while ago. This was in 2025. His father stabbed a guy twice in the back?
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, Big Perk. You might want to chill a little bit. And the dude is a former boxer, heavyweight champ, so clearly knows how to throw hands.
So why are you bringing a knife if you're a boxer?
Well, I don't know that situation, but when, Big Perk is like, he's a big dude, and I'm willing to bet Perk's probably hasn't had a lot of fights in his life because he's always bigger than everybody. No one wants to try him.
If Perk and Stephen A. wanted to clap back, they would have a lot to clap back with this morning. Holy hell.
Shime, anything left they said it was?
Yeah, one quick one for you here. I know Curtis will love to hear this. Josh Gordon was on a streamer's live stream, not Jaylen Brown's. His kid's name is Neon on Kick. Josh
Neon
Gordon
makes mad money.
Yes, he does.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Man.
Oh, I'm sure millions.
Josh Gordon was hanging out with him and talked about Tom Brady and how he would prep like receivers for the season and stuff. Here was Josh Gordon.
He made us live with him, bro. Like, it wasn't so much that he told us the story, but he made us like live with him in the off season, like train right there. His wife making us food and everything like that. Like, it'd be me, Edelman, and Gronk, or just him, and depending on who the off season was, and we would just do the most crazy routine of like stand in one spot, and then you just like over at least 50 times you just catching one specific pass, and it's a gun radar that is Alex Guerrero is his coach. Is just holding the gun like a speedometer for baseball, whatever. So just clocking if it stays at 62 miles per hour from a football. Meanwhile, your hands just taking a beat, like boom, boom, boom. I'm like, what the
Probably regrets having one wide receiver live with him for a little bit of time.
Oh, got a Super Bowl.
Wife making us food, is that code?
I think Brady's crazy enough that he doesn't regret the Antonio Brown experience.
I think AB's the one who shed light on the wife.
No, I mean, honestly, that's, reason number 9,475 why Tom Brady's the greatest of all time.
I mean, Josh Gordon at that stage too was so in need of that sort of level of
structure.
Yeah, and I've been there, and that is just a cool story.
All right, that is They Said It. We are going to get to today's news, and Mego is back for that in 2 minutes. No longer on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
Did you know about 1 in 3?
with Munchkins. See this glazed Munchkin? That's wind. This sprinkled Munchkin? That's solar. This chocolate Munchkin? That's storage.
The news.
Demand is high. Everyone wants a Munchkin or 2 or 3, but we've only got 25.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
I think that you're in very good shape. I don't think that you're a fat kid, but this is the fattest kid take of all time.
Sponsored by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health issues with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
What do you think they would say if I stood up when I
Well, while Shime did an admirable job filling in for you during your vacation, we are delighted that you are back, Mego, with today's news.
Let's get started. My old stomping grounds over there. There was a huge police presence near Carson Beach in South Boston last night after a woman seemingly fell out of a car on William Day Boulevard. State troopers responded just before 8:30 p.m., and the female victim was taken to a nearby hospital where she was treated for serious injuries. The driver of the car had taken off by the time troopers arrived, but eventually returned and was taken into custody. The charges they face have not been disclosed. It's a very odd story.
Well, I mean, if it was an accident, I'm assuming the driver would have stayed around.
Pushing somebody out of a car is crazy work.
That is, that's not good. So, all right. But they have the person. They have found
They took them into custody. No news on what those charges are. Just huge police presence there last night.
Right.
Brockton police are investigating a shooting after the Cape Verde. Is it Cape Verde?
Yes.
Cape
Verde.
Verde.
Cape Verde. Yeah.
Yes.
FIFA World. Is it?
She just said, "Is it Cape Verde?" And then Wig goes, "Cape Verde, Cape Verde."
Yeah. Cape Verde.
Which one is it?
I think it's Cape Verde.
Is it Verde or Verde?
I think it's Cape Verde, but don't quote me.
I Googled
We got to
it.
call Ty Law.
I
He knows.
Googled it and it said Verde.
Shine went through this last week with
Yeah.
Turquoise.
No, Turkai.
Turkai.
Yeah, we
Shine
need it.
was.
Can we get a ruling? Is it Verde or Verde?
Let's ask Ken.
Let's ask Ty Law. Ty would know better than anybody.
Shine was rightly ripped for his poor pronunciation skills when it comes to the World Cup countries.
So according to Wikipedia, I just played the playback on how to say it. It's Cape Verde.
Yeah.
What about
Cape Verde.
Quinnipiac?
That's what I looked up.
It's Cape Verde.
All right, we're going with Verde.
Okay.
Brockton police are investigating a shooting after the Cape Verde FIFA World Cup match against Saudi Arabia Friday night. 4 people were shot while hundreds of people were gathered on Main Street for what was supposed to be a celebration after the match. WCVB spoke with a Brockton local.
People think it's just like Cape Verdeans or Brockton people, but it's like it's people coming out from all around, like from Providence, New Bedford, Taunton, Boston. People coming out from all around. They see it from the last couple of times, and it's like it just keeps going. So like you got a couple of knuckleheads, whether they're older people, younger people, it just makes the city look bad. It just makes the community look bad, you know?
Okay, so it's out of towners that are going.
That's always like I could say the same thing. Like something crazy happens in my neighborhood, and I'm like, oh, they came in from Southie.
Now they have a game on Friday night, and they are a little concerned down there in Brockton that the same thing might happen. So.
Because they advanced, right? Like, don't they? Didn't they make it?
If they have a game, they advance.
Well, I don't know if it's the knockout round.
Yes, we're into the knockout round.
we're in
They
the
play
knockout.
Argentina on
All
Friday.
right. And they've been super excited because the island's so small, and as far as they've been able to
Smallest nation ever to
Yeah.
make the knockout round at the World
go.
Cup.
So I know, like, from being down in Brockton, and there's a couple of Cape Verde fans that are like just super
I
excited.
thought we decided it was Verde.
This is what I call it. You can
Wiggy
call it
doesn't
Cape
know.
Verde.
Wiggy
Anybody that I've ever talked to, they'll be like, "Oh, Cape Verde," but you can call it whatever you want. I'm not from Cape
I gotta
Verde.
tell you something. Wiggy is higher than
No,
than a Chinese spy balloon
no,
today.
I
have
try to
never,
educate
I've never experienced
No,
this.
it ain't got nothing to do with being high.
It does, Coach.
It's the problem is
What is going
the problem is I try to educate you because
You just said you didn't know what it was. We played what
I
it is.
said Cape Verde.
No, you said Verde or
No,
Verde.
no,
you said ask Ty
I'm
Law.
telling you what
Right.
I know from the Cape Verde people that I know. How many Cape Verde people you know?
I don't know if they're. I don't ask people where
That's
they're
my
from.
point.
How many do you know?
I know a few of them.
Who?
My boy Derek Barrows, who I coached with in Brockton.
Oh,
my other boy Jelson.
And did Jelson tell you that it was Cape Verde?
I think that's what they, because anytime they're like, hey, what are they? They'll be like, they're Cape Verde. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is
don't they say they're Cape Verdean?
No. But I'm saying where they from. I'm trying to educate you from a world that you know nothing about.
Wiggy, you legitimately said, I don't know if it's Cape Verde or Cape Verde.
I don't know.
Which means you're exactly where we are.
I don't know if, like, some people do call it Cape Verde. I'm just saying.
Play the tape back, Sean.
I'm saying from what I heard.
I'm going to be honest. I, somewhere in the background of my brain, thought it was Cape Verde. So I've definitely heard that before.
That's what it's called.
That's why I asked you.
Cape
Verde. Is it Verde or Verde?
That's why I said I've heard it as Cape Verde, but I could have been pronouncing it wrong the whole time. It's hard to educate people who just from a completely different world than I am.
Yeah.
The same way you guys educate me on the Nantucket stuff.
So educate us. What is it?
I believe it's Cape Verde.
Okay, good.
Okay, I'll say Verde.
I don't want to get into any kind of a hot shoes situation here.
No hot shoes. I'm
Well,
just
isn't in Portuguese? Isn't it Cabo Verde?
Yes.
Why would it be Verde?
I have no
Why is there
clue.
now an I
Shime,
sound
I'm just
at the end?
telling you. Take your ass down to Brockton or New Bedford or Fall River where there's a lot of...
from Cape Verde, please call and tell us what it is.
You just heard the guy say it on the news report.
No, that was on Wikipedia.
No, the guy,
Cape Verde.
the guy who they were interviewing about the shooting.
He said Verdeans.
No, he said Cape Verde.
He said Cape Verdeans.
Listen.
All right, we're going to load it up. We're not
All right,
going home.
Stick to your Nantucket.
I'm a vineyard.
People think it's just like Cape Verdeans or Brockton people.
Oh, Cape
Verdeans.
Verdeans.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
That's what I said 2 seconds ago.
Those are the people.
Also, Rich is going to be psyched. Did you catch the brag of the week there? She's back.
What? I'm a
I'm
vineyard
a vineyard person.
Capping. Stop lying.
Who's lying?
Yeah, what did they do without me?
Nobody's
On
lying.
all my brags.
I don't.
Oh, they just used me.
Yeah,
I was the brag of the
Yeah,
week.
you
last
had
week. I had quite a few.
Yeah.
What was your big
Yeah.
one?
I'm a window shopper. Was
Oh, yeah,
probably-
window shopper was a good one.
probably the worst one. All right. Anyway, what's next, Mayo?
Oh, okay. Well, this is really sad. A 20-year-old man is dead, and an 81-year-old man will face criminal charges following another wrong-way crash on 93 in Boston late Saturday night. This was all over the news. A driver in a 2004 Cadillac Escalade got on the highway in the wrong direction, nearly struck two cars, causing both to swerve and crash into each other. A family of four were transported to a hospital for evaluation. The wrong-way driver, Antone Carvalho of Somerset, collided head-on with a Chevrolet Cruze. The driver of the Chevrolet Cruze died from his injuries. Carvalho will be issued a summons to appear in court at a later date. Here's a witness who spoke with WHDH.
I just happened to see a set of headlights coming right at me. I had my family in the car, my wife and my daughter in the car, and it was remarkable. I've never seen anything like it. You know, you're going one way at 60 miles an hour, they're coming at you at 60 miles an hour. It's like hitting a wall at 120 miles an hour.
It's awful, and it's there's one every week.
Didn't we just have one on Friday,
Yeah,
Greg, when we did the news?
Yeah, Thursday or Friday. There's some people are saying that they're blaming it on the confusion when it comes to the Route 93 and how you get on it and
certain spots.
I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, this guy's 81 years old.
I saw this.
And again, this is weird for a senior citizen to say, but should you be driving at 81 years old?
No, that's a really important conversation to have,
Right.
Greg.
Yeah, you
that's
shouldn't.
not wrong to say.
Right, no, it isn't.
I'm sure that there are plenty of 81-year-olds, 82-year-olds, 83-year-olds who have their full awareness.
Our
and
last
and
two
they're still
presidents
good
have been
drivers.
that age.
But guys, I have friends who have older parents who they say we got to have the
Yeah, you should
conversation
stop
about
you should stop driving.
you're not driving at night anymore, Dad.
Yeah.
What about this? I saw this. It's not my idea. You know when you leave or when you return your rental car, that if you go backwards over the bump, your tires pop out?
Yeah. They have those spikes?
Yeah. What if every on-ramp
Had that.
Had
if you're
that.
going the wrong way, it
And
somehow
on and off ramp. So if you're
Yeah.
entering it, your tires pop and nobody,
And you probably could do that because I would imagine that it's probably certain on ramps where it can get a little tricky and confusing because we all been there before. Never that we went down the actual wrong, but you're like, wait a second, where is kind of the entrance of getting onto the on ramp where it could be a little confusing? So maybe at the tricky ones, that's probably not a bad place to have something like that.
The advice, I don't know how legit it is, but the advice they gave is the police gave literally is avoid the high speed lane.
Yes.
Like if you're driving late at night, avoid the high speed lane because that's where the driver going the wrong way tends to be.
State Trooper told me that.
Did I not just preface this by saying it wasn't my idea and I saw it?
Yeah.
Everybody in the Twitch chat said it was okay. Twitch chat. I don't know where I saw it. Great idea. It wasn't time to take credit for it.
You don't want it named after you or something.
No,
do you?
the Curtis rule should not be
You're the
spikes on
Curtis
the highway.
Spikes. Curtis Spikes.
Deploy the Curtis spikes. This is Kay from New Bedford. Hello, Kay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Wiggy.
Yeah.
You've been around Cape Verdeans, and you have the audacity to say Cape Verde.
So what is it, Cape Verde?
No. Listen, it's Cape Verde, right? Cape Verde. Or, and this may be where Wiggy's coming from, if you can roll your R's, right? Cabo Verde.
Yeah, that's not where he's
No,
at.
no,
that sounds better.
Yeah, Cabo Verde.
that. Yeah, say it
I've
like
just
that.
heard Cape
Cabo
Verde.
Verde.
So where?
Cabo Verde.
So what's Cape
Or
Verde?
Cape Verde. Keep it simple.
So what's
Cape
Cape
Verde's made
Verde?
up.
There's
Cape
no
Verde's
such
something
thing.
you're seeing on the radio at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's not real.
All right, there you go.
And he's trying to act like he knows Cape Verde.
I
trying
do.
to
That's the
educate
best
us.
part about
I
it.
do. I've heard Cape Verde.
Curtis, stay out of this.
Yeah,
you
stay
don't
out
know
of it.
any
Stay on
Cape
Nantucket,
Verde,
you
eh?
idiot.
Well, I've heard that before, Cape Verde.
Yeah.
But
You better be careful. Jalen Brown's father's going to collect some
Right.
receipts from
God,
you.
so
Stay in your lane.
aggressively wrong is the bad way to live.
I wasn't wrong. She might have been wrong there. She never heard me say it.
I don't
that
know.
way.
She sounds like she knows what she's talking
She
about.
definitely does know what she talking. Maybe the guys I know, they saying it wrong.
Probably are.
Maybe they saying it wrong. Oh, there you go.
Although
you got
it's
your
gonna be,
answer.
this is gonna be a good day to do Wiggy 250.
Well, I'm glad now we got
tribute,
some-
our tribute to America.
Well, now at least we got some more Cape Verde listeners.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
You know?
Very popular, I guess, with the Cape Verde community.
Well, now it's,
Maybe.
at least we go. Now we getting it right.
All right, 2-minute break. That's it. 2 minutes, 120 seconds, and back with Mego and the rest of the news after that.
Skechers Elite Athlete OG Energy.
Well, Hill Notes still to come. Leave one of those on any topic on the Odyssey app, and we will play the best ones back later. I mentioned at the start of the show that our friend Eliza Dushku would like to stop by and talk about a charity event, and Mego has been nervous ever since.
I am.
Which I don't know. It has something to do with your hair?
It's just, okay. It is. She did something when I was a preteen that I had so much respect for, which was she stole a movie from a blonde. In that cheerleader movie, it was supposed to be all about the blonde girl. And Eliza gets in there in the cheerleader outfit, and every boy I knew who got any glimpse of that movie was like, she's it.
Okay.
She is so beautiful and so charismatic and just like exudes cool girl energy. So yeah, I'm feeling a little. Now I feel like I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have been so frumpy. Like I should have put on one of my roadshow outfits.
I think you look fine. I don't.
How
would you have done?
I would have curled my hair.
So this
is
like brunette pressure, is what you're saying.
It's just cool girl pressure.
Okay,
Like,
all right.
now I'm gonna be so weird. I'm just gonna sit here silently. I'm gonna be like Shine with Drake May. Honestly,
Just sitting there smiling.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Are you going to do the welcome evening on Hilton Head where you were talking to people through their divorces? Is that...
I need a little bit more lubrication.
Oh, jeez.
Social lubrication.
Okay, thank you.
Relax.
All right. Somebody is claiming to be the fan that was kicked
I'm
out on
nervous.
Saturday night.
I'm nervous.
Do we trust them?
No, but
Why not?
This is Maynard from Quincy. Hello, Maynard.
What's going on, guys? I'm a Yankee fan just to start things off.
Okay. How'd you end up here and being a Yankees fan?
I'm a Massachusetts resident. I'm Puerto Rican. I had a uncle that went through the Yankee system. That's why I'm a Yankee fan.
Okay.
Huge Brewers fan. Go to many Brewers games. I go to Fenway a lot.
Okay.
I didn't say anything out of line. I screamed the man's batting average at the time, which was 198. He looked up at me. He said, F you. He wanted to fight me. And in the moment, I had a few. I said, hey, yeah, I'm not going down there. There's bats down there. You come up here. And then next thing I know, security was on me.
Where were you guys sitting?
I was 5 rows behind the Red Sox dugout.
No. What's the seats? What's the section seat? All that.
I think it was field level 69.
Okay.
Or club 69, row K, seats 3 and 4.
Okay, so then you were yelling 198, which is Jarren Duran's batting average.
It was 198 at the time.
Okay, and prior to the walk-off last night and the winning the game for the hometown 9, and then he started yelling at you.
Yeah, well, earlier in the game, he had struck out and broken his back, and I had yelled 198. I kind of got the whole section around me yelling 198. We were all kind of on him. And when he had grounded out, it was when he just wasn't having it anymore. And I thought it was kind of insane that the security couldn't even give me a reason why they wanted me out. They said the players wanted me out. So I sat back down for a minute, and it took about 5 or 10 minutes for them to actually get me out.
Were you there with friends or?
I was there with my brother.
Okay. And
like I said, we go to Fenway all the time. There's never a problem.
And they kicked the both of you out?
No, my brother wasn't. My brother had gone to get something to eat, so he didn't see the whole thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, security was on me right away, and about 5-10 minutes later, they couldn't even give me a reason why I was getting kicked out.
And so, what do they say? They just walk you out, and do they say don't come back, or like what?
The main reason why I sat back down was like, I'm not going anywhere until you guys give me a valid reason why I'm getting kicked out. And the security guy was like, the players want you out. I was like, well, that's not a good enough reason. I just paid $750 for 2 seats. I'm not going anywhere.
Damn.
I'm buying this story, by the way.
I believe.
There's a lot,
am I crazy or
no?
I mean, he's given the seats and everything.
Yeah, there's some details.
Yeah, and I got this from a guy who DM'd me who said that he was at the game. I was there. The chirping from the inappropriate behavior was totally unnecessary. The chirping that caused the outburst was a fan next to me in that section you just described, yelling 198, which happened to be his batting average. A jerk thing for a fan to yell, but it was clear he was just trying to get him to go off. Jaron needs to be better than that. So,
yeah, you can't have 198 bother you.
I mean,
the best part is all of the Red Sox fans around me were defending me. They told me to sit down. They actually got a Yankee fan in front of me kicked out before they realized it was actually me who was yelling it.
Oh, they kicked another guy out because of you?
You didn't defend him later? My God.
You know the guy, and I pay good money, so you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's going to put his head down and be like, hopefully they don't grab me.
Well, I don't know. The only, I will say this, the only reason why I don't believe you is that Jaron Duran said nothing happened.
Right.
So
he seemed like a trustworthy human.
Nothing happened.
Yeah. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Yeah.
But
All right.
People were chirping, but nothing happened.
Yeah. All right. Well,
could you beat him up, Maynard, if he actually got there? How big are you?
I've got 80 pounds and probably 3 inches on him. So, yeah, it wouldn't even be a...
Okay.
Wow.
That's brag of the week right
Sick
there.
brag, bro.
All right, big dog.
I'm a huge Bruins fan, and I've wanted to fight the door off since he's come here. So, you know...
This guy wants to fight everybody.
Like I buy this 100%.
Yeah.
Same.
I believe this 100%. I'm not even skeptical of that phone call at this
do you
point.
think he could take the state trooper at Real House at Marina Bay or no?
I don't
Probably
know.
not.
That guy was throwing him haymakers.
Yes. Are we
But
going to get to that during the
Yeah.
news?
The other guy was kind of slender, though.
Yes.
The other guy was kind of unconscious after the
All right,
first punch.
let's continue. I think that was the guy, though. Well, actually, we got to take a break. But I think that was the guy. I mean, do you feel like that you ought to be able, as a Wiggy, you were a professional athlete, that if somebody says something about your batting average, you ought to be able to just get them tossed from
No,
the
you shouldn't
from
be
the
able to do
ballpark?
that. You should be able to,
You should be able to heckle people.
Yeah, you should
Stop
be able to
that.
heckle. I heckle. I'm not even going to lie about it. I definitely heckle opposing teams when I go to Celtics games.
Yeah.
But as long as you're not crossing the line. But nowadays, these guys are so sensitive that, like, even if you heckle them and they don't like it, they might get you kicked out of a game. So my heckling days are not as... Now I try to do it with a smile on my face to let them see that I'm just joking.
I believe him because he's like, yeah, the security guard was like, I don't know why we're
Right.
taking you out. We're just told to take you out.
And if the player says it, you got to do what the player says. Unfortunately, the security guard has to do that. But, I mean, yeah, I don't like to get mad at
Nothing happened.
198. Like, yo. But we know he's sensitive.
Listen, he had some details to the story, so I'm going to take his word on it.
Right.
We will be.
I'm about to hit my boy up right now. As soon as I get off.
We will be back with the rest of the news next.
WEEI.
WEEI.
Speaking of 103, our meteorologist suggesting that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday may be warmer than that. Can we open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis? Heat wave on the way, Curtis.
Yeah, as I said earlier, it's going to have that Cape Verde feel around here. It's going to be 71 today in Boston. Or right now it's 71. It's going to be 82 today. By Wednesday, though, Greg, it's going to be 95. Thursday, 100. Basically your whoop age.
Yeah.
And then Friday, it's going to be 98. Saturday, 95. Sunday, 90. A heat wave, Greg, just so you know, is any 3 consecutive days over 90.
Okay.
So we're going to get well past that.
So very nice at the, although warm, but nice at the Lobster Bar in Newport on Thursday morning. Little ocean breeze down there in Newport Harbor.
Sure is. Well, Mego's her own ocean breeze. She arrives.
Correct.
It just makes everything
Correct.
feel cooler.
Last
thanks.
I wrote that down when you were out.
Last roadshow of this season. Are you sad about the final roadshow?
I
Mego?
am. I feel like it flew by.
Our friends at Absolute Tabasco are looking to create a Newport celebrity-themed cocktail for you. And so we need some help from the audience on this, because in thinking about Newport, you think the Vanderbilts, the Doris Duke. What?
You're so wrong. The spicy AG.
Oh, yeah, we could. That's a good one, actually.
I mean,
who
has better ideas than I do?
That's actually a pretty good one.
Right.
I'm an AG.
I think I don't want to say it necessarily before I lock it down, but we may have, and this is another guest that will be most important to you. I think we may have a real housewife of Rhode Island with us on a Friday morning.
All right.
I have so many questions.
I know you do.
Still watching it?
Yeah.
I mean,
They're in reunion now.
Oh,
so
are
the,
they?
The season is wrapped. Now
Okay.
they're in a multi-part reunion show.
And they hate each other. It seems like the W word being thrown out there, and the S word. Like they're calling each other
All
horrible,
sorts of alphabetical
horrible
references.
names. I mean, never mind batting average. Well, these ladies, they're implying that they're all hitting 1,000. Honestly, it seems like.
What's the W word? What is that?
The world's oldest profession.
Oh, okay.
A
all
woman
right.
of the night.
Yeah.
All right.
Wiffle ball?
All right. All right. A lot of that get thrown around, huh?
All right. Well, anyway, one more road show in this 5th road show season, and we will be in Newport Wednesday, and we will be at the Landing at 6:30, and that is with Miller Lite, and we can't wait to see you down there. But back to the rest of the news, if we could, Mego.
So, Plum Island beaches in Newburyport remain closed to swimmers for the foreseeable future as millions of gallons of raw sewage are being pumped into the Merrimack River in nearby Haverhill each day. Newburyport officials said 60,000 gallons of wastewater were accidentally dumped into the river in Haverhill, which is upstream. Plum Island was set to reopen for swimming on Saturday after a 48-hour precautionary closure. Instead, crews in Haverhill found a break in a 42-inch sewer force main near its pumping station. When crews began inspecting, they found a second break. WBZ interviewed a Newburyport resident.
That is like really bad for like the environment and all this stuff, and I think it's like not fair with like everybody who lives around here and like even with like the ocean and the life in the ocean too.
That should be especially ripe on Thursday when it's 100. It's 105 degrees, and those people Plum Island, so they can't go in the water to cool off during the heat wave.
This is something that actually happens, I'm not sure in Newburyport, but in that whole area, a lot.
Does it?
Yeah, they get a lot of sewage dumped into the river because their infrastructure is so outdated. Like the pipes, they were so old. They weren't built to facilitate how many people live there now.
All the new poop?
The new poop.
If only we had the highest taxes in America to cover this. Like, what are we paying for? Like, I remember I went to Italy, sick brag, and when I was a kid, and there was this place, Porto Santo Stefano, and in the port, I was like, Dad, what's that? And it smelled, and it was the sewage being dumped right in, and they were saying the mafia takes all the money, whatever. It's this, like, not properly run part of the world. We are in Massachusetts. When there's rain, we shouldn't dump poop into the Merrimack.
That's what happens. Is it happens when it rains a
Right.
lot. It overflows, basically.
So then why don't we have a plan to fix it?
I think it's just so overwhelmingly expensive.
So we just accept poop in the ocean?
You shouldn't.
Nope, you should not do that.
No, you should
No one wants to swim with the turds.
Okay.
This was a wild story. A duck boat filled with people tipped over while exiting the Charles River in Cambridge on Saturday, injuring 11 people. The boat had originally broken down while in the water, forcing another boat to tow it out. While exiting the river near the Lynch family skate park just after 3 p.m., the rope towing the boat snapped, sending the duck boat back into the water before it tipped sideways.
Duck boats.
A passenger who was on the boat spoke with WBZ.
We pulled them out of the water, and then when that happened, the rope snapped, and the boat behind us kind of like went backwards, hit the rocks, and then like dinged up against that side, hit the other rocks, and then flipped on its side.
Oh, bag of cash for everybody on that thing, guaranteed.
Are you kind of surprised that the duck boats are still running? Like,
I'm always
I
surprised.
feel like
Duck boats.
every couple years we get a story about these are World War II amphibious vehicles that should not be used this way anymore.
I'm
and they
always
keep
surprised.
doing it.
Do you know
I
how
see
much
them like driving by because I kind of live over in that area, and I'm like, man, people actually get on these to go in the water?
Think we're going to need a bigger duck boat.
And they're so expensive.
Yeah, to go on it? You mean?
Yes.
Yeah, how much does it
It's
cost
like
to go?
200 or something.
What?
Jesus.
For like I don't know, two
For
or
a
three
group?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a lot.
How would you feel? Do you want a World War II question for Wiggy 250, or do you want Revolutionary War? Or what do you? Where are you? Where's your area of expertise?
When it
in-
comes
in
to
American
history, there's not much. I
Okay.
can care less about what
debating.
happened before.
Shouldn't it be a nice variety of all the different eras of the
Of course.
250 years?
Of the 250 years, I just wanted to know what we were going to start with today.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. All right. Oh, sorry. What else?
All right, let's keep it moving. You referenced this before. 2 off-duty state troopers got into a physical altercation at the Real House restaurant in Quincy, and one has been relieved of his duties, at least for now, after he was caught on camera punching the other in the face multiple times. If you're watching on Twitch, You can see a video of a literal knockout at the bar in Marina Bay. I couldn't find in the stories what the victim, I guess, who knows what he said to the guy who punched him out, but the other off-duty officer, if he's suspended or not. But at least the one who's punching him multiple times is currently not a trooper.
Yeah.
That's vicious.
Oh, it's horrific.
Woo.
He goes
And
off on him.
What about the woman just standing there watching the whole thing? Like,
She's basically just going, "Oh my, can I get another drink?"
Yeah.
She starts grabbing her bag.
no, I think, like, I
You
mean,
got put to sleep.
it's awful. And
Damn, what did he say?
And the guy's a state trooper.
They both
Like, yeah, but then he's pounding him while he's unconscious, like, and yelling at it. Like, I mean, rage central.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
What? Like, what? I mean,
Something triggered him.
what are we doing?
Woo. Damn.
Scary.
Yeah.
Put to sleep.
That's why I don't go out.
Is that a nothing good happens after 11 p.m. scenario,
I mean,
Curtis?
You don't want to say the wrong thing to the drunkest guy.
God. Yeah.
I feel bad for the bartender too.
I know, she looks
because the
terrified.
bartender looks
Well, she's-
terrified.
yeah,
she's,
she's-
like, I don't know what to do. I'm just standing here trying to.
Covering my
Nobody
mouth.
else is at the bar anymore. She's like, I'm just trying to close up for the
Right,
night. These
right.
guys are knocking each other
And
unconscious.
what does that accomplish? That guy looks like a total complete jackass.
He knocked the hat off him, too.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, I'm stronger than you. Me punch you.
It's awful. All right, so the guy has been suspended pending an investigation.
Yeah, there's going to be an
I
investigation.
mean, I think the video is about all you need to see, right?
And the way he lifts the guy after he punches him like 5 times, he lifts him back up to like shout something at him and punch him again. It looks like
Maybe
a
the guy was a
lunatic.
Yankees. He looked like he had a rally cap on the way his hat was inside out. And like the Red Sox are about to win this one.
All right, thank you, Mego. That
You're
is the
welcome.
news. Mego mentioned Twitch. You can always watch this show on Twitch or on YouTube, and it is brought to you there by Springer's Jewelers. And it is summer, and if you're heading toward the Portsmouth, New Hampshire area, stop into Springer's Jewelers. The best diamond selection, the best prices, a team to help you buy exactly what you need, and it's tax-free in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. So go to springersjewelers.com.
When you're on the go, count on Mass General Brigham Health Plan with 20.
I know I said it a bunch on Friday, but just want to reiterate how awesome Friday was down in Hull and Thursday night in Hull. And thank every single one of you who came out and hung out with us, and we'll do it again this week in Newport. I ended up going to see the fine people on my way home, Curtis, at Schooners, where they have what I would argue might be the best clam chowder in the eastern part of the United States of America. And so,
did you like it?
It was fantastic. I just tried one little spoonful just to say.
Were there enough clams?
There were yes, there were plenty of clams, Shime, in that.
Not enough clams.
But Dee is the bartender over there, and her son-in-law Kevin is an everyday listener on the Odyssey app. So I want to say thank you to little Odyssey app appreciation for Kevin and for anybody who listens to the show on the Odyssey app at any time. And I mean, everything. The hotel was great. The people were great. It was awesome. So you missed a good one, Mego. But wrap it all up in Newport on Wednesday and Thursday, so it should be pretty good. Weather is going to be cooperating.
I don't want to get ahead of where we're staying. I just found out that I confirmed through Carolyn. If there is another wedding at our location,
Ocean Cliff.
Okay, great. We can mention it.
Yeah.
What would it take for you to hop on the DJ booth?
Oh. Spin some wax for the
and we don't know who. I mean, Courtney probably already knows in advance everybody getting married there this weekend.
I'd be happy to do it.
I think that would be great.
If they want me to come in and do a little mixing,
break out your vinyls.
Maybe I'll bring the records.
Who let the dogs out?
Yeah, might as well. I'll let you throw probably a little electric slide, maybe the chicken dance at some point.
Well, you'll eat it.
Happy to do it. All right, so America celebrating 250 years. Shime, do you have any American music, if you could, please, for this? And so we thought it might be fun to test the knowledge of our guy Wiggy when it comes to all things America. Now, listen, the way this works is pretty simple. You can, if you want, you can phone one friend.
All right.
So that
I'm gonna phone my Cape Verde friend.
No. It has to be Shime or Curtis or Mego or myself. But it's only 30 seconds.
All right.
And we'll do this in the lead up to the 4th of July to celebrate this great country. And so, Shime, do you have the clock ready?
I do, Greg. Yes.
Okay, Wiggy. So the object here is for you to tell us everything you know about this very important part of America in 30 seconds or less. Are you ready?
Oh, I thought you were asking me a question.
No. You have to tell us everything you know about this particular moment in America or this very important person in the history of our great country. So are you ready?
All right.
Are you ready? Okay, go ahead, Shime. Wiggy, in 30 seconds or less, everything you know about Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson. Wasn't he the one who, someone with the telephone, right? I don't know about Thomas Jefferson. I know nothing about Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson. I know. I have zero clue on Thomas Jefferson.
Wait a second.
Who was the phone
This could
guy?
not have gone better than it. It actually is going better than it was planned.
Who's the phone guy?
Edison.
Oh, Edison. Is it Thomas Edison, right?
That's you got the first name.
Yeah.
No, Thomas Edison is not the phone guy either.
Who's the phone guy?
Oh, Alexander Graham Bell. I'm sorry.
Alexander Graham Bell. Watson, come here. I need you.
So Edison is the electricity guy.
Right.
All right. All right. So who's Thomas?
Anything? Nothing at all about.
No, nothing at all. What do we got with Thomas Jefferson?
He wrote the Declaration of Independence.
Founding father.
Wasn't he the first Secretary of State?
He's from Virginia.
Yeah, University of Virginia.
Okay.
He owned slaves.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I bet anybody we ask about is going to own slaves.
Name
Pretty
of
sure
his
he was
home is Monticello.
Pretty sure he was in the play Hamilton.
All right. All right. You know a lot about Omego.
Well, I grew up in that area.
Oh, you grew. Oh,
Jefferson's big in that area.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, he's
She
a big
also-
DMV guy.
You also paid attention at school.
Yeah, that part I think.
Same as you didn't.
History class. No. All right.
I mean, he was a president. One of our presidents.
Yes. I only care about Benjamin and Jackson.
He invented the telephone.
I thought it had something to do with the telephone.
Well,
All right.
you don't necessarily have to know a lot about America to celebrate her
That was
250th
awesome.
Did he write the
birthday.
Second Amendment? Because if he did, he's a good guy.
I don't know.
No,
I mean, was
no,
supposed
the
to help me out
amendments-
here.
The amendments were
All right.
later. The
All right.
amendments were-
Right, they amended the Constitution.
All right. Well, if he had anything to do with the second one, I support Thomas Jefferson.
James Madison wrote the Second Amendment.
He was
All right,
friends
well,
with
shout
Benjamin
out-
Franklin.
I appreciate
And
it.
Benjamin
He had
Franklin
wooden
was
teeth.
like, you got to write this Declaration of Independence.
No. George Washington had wooden teeth.
I bet Jefferson probably did
Probably
too.
had wooden teeth too.
You know,
Yeah.
it's probably common at that time.
I think he's appears on the $2 bill, which is not super popular.
Yeah,
these
he
days
must
when
not have done anything good if he's on the $2 bill. We don't even use that anymore.
Well, I mean that was a big thing back then, though.
Oh,
probably.
okay.
Washington got the one.
Right.
He got the the two.
And Abe got
He's
the
kinda
5.
Like, he's like the other J.
Yeah.
When it comes to presidents. He's the other J of presidents.
I am watching that thing on Netflix, which is so dorky.
I saw you post about
It's
that.
the
What-
Great American Experiment or something.
Yeah.
It has interviews with like all these politicians from every walk of life, and they're like, this is the one thing I didn't realize was the whole revolution got started in bars.
Yeah.
It was all taverns up and down the
Everything
East Coast.
comes back to a bar.
And I feel like we need to talk about that more.
All right.
Like it got started in bar culture.
Yeah. Was it a Seeger bar?
I don't seem
Probably
like it.
not.
Bob
Was it a-
Seger rejoin?
Were they black-owned bars at the time?
Well, they go into that a lot, Wiggy.
That sounds good.
What Mago kind of drink can we make after George Washington? Like we have the Bruce Chillis, we have the Serena Chilliams. We have to come up with some like founding father drink.
Oh yeah.
On the spot.
I know, I'm not
You
right
could
now.
do like, what are those things that the kids drink on St. Patrick's Day? The Borgs?
Borgs, yeah.
Right.
Borg Washington?
Yeah.
That was excellent. Well done.
That's pretty good. The Borg Washington.
I'm too old for the
Well,
Borg. I
anything
never
booze,
got it.
anything booze related, Mago gets it in 2 seconds.
I'm very quick on that. That's my true expertise.
Yeah. We'll do next time we do this. We'll do prohibition for
So
you.
that's it? Just that was it? Just
That's it. Yeah, we'll have another one for you tomorrow. Would you like a different time
Thomas
period?
Jefferson?
Do you think you'd do better with a different time
Well,
period?
no,
in
if you
history?
said George Jefferson, I would have gave you a lot.
All right. We are back.
He owned multiple laundromats and moved on up.
Back in 2 minutes. And Mego's nervous because Eliza Dushku will be with us.
Yeah, I think in the 6th inning or something, they started really like getting into it, and that was cool. I appreciated that. I appreciated that, and then, I didn't know. I mean, I did give up a hit, and then I didn't know if I was going to keep going. And then I saw Trace coming out, and I was like, I guess this is the end of the road for me. But I appreciate them, and it seemed like they appreciated the outing tonight, and I mean, we need them. We're gonna get back into this thing. We need them, and they were here for us this weekend, so I appreciate that. So thank you.
Sonny Gray, who has been, to use a word that is banned on this show, spectacular this season. Spectacular again last night, and the Red Sox sweep the Yankees. And so Sonny Gray says that if we are going to get back into this thing, then they are going to need the fans. But is there a chance that they can get back into this thing? That is what we have been discussing all morning long.
Right.
On this radio show.
Well, I'd ask the room, do you think this team can finish with a 500 record or a game above
Yes.
or even below?
Yes.
All right. So if you do believe that, then I guess there is a chance, because based on that third wild card spot, that's what it's going to look like. That team who gets it, their record is. So if you believe it, then now the Red Sox might be on a second pivot from the pivot that we thought they were going to be on, and going, well, maybe we can actually get that third spot.
I think what's frustrating is, I know, Greg, you've been talking about the quality starts that the pitching staff has had, which is great, but then you still barf all over your shoes against the Rockies, who are one of the other worst teams. And so to me, it's frustrating that they can have a sweep like this against the Yankees and have a feel-good weekend, but there's still out. I know the pitching's been great, but there's no consistency. There's nobody that you can look at in your lineup and go okay, we're going to ride this through, besides, I guess, Wilson Contreras.
Well, I think the other part to Mego, to that point, and you make a really good point, is you don't look at this and going, oh, okay, now they play the Nationals and they can sweep that series.
Right. Nothing's a given.
They could literally get swept by the Nationals and you could be right back to square one. That's where I think, that's, for me, it's about the inconsistency of this baseball team, where it's how can you believe anything you've seen, because they even have they haven't had a decent consistent period where you can go, all right, maybe they could be that team.
Yeah, they had those 3 weeks in May where the offense was really great and blah, blah, blah. All you can really point to is, even though Garrett Crochet has been out forever, their starting pitching is really good.
That's it. That's all you got.
I mean, Curtis brought it up this morning, and I think it was a great point. Curtis, well done.
Thank you.
They are better. This team is better under Chad Tracy than they were under Alex Cora.
Right. Considering the rosters that each have had the opportunity to manage.
Alex Cora had the benefit of having Garrett Crochet and having Roman Anthony. And so, a little bit concerning that they have now switched up Roman Anthony to the 60-day as opposed to the 40. I with what Marcelo Meyer is dealing with, is at some point, is someone going to ask if the unusual arm injuries that this team has dealt with this season is related to Driveline at any point? Is somebody going to ask that question?
Is it possible that Driveline works for pitching and not for offense? Not for hitting? Is that possible? Because the more baseball people that I talk to from the writing side, it's Driveline got really popular because a bunch of pitchers went to the facility and they got their speed up by 5 miles per hour, which is a huge deal. And then Driveline exploded from that. So maybe it's more of a pitching tool, and for hitting, it just doesn't make sense. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think it's more possible that Roman and Marcelo are kind of not rushing back than it is Driveline's fault.
Mm.
I don't know. You cater to them
on their own, or at the team's bequest?
On their own. You think
On
the
their
team
own.
doesn't want them back?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry. We were in Hilton Head wondering when he was going to be back. Now it's the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it. Does it need surgery? How do you fix it?
I don't know. It's an interesting theory that you might have because, you know, we've talked about it in other sports. You know, the whole thing: are you hurt versus are you injured? Could you play through certain things? What's your pain threshold? Are you able to play through these? Whatever it is, right? We talked about Durbin with the finger injury he sustained, but then he was able to come back and play. Like the Roman Anthony situation is who, to Curtis's point, like what's the reason why this guy isn't playing? Is it him? Is the team's not rushing him back? Is the team like Garrett Crochet? I don't mind if the team wants to say, "Hey, listen, we're going to shut this guy down and we're going to not rush him back until he's ready to go." Like that part, I don't mind because I know what Garrett Crochet can do. With Roman Anthony, it's like, well, if this is the face of your franchise when it comes to your offense and your hitting, we need to see more from this kid. Like, what is he really?
Especially if you think that you're going to make any kind of push before the trade deadline to figure out who you are, then you need to see if Roman Anthony can be healthy and and contribute.
Can he carry the team when it comes to hitting?
But so Bresbot was on Friday and was reluctant to say that the pivot is underway or when the pivot was going to start. And a few days before he joined us on Friday morning, he was talking about how the ship can still be righted. Is this series enough for them to scratch their heads and go, all right, wait a minute. Like maybe this can be a playoff team, or is this series win, to borrow from Cam Newton, fool's gold?
Good morning.
No, I believe that they, like when I asked the question, I believe that they think they go, oh, we can get to 500 or a game or two above it and grab that third wild card spot. They look at it and go, our pitching is so good. All we're going to need is the guys that we expected to at least be hitting at a major league level. Those guys will turn it on, pick it up. You know, some other guys are starting to pick it up, and our hitting will start to come around, and maybe we'll get hot in the second half of the season.
Here's where I feel with the Red Sox. A bad team only deserves to be talked about in big picture sense because what they do game to game doesn't really matter.
Right.
It's like they're a bad team. They're going to keep being bad. To me, they have not earned the game to game talk. Like, they haven't proven enough to get out of the big picture conversations. Right. And the big picture conversations are who's still going to be with this organization, who should handle the trade deadline. All of that is where I'm at with this team. I haven't pivoted myself over to like, wow, what happens if they win this series and that series? Like, they haven't shown that they deserve that conversation.
I get that way. The point. My thing for this team is like, show me that you can be consistent over a 10, 15, 20 game stretch where I can look at it and go, all right, because we know how baseball is, right? Baseball is one of the sports that's so streaky. Guys can go on a slump forever and then all of a sudden turn on, come out of it and be hitting great for a month or two. And that month or two could be at the end of the season, heading into the postseason where this guy catches on fire. But you have to show me that. That's where I'm still like.
Well, they didn't they show you something in that comeback win last night?
Yeah, but to Mego's point, that's like
you're down 4-2.
Well, you're up 2-0, and then you gagged on your feet.
But then you're able to get the hits that you need in the bottom of the 10th and win that baseball game.
Right, but to Mego's point though, that's like one series. And prior to that, you lost the series to the Colorado Rockies. So that's not enough to get me going. You know what I mean? It's like, I just feel like even though you put the lipstick on the pig and she did look cute under the right lighting, she's probably still, it's like the Jerry Seinfeld Two-Face.
And you can thank Thomas Edison for that lighting, not Alexander Graham Bell.
It's the Two-Face thing.
Not Thomas Jefferson. Definitely not.
You see what Mitch put up on Twitch?
This is so good.
Oh, that's nice.
What did he put up?
He put up Thomas Jefferson making the first transatlantic phone call.
All right.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing.
All right.
Is that question? So in that picture, I know this is like a painting. Is that Thomas Jefferson's real hair? Because it doesn't look like the other wigs in the pictures.
Maybe that's his actual
Could
real
be.
hair. I don't know.
When did they decide that they were going to be like guys who wore wigs or guys who just shaped their gray hair like that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a great question.
They all probably
Didn't the
smelled
wig-
really
I
bad.
think the wig thing started in England.
Right, isn't
Did
that
it
a-
not?
That's what I
They
thought.
still wear them in the House of Commons.
Like in all their,
Which is so fun.
their
Really
courtrooms
is.
and all that other
We
stuff.
should wear wigs.
I think a lot of people do. Women, a lot of women do wear wigs.
Yeah.
You know, nothing wrong with
A lot of
wearing
men
wig.
in Hollywood do.
Yeah, I mean,
Wiggy.
I guess if you're like bald, you could pull off. Now they're like, guys are doing the
They
wigs
do
for
the
their.
filler at the front.
Yeah, guys
Oh,
are like doing some
totally.
cool wigs nowadays. Like if they're bald and they want to have long hair, some braids or something. you
Well,
know.
also just a lot of movies that you watch, guys like that's not their hairline. They have like little filler behind it
Yeah.
and stuff.
front, what do they call them? Lace fronts
Okay.
to line it up, like the bald head and everything like that.
Yeah, make it look good
Mm-hmm.
on camera.
All right. Well, we are. Oh, I don't know what's going on with Eliza Dushku. Is Tom still waiting up there for her?
Yeah, I got a text a couple minutes ago from Tom saying that he's up there, doesn't see her.
Possible she came and he asked her out and she said yes.
Or that
No,
she
she
arrived
said no
went-
and probably left.
Right. She arrived and went to the gym.
All right. Well, I don't know what's going on there.
directions.
We'll see. We'll see what we can figure out there. We are going to get to your Hill notes, so you can leave one of those last minute on the Odyssey app on any topic. And short week for you, hopefully. Short week for us. Roadshow, final roadshow of the 5th roadshow season, happening on Thursday morning, not Friday. Thursday morning. In Newport, Rhode Island. We will be at the Lobster Bar, and on Wednesday night, we will be at the Landing outside on what should be a great night. We got a soccer game, a U.S. soccer game to watch, 8 o'clock, I believe, Shime, on Wednesday night with you in Newport. So road shows are all presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Absolute Tabasco. The hottest drop of the year is here by Catches Law Group. Your attorney, your neighbor since 1986. By Cambridge Mobile Telematics, making the world's roads and drivers safer. By Barton and Gray Mariners Club, outfitting the best experiences on the water. By Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. And by Land Rover Norwood, making the red turtle irrelevant. We will be back in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
I'm here.
Keefe coming up at 10. Not only can you listen to them, but you can watch them on Twitch or on YouTube. And they are brought to you, as we are on Twitch, by Springer's Jewelers. They are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. So if you are making your way north for the long holiday weekend, then make a stop at Springer's in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. You will find diamonds, beautiful timepieces, great designer jewelry, all at Springer's in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Little bit of speculating from ESPN this morning, Mego, on Jaylen Brown and who might be interested in Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, ESPN just put together a collection of what they're hearing as free agency opens up tomorrow. And they said the Clippers, Blazers, Trailblazers, and Nuggets are among the teams that have registered interest in Jaylen Brown. One executive told ESPN that the Clippers, quote, want Brown bad.
Okay. All right.
Question becomes, though, is this in return, is part of this deal have anything to do with Kawhi Leonard? You know what I mean? Because this is the thing that I believe. No matter what the Celtics do, if they ultimately do something, which, you know, Curtis asked me this early, and I'm probably leaning towards they ultimately do something and move Jaylen. Brad Stevens is going to get absolutely demolished and criticized. So now it becomes...
Will it be Chisholm or Stevens?
It'll be Stevens.
Okay.
Right. You mean that gets criticized?
Like, will fans say they're going cheap?
No, because whoever you're still gonna have to now, Mego, you know more about it. You're still gonna have to replace Jaylen's salary, right? You're still gonna have to.
In a trade, it has to be like the same. It has to even out.
So
basically.
you'll still be spending money if you're Chisholm.
I need Jones and Keefe to explain it because they talked about it like this would be an ownership issue.
Okay, so I don't know. You'd have to explain that to me. I thought the money still had to add up, so it wouldn't be about the money.
It may be that the organization has a bit of buyer's remorse on giving him the max. Like I could see that. Like,
right, but I think that was what
could you not see that?
I could be even when he got that deal. I'm like, he's probably not worth that much money, but that's what the market is for somebody of his caliber. And you ultimately know, I think it becomes, does the organization look and go, can we replace him knowing we're going to get killed? Can we replace him with enough where people are like, it isn't what we wanted, but the team looks like it could be good? Or are they just going to replace him to the point where people are going to be like, the Celtics, Brad Stevens made like a Nico Harrison move and traded away a great player and just got a bag of balls back
So
for him.
I will add that there is speculation here, too. They say there's a small pocket of execs and agents who believe the Celtics are bluffing with Jaylen Brown. So do you think
can they state their source, please?
Do you think there's any path back to...
Should Brad Stevens get a shirt that says that?
State your source.
Any path back to Jaylen being with the Celtics?
Turning me into a must.
If I'm Brad Stevens, I just basically say, hey, listen.
I just don't want to get stabbed.
We tried to move you, and it wasn't able to work out. We're going to do our best to build a team around you this season, but at the end of the season, we're going to try to move you for value that comes back that we're happy with and send you to a place that you're happy with. And you just basically say, all right, we're in this marriage. You kind of know it's over, but we're just doing it for the next year to see if there's another Giannis-type player that the Celtics can go, hey, would you be interested in kind of making that switch with us, whether it's an Anthony Edwards or whoever could be available.
This is Eddie in the car. Hello, Eddie.
Hey, guys, how are you? Listen, I don't think they're ever going to trade Brown because I don't think this team can be any better than it is with Brown on it right now. I don't think they can get the value back. So don't be surprised if they do not move this guy. I don't think they're going to.
Were they better when they traded Kyrie talent-wise, Eddie?
Kyrie was a nightmare. My God.
No, I'm asking you. No. I'm asking you talent-wise. Were they better talent-wise as an organization when they traded Kyrie Irving?
They got better because he was an absolute nightmare on that team. He caused more problem than it was worth. But Brown can still play ball, and if they don't get better with the trade, then Stevens is going to be in some trouble.
But I also think Kyrie, that's apples to oranges, because with the Kyrie, you could be like, all right, we're going to trade this guy knowing how good he is, but look at what Jaylen and Jason were able to do. They were able to basically take that team
in 2018.
Yeah, to a playoffs where you go, we have these young guys to build on. You don't have that, like, you know what I mean? So you don't.
You're not looking at Baylor and Ugo and saying these guys are definitely going to replace Jalen.
Right.
The way that you would look at JT and JB back then and go like, wow, they got to the Eastern Conference Finals when Kyrie and Gordon Hayward were both injured.
Right. So we don't really mind moving on from a guy like Kyrie because we have these young studs that look like they're going to take that next step. You don't, to that Mego's point, you don't have that right now. So you're losing this deal. No matter what the Celtics do, they're coming away as a loser. Wherever Jaylen Brown goes, they're coming away as a winner. The only way the Celtics were winning this trade is if you were getting Giannis.
Isn't Jaylen Brown going to be disgruntled, though, if he remains here going forward?
I mean, he's probably been, whether you want to use the word disgruntled, he's probably
not
been,
yet. Last year was his favorite year.
But he's probably been annoyed. He's probably looked.
This has been my favorite season so far.
Okay, but
he's looked at them sideways.
But
So,
it's different now.
but he's not going to change how he plays, though.
Well,
I don't think. I'm not. Jaylen Brown, does he strike you as the type of guy that's going to go out there and not give it his all, and not play his ass off just because he doesn't like the organization? He
No,
don't
but I
seem
mean,
like
but,
that to
but
me.
is he going to be streaming and
Yeah.
criticizing the organization and
Probably
criticizing the whole entire season? Like, do they really want that?
They probably don't want that, but
don't the
I would
Celtics
rather
know-
live with that than have a worse team.
Weggy, don't the Celtics know they're not going to be as good without Jaylen Brown, yet they're still pursuing trades for him?
They know now, yeah, I would think so. That's why I say then Brad Stevens basically was lying to us all when he said it's about making the team better so we can.
But there are several ways you can make a team better. You can remove someone who's not going to do what they did before. Like you yourself said, Jaylen Brown will never go back to the role he occupied before Tatum's injury.
Right.
So how do you build a team going forward knowing that he cannot assume the role you need him to fill?
Because you'll build a team around him where they have a legitimate big, and then you have two guys that are top 10 in the league, top 12, wherever you want to put it, that have shown that they can put their differences to the side.
But he's done doing that. You said that.
Yeah, but I don't think he might be done as far as like, all right, I'm not going to live in the shadow, but I still think he's going to go out there and nothing's going to change on the court with the game.
What do you think is like living in the shadow, though? Is he talking about like usage?
No, I think it's more just about the way that his name always comes up in trade talks, where he feels
good thing that hasn't happened for a bit.
The disrespect. That's what I mean. I don't think it's the usage.
Do you think that because, like when Ty was on a couple weeks ago, he said that the way that they had shown respect to him in the past was with the Supermax contract.
Mm-hmm.
So Jalen is eligible now for almost $142 million extension.
Right.
Can the Celtics repair if he is hurt by the trade rumors by giving him that extension now and saying
no, because he wasn't happy with the Supermax. That wasn't enough.
Right.
I'm just saying,
And
like,
to
it
Greg's
seemed
point,
to be to help him out for a couple years to feel like, okay, I'm gonna.
Are you saying it's like the ring Kobe got his wife?
But to Greg's point,
It was a beautiful ring.
It was.
But Mego, to Greg's point and just what he said, if they feel like it's a little bit of bias, remorse on the original Supermax, so now you're going to give him an extra 2
that's
years
just
at
what I'm asking.
$70 million per year?
If you're looking at a path to bringing him back and everybody being in a good place, money talks, right?
But now
Isn't that what we say? Like,
No,
buys respect.
I know, but that's not going to, like, I think that buys his respect a little bit, but I think it's more about.
Doesn't it give him all the power over the organization the second that deal's signed?
Well, it gives him the power in the sense of like.
He's got it. It's all guaranteed. Like.
Yeah. And if you're having buyer's remorse on like, all right, we probably shouldn't have gave him because you didn't feel like he was, worth $50 million a year. Now you're going to add 2 more years that are at $70 million per year. So what happens when you get to that point? Now you're just going to be, if you're not happy with it, now you're going to be trying to move a guy. And the other thing you said, imagine trying to move a guy with a $70 million a year price tag and how difficult that's going to be.
All right. Well, ESPN reporting 3 teams that are interested currently.
Clippers, Trailblazers, Nuggets.
Okay. They have not stated their source, but they will. And we will be back with Hill Notes next.
Come on, ref, end the game.
What's the rush? We're winning.
Well, just took one playoff hole at the Travelers, Scheim. Victor is the victor. Am I correct about that?
That's correct. Yeah, Scotty had an easier putt and just totally choked it away.
Pooped his pants. God.
Similar to that person at a Noah Khan concert.
That guy, a guy came up to me at the sandbar in Hull, and he was like, "You got to ease up on Scheffler." Okay.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Well, did you get into the piece on Phil Mickelson over the weekend at all, Curtis?
What a gigantic DB.
I mean, it seems like it's reasonably good journalism. I mean, you never know these days, Mego, but a little bit concerning the way Phil has been behaving for many years, apparently, on the tour.
They're not really competitive when it comes to careers. Tiger, obviously, I think triple the majors of Phil. But in terms of douches, that's a good battle. Phil versus Tiger.
Yeah. So, lengthy piece on his relationship with fellow golfer and that man's wife, which alleges that at one point Phil showed her a nude of himself. He was
unsolicited.
He was apparently aroused. And then the couple was staying with Phil, and he suggested that when the husband go to bed, that he and the wife could play another 9, if you will.
Okay.
And then he oftentimes, when he was at the country club he belonged to, and needed to escape off to get a little alone time with somebody else, he would pay one of the cart guys or maintenance guys, whatever, $500 to drive his phone around the golf course, because the missus probably had Find My iPhone or whatever on.
Tracking him.
So
super sleazy, but also kind of a power move.
Okay, yes. I mean.
He doesn't need a power move.
Yeah.
Like,
No, but he was prepared.
Yeah.
He was going to say, it's going to be a lot harder to catch me.
I know recently Lauren was somewhat suspicious of Scheim because she tracks his iPhone, and he was at the course and the phone was in the fairway. And so she was. Oh,
No, I'm not giving. I'm not.
Oh, that was a good one.
Fine.
I sent Scheim a nice picture of a vending machine I saw in North Carolina that had Pokemon cards in it. And he was like, "Those are way overpriced."
No,
like,
it's
right,
just they have a
thought
couple.
of you.
No, I appreciate that. I said thank you. It's those vending machines. They stick them in there, and they're like 3 times over what the actual price is. It's crazy.
So he has. I guess he was going to play the Open, the British Open, and now he's dropped out. And
yeah, I don't think he'll be playing anything anytime soon.
Is it an alcohol thing? Does he have an alcohol problem?
Or is he a freakazoid?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
sounds like he's kind of like Diddy World a little bit. Like it's more about the
maybe.
freakiness of it, right? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't look good when you see him.
Right.
Well, I would just say this. Think about how much a guy like Phil Mickelson would have to do to be kicked out of a golf club.
Yeah.
Like, golfers love being around great golfers. And if Phil Mickelson is like, even just for the name dropping alone.
Yeah, but if you're showing unsolicited.
That's what I'm saying. Like, clearly he was an a-hole for a very long time.
How often are the pics solicited? We always hear about the unsolicited.
Probably not that
I
often.
don't know any of my female friends who are soliciting.
Right. Not the thing you want to see, really.
Not like, I'm thinking about you.
Stop.
What do you mean
Send
that's
me-
cap?
Come on, just like guys want pictures.
No,
women,
they do not.
Women are worse than men when it comes to freakiness.
I'm not saying you're
Greg,
not
you can
freaky.
shake your
Let
head all you
let
want.
your freak flag fly.
Yes.
I don't think that this is something that a lot of women get into. I don't think they're like, hey, send me that.
Okay.
I'm sitting here at dinner. I want to see that
I didn't
right
say
now.
at like dinner, or I'm just, happen to be strolling along on a jog.
Well, I mean, I think I recollect not so long ago you and Lindsay exchanging a D pic.
What? That we were making fun of the Summer House guy. Is that what you're talking about?
And I think it's,
again.
Yeah, you didn't want to see that.
Yeah, no,
So
that
that's
was
really
like a
what-
joke, though.
that's
That's what I'm
what-
saying. I don't think it's.
yeah.
I don't think it's like a.
No, I think
ooh.
mostly, sadly, see, Wiggy will never want to accept this, but sadly, they are mostly making fun of them when they get them.
And Greg,
Yes.
I think it's not so long ago, not so
What
long
are you
ago.
looking at over there?
Okay.
What are you
All
looking
right,
at
yes.
over there? You're like looking
Yeah,
away
okay.
at something. Is
Yeah,
there something on
okay.
your phone?
Yeah, no. It's
What
like,
are you looking
It's like,
at?
please do not send me those unsolicited nudes of Cardi B. It's so disgusting.
No, I'm
men are different
genuinely.
than women,
yeah, I'm
Wiggy.
No, they're
genuinely
not.
asking.
They're not at all. Why is Pete Davidson all the rage?
Because here's the thing, guys. Whenever one of these pics leaks out, whenever one of these pics is disclosed, it's just that. It's just the centerpiece.
Okay.
It's never the full body. It's not like washboard abs
Right,
and like
right.
ooh, like big
Some of them are.
arms and stuff. No, it's always like, oh, here it is.
But I love
Nobody is asking for that.
I love how women just make it sound like
Nobody's
I don't want
asking
that.
for that.
Stop. And then they're like, "It's Curtis is right."
Oh, here you go.
As soon
Thinking
as-
of you.
As soon as like, oh my God, did you see Drake on an airplane? His joint is massive. They're running to the computers to look at the pictures.
I mean, Courtney spent 3 hours on Kelsey's sweatpants. Remember that?
right. Like the whole. And Curtis, that's a great point because you know what the number one thing is for women, and
What?
they don't want, and they act like they can't admit it.
What?
Is the gray sweatpants?
Yep.
What?
Well, now you don't know.
Oh,
Come on,
because
Mango.
you can see what you want to see in the gray sweatpants.
Yeah, I mean you've never heard that before. Your friends
I
don't
have
talk
heard that,
about
but I'm not like, ooh, look at him in the gray sweatpants.
Man, I don't know who you hang with, but it sounds like your friends are the bunch of squares, biggest
A bunch
squares
of
I
squares?
know. Yes.
Okay.
Because you're like, what's gray sweatpants? What do you mean, Pete
I'm
Davidson?
just making sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, but like I feel like every woman was like, you ask them, they're like, oh, where's the gray sweatpant challenge? We want to see this one with the gray sweatpant challenge. Megan's like, huh?
I don't think it was an actual challenge. Was
Oh,
it?
yes, it was.
Oh, it was like
Oh,
a
yeah.
TikTok thing?
Yeah, like,
Okay.
What is the first thing? And I don't know. I've always wanted to be one of the girls, but I haven't. So my question is simple. When you meet a girl who has been with a guy for the first time, what do they talk about?
How it was.
Well, and what is a big reason
You
or
guys,
a small
that,
reason?
That is not how those conversations always go.
Okay.
I think this is like classic.
No, it's classic.
Men are more obsessed with this
It's
than women
classic
are.
because
Men
women
are
deflect.
because men like to measure,
They're higher brow.
compare.
Right. The dude, he's been all over my timeline.
Usually, it's only notable if it's like
One way or the other.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Right. And if
that's the only time you're like, oh no.
So if it's
Oh.
average, it just doesn't come up.
Yeah.
Well, I would hope.
Yeah. I mean, I can't even get past a world.
Genuinely shine, yeah.
I can't
Like,
get.
all right.
Wiggy's just pissed. He spent 3 months stuffing his gray pants during the challenge.
No, I don't. It ain't for me.
It's supposed to go on the front.
I told you, it ain't for me. Listen, I'm happy with where I am. I'll walk on a nude beach. I'll put gray sweatpants on.
Amen.
But the irritating part is that
That means I have a little penis.
that women are like, oh, we don't do that. We don't do
I'm
that.
simply asking who is soliciting.
All your friends.
We always hear unsolicited.
all your friends. I guarantee you, all your friends.
Okay.
All your friends are sending text messages like, hey, babe, send me a little photo.
All right, we're going to have to, Sean, we'll get to Hill Notes coming up.
Sounds good.
And also, couple questions in Twitch about Eliza Dushku. I think I screwed that up. I had it as today. They're telling me tomorrow.
All right.
I'll put it on me.
Yeah,
but,
guys, I didn't scare her away.
No.
Neither did Tom, even though
And
that's what
honestly,
I
it
expected.
gives you another day to get your hair ready
Yeah.
for tomorrow
Will
and
do.
Eliza Dushku. So, all right, we'll be back with Hill Notes to end the show next.
The sun is shining.
Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Jones and Keefe coming up in just a little bit. In the meantime, Shime, let's get to Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
it's electric. You know what I can't wait for this morning? Greg to come in. First thing, Curtis, they're pulling me back in. Oh, this team's pulling. It's pulling something. But it ain't pulling anybody back in. Okay? The Red Sox are garbage. I know you're going to say it. I know you're going to say it. One win. I know it. I can smell it. I can taste it. I know it's coming. 5:33 a.m. right now. I was even thinking it last night.
Pretty exciting around the old ballpark this weekend, though. When you sweep the dreaded New York Yankees. I mean, how can you not think about it? It's happened before. I mean, you have teams that are at the very bottom of the league, and somehow they're able to turn it around. It could happen here.
All right. Well, we need to see more of it, right? They're taking on the Nationals. Sweep the Nats.
Well, I will say we put a poll up earlier, and it was about after the sweep this weekend. Should John Henry still pivot and sell pieces at deadline? And 77% of you say it's pivot time. Sell. The other 22% say buy at the deadline.
Far be it from me to be a honk, but in watching, did you see the NBC Peacock pregame show with Rizzo and Costas last night? It began without audio, which was great.
I was going to say, it took me a minute to switch over from golf that was on.
Yes. Well, I'm sure it was a dreaded minute.
How could you switch over from the Travelers? That was such an exciting finish.
All
Go
right.
ahead, Curtis.
Especially after that rain delay.
Right, yes.
Mego might have preferred the rain delay. So they are talking, they spent 3 to 5 minutes on the injury issues facing the Yankees with Aaron Judge and with Giancarlo Stanton, who's never been healthy, and one of their pitchers, whatever. And they didn't spend a second on Roman Anthony, Crochet, Marcelo Mayer. I mean, the list of Red Sox players are as good or the same or better than the ones that have been out for the Yankees.
Yeah, Trevor Story.
Trevor Story is a good one.
It was just a whiff. I mean, I know Aaron Judge is the biggest star in baseball with Shohei, but like, it didn't feel
they were basically making excuses for the Yankees that they are not willing to make for the Red Sox, is what you're saying.
What the story should have been is you have two teams that are banged up, not one.
Yeah, I can't wait to see when Bill O'Brien calls the shine play. It's going to look like when an out-of-state driver comes to a Massachusetts rotary. A lot of confusion.
Big Ben.
Did you happen to listen to that by any chance,
I
Mego?
did.
Yeah, it was very confusing. But
I
he's
just
working,
need the whiteboard. We're fine.
He's got to iron some of the details out. And,
Shime, how nervous did you get before that?
A little nervous, but you know, it's just my buddy Billy O. It was fine, you know.
It was the worst thing you've ever done, but also the best.
Good morning, folks. Regarding the Jaron Duran issue this morning, he has had responses in the past that have not gone well, and all it does is feed the fire. I think all he's trying to do now by saying nothing happened is quiet it down so that it doesn't continue to feed itself.
How about not do it, Bub?
Yeah, don't do it.
Nothing happened.
Like, he's saying nothing happened after something happened to make himself not get in trouble again.
Nothing happened.
We all know something happened. So just,
nothing happened.
Oh,
guy called in.
Oh, by the way, a guy who had DM'd me responded to the call, and he said that everything that guy said checks out, and he sent a picture of where he was, so I believe it entirely.
I believed that phone call.
Yeah, I did too.
You ever notice that when it comes to the Elvis impersonators, that none of them actually look like Elvis? Instead, they all tend to look like each other. Well, the same thing is going on with the folks that call in trying to sound like Wiggy. Not one of them sounds like Wiggs. Instead, they all sound exactly like each other. I think you all know what I'm talking about.
It goes more into the when like people do the Glenn Ordway voice almost.
Yeah, it does. It does get a little
morphing
Ordway.
into the Glenn voice.
It does, right? I didn't know Glenn and I sounded the same, but you know.
Some time ago, Courtney informed us that 7 is nuts. And at 6:05 this morning, Mego informed us that 8 is crazy. Welcome back, Mego.
7 is
dominated
nuts,
the world.
though.
They
8 is crazy.
8 is crazy.
Wiggy, not for nothing, my guy, but not that long ago you were like, the Red Sox stink. They got to pull off 6 in a row for me to be like, yup, okay, they're doing something. Now you're talking about 8? 8 is nuts. Brother, take the 4 and be happy with it.
No, I can't, because the 4 does nothing for you.
8 is crazy.
It does nothing for you, the 4. It's a good series sweep of the Yankees.
Well, it helps you in the division.
The division, it means nothing. Like, you're not catching the division. Like, you're not going to win the division. So I don't even think the Red Sox look at it like that. They're looking at it like, how do we get that third wild card spot? And yes, it's something, but you still now need to rip off 4 more to get in the real conversation.
I don't know how to pronounce Cape Verde, but I'm going to explain everything about it to you guys so you can learn something.
I told you, I'm calling my boy Derek, and I'm going to ask him, because I've always been saying Cape Verde.
Wiggy, you are killing me. It is Cape Verde, where Cape Verdeans are from.
All right. Well, I'm going to call him after the show.
You didn't believe the caller who called in? She sounded like
No, because
she was on it.
I'm going to call him after the show and been like, listen, I've been calling you guys Cape Verde, and no one's ever like...
Well, she had another pronunciation, but you had to be able to roll your R.
Capo.
Yeah. Ours are not an easy one for Wigs.
I've been around Cape Verde people, man. Brockton, man. You say Cape Verde, man. That's how you say it, man. Because I know y'all never heard about Cape Verde people, man. I know.
I do know.
He was in Brockton for a while.
Oh, I grew up with a kid who was Cape Verde, Nelson.
Yeah. Nelson?
Yeah. And I've always said Cape Verde, and no one's ever said, whoa, slow down. It's Cape, what did she say? Cape Verde.
Cape Verde.
Yes. No one's ever said, whoa, Wiggy, it's actually Cape Verde.
That'll do it today, Greg.
Thank you. All right, that'll do it on Hill Notes, brought to you by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric.
All right, that's going to do it for us, everybody. Thanks for being here to start the week. You got one more day. I get about 1.5 until the heat wave gets here. So enjoy it today. We will be back tomorrow at 6. Jones and Keith are next.
Now the time has come for leaving, fear now we shall return. We were so glad we could
ready for some pure hoops?
Yes, I am, Jones. Team options, analytics, all of it.
Team options and analytics. We're getting into the real nitty-gritty today.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
With Justin Turpin of WEEI. We call him Turp. Pure Hoops, you know him from the show. He is in today for Rich Keefe. We'll get to all your phone calls, and we're starting Jaylen Brown. Yes, Red Sox with a sweep and a walk-off last night. Bit of a tightrope walk, to be honest, or actually beyond that. Chapman couldn't walk the tightrope late in the game. They blew the lead. They came back and won it. We'll get to the Red Sox. We'll get to Duran walking it off and another fan incident. We'll get to the trade deadline and if the Red Sox can turn anything around. Well, another one for him. Rafaela had one last night.
Going wild down at Fenway Park.
Red Sox hate their fans, apparently. We can also get into some Patriots items. Bruins made a trade. A lot of stuff here today on Jones and Keefe. Turpin for Keefe. With your phone calls, 617-779-7937. That's how you dial us up. Interact on Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. Watch along in chat, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. Do the same on YouTube. You can watch there. You can chat there. Just subscribe to WEEI. With Terp here, great day to start with Jaylen Brown. That was an old interview he did with Chris Mannix a year or two ago.
Sounds like his feelings haven't necessarily changed.
I mean, he felt disrespected then. Never mind now and more trade rumors and on the way out of town.
Seventh best player, according to the analytics.
Well, the dig from an analytics guy to Bobby Marks. But
poor
Jaylen
Bobby
Brown
Marks.
Clearly
Caught in
not
the
happy with Bobby
crosshairs here.
Marks. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, indeed. So we'll get into this all day long. In fact, since you brought it up, you want to get right into those Bobby Marks comments
let's
from
do
over
it.
the weekend? Have you already talked about? I'm sure you talked about this weekend.
We did,
at some
yes,
point.
yesterday.
So let's get back into it. If you missed this is on Sirius XM. Bobby Marks, not a very good basketball executive when he had the job. Really lousy on the draft the other night. In fact, we were talking about it last week. Goes on Sirius XM and relays from someone within the league the prevailing wisdom from at least one person on Jaylen Brown.
The analytics of Jaylen Brown is not good. I'm more of an eye test guy. There are some people out there that look at that a little bit more deeper than what the eye test says. I had one, not an executive, but an analytics guy saying, well, yeah, we view him as like the seventh best player on a team. I was like, holy crap.
Holy crap. Your thoughts, Terp?
That's just ridiculous. I mean, you can argue the analytics, whatnot, all of that, but Jaylen Brown being the seventh best player on a team, whoever that analytics guy needs to be fired. You need to find anybody that watches basketball and tell me Jaylen Brown is the worst or the seventh best player on a team. That's just ridiculous.
He might not be the seventh best guy on an all-star team.
No.
Like, he might be, depending on how you hash it out, like the fourth or fifth best guy on an all-star team.
He
Never
was
mind.
sixth in MVP voting.
On a real NBA team, exactly.
And the analytics, they don't favor him. That's just the reality. But there also is an importance of the eye test, which Bobby Marks did say, but Jaylen Brown did not hear that part. He just saw the tweet itself and was going all in on it.
Yeah. Well, look, when you say that's nonsense, I mean, you don't think Bobby Marks made it up, right? I mean, he heard from a real analytics guy. So I agree. I don't think he made it up, and maybe some people feel that way. Maybe some of what's hurting Jaylen are the analytics offices within all these NBA teams.
Could that also be like a team trying to alter the price?
Could be.
Like, he's obviously out there. Teams are negotiating. There are plenty of teams interested in his services. You're trying to alter the price by dragging through these analytics here. Because, obviously, whoever did tell Bobby Marks that, there was intention behind that, right? Like, there was obviously a reason where he says, well, he's the seventh best in analytics.
Yeah, well, Bobby Marks is probably going, how come they can only get draft picks for Jaylen Brown? And it's like, well, there's his attitude, and he wants a contract extension, and he thinks he's better than he is. And, oh, yeah, by the way, analytics don't view him very well. So it could just be that, too. But you're right. It could be a team trying to drive down the price to get a guy they want.
You mean to tell me, Donovan Klingen's not on the table for this kind of deal? That's insane. Maybe it is the analytics. Maybe it is the off-court stuff with the streaming. Teams don't want that kind of attention around their organizations. I know the Celtics aren't really favored of the streaming, so maybe it's that. But, yeah, there are plenty of question marks around this whole thing.
The Celtics don't like the streaming now.
No, they definitely not.
Well, what do you mean? He's been doing it.
He's been doing it. Yeah, what are they going to tell him? They're not going to tell him no. He did cancel the one last week, though. Did you see that? He was scheduled to do one on Thursday with two guys that were performing at the House of Blues, and he ended up canceling it.
I had been told all along. I had heard. I'd said he's just an athlete speaking his mind. No big deal on the Twitch. So now, so the team doesn't like the Twitch stream now.
No, and Stephen A's all over it too.
Okay. Meanwhile, Jaylen Brown has responded, by the way, to Bobby Marks. This all came out over the weekend. He said to a quote tweet, the pull quote there that we just played for you, Jaylen said, analytics nowadays used to discredit and control narratives, roll the ball out. None of these guys are better than me on both ends. Who does he work for? He works for ESPN, just FYI.
The best is when he added the AI hoops.
He used to work for the Nets. Okay, so he had a follow-up tweet. He goes, no one. He had this stat a little too ready to go for my taste. It might be factual, but he really had this one at the ready. Nobody has won more combined regular season and playoff games since I entered the league 10 years ago, said Jaylen Brown. He also added, as you just said, their term, analytics have/are ruining the game. We're playing AI hoops. So
nothing pure about that. No pure hoops.
That is
the AI hoops.
Absolutely not pure hoops.
No.
You're right about that. So I just wonder, who's he really yelling at? Is he really yelling at Bobby Marks and a tweet that bothered him? Or is he yelling at the organization and how they favor analytics and their approach to the game and the way Missoula ball is played and Stevens and Mike Zarin and probably the owner? Who are you really yelling at, Jay? Are you really that put off by a random quote on Twitter? He might be. The guy's always put off by stuff and always bothered, and he still holds on to getting booed on draft night a decade ago. He can't get past it. He hates being in all these trade rumors. So maybe it's the tweet. Or is he really just lashing out and yelling at an organization that feels like it's dominated by analytics?
I think it's a lot of things. I think it's added frustration throughout the whole offseason, right? Like, clearly, we haven't heard from him, so I shouldn't say clearly. Like, we don't really know how he's feeling. There's a world where he was open to either possibility of returning to Boston or being traded. But anytime an athlete sees their name in trade rumors, it usually annoys them. They're not happy with that. And obviously his name being really in a lot of these rumors throughout the offseason, now being dragged on the analytical side, like, it's probably a combination of a lot of things. Like, it's been a frustrating offseason for him. Like, obviously he had a career year, was very proud of what they were able to accomplish with the 56 wins and the season that he had. And now it's just being dragged all over the place, where I think people are starting to now undervalue him, and he sees it clearly. He saw it, responded within a couple hours after that. So I think there is a lot that goes into it. It's been a frustrating offseason for him, as someone would understand.
Yeah, I just wonder too what the market is for Jaylen, because it doesn't sound great, Terp. I mean, Giannis for Jaylen, I always thought was a fair return. I personally wouldn't have done it, but I wasn't like, wow, the Celtics are getting ripped off. I thought that was a fair return. If you're getting Jaylen for, as we talked about on Friday, 4 first-round picks and, developmental prospects or young prospects, not even established players, I mean, that to me is just abhorrent. And I don't know if I'm mad at Bill Chisholm for that. I don't know if I'm mad at the way Brad Stevens bungled it. I don't know if I'm mad at Jaylen for tanking his own trade value. But whatever it is, that is not how a player of his caliber coming off the season he just had should be valued. And it does make me wonder if, the 7th player on a team sounds ridiculous. Maybe that's one analytics guy going too far. I do wonder if analytics running sports, running the NBA, I wonder if that's part of the reason people are out on Jaylen. Like, I don't discount that Marks might be onto something with that.
Also, another big part of this is obviously the contract. That is a massive contract.
Right.
Especially when you're trying to build teams in the apron era. It's
Does
tough.
he want the extension picked up? Does he want it picked up right now? Never mind eating the current contract.
Right. And if they're continuing to shop him, I can't imagine that they're very high on that extension. That feels very unlikely. I know we were throwing it out there right after they missed out on the Giannis sweepstakes that, hey, one way to rectify this would just be go give him the extension, right? It'd pay him $70 million in his age 34 and 35 seasons. I just think in the apron era, in the way that the NBA is constructed now, that's just not a deal the Celtics want to do. And that's just my thoughts. This is like no reporting on this, but I feel like if they were going to do the extension, this wouldn't be such a prominent thing. And I think that is an interesting part of this offseason. Like, there are players eligible for extensions. Like Pritchard, you got to start thinking about that one. Kata, the team options are today. Like, that's going to kind of give you some clarity. But it feels like if a Jaylen Brown trade is going to happen, it's going to happen sooner rather than later, because that changes your whole offseason. That changes how you construct this team. And free agency starts tomorrow.
I'll tell you, Vince Goodwill agrees with you. We'll get to his latest report and a couple of new teams being linked to Jaylen Brown in these trade rumors, which could happen very quickly. We'll get to all of that on Jones and Keefe. Terp in for Keefe here today, plus your phone calls coming up in just 2 minutes.
At Milligan and Higgins, they understand.
So that was Shams from last week. Oh, the Blazers might be interested, which Brian Robb of Mass Live did some follow-up reporting on this. That's your colleague on the Celtics beat there.
Yes,
Turp.
it is.
Justin Turpin in for Keefe today on Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. We'll get your phone calls coming up at 617-779-7937. B-Rob followed up on that. Avija off the table in trade discussions for Jaylen Brown. He was an all-star a year ago.
Yeah, he's really good.
Did he make All-NBA?
He was on the fringe. I think he did sneak on.
Did he sneak on to the third team?
Yeah, let me double-check that. But, yes, that would be the player I want. Him or Klingon. And
well,
both are off the table.
He's off the table, and B-Rob says it would be difficult to pry away Klingon, a.k.a. Kling Kong, in that deal. That would be a guy who would impact the rim. So that is the Blazers report and a team that's been linked to Jaylen Brown. Your thoughts on that? We can get to others. Bill Simmons has a new one this morning, one that we've actually surmised on this show. You think the Blazers would make sense in a Jaylen deal?
I mean, that feels like the front runner right now just from all the reporting, and they have the draft capital to do it, but it feels like that'd be mostly picks, and then there'd be some players. I feel like this wouldn't be a deal where it would just be players. I get the sense, or picks rather. I get the sense like there will be players in either which way it goes, but like the best players in the Blazers there aren't necessarily available. And I don't know. There's kind of this misconception I think with like the Celtics would be willing to move him maybe for less because they missed out on the Giannis sweepstakes and because they don't think this can be like rectified. And we don't really know, right? Like we haven't heard from Jaylen Brown, so that's all kind of speculation. Brad Stevens didn't really give us much clarity when he talked about it last week, so it's kind of wait and see with that.
I think Brad gave us some clarity.
I think it couldn't be fixed.
No, I just think he's like, well, he's here for now, and yeah, they can win a title together. But when he said, "But I can't predict the future," like
that was very telling.
3 different times in one answer. I mean, is it clarity? Maybe that's too strong of a word, but yeah, maybe telling is the better way of saying it.
Yeah,
like
that was very telling.
That gave us a pretty good clue where things were heading.
Because
I think
every other year it's been like, yes, the Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown pairing works. That's our best avenue to a championship. And he was very defiant when he was asked. He was like, can they still win a championship together? He said yes, and that was it. Did not elaborate. But the predicting the future, at times he talked in the past tense. Like it felt very telling. And obviously he's going to leave every door open. He's not going to commit to it. But we were talking about it before then. It's like he very well could have came out and said this was specific to Giannis. When a guy of Giannis's caliber is available, you have to do whatever you can to go out and get him. And it could have left it at that. We love Jaylen. We're going to build around Jaylen. This is where we're going forward.
Yeah.
He did not do that.
No, not
so
even
there
close.
was. He was asked point blank as well, will Jaylen Brown be on this roster come training camp? And did not answer the question. It could have been a yes, and then this whole thing would have been put to bed. So we'll see what happens again. Like it feels like this has to happen sooner rather than later with free agency opening tomorrow. That's going to change everything you do.
Vincent Goodwill has written for ESPN today. The Clippers, Trailblazers, and Nuggets, we'll get to them, are among teams that have registered interest, sources told ESPN. So who would that be? We just went through Portland. The Nuggets is Jamal Murray, allegedly, which we can get to. The Clippers, I was hoping, was Kawhi. We've actually talked about that quite a bit.
Although might be going back to Toronto.
It does. And the deal I liked with the Clippers that we were theorizing was you also got a draft pick on draft night. Now that's gone in a good draft, which this one was. So, you know, Kawhi straight up for Jaylen, I feel like you're saving face if that's even what it is. It might be. The Clippers send Kawhi to Toronto and get a bunch of picks, and then they send those picks to the Celtics for Jaylen. Like, I don't know. One executive told ESPN the Clippers want Jaylen badly. Execs believe the Celtics are canvassing the league to figure out what Brown's true value is. So you'd think if you had a plan and you were on top of things, you would already know that. They don't know, according to ESPN. He has 3 years left on his contract. There's a small pocket of executives and agents who believe the Celtics are bluffing with Brown, but that the prevailing thought is they want to move on soon. So what does that mean? Free agency starts tomorrow. You don't want him holding you hostage all offseason. Like, if it's soon, when free agency gets going tomorrow, that means he's, getting dealt by later today, tomorrow at the latest?
Yeah, this isn't like, I don't get the sense that this would be something like the Drew Holiday trade where he comes available on the eve of training camp, you get him. Like, I don't see that being a thing because, again, this shifts your entire offseason. It depends on the players you get back. It depends on where you want to go from here. Like, obviously, they've been pretty clear that they want to put more pressure on the rim. They want to get a guy that can do damage down low. And they also want, Brad Stevens mentioned the other day, that they want somebody with speed on the perimeter. So they have a clear avenue of where they want to go. Looking at the draft picks they had, you don't expect them to contribute right away, especially Sinak in the first round. Like, he's raw. Like, they're going to develop him. It doesn't feel like he's going to be ready right away. So there's a lot of work to be done on this roster. And the first domino that needs to fall in order to get going on that work is figuring out where things go with Jaylen Brown, whether that's building with him, which the Celtics have the leverage in that sense. He's under contract for 3 more years. What's he going to do? Not play? He's going to hold out? Like, Jaylen Brown doesn't strike me as that type of player.
Well, he might not hold out, but he might be doing his Twitch stream every week and saying nonsense about the team and being a general distraction. And I don't know. I mean, a guy with a bad attitude, even if he's showing up, can be problematic.
100%.
And can
We've
prevent
seen
the team
that a bunch of times
from going where they want to go. Yeah.
Devers, we saw it there. We're like, there are different ways to do it, but yeah, this is like has to be the first domino to fall. And maybe they feel like this can't be fixed, Jaylen Brown. And we don't know, again, we don't know the communication that they've had between Jaylen Brown, his agent, and Brad Stevens, all of it. We don't really know. It's unclear. We don't know how Jaylen Brown feels. We haven't heard from him. So it's all kind of speculation right now. But if the belief is that this cannot be fixed, then the sooner the better for this trade.
Okay. Bill Simmons has an idea. It would be Jaylen Brown for Jamal Murray effectively. Here's what he had to say about this last night.
There's a lot of smoke billowing around Denver in general. Some I believe, some I don't believe. Murray and Cam Johnson for Jaylen and Hauser. And I am getting somebody who I still think is one of the best 25 players in the league back for Jaylen. I think if I'm Boston, I'm signing up for that trade. If I'm Denver, I'm at least having a 6-hour meeting, and it's a reconstruction of a team because you're going to remove the Murray-Jokic pick and roll, but you could run a lot of that offense through Joker. You re-sign Peyton Watson with the extra money, and you could argue that team's better, it's bigger, it's deeper. You have Jokic and Gordon and Jaylen as your front line. You have more flexibility, and you have somebody who can really step in if Gordon gets hurt. And now you're not getting destroyed if that happens, and you're under the tax. That trade makes a ton of sense to me, Zach.
No thanks on a 6-hour meeting.
Yeah, Zach.
I'm all set with that.
No, we have those from time to time here. But I
Better,
think
it's bigger, it's deeper.
Oh, put that on a T-shirt. When the Celtics get that team, put that on a T-shirt. But you would be in or out on Jaylen for Jamal Murray.
I'd be in on that. I think, like, to Simmons' point, like, that's a top 20 player. I think a lot of people view him that way. He had a great year last year, and it kind of fills a need. Like, obviously, they need a point guard, somebody that can create their own shot, that can score at all 3 levels, and he does that at a very high rate. So,
guy who hits big shots too.
Big shots. He's very clutch.
I don't know that Tatum. I know people quibble with this. I don't get the feel that Tatum's the most clutch. Murray's clutch, and so that might be a good match with Tatum. I do feel like, and I said this last week, knowing some of the other names now that are out there, like a pile of garbage from the Blazers, or Evan Mobley, or even Trey Murphy, who I like. Now we're hearing names like that for you can't even get forget about Klingon and Avdija for him. If I could get Jamal Murray now, I guess I would do it. But it feels
only
like
29.
It feels like you're trying to save face. Yeah, he's in the same draft as Jaylen.
Yeah.
So it feels like you're trying to save face there. But I would probably at this point sign up for a deal like that.
I mean, he's averaged 20 in 5 straight years. Obviously, is very talented on both ends of the floor, and that's a player I think you can get behind. I think if you are going to trade a guy like Jaylen Brown, you're going to want to see a player in return. It's not going to be the picks. Like, I don't think anyone necessarily wants to see picks for that because you're wasting a year of Jason Tatum's prime. I think that's a big part of this, and I think if you bring in a player like Jamal Murray, people can get behind that, right? That's a champion. That's a guy who's been a very good player in this league for a couple of years, better part of a half a decade now. I'd be in on that. I think of the players that we've heard available, not like that have been reported to be potentially in a package, that's probably the most exciting one. And if you're moving Jaylen Brown with the thought of clearly they decided that this roster is not good enough if they were willing to go out and get Giannis. That's how much that would have been a franchise-altering change. That speaks volumes to how they feel about where this is at.
Just being in on him is franchise-altering because look at the
fallout. Yeah.
Look at the fallout from it, exactly.
So they clearly acknowledged that this team, as constructed, is not good enough to do it. And whatever that looks like Jamal Murray can't be your only move. Like, you obviously need to make other moves with that. And I think getting a big man, like another center, is a huge priority. And like the Queta question's fascinating. Like, what do they look at with him? Do they look at the Queta that we saw through the regular season?
I'll push back on this. I don't find the Queta question all that fascinating.
Do they view him as a
starting
starting center? I
on.
guess is the question.
I get it. It's a real consideration for them. But there's bigger stuff going on with the Celtics.
100%. Yes.
We can get to that. 617-779-7937. Simmons had more on that podcast, by the way, about how Jaylen is carrying himself about Tatum's absence in all of this, which, thank God, we've been talking about that a lot here on this show. I'm happy other people are starting to do that, especially someone like Simmons. What's going on there? I want Terp's thoughts on that. Plus, something we just mentioned, can Jalen hold up their whole offseason if they don't move on quickly? We'll get to all of that with your phone calls next.
Tonight, Sox and Nationals. The Mavs music.
anybody can argue with the fact that he has earned the right to feel that way, because this season in particular, he showed that he could be the number one option and carry you to 56 wins and a number 2 seed in a conference. We know that. But the point is, what does he want? If he doesn't care about those things, then Boston ain't even having a conversation about anything, because they already got Jason Tatum and they got him. The fact is they're having these conversations because in their heart of hearts, everybody knows what Jaylen Brown really, really wants. He ain't trying to be deferential or a sidekick to anybody. He wants to be that dude.
Jones and Keith live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. No Keith today, which means you got Terp, Pure Hoops. That's where we're starting today. All the latest on Jaylen Brown. Could he go to the Nuggets for Jamal Murray? Bill Simmons likes that deal. So does Terp. Could he go to the Blazers for what amounts to a bunch of picks since they won't put their best players on the table? Maybe. Vincent Goodwill at ESPN says something's happening soon. And on top of that, you have Jaylen clapping back at Bobby Marks. Who's he really mad at, though?
The analytics guy.
When he's going at analytics, is he really mad at a random tweet, or is he really mad at an organization top to bottom that feels like it's dominated and run by analytics? You can discuss at 617-779-7937. You agree with Stephen A. there? He wants his own team?
It's been a question for years, right, with Jaylen Brown, whether or not like he wants to be the guy, be that number one per se, where he's a 1A here. It's been a question, and maybe after this year, after he kind of gets the taste of that and, you know, has the success that he has, maybe he does feel that way. But from everything that he's talked about in the past, and again, that's really all we have to judge off because we haven't heard from him.
We have his actions.
We have his actions.
What he says on
tweets.
Twitter and
Speaking of,
Twitch
did you see
streams and all
Stephen
this?
A. took his side on that?
Which?
Stephen A. took his side on the analytics thing. He's like, now this is utterly ridiculous, and he's like on and on.
Oh,
about
did he
how,
tweet
yeah,
about it?
He was like, oh yeah, this is crazy.
Honestly, I feel like Stephen A's gone out of his way to kind of defend Jaylen as a player and make it
He
clear
was picking him for MVP.
He's only pissed about his comments, which whatever. I feel like we can all
Stephen A.
figure that out.
Eats that up. He got like a 12-minute monologue, just him staring at the camera, making these empty threats at Jaylen last week. Like he is all over this. This is like the best thing for him. In some ways, it's great for Jaylen too, because people are gonna watch his stream to hear what he says about Stephen A. So this back and forth between those two is good business for both of them.
He accepted the challenge last week, and they'll probably have another powwow where they sit down.
Not the
and
dungeon, as Stephen A. calls it, though.
No.
He's not going to the dungeon.
But then, you know, it'll be a big nothing burger like the last time the two of them sat
Yeah, it was like
down.
an hour long at the practice facility.
They both
There was
pussyfoot
nothing
around,
there.
and then, yeah, I think it's not I don't think that'll be heading to much. So the reason I asked you about what Stephen A. had to say there is Bill Simmons echoed some of that in his podcast. We played you the Jamal Murray Nuggets portion of it. He also said that Jaylen is kind of gallivanting around France, which is where he's been, and he's acting like he's not a member of the Celtics. He's acting like he's no longer a member of the team. So that feels like a guy who knows he's gone and maybe is happy that he's gone.
Yeah, and maybe they talked about this before. Maybe this was communicated before the Giannis trade and beyond just Giannis, right? Because remember we were speculating, it's like, well, what if they told him this is a specific pursuit to Giannis and he understands the business side, which we questioned at the time whether or not that was the case. But maybe it was conveyed to him after the season that we're going to look to move you this offseason. We feel like the best path forward for us to contend is going in a different direction. And maybe they explain the contracts, whatever. Maybe this conversation didn't even happen. We don't know.
Maybe they showed him the analytics.
That was it. Just to be like, actually, Jaylen, you're the 7th best player on this. You should actually, you shouldn't have even been in the rotation. We're going to get you out of here, actually. The analytics don't
It was
like
actually
you.
a Celtics analytics guy who reached out
That's
to
exactly
Bobby
what it was. It was
Marks.
like, Bobby, you're never going to believe this. We showed this to Jaylen. He's angry about it. But, yeah, I mean, it's the whole thing is that's the first domino that needs to fall for the Celtics. And maybe it is in this second apron era and all this and how you build teams now, tough to have two guys that play the same position and win that way.
Do you agree with that?
I don't.
I don't either.
But I think that is a common perception from around the league that people do believe that way. And I think the Knicks, it's kind of an extreme example when people look at the Knicks because Jalen Brunson took a ridiculous pay cut. So, like, not many players are going to do that. So the Knicks are kind of an extreme example with that, but I don't necessarily get behind that. For years, you've always said the Tatum and Brown duo gives you a chance to win a championship. What's changed now?
No, I mean, I would start with those two. I didn't want to break them up this offseason. I'm kind of resigning myself to the fact that it's about to get broken up.
That's where I'm at, too.
But I wouldn't have broken it up because I think you can win with 2 wings. I absolutely think that.
It's worked. Nobody has more wins postseason and regular season than the Jays since they were, as Jaylen Brown points out. Well, no, he said himself.
Jalen has more than Tatum, actually, if you ask him.
Yeah, his rookie year, they had a great year that year.
And he got an extra 56 this year, or whatever it was, without Tatum this year. So, look, I don't agree with that. I don't. The other thing Tatum said, that Simmons said on his podcast, and this is something that we've been talking about. I think it's been amplified quite a few places. I think, in fact, who was catching flack for it last week? Seth Greenberg was getting flack for it on Get Up from Celtics fans, but Simmons is noting the silence from Jason Tatum as a notable storyline here on the Jalen front. I'll just point this out. I didn't realize this. A buddy of mine alerted me to this. Tatum was active on Instagram this weekend.
Yeah, wish Ron Harper well. And Bradley Beal a happy birthday.
He shouted out, well, so I'm concerned about his teammates, but okay, Bradley Beal a happy birthday as well.
Boy.
They're St. Louis guys. He shouted out Ron Harper Jr., screen grabbed from Shams Charania, saying that he's got a new 3-year, $9 million deal. And he just shouted out my dog with a little, what's this, like a fingers crossed emoji?
Yeah, like they're buddies.
Oh, they're tight.
Yeah,
I was like, why are you crossing
yeah.
this? Like, so hopefully you stay healthy
Yeah,
there,
they're
bud.
tight.
I didn't know he was crossing his fingers. Okay. So he did that. That's interesting, Terp, because I thought part of what I had heard about his silence is that he doesn't get involved in other people's contractual business. And why would he do it? And now here he is with Ron Harper, who, all due respect, is a scrub. And he's now
He started a Game 7, Jones.
He's now commenting on that contract, but he can't say a thing, good or bad, about Jaylen Brown. That's odd.
It depends on what has been said privately. Like, they were in the same location. Maybe they are talking behind closed doors, and
Maybe
we don't
they
know.
are.
But we don't know.
I know what he's saying about Ron Harper. I have no idea what he's saying
Right.
about Jaylen
It
Brown
would go a
because he
long
won't
way.
put it out on social media.
It would go a long way if he did come out and say something, because, of course, now this is what people are talking about. But how often do you really see that in sports? Like, across the sports landscape, especially when right now it is just rumors. Unless Brad Stevens, again, we don't know what he said to Jalen, what he said to Jason. You don't really know. But how often do you see when a player's teammate is in rumors, they come out and say something? It just doesn't happen, right? Like, that's not a thing that...
Well, say something, no, but could he put out a picture of the two of them on Instagram and we could all read into
Just
it and
out
be
of
like,
the
oh,
blue?
what's like the two of them like side by each?
I guess, but I feel like that doesn't really happen
Marchand,
either.
and then everybody ripped over Marchand for it.
Yeah. Well, Marchand did it after he was traded.
Right.
Didn't he?
Yes, that was after.
I think it was around the same time.
I thought it was after. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, he put like a bunch of slides up after he had been traded.
No, I'm wrong. It was after. No, it was after he yelled at Keefe.
It was after Keefe.
It was after he yelled at Keefe before he got traded. No, you're right. No, I mean, look, I would read into
That's
it.
different though, because that's not like
He's getting ripped out of the way for it.
Before then, we were still saying that we don't trade captains, which I don't know if they did that.
No,
but
they do.
They
Captains
did.
absolutely
Before
get traded.
that, we were saying that they don't trade captains, and then he was posting those while they were still teammates, and they are obviously still teammates. But like this, it's just I feel like it just doesn't happen when it's just rumors. You know,
does, but it's not like he has to say much. He could just do my dog with a little cross fingers emoji. He could put out a picture of him and Jalen. It would take 2 seconds, and he hasn't done it. So why? And a lot of people are starting to latch onto that. I know you don't subscribe to it as much, Terp.
No.
But you just said if he wants to put some of this to bed and it's no big deal, just put it to bed.
But also, does he know that like they're actively trying to trade him?
I
Like,
think he probably wants him off the team.
I'm sure
That's
that
what
he's
I
aware.
think.
I don't know if it's that far. Like, I really don't. Like, if Jason Tatum
he's a human being. And he's got to be sick and tired of all of this nonsense about I have the most wins over the last 10 years. No one, Tatum included, has more wins than me over the last 10 years. It was my favorite season. Look at the numbers at the All-Star break, what we're doing without Jason Tatum. He's a human being. He has to be sick and tired of that.
Sure, but if this is, say that the package is, just for hypothetical, they trade Jalen for just picks. Tatum's going to be walking in like the Will Smith in the house meme and like just nothing's
Maybe.
there. It's like, what do I do now?
Let me give you
But
an
that's
alternate.
wasting away his prime.
Let me give you an alternate read on this. No, I agree. If they get a bunch of picks, I'll be
Which
bullcrap about it.
I don't think would be the case.
Let me give you an alternate read on it. Maybe Tatum looks at it and said, well, Jalen won 56 games with these guys last year. I'm better than him. I can do that.
I've talked about this before, and this isn't necessarily like they had a great year last year. They won 56 games, and they had development from up and down the roster. But when you actually take a look under the hood at some of the underlying numbers with that, first of all, just like the most obvious thing, tanking was so bad in the NBA last year, they had to make a reform. You look at the Eastern Conference, the Wizards were trying to lose. The Pacers were trying to lose. The Nets were trying to lose. Milwaukee at the end of the year was trying to lose.
That's the NBA. And I
then you add in the
agree.
West, but
I
like,
agree.
that's-
Lottery reform should maybe clean some of that up.
That's like
maybe.
40% of your schedule was
But
trying
that's-
to lose.
But that's the NBA. In the second half of the year, that is what it is. Every single
But this
year.
was from the start. Teams were outright tanking.
Yep.
The Pacers from the start were tanking. It reached levels that it had never reached before. And so you're kind of getting fat and happy on these teams that were purposely trying to lose.
So if Tatum doesn't win more games than Jalen, it's because
Like next year?
the rest of the league's trying hard?
Next year? Well, no,
Yeah.
the Celtics play harder than everyone, Jones. That was their MO. You didn't hear that all year. That was their thing.
I heard it. I bought into it, for
Yeah.
God's sakes.
But that was also another red flag. Like, that was another question mark that people had going into the playoffs, right? It's like you win a lot of games because you are the harder playing team every night, as much as they wanted to put that out there. And it was true. And that was evident, like, watching the games. But that's easier in the regular season to, like, sustain. When you're in the playoffs, everyone's trying their hardest. Like, it's not like teams are kind of coasting and taking nights off. So that was another kind of little difference there.
Text line, Jones, even if Tatum did make a comment, you'd twist it around and make it a big deal. Well, that's true. I mean, that's whatever he does, I'm going to make it a big deal. That's true. Johnny is in Brooklyn. Hello, Johnny.
Hey, thanks for the call. Yeah, I'm a big Jaylen Brown fan, although I don't listen to any of his streams, so I'm kind of on the outside of all that. I'm just wondering, like, what part of this is about the money versus about the person? And then, the $70 million, yearly contract coming up. Is Murray not going to be in line for the same number? Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
So I don't know what Murray's extension eligible for, but they were in the same draft class. I'd imagine it's something similar. And right now they make very similar money. They both make 50 plus.
50. So it's $50 million this year, 53, and then 57 for Murray.
Okay, so right, you're going to have the same problem, quote unquote.
So he actually might be eligible this year.
Yeah. So I'm going to say you're going to have the same problem, quote unquote, with each of these guys. They're probably both going to want to get paid.
And wouldn't that fly back in the face of building around two max guys? If the money's essentially the same, what's the point there? That would fly back in that. So wait, you can't keep the Jays together because of the money, but we can bring in Jamal Murray at $50 million. You can bring in Giannis and extend him.
I don't think they're breaking them up because of the money. They were willing to take on the Giannis money. I think. I believe that. Trust me, I bet Chisholm would like to save every penny he can. But I don't necessarily think the driving factor was the money. I think it's Jalen. I think they're done with him. And I kind of disagree with that. I get why he's annoying and you don't want to hear from it, but I would have continued to keep those two together. I think they're there, all of them. Chisholm, Stevens, maybe Missoula, probably Tatum. I think they're all done with him.
You know, part of it too,
and he might be done with them.
What assets do you have? Like if this requires a longer overhaul, if this roster needs a lot more work, you got Ugo, right?
Shireman,
you got
those guys can't go on a deal for Giannis.
If you're really going to like overhaul this roster, what assets are there? Like Derek White has value, obviously, but what do teams look at him after the shooting year that he had? Obviously, the defense, there's real value in that. First team all defensive, had finished like top six in defensive player of the year voting. There's value in that, but the shooting might scare people off. Beyond him, like who's there that you can really have value with? Jalen's kind of like the only answer.
Look, well, except doesn't sound like anybody wants to pay up for him. 617-779-7937. We can get into all your thoughts on this. We'll get back to the Celtics and Jalen, all the latest. Obviously, anything happens there, we'll get to it. However, huge weekend for the Red Sox, and Jarren Duran right in the middle of all of it. And I mean all of it. Let's get to that with your thoughts next.
What if we dropped it?
I'll tell you what, something happened. The Red Sox swept the Yankees. No. Something happened. They swept the Yankees last night on national TV. And Jarren Duran, who one day is busy yelling at fans and getting pulled back by his teammates, and then the next day, not in the starting lineup, enters as a pinch hitter, does nothing, but then comes up in extra innings and walks it off as the Red Sox get their first 4-game sweep of the Yankees since 2018. Oh, geez, what'd they do that year?
Wait, they're winning the World Series.
Yeah, 2018.
Facts are facts.
I mean, it was
That's
pretty good,
what happened.
Pretty good baseball team. So a lot happened with the Red Sox this weekend. You can discuss here on Jones and Keefe, Turp in for Keefe, with your phone calls, 617-779-7937. Red Sox pitching, dominant. They now have 11 straight quality starts. Sonny Gray had a no-hitter into the 8th inning last night, 7 1/3, most of his career. He looked excellent. Red Sox fall apart in the 9th inning. Wilyer Abreu, who look, I mean, there's a lot going on in his personal life, his country. What's happened in Venezuela is devastating. So I'd cut him a little bit of leeway, but the plays he was making last night in right field are just literally jaw-dropping. The throw he had from right field.
That was from Cisco Brewers. He was across the street.
I couldn't believe that throw. Never mind Scrappy Doo not cutting it off, thinking that Chapman was behind him. Like, just a disaster.
I was like, here they are. Here come the Red Sox.
Agreed. And it's like, that was the most Red Sox thing ever. They're yelling at fans. Rafaela was yelling at a fan last night. Duran won't talk about it after the game. Nothing happened. And then the Red Sox were going to lose that game. That's 100% what I thought was happening. They're down 4-2 in the 10th. You're like, here we go. Then they're able to come through. And you get some big hits. Siegler, that's a piece in the Harrison trade. I'm not telling you that makes up for the Harrison trade, but he's looked good.
The guy's eloetric, too.
In his small game. He is a fiery guy.
Always, like, talking to the fans. It's pretty cool.
He places one through the right side. It's 4-3. Yoshida gets this electric double where he's sliding into second, and now the go-ahead run is on second base. You get a sac fly from Cheng and then the walk-off from Duran. So the Red Sox wind up winning at 5-4. They are now 4.5 games out of the wild card, not first place. 4.5 games out of the third wild card, Terp, and they have their longest win streak of the year.
Just think if they didn't stink it up in Colorado. Like, it actually, the conversation is much different because 4.5 is still pretty big, especially when you're looking at
they only gained a game and a half after winning 4 in a row.
4 in a row, yeah.
No, they've won 7 out of 10. It should be 9 out of 10. They should have won both
They
those
should
games
have
in
won
Colorado.
9 out of 10.
Yeah.
If they had won 9 out of 10 and they just took care of business in Colorado like they should have, the conversation today is much different. You're looking at this and like everyone knows the team's not great, but the AL is so bad that you're looking at this like, wait, they could actually make this at least interesting in the wild card race, but
stop it.
They don't.
Get some help.
I mean, I'm not saying. Obviously, we know the team is not. Even after this, they have the second fewest wins in the American League.
They're going to lay an egg against the Nationals.
Of course they are. They're going to get swept. They've been allergic to momentum all year.
Here's the thing: the Nationals are kind of like the bizarro Red Sox. Not in terms of the record. They're actually a game over 500, and they're 2 games out of the wild card. But they score a bazillion runs.
I think they have the most runs in baseball.
They can't pitch. Both these teams have the same run differential. They're both +5. So like. It tells you the Nationals score 1 million runs, they give up 1 million runs. The Red Sox can't score. They also have 11 consecutive quality starts and are one of the better pitching staffs in baseball, and they really have it going right now. If you go with their current rotation, Bennett was great, again, over the weekend.
Another piece there.
If you go with their current rotation, which doesn't even include Crochet, they would have the lowest starters ERA in baseball.
Take out Bayo in there, too.
Well, I'm saying, no, if you just took these 5 guys.
Oh, just these 5?
They would have a lower starters ERA than the Brewers if you went in whatever order. Suarez, Tolley, Early, Bennett. Who am I missing in that group? And Sonny Gray last night. That'd be the lowest starters ERA in baseball. So the Red Sox and Nationals are like bizarro versions of each other.
Yeah, the Nationals have the most runs in baseball. They've scored 121 more runs than the Red Sox.
Yeah, but they've also given up.
And they've given up 100 and whatever more.
Exactly. I'm telling
121
you.
more.
I'm telling you. So, like, I don't know what's going to happen in this series. This could be a wild one, quite frankly.
Is it Suarez tonight? I didn't even look. Yeah, it is. Ranger Suarez tonight. You feel pretty good about it. He was awesome, too. He's sneaky, has like an all-star case. I don't think he gets it, but there's a sneaky case there.
Red Sox are going to get somebody on that team. I don't know who it's going to be. It could be Sonny Gray after last night. I'll tell you who it won't be. It will not be Jarren Duran, which, honestly, the walk-off last night, Breslow should have been on the phone until 6 a.m. trying to trade Duran all over the league. We've been done with him, Terp. I don't get why they haven't moved on from him other than the reporting.
Last year.
The reporting being, well, I know why they didn't do it a couple of years ago. That was Cora, who blocked the trade, and then continued to cry about how crowded his outfield was and how much of a logjam there was. But I think they overvalue him. The rest of the league probably properly values him, and the Red Sox can't get past that disconnect. So I think that's why he hasn't been traded yet. I'm done with him. The walk-off moment was great last night. It seems like the team had his back. Good. But on top of that, I can't deal with the roller coaster with him anymore. Shouting at fans again.
I wonder how teams around the league look at that.
Him yelling at fans?
That has to
like he's
weigh
a ticking
into his
time
value.
bomb. Like
Yes.
100%. Oh, great. Let's acquire the guy, and 2 games in, he might be hollering at our fan base, our paying customers. This is Chad Tracy after the game, by the way. Duran didn't want to talk about it. Here's a quick exchange with the interim manager.
At the end of the game there,
Yeah.
just some people that were chirping, had been chirping for a few innings and started chirping towards Jaron again. We grabbed him and got him down, just told him, can you get him out? That was all.
What were they saying?
Just chirping at him.
Like regular baseball chirping?
I don't want to get into the details, just enough for us to say, can you please get him out?
Okay, so a guy called Greg today and said he was the guy, and he was just yelling 198 at Duran over and over again about his batting average. I mean, look, maybe he was yelling that. I imagine for the Red Sox to alert them to kick the guy out, it was something worse, but what do I know? Regardless, I don't care what the guy said. Jaron, you can't keep going at fans. You can't keep doing it. And he keeps doing it.
It's once a month at this point. Like it needs to stop. And especially if again, it's taking away from the value, which I think is the most important thing here. As no one's changing their stance after this sweep of whether or not they should buy or sell at the deadline. And there was a report as well that all the conversations from the Red Sox have been in regards to selling, which it should be. I mean, even if you do add a bat, what does it do? What exactly are you trying to do? You're trying to get in the wild card for what? Like, this team's just not good enough to
So
do
I
it.
disagree with that. If they get to the wild card, then they get in the playoffs, and maybe they can go on a run. We've seen plenty of teams do that.
4.5 games still feels like a
but
lot.
you said make the wild card for what? I should have
said tried.
If they make the wild card, I'm all about it. But I'm with you. This series has not changed my outlook.
Especially with Judge and Stanton out, Grisham's out. Like, that team is banged up. And now looking at that roster, and you can say the same thing about the Red Sox.
Crochet,
Yes,
no
you can
Anthony,
say
no
the
Story.
same thing about the Red Sox, but there is a steep drop-off in that lineup. Whereas, this isn't like you're looking at the top of the AL standing and you're seeing the Yankees. Like, that's not the Yankees team that they saw. What I'm getting at, I guess, is one sweep over the Yankees does not change my opinion on where this team should go and where things are.
I agree. You want to sweep the Nationals? Come talk to me, though. You want to rip off 7 in a row? Jones might
Then
be
we
back
can
in.
talk.
Jones might be back in. But not yet. Even I'm not falling for this one yet. I can fall for it. I might fall for it again, but I'm not doing it yet. That's the latest on Duran. We can get to that with your phone call, 617-779-7937. How about his Seaport buddy? Called soft, and then what do you know? Next thing, he's on the IL. Let's get into Marcelo Meyer and the Red Sox weekend in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
Looking for
pitch home. Swinging a line drive to right field, base hit, ball game over. The Red Sox have swept the Yankees. The final 5-4 as he beat the two-man outfield, landing one right where the right fielder would normally play. Deep enough anyway to score, and the Red Sox walk it off 5-4 on Jarren Duran's single to right field, and the Red Sox have completed a 4-game sweep. Can you believe it?
The feed is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. That was Hall of Famer Joe Castiglione on the call last night. Sox completed a 4-game sweep over the Yankees at Fenway Park. Sox are currently 4.5 games out of the final wild card spot. Red Sox homestand continues tonight with the first of 3 against the Washington Nationals. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Billy Lanny, and that's what's in our feed on WEEI.
AUDACY. Type that into your app search, then download Jones and Keefe
on WEEI.
Hour 2, Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. You just heard in the feed with Billy Lanny. Red Sox walking it off last night at Fenway Park, 4 in a row against the Yankees. We're not suckers, Terp. Not yet.
Not yet.
Is anybody else falling for it out there? Are you ready to start buying in on the Red Sox after a 4-game sweep with Yankees suck chants throughout Fenway Park? I got to be honest, I'm kind of happy it's back. If there's nothing else for this team this year, let's at least dump on the Yankees. I'm kind of happy it's back.
The best was, what was it, 2 weeks ago now when the Scots took over? They were chanting it that night that they completely took over, and everyone's looking out at the scoreboard and be like, oh, hold on. It makes sense when you're like beating them, but then it was a little bit of a push. But Michael Kay was all worked up about him.
Yeah, that's also part of why I like it. It's like it's clearly bothering people in New York, so bring it back.
He's like, do they not see the standings out there at the left field wall?
Where do I buy the old like Calvin peeing on a Yankees logo? Like where do I buy that so I can put it on the back of my car?
He was so worked up about it. It's like, okay, yeah, the standings, sure, but you are about to get swept. Like, dude, get with the program here.
I kind of liked it. For once, it was actually a fun weekend at Fenway Park. So you can discuss again at 617-779-7937. We started with the Celtics. We can get back into that later on. Terp is in for Keefe today. So the person texting, 617-779-7937. They finally fired Keefe. Jones, get your resume ready. Well, first of all, it's always ready. Second of all,
that's good to have available.
Yeah, Keefe is just out for the short term here with Terp in today. Other texts, guys, Duran isn't the hero we want. He's the hero we deserve. F the annoying fans. Can't say I agree with that, but apparently that's one person who is pro Duran getting into it with the fan base over and over and over again, probably to Terp's point, to the detriment of his own trade value.
Very much so. And it probably has to get frustrating with the teammates as well, having to corral them.
Well, in fairness to him, he wasn't the only one. Like, Rafaela was yelling at a fan last night, and a fan got kicked out of Fenway last night. So he's not the only one, I guess.
There were a lot of Yankees fans.
But Duran's been doing that since the second he got into the league. The second he got into the majors, he's been getting into it with the fans, and it only seems to be getting worse. So, like, at some point, I'm sure. I bet it was more than just yelling your batting average at you. I'm sure they were yelling some horrific things. I wouldn't doubt that.
Yeah, if the manager is pointing at the fan, asking for him to be ushered out.
Let them do it, though. It's always Duran getting into it and getting pulled back by his teammates like that. That, to me, is the issue there. And it stinks because it could have been a good weekend for him. He was maybe benched the day after this, though clearly he wasn't being disciplined for it because he came into the game late and then had the walk-off last night. Like, it could have actually been a good weekend for him. And instead you have this again with him. One more text, and then we can get into the latest on Marcelo Meyer, the Red Sox at the deadline, everything else. Guys, there you go, making stuff up again. Alex Cora did not say it, meaning that he blocked a Duran trade. Who reported that? Once again, Greg Hill reported it. Rob Bradford confirmed it. So don't say no one's reporting it. If you don't want to believe them, then fine. You don't have to believe them, I guess. But they reported it. Greg reported it, confirmed by Rob Bradford. Do with that what you will. Cora blocked a Duran trade. 617-779-7937. You referenced this, Terp. One executive to Sean McAdam, Mass Live, over the weekend. Quote, I haven't heard a word about the Red Sox adding, just selling, which I think is the right mindset. However, Breslow continues to say, he was on this week, or this station rather, last week on Friday, saying, well, yeah, he still believes in this team and we can still go on a run. And Greg goes, it's more likely I go on a run than you. And like,
great line.
They have not lost, by the way, since then, but great line. Breslow seemed pretty adamant that he thought the team could turn it around. And I'll say this, Terp, if they're gonna go on a run, they better continue what they're doing right now. Like at least 2 out of 3 against the Nationals. If you're gonna change that mindset that the executive is telling McAdam, they're only talking about selling, no buying, well then you better get hot and you better do it quick and you better extend this win streak. Because if you don't, it really is over. And I think most of us already feel like it's over. I'm not getting sucked back into it. But if you get real hot and you get yourself back in the mix, Bradford was talking about this, I think, with Rich and Ken with Ted last week. I mean, the Astros were below the Red Sox at one point in the standings. Now look at where the Astros are in this horrible, terrible, no good American League. The Astros right now are a half game out of a wild card spot. So, I mean, you can turn it around quickly. This team has just never gone on any kind of winning streak. If they want to choose now as the time to do it, then maybe they could change some minds.
It has to be.
I mean,
right
I
now.
feel like I'm more likely to go on a run than this
Excellent
team is.
line.
That is an A-plus line.
They have 29-ish, 29, somewhere in there, 29, 30 games until the deadline. Theoretically, there is enough time to go on a run there, especially if you can go into the All-Star break strong with the big series win here, and you can roll that over into the West Coast trip, because you get teams that are very beatable coming up here. Like the Nationals score a ton of runs, but their pitching is a question mark. You look at the Angels, they're worse than you in the American League. Like, there is an avenue here for them to go on a run when you're looking at it. The White Sox have been a surprise this year, but you can get 2 or 3 against them. You can win a series
that's
there.
That's another team that can't pitch.
And the Mets stink. Like, the schedule is pretty good for them going into the All-Star break here with the couple series they have left. And they've been great on the road. So, like, you get the Angels on the road, you get the White Sox on the road, and the Mets, all for 3-game sets. And they've been great.
Jaron Duran was happy to silence the haters and the doubters with the walk-off last night.
I'm sure a bunch of people counted us out as soon as we gave up 2 runs. I'm sure people left. I'm sure people gave up on us. But, nobody in this clubhouse gave up. And we've shown it this whole series. I mean, I feel like we've fought really hard this entire series, and it showed in the last game. And I'm just really proud of this team.
Guilty as
charged. A lot. I feel like I've let this team down a lot this year. And
yeah, he has.
I was guilty of that. As soon as they tied the game, I was like, they're losing this game. I was totally guilty. I was totally guilty of that.
I don't know if I thought it when they tied it. I certainly was worried about it. But when they went down 4-2, I'm like, well, there's no chance.
What's going on with Chapman? I mean,
well,
the hamstring's obviously an obvious one.
Abreu didn't help him last night.
No, not at all.
I mean, the one in Colorado, I was willing to pile on Chapman, and the hamstring is not right with
and
Chapman.
And that other one when the day game, when the Connor Wong had the pop fly there in foul territory, blamed it on the wind. Durbin should have been down there anyway, but that's beyond the point.
Yeah, Abreu didn't help him at all last night. Speaking of Duran, Joe is in New Bedford on Jaron Duran. Hello, Joe.
What's up, guys? Actually, Duran and a trade thing. Duran, clearly the kid has talent, but obviously whatever head case issues he's got going on, it's affecting his baseball play, and it doesn't look like it's going to change. He just seems to be built like this. He's a menace to himself. But as far as the trade talks, I think they should follow through with it. But it shouldn't be for prospects. We have good prospects. We have good young talent. If there's a time for a salary dump to make it actually seem legit, if the team's going to do the right thing, you trade like a Sonny Gray and you dump a salary in order to make it happen, forget the prospects, and then you use the money in the free agency market in the offseason.
Joe, I get it. I think fans want that to happen right now. I don't think Breslow's going to do it right now. And I don't know that Breslow's even going to be in charge once the deadline rolls around. So I know fans want it right this second. They want to move right now. I don't think that's happening.
Also,
I think
teams around the league aren't ready to make moves like that. It takes 2 to tango. You don't really see it this early.
There's been a few trades.
Been a few. Yeah.
Devers got dealt, a week ago last year at this time?
Father's Day.
So, it does happen, but I agree. I think most teams, to your point, Terp, are waiting. Meanwhile, we got the report last week. That was also from McAdam, right? It was Mass Live.
I believe it was, yes.
That Marcelo Meyer summoned the organization, questioned his toughness and not being able to deal with dings and dents, and then boom, that day, this is on Friday night, the same day that report comes out, he is on the IL with a bone stress reaction in his left ulna. to fill that spot. Cheng came up. He had a decent sack fly, or a big sack fly, I should say, last night. So the day that some in the organization are questioning Marcelo Meyer's toughness, he goes on the IL.
That's the Fenway flu is what that is. He got sent down with the Fenway flu.
Oh, you think they're shutting him down with like a fake injury?
I think that there's definitely a possibility of that. Yeah. Give him some time. He's played in 70 games this year? Like, he's played in a lot of their games, has struggled mightily. This is a young player. He's only 23 years old. Yeah, get him off his feet for a little bit. Let him get a little reset. You see this all the time with players, where they kind of get just a couple days off their feet just to kind of collect their thoughts.
Could be.
It feels like that.
Could be the Fenway flu. It's not a bad theory.
That's my theory.
Been my consideration.
Like, now, obviously he's struggling at the plate. You're seeing the frustration on the field from him, and now the reports are coming out about how the front office feels about him. Yeah, like, get him off his feet for a little bit, let him just regain, like, get back in it mentally, and then bring him back up. It feels like Fenway flu to me, but that's just speculation.
I connect the two, and the report comes out early that the guy's soft in the day, and then later on that day he goes on the IL. I bet they're like, well, here we go again. The kid says he can't play, and he needs to go on the IL with a questionable injury. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it, but maybe they're shutting him down, and they're saying, look, you need a break, you need a breather, get your mind right, and we'll get back at this thing. 617-779-793. 7 more of your phone calls on this. Big weekend for the Red Sox. A lot of Celtics thoughts as well. Early in the show, we'll get back to the latest on Jaylen Brown. Plus, we'll start to mix in some thoughts on the Patriots. Pete Prisco came out with his top 100 last week. Very, very unkind to Drake May. But I think there's other things we can infer with the list as it relates to the Patriots. We'll get to that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keith.
When life throws you...
Jones and Keith here on WEEI. Terp in for Keith today. A lot of Jaylen Brown discussion in the first hour. Mixing in some Red Sox thoughts as well. We'll get to Pete Prisco's top 100 And what it tells us about the Patriots, not just that he's too low on Drake May, which, he's too low on Drake May. I think there's more to infer from that list. But in the meantime, Kevin in Boston wants to discuss the Red Sox last night. Kevin, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're doing well, Kevin.
All right, so forget about Abreu's throw that Roger Clemens said missed by 40 yards. Usually in baseball, you measure things in feet, but that's how bad it was. But then in the 10th, I don't know, you guys haven't discussed this yet, I don't think, but he drops a routine fly ball and then chucks it home and misses the cutoff man again, which allows not only the run to score, but the guy from first to go to second.
Yeah.
Now, I know he's a two-time Gold Glove winner, but I don't know what's up with him, man. I don't know.
I think you don't know what's up with him. I think I know what's up with him. There was massive earthquakes in his home country that have killed 1,500 people and counting. And so he's probably a little distracted. So I've watched enough of Wilyer Abreu over his life, two-time Gold Glover, to say the guy's a really, really, really good defensive player, and I imagine that's impacting him on some level. So I think I can say last night was terrible. That throw
Two
was
of the worst defensive plays in his career.
And then the drop on the second one, to me, was maybe that was a bang-bang play. But that throw, the second throw got away. The Yankee kicked it. I forget who it was, but he kicked it away. Like, that one wasn't as bad. Did he miss the cutoff man? Sure. So I'm willing to give Abreu. I'll say it was a horrible night. It was a horrible night, obviously.
He deserves some grace, though.
I've seen enough out of him, and I know what's going on in his home country to say, okay, I'm not going to crush the guy for it, even though those throws were horrible. Durbin didn't help him at all. Chapman is hobbling around trying to back up the play behind home plate. He can't do it. He can't get after the ball. And so they're lucky they didn't lose the game because of Wilyer Abreu last night. All that said, he is a really good defensive player, and I'd expect that. I don't think that's something that's going to linger. I think that, to me, feels like a one-off last night.
100%. I mean, obviously, there's a lot going on with him personally, what's going on in his home country. So, yeah, you totally understand where he's coming from, and he deserves grace for that and deserves some patience because, like, we know what type of player he is, and 2 plays in one game isn't going to deter that.
Since he brought up Clemens, what'd you think of the broadcast last night? Number one, if you don't have Peacock, you couldn't even watch the beginning.
I was actually at the game, brag.
Oh,
yes,
you were there.
yes, brag. So
as a media member, you were there in the press box?
No, I was actually there as a fan.
Oh,
yes.
Would you go with some friends?
I did. Yeah. No, it was a good time. But
what friends did you go?
No, just a couple friends. It was a good time.
Oh, a couple friends.
Yeah, it was a great time. HIPAA, Dak, right there.
Okay.
It was a good time.
Oh, interesting. You were there with a friend.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Yep, a friend.
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
great. It was a great
you said
time.
friends. One friend.
A friend.
I made friends in the little
A male
section
or
there.
a female?
HIPAA. I plead the fifth.
I don't see what's so. I was just curious. I don't know why you're so defensive about that.
Oh, I'm not defensive at all.
I can just go to the next question.
Too many fish in the pond.
Okay.
Doesn't want to upset another fish.
Oh, good point, Billy. Oh, I've said too much. My mistake.
Christian Gonzalez with a
Sorry,
question about smooching.
sorry, Terp. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Sorry, Terp. But anyway, so you were there, Bragg, so you missed the broadcast.
I did, but I did watch it back on the broadcast this morning. Not the whole game, just the condensed highlights there, just to get a feel of it.
Well, I don't know if you got a feel for the broadcast, actually. So first of all, if you were watching on television or attempting to watch on NBC, the golf went long. They had 90 minutes of delays at, the Travelers Championship? So they had 90 minutes of delays. So you got Scheffler going down to the wire, and you're watching that. I had to switch over to Peacock, and so I'm watching there. This broadcast team last night, I know a lot of people like Benetti. Benetti is a little bit sleepy for my taste as a play-by-play guy, but I know he's very well regarded. I don't pretend to hear him a ton, but I feel like that's pretty low energy. I thought Middlebrooks was honestly spectacular.
He was great. Yeah.
I thought he was great on the broadcast last night.
Dolly Parton sleep on her back?
Honestly, I'll give it to Middlebrooks. I thought he was great on that broadcast last night. Clemens, when they could shake the guy awake, I thought was pretty good. But there were a couple of times when they prompted him and he didn't even say anything. I'm like, Roger, are you alive? What's going on? Like, there were a couple of times where they're like, hey, Rocket. They're calling him Rocket. Hey, Rocket, like, what'd you think of this? And he just said nothing. I was like, what the hell's going on with him? Then they had Rizzo in the Yankees dugout, who was worthless. If you want to go back and get some brags, that guy might be the biggest bragger I've ever heard when it comes to some of these things he's saying. Oh, well, when you're the third or fourth hitter on a team, like I was, they pitch you differently. And, oh, this is what I did. So many brags out of that guy last night. So I thought the broadcast, Middlebrooks aside, was pretty underwhelming.
From the highlights that I saw, I thought Middlebrooks did great. He actually had great analysis after the game, too. Like, they did the little thing at the end where he's like, oh, the Red Sox have been looking for a spark. This is the sweep over the Yankees, exactly that.
Well, he said, but during the game, he was like, well, I'm going to be the one to tamp this down a little bit. He's like, they are still 10 games under 500. I'm like, good for you, Middlebrooks. Like, you're the one bringing a little sanity. Everybody else is ready to jump on the bandwagon with the Red Sox.
Especially when you look at just how much ground they have to make up still in the American League. They have to essentially catch every team in the league that's ahead of them. And, again, part of that, there is some optimism, not here, but I think there are some people that feel like there's a chance is because of how bad the AL has been. But you're still 4.5 games back, and your deadline isn't necessarily like the end of the season, right? Because if you're selling off pieces, both things can be true, that you can be better in the short term in selling off pieces, but you're probably going to take a step back from where you're at now, especially if you're removing guys like Sonny Gray, potentially Wilson Contreras, who I'm totally against trading Wilson Contreras. And I get the lockout portion kind of factored into this.
Yeah,
but think about
that's
it since,
swayed my opinion a little bit,
since
to be honest.
2020. Yeah, the lockout thing, I think, is a fair point. That's the one kind of hesitant, like, why I pause a little bit. But think about, like, since, like, 2020, some of the names they've trotted out there. Abraham Toro, the Bull, he did a great job for, like, 2 months last year.
That was my guy.
Once the calendar hit July, he just turned into a corpse.
Yeah.
They like Michael Chavis. Think about, like, Bobby Dahlbeck. All these first basemen that they've trotted out there, you finally have some stability. And I get it.
Dom
Like
Smith. Dom
Dom
Smith was
Smith,
great.
yeah, he was great. He was like the Bull.
Some
He was great for,
BDSM
like, 2
moments.
months. And then there you go. I remember Dom Smith, like, pimped one. The ball still hasn't even landed. I forget where it was, but I just remember that home run. But think about how long they've been trying to find a first baseman, and you have one in Contreras who can hit at Fenway Park when none of the rest of the lineup can. I wouldn't be in a rush to get rid of him, but I do understand the holdup with the looming lockout and his age.
Text line says it's no longer pure hoops. It is now pure off the market, is what the text line says.
I was there with Keefe. He's right. The 207 texter. Yeah, Keefe came down and met me there. That's what it was.
Oh, Keefe is hanging out with you and not me. Oh, I see. Meanwhile, we got the Pete Prisco top 100 list. We talked about this briefly last week, I think in Grab Bag on Friday. He has Drake May, the 9th best quarterback in the NFL, number 61 overall. Here's what Prisco wrote. He said he finished second in MVP voting in his second season, leading the Pats to the Super Bowl. He threw 31 touchdowns and 8 interceptions, but he didn't play well in the postseason. I think that's a fair characterization. I just think he's way too low. He has May after guys like Goff, after guys like Love, after guys like Dak, which to me is much too low. He has Christian Gonzalez, the 3rd best cornerback in the NFL. After Surtain, after Witherspoon, interesting. He is 3rd in the league, 29th overall, ahead of guys like Stingley, who's been paid, Gardner, who's been paid, McDuffie, who just got paid. He wrote playing in a new scheme last year. Gonzalez played at a high level. He's outstanding in coverage and is on the verge of a mega contract. Maybe not. Mike Reese had some items on that. We'll get to that later on this hour. And then he had A.J. Brown, the number 7 receiver, after Chase, Jefferson, Puka, JSN, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and CeeDee Lamb. He had him ahead of Pickens and Olave and Nico Collins. He said he was traded from the Eagles to the Pats last month, giving him a chance to play in a more pass-friendly offense. 78 catches, 7 TDs last year, but his yards per catch average dropped from 16.1 to 12.9.
Because every other play is the tush push. It's hard to get receiving yards when you're tush pushing every other play.
So he's too low on Drake May.
I would
That's the
agree.
big takeaway that I think everybody got hung up on. I think if you look at the rest of the list, you should actually feel pretty good about where he has Gonzalez and A.J. Brown.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think when you're looking at the corners, I think that is pretty much straightforward. Like, those are the 3, and people flip-flop between Gonzalez and Witherspoon. I think Gonzalez is better, but again, it's right there. The Drake May thing, I wonder how much of that just ties back to the schedule. Like, nationally, that was such a big talking point where people were so hung up on the schedule, where I think people are going to look at the numbers he had last year and the success that they had last year and discredit it a little bit. I think that goes out the window when you consider what they did in the postseason. And to that side, Drake May wasn't necessarily great in the postseason. He made plays when he needed to, but you wouldn't look at what he did in the postseason and be like, okay, he was unbelievable.
Well, plays when he needed to until the Super Bowl. But I would say when it comes to Drake May, if the rest of the country wants to see him prove it this year and say, look, we're still a little skeptical.
That's
you
fair.
You had a great year, but it was an easy schedule and then you weren't great in the playoffs. I also think that's fair. I just think to put him behind Goff and some of these other names is crazy. But mostly that list, I think pretty good takeaways for the Patriots and where they can go beyond the Drake May stuff. 617-779-7937. We'll get to your thoughts on it. And as I mentioned, some new details emerge from Mike Reese on Christian Gonzalez and A.J. Brown. Let's get to both of those next on Jones and Keith. Just following up on that Pete Prisco list, I think honing in on the corners is interesting. Because honestly, the wide receivers, when we tiered off wide receivers, Keith and I, a few weeks ago, Terp, and Terp is in.
Did those go viral?
For Rich here today. The quarterbacks did. Did the receivers? They usually do.
They usually do. Yeah, they take off. It's like a wildfire.
I don't want to, spread any rumors there.
No, of course not.
I think the wide receivers, the way he has them ranked, honestly, are basically how we did it in the tiers. I don't have much issue with that. I think Drake May's way too low, but I understand why he put him there. He doesn't buy into the postseason. He thinks the regular season was, in Cam Newton's words, a little bit of fool's gold. So he's going to make him prove it again. I think that's too harsh, but whatever. I think we can wrap our heads around why.
It is noted in there that he did not play well in the postseason. It's got a little blurb, and he says he didn't play well in the postseason.
Correct. And so the corners, to me, are the most interesting, especially with the contract coming up. Gonzo's third. And I think when I look at the list, I'd have him second. Like, I would go Surtain and then Gonzalez. I would have him over Stingley. I think this list properly reflects Stingley. I think he's overrated. He was not great against the Patriots in that playoff game. There's a few games in the regular season that stick out in my head, including one last year against the Chiefs where he fell asleep on like a little hook and ladder play at the end of the game. I think he's overrated. That does not make him bad, but I don't think he's better than Gonzalez. Quinyon Mitchell, Witherspoon, Sauce Gardner, McDuffie. I'll take Gonzalez over all those guys. It's interesting he has Witherspoon 24th to Gonzalez 29th. That's second and third. It's also interesting that a year ago he had Witherspoon at 84 and Gonzalez at 62. So in a year, he made a much bigger leap than Gonzalez did, though both of them moved up the list.
Does that play into the availability, maybe? The hamstring of last year, obviously the shoulder injury is rookie year.
And he won. Won a Super Bowl. Right. I think there's that as well.
One of the best defenses in the league. Actually, you know what? Every week, every time the Patriots were playing a different opponent in the playoffs, we heard how that was the best defense in the league. It's like Houston has the best defense. No, wait. Denver has the best defense. No, Seattle does. We did that every week, but no one would argue that Seattle was one of the best defenses in the league, and he was a key piece of that.
For my money, I still like that Houston defense, but for my money,
I agree.
And maybe
that pass rush is just
sounds contradictory because I just was talking down Stingley, but that pass rush exactly is ridiculous. Plus the way they hit, but Seattle's a great defense. Speaking of Gonzalez, Mike Reese with more reporting on this over the weekend. The Sunday Notes with Mike are always worth a read, and he usually reports things without reporting them, is how I would put it. He also had an interesting item on A.J. Brown we can get to. But let's start with the Gonzalez stuff. Reese wrote, the Patriots hold their first training camp practice on July 25th. So
a little early. Are you going to be down there?
3+ weeks away. Thank you for asking, Terp. We will be down there.
Oh, awesome.
Jones and Keefe, Binox will be at training camp, which we're looking forward to. He says it's hard to imagine Gonzalez participating full throttle under his current contract, which calls for him to earn $2.3 million, call it, this year. So again, it's hard to imagine, writes Reese, him participating at full throttle with his current deal. Top corners make more than $30 million per year, and Gonzalez is eligible for an extension for the first time. So that's the player's mindset. You ready for the team's mindset?
Oh, I'm ready.
Because here it comes from Mike Reese. The question seems to be whether Gonzalez gets a big money extension, similar to Stingley and Gardner last offseason, as they both entered the fourth year of their contracts, or a more temporary solution, such as an increase to his 2026 salary that buys the sides more time to negotiate. I read that, and I'm like, here we go. Here's at least leverage from the team and maybe what the team actually wants to do. We're not going to give him an extension. We're not going to pay him like Stingley and Sauce and Surtain and McDuffie and whenever Witherspoon gets paid, Witherspoon. We're not going to do that. We're going to make an adjustment to his deal this year to make him happy and get him on the field. Reese also added the Patriots' position is strengthened by Gonzalez being under contract for the next 2 years. 2.3 this year, 18 next year, and in 2027, and an option in 2028. They could also point to other top corners in recent years. And I was like, this is like Jalen having the win stat ready to go. I'm like, boy, Reese came up with this.
What do the analytics say about Christian Gonzalez?
Good question. Other corners who didn't receive a contract extension until their fifth year, McDuffie, Horn, and Terrell. So this is at minimum the Patriots' leverage, Terp, and at worst, this is what they're going to do. Well, look, other top corners didn't get their extension in year 4. We'll give you a bump this year to get you on the field, but we're not giving you the big money extension. I feel like this is already a mindset into how they're approaching the negotiations and probably why it feels like they're nowhere close.
Let's not mess around with this. You have an elite player at a premium position that is homegrown. Don't mess around with it. You're going to have to pay him eventually anyway. Just get it done. And it feels like for the Patriots and for the player, the first day of training camp is kind of a soft deadline because the players don't want to talk about it. They don't want to have it carry into the season. And if he's not signed by then, you can't expect him to be a full go in training camp. He wasn't in minicamp. He was more involved than I think people thought he was going to be, but he didn't participate in any of the competitive team drills. So you can't expect him to be that number one shutdown corner that we saw in the Super Bowl if he's not ramped up through the training camp sessions here. So
and let me point to last year as a reason for it. He wasn't ready to go last. He wasn't himself
I
until
do
the
think
playoffs
that is a little bit
last year.
different because it was a hamstring injury. Like this wouldn't be an injury, you know what I mean? Well,
I'm giving air quotes if you're watching on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah.
If you want to go down that road, fine. But assuming he was actually hurt and like that, I think it is a little bit different. Whereas this would be just the sheer fact he wasn't ramped up. I mean, you see it. Look at Jeremy Swayman, for example. They messed around with that contract. He wasn't himself that whole year. It was a lost year. So you do see this. So it feels like the first day of training camp is a soft deadline for this thing.
Okay, I say they feel nowhere close on a contract. That's my opinion on it. However, there's another way to look at it. The Patriots on their social media account yesterday, Terp, tweeted out a video of Christian Gonzalez, a highlight reel of Christian Gonzalez with the caption 0 on lock, all caps, at his Twitter handle, ChrisGonzo28.
I don't read into any of that
You
stuff.
don't?
Oh, the Celtics have been berating Jaylen Brown content on their Instagram, and I think everyone's under the impression that he is not going to be with the team. So I do not read into any of the social media
Wait, so
stuff.
what are you saying back there, Nick? You think this means Gonzo's...
Oh, I think they're signing him.
Oh, I didn't think about it that way. Oh, you think they're signing?
You think they're signing him. Okay. All right.
But like, I don't read into the social
Look,
media stuff from the team.
I do not care if they sign him today, tomorrow, 2 or 3 weeks from now. They need to get it done before training camp. So I'm not sitting here going, oh my gosh, they have no time. They have some time. I wouldn't call it a lot of time, but they have some time to get this done to get him on the field for the start of training camp. If and when that doesn't happen, I will start to freak out a little bit.
Just to the social media point real quick. 3 days ago, the Celtics posted this video of Jaylen Brown signing a bunch of Brazil jerseys, and it was like a day or two after Brad Stevens was so non-committal of his future here. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't necessarily read into that, but I just don't understand why they're messing around with this. You're going to have to pay him eventually. I would just get it done with.
Well, I mean, the reason would be cash flow. You're going to have to pay him eventually, but you might have to pay him for a couple of years, and in the meantime, you can keep your money, and like that would be the reason.
I also wonder if
I think it's a terrible reason, but that would be the reason.
I would agree. I also wonder, and this isn't necessarily a question mark for me, but does the organization look at the availability? Is that also part of it as well? I mean, it's a fair question. If that is what they're hung up on, I would just get it done because you have an elite player, again, in a premium position, but if that's what they're hung up on, I can understand it.
He hasn't been on the field enough through 3 years,
yes,
which I think is fair. Meanwhile, Mike Reese also had this quick note on A.J. Brown, because I feel like this keeps going back and forth. The reporters who are saying he's really dropped off and the analytics are not friendly to A.J. Brown.
Oh, here we go.
Versus
what is his win since coming into the league?
Good question. I mean, A.J. Brown
yards and touchdowns, he's fourth.
He's been in the playoffs every single year of his career.
Yes, because Tennessee was good then. Yeah.
Correct. So, I mean, I'd imagine he's up there, but probably not ahead of like Mahomes. Mike Reese said ESPN Analytics can help project what receiver A.J. Brown might bring to the Patriots in 2026 as it uses player tracking data from NFL Next Gen Stats, which I learned from watching that U.S. soccer documentary. It's just a bra that all these guys wear with like little chips in them. It evaluates every route a pass catcher runs and scores his performance in 3 phases. The first is getting open. The second is catching the ball, which I know he struggled with in a playoff game last year. And the third is running after the catch. Of the 110 wide receivers evaluated last season by ESPN's Next Gen Stats, Brown was ranked in the top 16 of all 3 categories, which are, again, getting open, catching the ball, running after the catch. He joins Puka Nacua as the only wideout to be ranked that highly across the board. And then Reese notes that was what in some considered a down year for A.J. Brown. I did consider it a down year for A.J. Brown, but the implication is it's the broken offense that was holding A.J. Brown back, not that he's lost a step.
I also think when you're talking about just throwing the football, like there's different, obviously, elements to a quarterback. This is the best quarterback that A.J. Brown has played with in Drake May. I don't think that's a question, right? Like, right, he's better than Drake May is better as a passer than Jalen Hurts, than Ryan Tannehill, than Marcus Mariota. Insert name. This is the best quarterback when it comes to throwing the football that A.J. Brown has played with. And that has to factor into this a little bit.
Okay. 617-779-7937. You guys can jump in here with all the latest on the Patriots, mixed in with our Red Sox thoughts and Celtics thoughts. Boy, that's 3 out of the 4 teams in this city.
Pretty
Terp.
good.
Let's make it 4 out of 4.
Let's do it.
Bruins.
Very proud and pleased
with a big trade. I think a big trade, anyway, over the weekend. Let's get into J.J. Peterka. It's another piece here for Marco Sturm, another countryman for Marco Sturm on the Bruins. And I actually think a pretty good trade for Sweeney and company. Let's get into that next. Don Sweeney on the move he made over the weekend, acquiring J.J. Peterka from the Utah Mammoth, formerly of the Buffalo Sabres, a guy who has gone 3 straight years with 25-plus goals. He had 68 points 2 years ago. He dipped last year in Utah, a guy with speed, a guy Sturm and this coaching staff are familiar with as a native of Germany.
You know, last night was German Appreciation Night at Fenway Park.
Well, it makes sense. They're trying to make a few bucks off all the Germans in town for the game today at Gillette, I'd imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me, Boston Stadium.
Boston Stadium.
But okay, was Peterka, but he could go to the game today for all I know.
I think he said during his press conference that he was going to be in Germany until August.
Got it.
So a little bit.
So that's a no.
I thought they were going to have Sturm throw out the first pitch.
Would have been a good.
He's done it before.
Yeah.
But didn't do it. I think it was McAvoy. I don't know who did it, but it wasn't Sturm.
McAvoy threw out the first
think
pitch
so.
on German Appreciation
I'm pretty
Night.
sure Rob caught up with them before the game and asked him why baseball wasn't boring.
Got it.
Morning, good afternoon. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Maybe you got the days mixed up with that guy, Marco Sturm. Anyway.
The game's tonight.
I think this is a good trade. I think getting an established player, and I know it did not go well in Utah last year. His ice time was cut. Sounds like he didn't see eye to eye with the organization. He's already on his third team.
He basically hated the coaching staff.
He's on his third team in a year for all intents and purposes.
And
so
he's 24. Why has he been traded twice?
Exactly.
That's one of the questions.
So I think those are fair questions, but here's why I don't really care about them. I'm not saying they're not relevant, and I'm not saying they aren't real questions with him. They gave up pick 23 and another extra first rounder they have in a couple of years from Florida. That's probably
going to be a wash.
Going to be late in the 20s because Florida's really good now with both Kachucks. You still have your 2 first rounders next year and the year after. I guess the way to look at it, the additional first rounders on the way from the Maple Leafs. You had extra draft capital. You had extra first round draft capital, and Sweeney stinks at drafting. So I would rather get an established player that maybe you're buying low on, and you can quibble with whether or not 2 first rounders is buying low. I like the trade. I wish they did more of this. I'm okay with them trading picks for established NHL-level talent. I like this move.
It addresses an obvious need. And say they were to stick and pick at 23, wouldn't you just be looking for a player like Peterka? Wouldn't that be your kind of goal? That's what you'd be looking for?
Yes.
So why not just go get the established player? I like it.
And if I'm not wrong, didn't the Mammoth already flip the pick? They immediately traded that pick for a
believe
goalie, I thought.
Yeah.
So
the Bruins drafted 2 goalies.
They did eventually draft a second goalie.
I don't know what that was all about.
I don't either. But no, I think
you didn't like the second round pick being the 10th rated goalie in the system?
I guess there was no pictures of him ever online anywhere we were at least in our EEI database. Scott was telling me there was no pictures of him anywhere.
Yeah, it was NFL or NHL Draft.com was ooh, he was the 10th guy.
It's just a picture of Sweeney.
It's like Belichick taking Duron Harmon or taking Tavon Wilson or somebody
like
that.
Cole Strange.
Kyle Duggar from Lenore Rhine. That's a good one.
Okay. Look, I don't necessarily care as much about the goalie they drafted. This I like. And I agree with the Twitch chat. I think it was $10 Shake who said this. They need more speed and they need more goal scoring. And I think some of their goal scoring felt a little fake. You know, they had it and they did it early in the year and they were better than we would have thought offensively. But by the end of the year, they were actually turning into a team that was doing a better job keeping pucks out of the net and not doing as good of a job as scoring. And you saw that matched up against Buffalo. You saw what the Sabres had in terms of speed and skill. Now, ironically, they moved on from this guy a year ago, and their speed and skill through the roof. But I would do trades like this all day long if I were the Bruins. I don't know that you were going to find a guy like this in free agency. I was worried they didn't have much of a plan when the days were ticking by and the hours were ticking by and they hadn't done anything. And now Brady Tkachuk is a Panther, and you're like, what are they doing? This makes me feel better.
I like that they're building off what they did last year, too. You get to the playoffs in the first year under Sturm, and you're building off that, right? Because they are still kind of in a weird middle ground where I don't think anyone looks at they're a piece or 2 away from a Stanley Cup, actually contending for a Stanley Cup. They are still in the middle of kind of this rebuild, which, honestly, it's going a little faster than people would have thought, right? When you're trading away Marchand and all that, you're ripping down that core. It felt like this was going to be a couple of years. And to get into the playoffs the first year, the next year, and now building off that, I'm a big fan of it. And I think it's a safe bet to assume that he's going to be a legitimate top 6 weapon for them this year. And the price is very reasonable. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of it.
So I don't think everyone thinks the price is reasonable. I agree with you, though. 2 first rounders, one at 23 and another in a couple of years, probably in the late 20s.
After the Panthers win the Cup.
Yeah. I don't have an issue with giving up those draft picks. Especially, again, when you have you already have extra first-round picks. This is a surplus you were dealing from. I don't have an issue with it. How do you read the German connection there? Is it a positive that they're bringing in guys Sturm has familiarity with and the coaching staff does? Or is it like, well, now they're just bringing in players because Sturm likes them? Like, how do you view that connection?
I mean, they did it with Arvidsson last year, and it worked out pretty well. So I would say if he's high on these players, and it's not like it's just like they're taking a flyer. Like, this is a rather established player. Like, this is a player that you know will come in and contribute. So I don't have a problem with those connections. Like, I actually think they can go a long way because you see different coaches. I think Mike Vrabel's a really great example. Just get more out of some guys. Like, there are some guys that just like playing for these coaches, and those connections go a long way. So I'm all for it, especially when it's a player like this where you can expect to come in and immediately have a big role in this team and be a contributor right away. I like it.
Depressed Sox fan, on paper, it seems like a good trade, but so do all trades until they come in and underperform here. Like, there are questions about this guy. I think the acquisition cost is worth it. But, again, you just said it, Terp. He's on his third team. He's been traded twice. It's his third team in basically a year.
Only 24.
He had a falling out with the coaching staff. His production went down. His minutes went down. So all of those are some red flags on the player. But there's a reason he's available, and there's a reason you can, quote-unquote, buy low. And I would say you're buying low if he gives you another 27, 28 goals, which he had the 2 years prior, and another 50 or certainly 68 points in 77 games. Like, that's a real player you're getting.
I would expect those numbers to go up with
he
more
did seem
opportunity
excited
here.
to be with Sturm, and I don't remember the guy they just hired for the assistant coach.
Yeah, the other assistant coach that worked with him,
He's like, oh, he's German too. So he seemed excited.
You see the other trade they made? They got rid of Fabian Lysell finally.
Yeah, he was a bust. He only played like 12 games. It was like 12 games, 161 minutes of ice time with the big club.
Sweeney was like pretty. What's the word I'm looking for? Like he raked him over pretty good when he was talking about Lysell. He's like, well, he just didn't do the right things, and maybe we didn't put him in the right position, but like he put it on the player first. So he's pretty critical of Lysell. The player they acquired is Ivan.
He's got two first names, same name, double name. There, can't trust him. Can't.
Wait, you're out?
I'm out. No,
he's got
you
two first names?
He's got the same name. Ivan can't be trusted. So no, I'm out.
First of all, I didn't know if it was like Pudge Rodriguez. I didn't know if it was Ivan or Ivan. Apparently it's Ivan. And so me being me, I was curious at why that's his name. Is anyone else familiar with this story? I know you were on with Scott the other day.
I'm not.
Familiar with this?
No.
Okay. Well, you guys left this on the cutting room floor. You should have got to the good stuff here.
All right, here we go.
So he, in an interview years ago, said, my dad's name is Merrick, and his last name is Ivan, which we would have gathered. We know that's your last name. That's your dad's last name. But so he's Merrick Ivan. You're Ivan. So what gives there? He says, since Merrick and Ivan are both first names.
Yep.
Take your word for it. People are always wondering whether his name was Merrick or Ivan. They'd see it on like a form or whatever. Like, I don't know how it works.
Oh, like the last name goes before the first name?
Yes.
Interchangeable
so
there.
People were constantly confused about his name. Are you Merrick? Are you Ivan? Which one's your last name? Which one's your first name? So he made it easier for me. He says, I like it. And it's special because there are not many people with my name. I would say there's probably no one with that name.
No, I would agree.
Ivan, I would disagree that his dad made it. You think that made it easy on you to have that name?
No, because then everyone thinks it's a misprint. Be like, this can't be right. Wait a second. Ivan. I'm pretty sure Scott in his write-up even said in parentheses, like, yes, this is his real name.
That's his name.
This is not a typo. Yes.
It's not a gag.
Yeah. I can't trust him.
Well, the goalie they drafted in the second round is Ivanov, who shares a name with an old Russian serial killer, Yuri Ivanov.
That one I did see.
They're both Yuri Ivanov, and the other one is a Russian serial killer.
Not that one. We didn't draft that one. Different Yuri Ivanov.
It's a locker room guy. You can always use one of those.
All right. Busy weekend for the Bruins, getting, not just J.J. Peterka, but also Ivan. Let's go to Richard in Hyannis. Hello, Richard.
Hi. I was wondering, when doing the contracts of Gonzalez and Drake May.
Sure.
If Robert Kraft is going to pull the same shenanigans he did with Tom Brady.
Well, I think that's what he's hoping for. Florio wrote about that. He's hoping that Drake May, he says shenanigans, that Drake May will take less, which Tom Brady did. I personally don't think that's going to happen, but we're a year away from that. With Gonzalez, I think they're going to pull some shenanigans, and I think Reese basically wrote that over the weekend.
I think if there weren't shenanigans being pulled, this feels like it should have already been done. This was high on the list of priorities. Obviously, they had major needs to address, but I would say arguably the most important this offseason was extending Christian Gonzalez. This is something that everyone saw coming down the pipeline. Vrabel last year kind of mentioned it out of nowhere. He's like, oh, the contracts and whatnot. Like, this was a thing. He's on the Jumbotron at TD Garden flashing up money signs. Like, this is a thing that they knew was coming down the pipeline. So, yeah, the fact that this isn't done, where it's been such a... Elliot Wolf even said it's a priority of theirs, and it's still not done with training camp, less than a month away? That's probably a red flag.
Okay.
Give me money. Money me. Money now.
Okay.
Me a money needing a lot now.
That's Christian Gonzalez's pitch to the Patriots, yeah.
I think that's a fair pitch. He's earned it. That's a fair pitch for him. He should just play that audio.
We're basically negotiating for you, Gonzo, as a friend of the show. 617-779-7937. You can jump in here. Now, look, I don't want to typecast Terp. He can talk Pats. He can talk Bees. He can talk Red Sox. In fact, he was there in the scrum with Jaron Durant this weekend. So the man's very versatile. But I do want to get back to Pure Hoops with Terp and all the latest on Jaylen Brown, including his rant this weekend at Bobby Marks and analytics. We'll do that after a quick deuce, Terp. That's 2 minutes of commercials, and we'll be right back here on Jones and Keefe.
Let me tell you something.
Knockout round action in the World Cup continues today. At 1 o'clock, Brazil takes on Japan. At 4:30, it's Germany versus Paraguay. That game takes place in Foxborough. And the Netherlands play Morocco. That match kicks off at 9 o'clock. Team USA will return to action on Wednesday night. Come celebrate America's 250th at the 99 Restaurant. Kids eat free now through July 16th with every adult entree purchased. Great food, great fun, and happy birthday, America. You gotta love the nines. I'm Billy Lanny, and that's what's in our feed on WEEI.
Now, Jones and Keefe
on WEEI. Download the Odyssey app and listen on demand anytime.
I guess maybe it's more the question of when you think back at these last 6 years or so, how challenging were they to you?
Very, very challenging. Things have not gone my way. I haven't been catered to in a sense, which has made me stronger. It has made me a better player, has driven me. I can complain, but in reality, it made me the best. So I'm grateful for it, even if it was indirect. I know that wasn't intentional. I don't think, the organization it was intentional. but it is what it is. It made me better.
Sounds like you used every bit of that as fuel.
Yeah, and I still am. A lot of stuff has transpired in this organization, and I understood it. I didn't complain. I didn't have an agent call and complain or the way some of these other guys do. I just let it make me better, and it fueled me, and it's still fueling me now.
High noon, Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. No Keefe today. Justin Turpin. Terp in for some pure hoops. We'll get to your phone call, 617-779-7937. That's an old interview with Jaylen Brown sitting down with Chris Mannix after they won the championship.
Feels evergreen, though, doesn't it?
It does. Who is he talking about then? Who's he talking about calling up their agents and bitching to people? You think he's talking about like broadly across the league, or you think he's talking about anybody on the team?
I think that's more of a broad comment. That's how I'd read that. Do you look at that way?
Well, I just wonder if he's talking about any other prominent player on his team, like Jason Tatum. In retrospect, I'm just curious if he's lumping Tatum in with that. I don't know that for a fact by any means. I hear that now. It sounds a little different than it did a couple years ago.
Yeah, especially like right. You don't really think about it back like when it comes out a couple of years ago. It's like because he had just won. That was actually before this year, right? So he had just won Finals MVP. You knew this was going to be the biggest year of his career because he was the number one guy moving forward. So I guess you look at it differently in hindsight, but also that's kind of like having the benefit of hindsight, I guess.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, look, that is a benefit of the hindsight. At that point in time when they won, I questioned the Jays for years if they fit and if they worked together and if they could win. Then they won, and I backed off it. And I'm to the point where this offseason I still wanted to keep them together. I still want to keep them together.
I do too.
I don't know if that's possible.
It's one thing for Giannis.
I don't know if that's possible. That's right after he won a championship, he wasn't happy. He just got to run his own team this year. He saw how it looked when they got to the playoffs. He had his chance in Game 7. He failed. It's the second consecutive offseason he failed in, or postseason rather, that he failed in when he had an opportunity without Tatum. And he still wants to run his own team. And I don't know how tenable any of that is. But my motivation all along, even for Giannis, I didn't want to break these two up. So I changed my stance when they won. But that's how he felt then. It's probably even worse now.
I've been against breaking them up for years, but it was a different conversation with Giannis. Like, Giannis is that type of player that you make those franchise-altering changes for. Like, we can go through the resume, right? A multi-time MVP, a guy that had been first-team All-NBA in 7 straight years, top 4 in MVP in all of those years. So it's one thing for Giannis. It's another thing when you're talking about picks and you're talking about, like, the Jeremy Grants of the world. Like, I'm all set with that. If you can't even get Donovan Clingan in the Kling Kong Jones, you can't even get him in
Kling Kong.
You can't even get him in the conversations. It's different. Like, you gotta realize where they're at on this timeline, right? Like, Jason Tatum's in the middle of his prime. You're not gonna break up the Jays, which is at the very least, people want to question like how successful they are and how successful they can be, whatever. At the very least, you have a puncher's chance with those two. At the very least. Yeah. So I don't see really the benefit of it. And it feels like it's always like a foregone conclusion that he is gone. And he very well may be gone. And if it does happen, it'll probably happen very soon because they really can't work this offseason until that domino falls.
Maybe there's something to get into later this hour. But, okay, they can't go too long into the offseason, but they're also not getting what they want. So how the hell do you do that?
That's the give and take.
No, so how do you do that? You can't wait too long into the offseason, but you don't have what you want right now.
And I'd imagine the offers are lower.
You wanted Giannis. You fumbled the bag. So now what? Like, you wouldn't include Ugo? You wouldn't include Shireman? So, like, now you got to do this. And now you got to take your draft picks from the Blazers, or we'll kick around some other ideas. Simmons had one today that we were talking about late last week. So, you know, I don't know how you square those two away. They want to act with some urgency, and I think they need to act with some urgency because free agency starts tomorrow night. Free agency, rather,
6 o'clock
starts tomorrow night. But if you don't have the offer that you want and you're getting lowballed, what the hell do you do with that? You're going to be stuck. You're going to be stuck in a holding pattern, though.
The Celtics do have the leverage in the sense because he's under contract for 3 years. They don't have to move him. They don't. Like, they could run this back. It feels like
they don't have to. They want to. He may want them to.
If I mean, that's the thing. Is like it's still unclear, right? The Celtics want to move him. Did he ask to be moved? Like, none of that's really clear right now. It could be both. It could be they decided that the best path forward is resetting here. Like, let's do a quick little retool, duck the tax again this year, and then really load up the next year. The slingshot, as Scalabrini was talking about, like that kind of approach. But I don't know what's changed so quickly, I guess, because after listening to Brad Stevens after they had been eliminated, right? They got eliminated on Sunday night or Saturday night. I think he talked on that Tuesday.
I know what happened last year. What happened is Jalen got a taste for running his own team, and Tatum got embarrassed a little bit last year when they were winning 56 games without him, or however many regular season games it was before he came back. And Jalen's putting out tweets like, "Oh, we have the same numbers and we're in the same spot even without Tatum. It's my favorite season ever." Like, that's what changed. Jalen got a taste for running his own team, and Tatum probably resented that they were successful without him. Like, that's what happened.
You know what else happened?
What?
You blew a 3-1 lead.
Well, that too. Yeah,
when you blow a 3-1 lead in the first round.
That's fair. Real on-the-court circumstances happen too.
You blow a 3-1 lead for the first time in franchise history, something that had been done, 14 or 15 times in league history, in the first round against a Philadelphia team who you had no business losing to. The offseason's longer. You're sitting there and you're watching the Knicks advance. You're seeing how good these teams were, and you're looking at what you put out in the playoffs specifically, and you're like, man, we're further away than we thought. That's the price you pay when you choke in colossal fashion for the second straight year.
Yep.
They don't get a pass against the Knicks. They had 2 25-point leads at home, and I do kind of side with the idea that the 20-point leads and stuff in the first half aren't as big of a deal anymore because of the pace and the 3-point volume.
I mean, the Spurs blew a million leads in the finals this year.
The postseason at home against for a team that has the championship pedigree. They had won the year before. This was all veterans. There's no excuse for that.
No, there's not. Meanwhile, there's this from over the weekend. Let's start with Bobby Marks on Sirius XM. Bobby Marks, by the way, who was a terrible executive with the Nets and even worse on the draft the other
Shout
day.
out to him for Tatum and Brown, though.
Yeah,
he was
helped,
part of that.
He helped Tatum and Brown here. That's true.
Which is the irony in this clip.
Help them get here.
Though he was just passing along the information.
Yeah, so
this wasn't his take.
He goes on Sirius XM and he passes along this, which, let's say rankled Jalen.
The analytics of Jaylen Brown is not good. I'm more of an eye test guy. There are some people out there that look at that a little bit more deeper than what the eye test says. I had one, not an executive, but an analytics guy saying, well, yeah, we view him as like the 7th best player on a team. I was like, holy crap.
Holy crap. He sounded like what did Chad Tracy say last night? Geezo Whiz?
Geo Whiz, something
that's
like that,
a Brad Stevens, G. Willikers level comment.
Holy
there.
crap.
Holy crap.
Holy crap, indeed.
Dude, you're
7th?
You're on Sirius. You can let it fly there. He says, holy crap. So anyways, neither here nor there. Jaylen Brown responded to that because that got pull quoted and all over the internet. And Jaylen Brown says, analytics nowadays used to discredit and control narratives, roll the ball out. None of these guys are better than me on both ends. Who does he work for? He follows that up with nobody, and he had this stat ready to go, Terp. Nobody, I'll add, Jason Tatum included, nobody has won more combined regular season and playoff games since I entered the league 10 years ago. He followed that up with analytics have/are ruining the game. We're playing AI hoops.
I prefer pure hoops.
Yeah, to AI hoops,
but
for sure. I like pure
the
hoops
only
over
AI
hoops.
hoops I can get behind. It's not even AI. It's virtual hoops. It was during the bubble, and they had like Pierce on the sideline there, virtual Paul Pierce, like in his living room. That I could get behind.
That
AI
works.
hoops, I'm good. I don't want any of that.
So Bobby Marks says he wouldn't be the 7th best player on a team. That's foolish. He might be better than the 7th player on an all-star team.
So think about that, just like on a broader scale, right? Not the 7th best player on the team. So you're putting like 120 players at least, and that's just like quick math, but like probably more than that ahead of him.
So look, maybe analytics are a problem with Jaylen Brown and his value in the league. Maybe it's his attitude. Maybe it's the way he played against the Sixers last year. Maybe it's his contract. Maybe it's that he wants an extent. Like, there's a lot of things to it. I'm not ruling out that analytics are a part. That specific analyst, you said earlier, Terp should lose his job.
Totally
if you think
lose
he's
his
the
job.
7th best player on a team, fine.
He also said we. Like, what organization is that you can possibly look at this guy? And again, like, people have their opinions on Jaylen Brown and his shortcomings, whatever it may be. The season he just had, the career that he's had, an all-NBA player, to look at that guy and say the 7th best on a team,
Analytics,
that is nonsense.
And you said this earlier, analytics are not friendly to Jaylen Brown.
No.
They're not. I just wonder who Jalen's really mad at. Like, is he really mad at Bobby Marks?
I think it's a mixture of everything.
Is he really mad at like a random pull tweet where he reacted to it? And look, Jalen will react to a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff bothers him. It has from the second he entered the league and he got booed on draft night. He still holds on to it. And all the motivation that it gives him when he's in trade rumors and the stuff he was talking about with Mannix. It's possible. It's also possible he's lashing out at an analytics forward organization. Mike Zarin, Brad Stevens, Joe Mazzulla, and Mazzulla ball. He's one of the few guys on this team that doesn't play that way. Chisholm is probably on board with it. It's possible he's lashing out at his current and soon-to-be former basketball team when he's going off on analytics as well. I would not lose sight of that.
It feels just such like it's all mounted frustration, right? Just the year that he averaged 28 points, 6 rebounds, almost 7 rebounds, 5 assists. It was a stat line only matched by like 2 Celtics in franchise history. The only other player that averaged those numbers this year was Luka Doncic. Like, he was unbelievable this year. Obviously he's been very vocal about how much he enjoyed this season and how proud he was of himself and of the team for what they accomplished. And all offseason now it's been like, nah, you're not good enough. Like, there's some frustration with that I can understand on his part.
Look, I believe it. I get his frustration with analytics. That's stupid.
That as well, yeah.
I get all that.
I'd love to see like what numbers they were exactly looking at that would imply that.
Well,
because that seems just there's no metric I don't think that you can possibly look at and say that's how we got here. And I'd love to see the formula to that.
617-779-7937. Another quick 2-minute timeout here. And when we come back, new teams, plural, in the mix for Jaylen Brown. Let's get to all the latest rumor mongering as it relates to Jaylen in 2 minutes here on Jones and Keith.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and the 2026 season is here. With big expectations for this year's team, BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the Red Sox, is ready.
With Giannis, my understanding was he had no interest being in Portland, but he had 1 year left on his deal that gave him power. He had an ability to basically negate any type of trade to a team like Portland. Jaylen Brown's got 3 years left on his deal. If you're the Portland Trailblazers and you have the assets and the capability to go get a Jaylen Brown, there's not that worry that, hey, he might not extend long-term. He's already in long-term.
Shams linking the Blazers to Jaylen Brown and the Boston Celtics. Brian Robb over at Mass Live had some reporting on this over the weekend. He said, Denny, I always say Avdija.
Avdija, yeah.
Off the table. All-star last year.
Borderline All-NBA. He didn't get on, but he was
knocking on the door
player.
of third-team All-NBA. Really good season last year.
One of us
Portland.
might have had it when me, you, and Keith did our teams.
Yep.
I think one of us had him on there.
It's
I have to
possible.
go back and look. But he's
possible.
good. He's a borderline All-NBA player.
We also weren't counting Cade and Luka and those guys, which would bump him off.
Yes.
So he's completely off the table, according to Mass Live. It would also be quote-unquote tough to pry away Donovan Kling Kong from the Blazers.
UConn's own.
What are we talking about? You said earlier we're talking about Jeremy Grant and a bunch of picks. This is what Shams was saying last week. 4 picks for Jalen, which stinks. Like, that's terrible. I don't want 4 picks for Jalen. I don't.
No, neither do I. It would have to be a player of some substance in return if you are going to make this deal. And just judging off the names that we've heard are available that have been rumored to be potentially available in a Jaylen Brown package, none of them really move me. Again, like Giannis is one thing. The rest of these names don't really do it for me, especially if you're trying to compete now.
Let's go to them for a second. These are, okay, so let's start at the low end. Sabonis for Jalen.
I don't like that one.
Okay, me either. Derek White for Sabonis, we're talking.
Yes, that I'm talking.
Sabonis for Jalen? Hell no. How about either not both, Şengün or Amen Thompson?
Amen Thompson, I'm interested in.
That one interests me as
well.
That
one interests me.
I don't know
how realistic is it?
I don't think it's realistic.
I think the Ime connection is interesting, though.
So Amen Thompson, I like from Houston. It's just like Jalen Johnson with the Hawks. Like, I'd probably do that deal. I don't know that the Hawks are putting Jalen Johnson in a deal. In fact, I bet they're not. Trey Murphy for Jaylen Brown, you like that one?
Doesn't really move me either.
Okay.
Like, Trey Murphy's a good player, but he feels like, to me, the averages he's putting up, that's on a really bad team.
Correct.
And I think that looks different. And I think him and Tatum could play really well together just because of the way he spaces the floor. But that one doesn't move me, especially with the other players that were rumored to be a part of that.
Trey Murphy for White, in. And, like, that has, trust me, some red flags to it as well. That guy's going to launch. I think he was 4th in the NBA in three-point attempts last year. You know, you talk about Mazzulla ball.
21 points and hit three. He's hit at least three. He's averaged at least 3 threes a game for the last 3 years.
Yeah, and I think he was
38% shooting. That's
fourth,
really good.
4th in attempts. I think. I think he took like 8 threes a night, even more than White. So, yeah, you'd be doubling down on Mazzulla ball. You wouldn't be impacting the rim with a move like that. I like him. I think he's a good player.
I wonder how likely it is that he moves now that the draft has passed. Trey Murphy, that is.
Maybe.
Like, the Jaylen Brown one has been consistent. We haven't really heard any new reporting on the Trey Murphy front since the draft. And maybe that was kind of specific to that.
I heard Grandy on a podcast. I apologize. I don't remember which one it was. Grandy wants Zion for Jalen. I wouldn't do that.
I would definitely not do that. He will not be on the floor.
I was shocked Grandy went there. Grandy's like, yeah, Zion. That's the one I'd be intrigued by. That's the one I do. I'm like, that's the one you do? I mean, look, Zion is an intriguing talent. I'm not giving up Jaylen Brown for him. But if it's the best you can do and cobble together, maybe. Evan Mobley, you like that name?
No.
Me neither.
I'm out on that.
Keith is in.
He likes Mobley?
Keith likes Mobley. I'm out.
I'm good on that.
You mentioned some of the other big names. Kawhi hasn't been necessarily linked directly to Jalen outside of early in the offseason. I think Kawhi for Jalen is about the best you could do.
I don't like that one either because they are very similar players, and Kawhi is much older. Like, the age difference there, like, Kawhi is 35. He's going to turn 36, actually, today. Today's his birthday. Happy birthday to Kawhi.
36.
He might have just turned 5 today. Now I'm confused because it's like it says he's 35, but it says his birthday's today, so I don't know which one's it at. No, he turned 35 today.
Okay.
So he's 35, where Jalen's turning 30 in October.
But now it's like,
For
okay.
two very similar players.
So I got to get an older player who's injury prone, but Jalen is an attitude issue and the team might be done with him. I'm not sure you're doing much better than Kawhi. I like that deal. How about the one that Simmons floated on his podcast? That's not the only thing he brought up. He had a lot of good stuff. But how about the trade Simmons floated on his podcast?
There's a lot of smoke billowing around Denver in general. Some I believe, some I don't believe. Murray and Cam Johnson for Jalen and Hauser. And I am getting somebody who I still think is one of the best 25 players in the league back for Jalen. I think if I'm Boston, I'm signing up for that trade. If I'm Denver, I'm at least having a 6-hour meeting, and it's a reconstruction of a team because you're going to remove the Murray-Jokic pick and roll, but you could run a lot of that offense through Joker. You re-sign Peyton Watson with the extra money, and you could argue that team's better, it's bigger, it's deeper. You have Jokic and Gordon and Jalen as your front line. You have more flexibility, and you have somebody who can really step in if Gordon gets hurt. And now you're not getting destroyed if that happens, and you're under the tax. That trade makes a ton of sense to me, Zach.
Okay. So that's him.
I'd like to
see
see what the rest of that package would be like. Like, you'd imagine there's some picks, some picks in there somewhere. Yeah,
well,
you know what I mean? Like,
the money works on
works,
Jalen for Jamal Murray. So right,
it's very similar. But what does it look like other than that? Like, are you getting picks back? I would think the Celtics get the picks back, right? Because Jalen's the better player out of that.
Yeah,
but is it the value of the asset now with him being unhappy? Allegedly, right? Like, again, we don't know how he feels. We don't know whether or not he requested a trade. All
Nick
this has been.
Nick is shaking his head at you right now. I think we know.
Oh, I'm definitely listening.
Yeah, I think we know. So you're saying you're not shaking your head at him? I just saw you shaking your head.
No. I'm talking to Billy.
I think we know that Jalen's not happy. Wait, you keep saying we don't know. I think we know.
But until we hear from him.
We are hearing from him.
No, he's mad about the analytics.
Yeah.
It's totally fair to assume he's not happy, but none of that is concrete. It's still just
We
speculation.
just had him at some basketball camp talking about he had to play with a bunch of salary dumps
He was
last
talking
year.
about how much he hates Stephen A.
Yeah.
And also, the salary dumps, it was just tougher phrasing than what he's used throughout the year. Because he has been saying in ways,
yeah,
it's
but
like,
we
lost 4 All-Stars.
We are hearing from him, Turp. He doesn't sound happy with anyone.
He doesn't sound happy, but like we haven't heard that he's explicitly
Our team
heard that he's...
was basically salary dumps.
He's not wrong. They were.
He's not wrong. I'm just saying it's not.
He said the quiet part out loud, though.
Yes.
You're not supposed to say that
Yes.
there. But yeah, no, I understand where it's all coming from. But the Celtics, again, have the leverage. He's under contract for 3 more years.
Text line says, on what planet, Jones, is Amen Thompson as good as Jalen Johnson? I don't think I said that. I just said those are 2 young players that I would be
Their
interested in
skill sets
for
are very similar.
Jalen Brown. Yeah, no, Johnson's more established. There's no doubt.
Johnson's an all-NBA player. He's awesome.
But yeah, I just think those are 2 of the young players I'd be interested in getting a little worse in the short term to get what I think is going to be a great long-term player. 617-779-7937. I think all that's irrelevant because they're probably just getting draft picks. If they can even get the draft picks they want for Jalen Brown. But I would wrap your head around getting a shockingly low return for Jalen. 617-779-7937. More your thoughts on this coming up. And is Jalen Brown going to hold up the Celtics offseason if they can't get what they want? We'll get into that next.
WEEI. WEEI.
Y'all ain't know. I go by the name of Lupe Fiasco.
Jones and Keith here on WEEI, live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Keith out today, Terp in, with some pure hoops views on what the Celtics will be doing. I like the idea of Jamal Murray for Jaylen Brown. I think that would be, along with Kawhi, Devin Booker's another name I've mentioned. I've not seen that brought up anywhere, but like other guys making big money that maybe you could swap for. I think they're all making $50+ million. They're all on similar contracts. It's similar logic to Giannis, just these guys aren't as good as Giannis. I think right now that's about the best you can do to save face, but I don't think that's what the Celtics are trying to do. All the reporting is that they want draft picks and they want young players and draft capital and flexibility and this and that. And I hate that approach, Terp. And I wonder what happens if they can't get it and they keep waiting. And now other teams move along and other teams have to start their off seasons and it keeps dragging out. And I wonder if they're going to be able to get what they want for Jaylen. Because on the one hand, they should get more than the Knicks gave up for Mikal Bridges, and they should get more than Orlando gave up for Desmond Bane, and the Timberwolves gave up for Gobert, and some of these other wild trades and pick swaps. And I think Jaylen's a better player than all those guys. But then I also feel like Jaylen is actively tanking his own trade market, and the Celtics probably aren't helping, by the way, by shopping him around and pissing him off. And so I just don't know that they're ever going to get what they want, which means it drags out and you're held hostage in the meantime.
Mikal Bridges went for 5 first-round picks. Jaylen Brown is a better player than Mikal Bridges.
No question.
So, yes, but I think now the whole question about the relationship potentially being severed is why teams are probably lowballing these offers. They're probably not offering all they have because they don't feel like they necessarily need to, because the perception right now is that Jaylen Brown is ready to go. That is the perception right now from all the reporting we've heard. He's been open to like whatever may happen, whatever's next. He's been open to that. So if you're a rival team, you're not going to empty your assets for a player that the Celtics may feel like they need to move on from. Again, that's just speculation, and we don't know what the teams actually making these deals are talking about and how open those conversations are. I'm sure Brad Stevens isn't calling up whoever the Trailblazers, whoever it is, and be like, no, we're good here. We're going to move them. Like, that's not happening. So the Jaylen Brown domino needs to fall before. Yeah.
When we talked last week, you were saying, I can't remember, had they already struck out on Giannis at that point?
Yes.
Okay. When we talked last week and we had you in, they had already struck out on Giannis. You were pretty confident they have a plan. Do you still feel that way? Do you feel like they have a plan and a bunch of names and ducks in a row lined up? Because I feel like they're searching. I don't feel like there was much of a plan.
Because I feel like if there was a really concrete plan, the reporting wouldn't be everywhere
Do I
the way
really
it is
look
right
like
now.
a guy with a plan?
Like, if there was something like they had, and I'm not saying they don't have a plan, right? But like maybe that got blown up as well because this is all over the place. And part of that is just the nature of the front office and the way that they conduct their business, where Brad Stevens talking about at his press conference last week how angry he was that this got out to be as public as it was, especially when dealing with a player like Jaylen Brown, who's been here for 10 years. He coached for 5. Like, they believed in Jaylen so much, they made him the highest paid player in the league at one point. So there's obviously a lot of love and respect for him there. So I can understand why he's so frustrated that got out, but it feels like they are kind of searching a little bit now that we're talking about draft picks. Like, you go from adding Giannis and immediately there'd be expectation would be, you get to the NBA Finals. You have Jason Tatum and Giannis. You got 2 top 5 players. He turned 32 in December. Automatically, there's pressure. Now we're talking about adding picks. Where does that put him? And the thing is, too, that's interesting is if you're looking at just like the betting markets, I think obviously don't tell the whole story, but it is a good reflection point, right? The Celtics are the favorite to win the Eastern Conference right now, as currently constructed.
Still currently, yeah.
Yes. Over the Knicks. And I think part of that is just the recent historical trends in the league where a team hasn't won the Eastern Conference in back-to-back years since the Cavaliers won 4 straight. Teams just don't break through again.
So it's a hedge against the Knicks, and who else are you going to hedge on in the East?
I think that's what it is, right?
Okay.
And you're looking at, and I think that should speak to what the Celtics are looking at in the Eastern Conference, right? Like, no one really views the Pistons. They don't view the Cavs as high as the Celtics.
So there was some scuttlebutt last week that the Pistons were interested in Kawhi. And I think Cade and Kawhi is interesting if that's what ends up happening. There's now scuttlebutt that Kawhi could be going back to Toronto. Shams had that earlier today, and I saw Windhorst on Get Up or First Take, I forget which, saying, well, if the Raptors get Kawhi, now they are a contender in the East, which I'm like, man.
They already took a big step forward last year.
They did, but
that's banking on Kawhi being healthy,
right?
Which is a big issue. And he was awesome when he was on the floor last year.
That feels strong to me, contender in the East. But okay,
that speaks to how open it is, though.
Well, exactly, and that's what I was trying to say. Like the fact that one player can come to the East and swing people's view on a team tells you how wide open the East is. And look, I didn't want Giannis because I'm worried about a lot of off-court things with Giannis, his motivation. And
the way he does things. There was that story of him like holding up the plane on the runway because he was showing up late.
He's now a diva who is coasting. I don't think he's putting in the work and cares about winning, and he's ready to go kick it up on South Beach.
I think that could have changed with the
and he's injury prone.
Yeah,
like
lower body.
I'm just saying I didn't want it, but now if it's Giannis or a bunch of picks, it's not even close. They screwed up. They should have put Ugo into the deal. And they should have put Shireman into the deal and whatever the hell else the Bucks wanted. Like, that's what they should have done to get that done.
I mean, that's the hindsight now, yeah. If they had known that this was going to be the fallout, and maybe it's not as bad internally as it looks, right? Because, again, it's very vague what's going on the outside. A lot of it's just assumptions, right? But maybe they should have done it if they knew this was going to be the fallout. And I'm sure they were kind of prepped for this. And maybe Jaylen Brown appreciates Brad's candor throughout this and his openness and how honest he was and upfront. And he was truly open, or is truly open, to either outcome. He's happy to come back, but if he gets a chance to run his own team and be a guy somewhere else, he's happy with it.
I'll tell you who doesn't think he's happy to come back is Simmons. Because in that same podcast, Simmons said he is running around in France, where he currently is, acting like he's no longer a member of the team.
Yeah.
So knows he's being traded, happy he's being traded, acting like he is not a member of the Celtics.
Which makes you feel like this relationship's in a bad spot. And obviously he was frustrated when they included him in trade talks for Kevin Durant in 2022. And I think Richard Jefferson was making this point. It was like he should view this as a compliment. You're trying to trade for Kevin Durant, who was still at that time still in the fringe of his prime.
Yeah,
Giannis,
well,
he's a multi-time MVP.
I agree with that.
But that's just not how athletes think.
No.
That's just not a realistic way to look at things, especially
and even
a guy like Jaylen Brown.
Even if they did, now they're trading him for Kling Kong, and they're trading him for
Kling Kong's not on the table.
Avdia, and they're trading him for picks and a bunch of guard. And like, okay, fine. It is flattering that you're in trades for Giannis, and it is flattering that you're in deals for Kevin Durant. And before that, these are rumors, not actually put on the
table.
But
if you're Jaylen, it's like, why aren't you just comfortable with me?
Paul George and Jimmy Butler and Anthony Davis and Kawhi and all these other names over the years. And I agree with you. Right. Why aren't you comfortable with me?
Right.
And that ship has sailed. He's not just getting linked to great names. He's now getting linked to Trey Murphy and Kling Kong and a bunch of other Evan Mobley and a bunch of other crap.
So now the best addition, and I think this was going to stay true no matter what, the best addition that they make, their biggest addition this offseason, was a fully healthy Jason Tatum. That was the best addition they were going to make. So now if you're looking at the best path forward, and we're talking about how wide open the Eastern Conference is, still, as the Knicks, they're trying to avoid the second apron, like they're letting guys kind of depart. Like Mitchell Robinson probably won't be back there, just with the whole contract situation.
Dolan basically
pretty much said he's not going to be back. And he won them that Game 5 with that rebound. So when you're looking at how open the Eastern Conference is, and you're looking at the Celtics, who are, again, the betting favorites as currently constructed, you're looking at the path forward and how you can get back to a championship. Don't you think, just looking at, again, who's been reported and the names that are believed to be available in a potential Jaylen Brown trade, don't you just look at what these two have done, consider that you have the TPE, you have a full $15 million
Yes. I look at it that way.
That's how you should look at it. That's their best way to go. It's not like his value is going to go down.
No, but
unless he gets hurt.
Oh, I think his
value. Actually, I shouldn't say that because his value is as high as it's ever going to be. So I let me walk that back.
But it won't be.
It's not going to be like in the toilet.
It won't tank exactly.
And
but
also, how much lower can it possibly go? If this is what we're talking about right now, how much lower can his value possibly go? I get he's a year older, but if he stays healthy, even if his counting stats aren't the same, his value cannot possibly go lower than it is right now. And it seems like it's relatively low.
Text line said, no, and I agree with you on that. And the team should look at it that way. The team should look at it and say, we should just keep these guys together. It doesn't sound like that's the way they're looking at it.
And I say the value's low, like with like just given the type of player we're talking about.
And I think, they're done with him and he's done with them. So that's how they should look at it. I don't think that's how they are looking at it. Text line says you have to provide evidence that Milwaukee wanted Brown, even with Shireman and Ugo in the deal. That was reported last week.
By Shams, yeah.
Was Shams?
Yeah.
I thought Kevin O'Connor had some stuff on that as well. Bunch of people. Meanwhile, Tatum, still nothing on IG about Jaylen Brown. He did, however, take to Instagram and congratulate Ron Harper Jr.
Congratulations to him
on his new 3-year, $9 million contract. He said, "My dog," with the little
I actually do like that move.
finger
for the
crossed
Celtics.
emoji. Oh, you do?
I do. Ron Harper was really good in the minutes he got last year.
Well, so does Tatum. I can infer from
That's
his
his
social
dog.
media. Again, still mum, very much so, on Jaylen Brown. So make of that what you will. Let's go to the phones here. I'm interested in hearing from this guy. This is Bob in Warwick. Bob, good sweep, Bob. Bob, your Yankees ate it this weekend. Yankees suck.
Yeah, so what?
Yankees
It's
suck.
still 10
Yankees
years.
suck.
It is.
Yankees
It's
suck.
right. You're absolutely right. They suck this weekend.
He's
but in the
admitting
long
defeat.
run, when they get
Judge,
the Red Sox, both the Yankees fans.
Stanton and
Judge.
And Grisham.
Judge, that's right. I'm senior moment.
Wow.
When they get those guys back, it'll be a different story.
Okay. In the meantime, Yankees suck.
Can't remember. I'm
Yankees
so
suck.
drunk.
Yeah, he really bent the knee much. I thought he was going to fight me much harder on that. He really bent the knee. That's a shame.
How do you forget Aaron Judge?
Senior moment,
Senior
Nick.
moment, Nick. Yeah, seriously. Come talk to me when you're. How old are we guessing Bob is? 110. All right, come talk to me then. Bones is in Whitman. Hello, Bones.
Hey, what's up, boys? How we doing? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Welcome, Bones.
Hey, what's up, boys? Hey,
What's up?
happy 4th of July week. Let's go USA this week, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, I love your talk about the Celtics. One team that I think like as a dark horse to make a trade is maybe Utah Jazz. Maybe you guys can think about that. But the reason why I was calling, I was, what a bipolar year for the Boston Red Sox, huh? This has been up and down.
It's mostly been down, but this weekend was
mostly
slightly
down.
up,
Longest win streak of the season.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like the pitching is really great, right? I mean, I think we can all agree. Obviously, I'm not happy with John Henry or Breslow, but one thing I want to bring up is, I don't think we know how long Marcelo Myers is going to be out for, right? He could be out for a week. He could be out for a month. Who knows?
With this organization, he might not play again this year.
Very good point.
He might not play again.
Yeah.
And we got T.C. Chang playing shortstop. I think he was playing in Worcester batting like 220, maybe even less than that.
Okay, so it says you want
Frank-
to. It says you want to talk about Franklin Arias. Could you get to the Franklin Arias point?
That's the reason. That's
Yes.
the reason why I was bringing that up. Is he's playing shortstop, T.C. Chang. Why not bring up Franklin Arias?
Okay, so he's in Double-A. I know a lot of the beat writers are trying to figure out why he hasn't gotten the promotion to Worcester yet, but apparently that's not coming anytime soon, or at least not coming this week. Maybe Arias will be up here later this year, maybe not.
Skipping AAA is not unheard of, though. Devers didn't play in AAA.
Fair point. It's not unheard of.
They're going to wait until after they sell, so there's some excitement in August. There'll be some excitement when they bring them up.
His first point, though, on Utah, I would say now that the draft is passed, the charm with Utah is off, but who would the names there be? Markkanen is a name that's come up.
There's not a whole lot to pick from there. But
Who's the
there
big
is-
guy? Walker Kessler?
Walker
That's
Kessler,
another
yeah,
name
they've-
that's come up.
Yeah, and that would be a good fit too. But there is the Utah one's interesting because there's obviously a pipeline with Danny Ainge. Austin Ainge is their president of basketball operations. They've made trades already before, like you saw the Niang trade, and then they flipped him to Boucher, Chris Boucher. Remember him? Oh, rest in paradise, Chris Boucher. He was awesome when he was here. Yeah, he's remembered for trying to fight Russell Westbrook at the end. And Russell Westbrook had those goofy white gloves and was tapping him on the head. What
Yeah.
a wild night that was. But yeah, they have done trades in the past to help each other with business, and I don't know, relatively speaking, especially, I mean, maybe he doesn't really, maybe he's got his hands behind his back here, but Brad has primarily sent guys to desirable locations. Like when he traded Marcus Smart to Memphis, they had just won 50 games. He had a chance to win there.
Yeah, they might have more reason to send this guy to basketball Siberia.
Especially if the offer's there.
So we'll see. But anyway, yeah, we can throw the Jazz in the mix as well if you want. 617-779-7937. How about this, Terp? Let's get to a little bit of World Cup. Let's go to a fifth sport.
This is 5 sports. Wow.
We'll get back to the Red Sox coming up. But we have a reporter behaving badly. Very badly. We'll get to that coming up next.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
You're going to get it. That's next Wednesday. We're now reporting live in Long Beach. Abigail Velez, ABC 7.
Let me tell you, we got a new future star on our hands. It is Abigail Velez, who had to apologize for those comments. She works for ABC 7 out in Southern California. Those were her comments about
the ending there got a little crazy.
Bosnia. What
You're gonna get it? Was that a threat or a promise? Couldn't tell.
Well, I think on the pitch.
Yeah, go to church. Find Jesus. Why is everybody so horny here?
I think that was an on the pitch comment, Terp.
Yes,
like, get your mind out of the gutter, for God's sakes. But she did say, in a poor effort to have a little fun with World Cup competition, I took it too far, and I made a thoughtless comment on air that was insensitive and inappropriate. Was it? I apologize to the people of Bosnia and the Bosnian football team. The World Cup is supposed to be about uniting communities around the world, and my comment did not reflect that spirit. Wishing all the teams the very best as they continue their World Cup journey. This is why people on local television and like the news are terrified to have any of the banter that Keith and I mock all the time in Kiefer Madness. Like, this is why they're terrified to do any of it, because when you do it, you show a little personality and you're trying to vamp. Next thing you know, you got to put out an apology because she's being honest. She couldn't pick out Bosnia on a map, and she thinks USA is going to win, so she has to apologize for that.
Either that or the Grim Reaper that is Rich Keefe is at the door waiting to play it in Keeper Madness. So either one. It's a lose-lose for them.
It's why they're terrified, though, to go off script and go off prompter and say anything, because this is what happens. Apparently, this wasn't Abigail Velez's only foray into ripping the other team. Now, look, this is kind of our side of the street on Jones and Keefe, Terp, because we dabbled in a little bit of this with Turkey, but this was what she was saying going into that match last week.
Okay, and the big question tonight is whether team captain Christian Pulisic is going to start this match after being out in the last one due to a calf injury. Okay, don't shoot the messenger. Okay, hot take. No Pulisic, no problem. That's because whatever happens at tonight's match, Team USA is going to advance. That's because they had huge wins over Australia and Paraguay. So tonight is really about hanging out, having a good time, and enjoying the company. And while I'm at it, the only turkey that I'm concerned about is that Thanksgiving. Honey, Team USA all the way! Come on, Team USA! Let's go! David, Giovanna, back to you.
Get it out of your system.
I think we have a new star on our hands.
That's
like,
A-plus
honestly,
analysis.
I think she's going places, quite frankly.
Move over, Alexa Lorenzo.
Thank you. I think, and Terp, I don't know if you've Googled her work. It's for research purposes.
Yes, of
Abigail Velez. But I think we have a new star on our hands. I think she's going play. I think they're trying to keep her down by making her apologize. But you know what? In the meantime, I think she's going places. The fact that she had to put out a statement for this to me was wild. Wild.
All over. It's like faces backlash, face apologizes. Yeah.
The comments on that video, the second video, were pretty funny. It's like, oh, do you know where Bosnia is yet?
A pure World Cup with her.
Yeah, no,
Get on that?
I gotta be honest. If you were asking me to pick out a lot, now this is just my stupidity and my own idiocy, which I acknowledge, but I would not be great at the pick out this country on a map game. I would not be good at that.
No,
Should we try it?
Let me
Show
tell you,
video?
States I would crush. States I
Could you do all the capitals of the states as well?
I used to be able to do that. I'm not sure I could do
I
state
think I could
capitals
still
these
state
days.
and capital.
Delaware.
Oh, you can stop me already. If I'm looking at it, it's different.
Wait a minute.
If I'm looking, you put me on the spot. Yes, but you put me on the
you
spot.
put yourself on the spot. You just said I could name all 50 capitals.
No, I said I'd be able to
I asked
looking
you
at the
one
map.
state and you couldn't even
No,
do it.
I have to be looking at the map to do it. And it'll just,
what difference does
I
that
have
make?
to be looking at the map with the capital name on it for me to
Yes.
do it.
I have to be looking at a map that says all the state capitals on it, and then I can do it.
I'm a
All
visual
right.
learner.
Well, go look up a picture of Delaware, see if you can figure it out.
All
What's
right.
the capital of Delaware?
Let's see. Let me pull up a map here.
I put him on the spot. You brought this up.
Yeah, but I thought
I can do it.
yeah,
New
I
state.
could.
I
If
can
I had
do
like
it.
if I was like we used to have to write them like in school. Like you'd have to like
Yeah, we all
write
did.
it on the
Yeah,
map.
no, we all did have to do that at one
He was
point.
just
Yeah.
like 3 years ago. You should
Yeah,
be able to remember this.
I do remember when it's in front of me, not when I'm put on the spot here.
Yeah, what is it?
Still efforting to find a map.
Take a guess.
I don't want to see the I don't want to see like the
But do
answers.
you officially have a guess? This is like, what is this? Like random baseball player of the day? You don't have any guesses over there?
Does Twitch chat have it yet?
Does Twitch chat have it? Oh, I don't know. Does the Twitch chat have it? I've seen no one yet.
Yeah, they do.
I've just seen no one step up. Have they?
Yep. It probably scrolled by on you.
All right. I don't see it in front of me, but I do know it's Dover. I'm not great at my state capitals, but
You got
that
it.
one I know.
There you
yeah.
go.
Yeah. No, I know I got it.
Yeah,
That's
good
why I
job.
asked it. I knew the answer. But okay.
JP Mayer got it in the Twitch chat. Congrats.
Congrats. Good work. No, but I couldn't pick out Bosnia on a map. I couldn't pick out Turkey on a map.
No, neither could I probably.
I couldn't pick out Paraguay on a
You
map.
couldn't pick out Turkey on a map.
Australia I could get. No, not confidently I couldn't.
Maybe we should try this.
This is a social video somewhere in here.
Yeah. Look, look, I'm an idiot when it comes to world geography. I don't know why that.
World
why-
geography is tough.
Why does that upset Bosnia? It's like, oh, this idiot in America doesn't know where we. I feel like most people already assume that about us here in the United States. I don't get why that upsets anybody and why she had to
That's
apologize.
such a harmless comment.
That's what I think.
Okay, pick any like random person and ask them to point to that on a map, and I doubt they can do it.
Australia, I could get.
Yeah, I can get
Australia, I guarantee.
Actually, I don't know.
Get.
Now I'm second guessing myself. You threw me in a mental pretzel here. I don't know if I can do it anymore.
North Dakota, Terp.
Oh my! Yeah, I'm done. No, let me.
So when you said you know all the state
No, I
capitals,
said with
you
the
actually
map
know
in
none
front
of
of
the
me.
state capitals. What turns out?
Start New England. See how he does with New England.
Yeah, Massachusetts.
That would be Boston.
Okay, it sounded like a question. You're confident?
No,
in that?
I was confident in that. Well, I was confident in it. Yes, I knew what it was.
Okay, what are you googling over there? Stop googling.
I'm
What are you
looking for a
doing? What are you looking
map.
up?
I'm looking for a map.
Should not take this long to find a map.
Yeah.
Well, they all have the answers on it.
Yeah, he
All right,
needs
what about New Hampshire?
He needs an answerless map, is what he needs.
Concord.
When he said he could get all.
There you go.
Oh, Vermont. You know Vermont?
It's like Montpelier,
Yes,
whatever it is.
It is
See?
Montpelier. Yeah,
There you
see,
go.
good work. Good work, Terry.
That's your home.
He knows
That's your
New
home
England.
there. Yeah.
Maine.
Oh, I know Maine.
Do you?
Yeah.
Kind of hint.
I think I know it. Starts with an A.
Annapolis. I'm just kidding. Go ahead. What is it?
I think it's Augusta. It's not
Augusta?
Annapolis. I can tell
No,
you that.
Annapolis is not in
Rhode Island.
I'm bad. I'm worse at this than I thought I would be.
You know like 3 states. Yeah.
Well, it's been a while. I got to knock off the rust.
It's been a while for all of us.
How about what's the last state from? If I almost just said it from New England that I didn't say.
Oh, Connecticut.
What is it?
Hartford.
Maybe.
Oh
Yeah, I'm actually.
No, I don't. I never said I did.
I think
I
it
wasn't
is.
the one who said. Like,
I think it
know
is
states
Hartford.
and all
I'm
the
not. I'm
capitals.
not super. Yeah, I didn't say that
I
either.
barely
I'm not,
passed the test in 5th grade. You think
I'm
I
not
can do
super-
it 30 years later?
I'm not super confident in Connecticut. I bet it is Hartford. That sounds right. If it's wrong, then oh well. 617-779-7937. But anyway, Abigail Velez,
Superstar.
ace reporter going places when it comes to the World Cup. You know who should be going places but is stuck on this team? That would be Jaron Duran. Let's get into the latest with him in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
Let me tell you something. When you sign up for your insurance policy, for some...
The feed is brought to you by Boston Pro Low Therapy. After a 4-game weekend series sweep over the Yankees at Fenway, the Red Sox homestand continues with the first of 3 against the Washington Nationals. First pitch tonight is at 7:10. Hear the call of the game right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Ranger Suarez gets the start in the series opener for the Sox against the Nationals' Miles Mikolas. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show beginning at 6:10. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate your joint pain at Boston Pro Low Therapy. Online at bostonprolowtherapy.com. I'm Billy Lanny, and that's what's in our feed on WEEI.
Now more of Jones and Keefe
on WEEI.
At the end of the game there,
Yeah.
just some people that were chirping, had been chirping for a few innings and started chirping towards Jaron again. We grabbed him and got him down, just told him, can you get him out? That was all.
What were they saying?
Just chirping at him.
Like regular baseball chirping?
I don't want to get into the details, just enough for us to say, can you please get him out?
That's interim manager Chad Tracy on what went down on Saturday with Jarren Duran. It's so classic Red Sox Terp and so classic Duran. They could sweep the Yankees in 4 straight games, their longest win streak of the year.
They finally got over that hurdle.
Finally. Their first 4-game sweep of the Yankees since 2018. What'd they do that year?
They won the World Series.
So pretty good.
So wild card all of a sudden does not look that far-fetched.
You're talking yourself into it.
I'm slowly talking myself
Even
into it.
from a couple hours ago.
Again, see what happens with the Nationals. No, I'm not talking myself into it. I'm just kidding.
So it's so so classic Red Sox. And Duran gets the walk-off last night and all the good feelings, except he was benched to start the game. Now, some of that might have been a lefty on the other side. Red Sox have most of their lefties, not all, but most, out of the lineup yesterday. So maybe it was planned. He got into the game. It's not like he was being fully disciplined for what happened on Saturday. But Duran going at fans remains a thing. And Duran, I don't care what, I really genuinely don't care what they were saying from Duran's perspective. Now, look, if they're saying objectionable, awful things, kick them out, of course.
Right.
Kick them out. Send them out of Fenway. They shouldn't be there. They shouldn't be allowed back. Like, I don't even think that's a debate if they're saying objectionable things. For him, he needs to get past reacting to it. And what you need to do in Minnesota, instead of flipping people off, what you need to do here in Boston or wherever it happens, you need to have the willpower. And I'm sure they're saying awful things to you. And I'm sure you've heard awful things over the course of your career. And that's not fair to you. Okay? I acknowledge all those things. You need to have the willpower to say, you know what? I'm not going to go at these guys. I'm not going to be a hothead and attack our fans. I'm going to alert somebody in our dugout. They'll tell security. They'll get the guys out of there. And that's how he needs to approach it. But he still somehow hasn't figured it out. And it's really been a day one issue with this guy, going back to when he first came up to the major leagues, where he was mixing it up with fan bases. It's not just them pushing his buttons after what he said on a Netflix documentary. Duran's been doing this from the second he got into the league. And it's really gotten no better. The only thing that's gotten worse is him on the field, despite the walk-off last night. But it's gotten no better. And that, to me, remains frustrating with him. And you want to talk about Jalen tanking his trade value. I don't think Duran's helping his trade value whatsoever. With stuff like this.
I will say, though, it is easier said than done to just say, like, control yourself and stuff, depending on what they're saying, right? Like, if it's about him being open about his story and they're taking cheap shots at that, it's hard to kind of restrain that, right? That's a sensitive topic.
It is,
of
but
course. If it's just baseball stuff, that's different.
I know, but Terp, he was doing this before that
Correct.
Netflix documentary came
disagreeing.
out. I mean, he was going after fans long before that, so he's got a short fuse when it comes to fans chirping him, regardless of what.
Apparently, the guy called the Greg Hill Show today and said that he was just chirping the batting average, which is totally fair game. Fair game.
That is totally
That does
fair
not
game.
warrant
That
any
person,
kind of reaction.
If that's true, I doubt it. But if it's true,
yes,
then that person deserves to stay. They can yell that all they want. They're a paying customer. You can yell that all they want.
It's actually a fact, too.
Right.
It's like you're yelling a fact.
It's like Dover's the capital of Delaware. You just yell it over and over and over
a
again.
fact.
It's just a fact is what it is.
Yes, but if it's things that should be out of bounds that they're taking too far, then it's easier said than done to tell them to kind of rein it in there. You know what I mean? It depends on what's being said.
You're a professional. You're supposed to be a professional. And so to me, alert someone in the dugout who alerts security, they'll kick the guys out just the same. People in the section know what's going on. People can hear what's going on. It's not just Duran. And look, when I say it's not just Duran, literally last night, Rafaela was chirping back at fans, and a fan was getting kicked out last night for that. So, I just am frustrated with it. And it's a shame because it should be all good vibes and all good feelings for this weekend specifically. Obviously, the year they've way underachieved. They're 10 games under 500. And I, like you, Terp, am not buying back in on this team yet. Come talk to me if you win another series or sweep another series and you really have momentum. Then you have my attention. Right now, nice series. Didn't think they could do it. Good for them. Doesn't really change my outlook. So it's been a disappointing year. It should be all good vibes coming out of this weekend. And instead, Duran, I think, messed that up.
Yeah, I mean, now we're sitting here talking about it, and it happened on Saturday. Like, this is, again, because it's a recurring issue that continues to happen. And to your point, it happened before he went on and shared his story with the Netflix doc. So, yeah, I mean, this is a big thing, especially when you're talking about this being one of the players that you can potentially sell at the deadline, because this cannot help his value.
So, Terp, you were there on Saturday, correct?
I was, yes.
And this was as a reporter. This is not as a fan.
Yep, I was there as a reporter.
'Cause you were there last night
I
as
was
a fan.
in Scrum. Yeah, I was there as a fan last night, yeah. Brag.
I think we're going to hear more from that in the clip du jour coming
we
up.
are.
But you were
Terp chagrin.
You were there Saturday as a reporter, and
Yes.
you were in this scrum with Jaron Duran?
I was, yes.
Okay, let's let the people hear it again. If they've not heard it, here's how Jaron Duran handled the line of questioning. Terp was there. I want his read on it right after we hear from Duran here.
Jaron, obviously there was that exchange with the fan. Nothing happened. Tracy was saying nothing happened. You guys were frustrated over something. No. Chirping was? Nope, nothing happened. All right, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
4-0
Nothing happened, Jones. Nothing happened.
4-0 happens.
Yeah.
The interview gets cut off.
27 seconds.
I think start to end with the questioning. It was even less than
Actually,
that.
I think the 27 seconds was me putting my phone on the table there, clicking pause, unlocking, putting the passcode in. Yeah.
Okay, so give us a little behind the scenes, whatever you can. I don't know what's on and off limits, but a little behind the scenes on like the negotiate to make him available. Did you guys go over to him? Was he made available? Was he told
He
was
was
gonna be
made available. So they have like a makeshift podium in there when they do like interviews in the locker room, and he did go up to the podium there. It wasn't like he was sitting at his locker, and yeah, he was sitting there for a little bit, came over. You heard it. That was it. All 24 seconds of whatever it was.
What did he do
nothing
after?
happened, and then just walked away. Just walked back to his locker after that. That was it.
Any
Said,
glares?
Thanks,
Any
guys.
any
No,
sideways
just
glances?
looking
Nothing?
at his phone. Yeah.
Nothing happened.
No, not after that. No.
Well, something happened. They got a fan kicked out of the
Well,
stadium,
Tracy-
and he had to be held back by all his teammates in the clubhouse.
Tracy
in the
said
dugout,
something
rather.
happened. Like, yeah, we asked this. He asked very politely, asked the security guards to remove the fan. So yes, something did happen. It was very obvious he wasn't going to go into detail about it. Went up and I think even if someone tried to ask him a baseball question in there, you were getting that answer. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. It was very clearly he was either prompt to just go up there and had to do it, or he was not going to give anything.
So yeah, why do you think he approached it that way? He just doesn't want to turn it into more of a story because he knows it's a big story with him. So he's just trying to just quiet this. Guys, nothing happened. Don't worry about it. Like when clearly something happened, and he's clearly
if
agitated
he says
about
anything,
it.
like all the comments going to be looked into. I think it's like you go up and just say like it's like I'm just here so I don't get fined.
I mean,
it's like Marshawn Lynch equivalent. I guess
that is the same
like, that's
thing.
it.
Again, the shame in it is that he did have a huge at bat for them to end the game last night. He smoked it. He started the game on the bench. Eaton got the start over him in left field. Rodon's on the mound. Good lefty. A lefty who has good numbers against most of the guys on this team. And they had Duran out of the lineup. Maybe it's related to Saturday, maybe not. He gets in there in his first at bat, comes in as a pinch hitter, does nothing. Then he gets a chance in extra innings, and he comes through with the winning hit. So I guess good for him. Celebrating on the field last night. They had to dump a couple of buckets of ice on him because the first one missed. He came back. They got him with the second one. Fully embraced on the field. Little scrappy dudes jumping into his arms. So, it seems like, if I'm trying to read it, it does still seem like he's relatively popular with his teammates. I can't imagine how that's the case, but it seems that way based on the way he carries himself. I can't imagine how
he's
it's
always
the
the first one of the dugout steps with the Wally head.
But it seems that way. It seems like the teammates like him, which I don't know how, again, that's humanly possible. He comes through in a big spot, and that game was wild. And if you want to talk about something that has the potential to turn your season around, I'm not predicting it did, And I'm not saying it has turned the season around. But you want to talk about a win that has the potential to do it, Terp? When they are close to selling, and McAdam had his report over the weekend, he's hearing nothing about the Red Sox buying. It's only about selling. And they need to go on a run, and they need to do it quick if they're going to salvage anything. And now it's the Yankees, who are admittedly banged up and shorthanded.
So are you.
But you sweep them in 4 games. I agree, you are. No Crochet, no Anthony, no even Trevor Story, no Meyer now if you want to add him to the list, so that might be a net positive. So, I look at all of it and I say this has the potential to turn the season around because that was a crazy one where if you lose it, you lose all the momentum of the first 3 games and we go, same old Red Sox.
They've been allergic to momentum all year.
This at least allows you to say, well, maybe this one's different. I wouldn't bet on it. I don't think it is, but I would get somebody looking at it and go, well, this is something they haven't done all year. Maybe this one is different.
I would agree. When you're looking at it, you're still 10 games back, still tied for the second fewest wins in the American League, still 4.5 games out of wild card. So my first thought was, what if you just took care of business in Colorado the way you were supposed to?
So true.
What if you didn't collapse like that? You could be looking at, 2.5, 3 games out of the wild card? And then it looks a little bit more doable, especially with how close the trade deadline is getting here. But looking at what they have now before the All-Star break, Washington, that's a winnable series. At home, you're riding the momentum.
They are the bizarro Red Sox.
Yes.
They score 1 million runs. They give up 1 million runs. You give up no runs. You score
actually,
no runs.
In hindsight, thinking about it now after you make that comment, the Red Sox winning in a shootout, I don't necessarily love. But the quality starts, 12 straight? Ranger Suarez tonight. It's 11 straight. Very doable. The Angels stink. You get them for 3. The White Sox have been a little bit of a decent surprise this year, but I think you can win that series.
I think Terp is talking himself into jumping on the bandwagon.
No, I'm just saying, if you want to...
them ripping off 20 in a row.
No, definitely not that. But looking at the schedule, it's like...
You sound like me 3 weeks ago. This is what I was doing like 3 weeks ago.
It doesn't matter. They got swept by the Twins. They could win more games.
And again, I'm not... These 4 games don't change my opinion on the team. But if we're talking about the need to go on a run right now, it's possible. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. I mean, again, they've been quite literally allergic to momentum. Anytime they string something together, they hadn't won 4 games in a row all year.
Text line, why are you surprised the players still like Duran? What did he do to the other players? Well, they constantly have to answer for him, namely because sometimes he blows the media off altogether, and then he's got incidents that they have to answer for. And, I don't know, on the field he stinks. So maybe that's part of why they're sick and tired of it as well, with them having to hold him back from another fan while he's hitting 190. Earmuffs, Duran, while he's hitting 198. And his teammates got to hold him back again. That's part of what he's done to them, in my estimation. But I'll acknowledge he seems popular within the room. Maybe it's part of the problem with this team this year. 617-779-7937. More your phone calls here on the Red Sox. Let's get into, one of the Red Sox going on the IL just a few hours after they were called soft by members of the organization. We'll get to that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
If your body is sick...
Red Sox get the win last night. They walk it off at Fenway. Stig on the call. It's a weekend and a stretch where you do have to give some credit to a little Scrappy Doo there, Terp. And it ties in with Marcelo Meyer, who we're going to get to coming up.
The summer of Durbin. It rolls on. He's been great since like mid-May.
He did a horrible job on the Abreu throw.
That is true.
Abreu falling apart last night is somewhat understandable. I think it is understandable, given the emotions that him and Contreras, among others, the Red Sox have, I think, 5 Venezuelans.
Yeah, 5.
Suarez as well.
Narvaez.
Thank you. So given the events of the last, whatever it is, 48 hours in Venezuela with the earthquakes that rocked that country, 1,500-ish casualties at the last number that I saw. That number, I'm sure, is going to get much, much worse. And you understand how he can have an off night, but the throw was jaw-droppingly bad from Abreu in from right field. And little Scrappy Doo had his legs going, and he couldn't get over to it. And then he saw a Yankee out of the corner of his eye that he thought was Chapman, but it wasn't Chapman. And then Chapman's hobbling around because he can't move, and so they implode right then and there. And, outside of that play from Durbin, he dives head first. Not the smartest play.
And that's how he got hurt.
In Colorado, but he dives head first into first base. And I was thinking, man, the guy's going to go on the IL just when he's getting hot. That's a shame. He plays through the injury.
Hits a home run off
Schlittler. He's out there with the big hit last night to get him started and give him the lead, which they eventually blew. He's stealing bases. He's, I feel like now right in the middle of what they were doing this weekend. And he's playing through an injury, which we talk a lot about all the soft players on the Red Sox. Is Anthony soft? Is Marcelo Meyer soft? Is Garrett Crochet pushing to come back? And I reject a lot of that. But I think between Chapman hobbling around on his hamstring and Scrappy Doo out there playing through a dislocated pinky or a subluxation of his pinky, whatever it was, I think you have to point to a couple of guys as not checked out and still trying to salvage this season. I think they deserve some credit for that.
The numbers on Durbin since like the end of May, mid-May are incredible. He's hit safely in 20 of his last 27, hitting over 330 over that span with 15 extra base hits and an OPS of 967. He's been great, really good. And I give him a lot of credit because remember when they came back, they were already down. They're already in the hole, like coming back for the home opener, and he got booed at home.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it was just a rocky start, and I give him a lot of credit for just sticking with it. Never went on the IL with the phantom injury just to kind of reset. Was playing every day. He's played 71 of their 82 games. Like, I give him a lot of credit for fighting through at the beginning of the year.
Okay. Meanwhile, Marcelo Meyer gets called out by the organization in a piece with Sean McAdam on Friday. Summoned the organization, questioned his toughness. I'm paraphrasing. His mindset playing through a slump, and then his toughness playing through dings and dents. And again, I'm paraphrasing out of the original report right in front of me. That was the context on Friday. And then it comes out on Friday evening, he's going on the IL. And you think it's a case of the Fenway flu, as you called it.
Perhaps.
Terp, where let's come up with an injury where we can work on some stuff out of the spotlight. We're not benching him. We can still utilize the roster spot. Fenway flu, we're going to work on it. Maybe it's that. I hadn't thought about that. That's an interesting theory. I think they were letting you know in the piece with McAdam that this guy won't play through anything, and now he's got a nothing injury, and he's going on the IL. Like, I think that's what some people in the organization might think. I have no idea how bad it is or when he'll be back. I don't have a clue. But I bet some in the organization are rolling their eyes at this IL stint based on the Mass Live report.
And it's not a good look when we're just talking about Caleb Durbin.
Exactly.
Right? Who was, thought, like you said, you thought was going to go to the IL, plays through it, and has been massive, hits the home run like we were just talking about it. That's a bad look when that's the case. So, I don't know. It's possible just given how much he's struggled this year. He's hitting 220, has 44 strikeouts. The defense has kind of fall off a little bit. So, maybe they're just kind of giving him some days off, get off his feet. But the one thing about that, just kind of poke a hole in my own argument that it could be the Fenway flu, it feels kind of reversed if they're like, oh, he's never available. But you know what? We're going to give you a couple days off of the IL. So I don't know. It's interesting.
I think when it comes to these injury updates, well, Bradfo had a sit down with Roman Anthony, which if you're seeking that out, you can seek out at Bradfo on Twitter and Instagram. Also on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Baseball isn't boring. You can seek that out there. There was an update in the Globe from Alex Spear on Garrett Crochet. This I don't like. Crochet said, quote, I was still kind of experiencing a hangover from last year, meaning the workload in the offseason. And once I started throwing again, maybe my mechanics just weren't in a great spot. And then as the buildup occurred, that just continued to get further and further from the norm. He went on to highlight some compensation patterns that took stress off his rotator cuff. Basically, he couldn't handle the workload last year, and he never fully recovered. And now, when the hell is he coming back?
That was a concern of it because obviously he had never carried that full workload before, so there was concern of that, and it's obviously worrisome when you hear that, especially with pitchers. They're just so delicate in that sense.
What does he have to miss? 120 games with an arm injury to hit that? He can't opt out of his contract, or they get an extra year of his contract?
I don't know. I kind of forgot about all the ins and outs of his contract, but no, they were worried about injuries with this guy. That was the book on him before they got him.
Right.
So, look, I think that's a fair concern. Trevor Story is going to be back before Crochet or Roman Anthony.
Is he back before Marcelo Meyer?
Roman Anthony's beating both these guys.
You never
back.
know with this organization.
I mean, fair.
Is he back before Meyer?
I don't know, but that's
I probably wouldn't make that bet, but I'd make the bet that he's back before Anthony and Crochet.
That's shocking. That Trevor Story, you talk about Mr. Glass.
Yeah, surgery.
Is going to be back before those guys. Dave is in Springfield. Hello, Dave.
Hello there. How are you?
Great, Dave.
I just wanted to bring up that I don't remember what year it was, but the Yankees were down 13 games back in August, and they came back to tie.
78. You're talking about Bucky Dent in 78. Is that what you're talking about?
Buddy F. and Dent, yeah.
Okay, that was 78. To answer your question, how about Ryan in New Jersey?
Hey, guys. You got to give Durbin a lot of credit. You know what he is? He's Pedroia light, as in he's not as good at any part of baseball as Pedroia was, but he kind of reminds you of him based on his stature. That's what I got with Durbin. Here's what this team's going to do, because they've done it every year since, with the exception of maybe the COVID year. They're going to go on a run. They got like 12 cookies lined up here, or fairly easy games. They're going to go on a run. They're going to end up 3 games out at the deadline of the wild card, and then they're going to pooch the deadline. And the reason why I say they're going to pooch the deadline, because it's intentional. If you notice where their BS salary payroll is right now, they say it's like 260 something, which that's inflated. It's more like 195. They're counting all the luxury tax implications in it. That is exactly what the owners proposed to the players union. 270 is the cap. You think that's a coincidence? I don't think so.
Okay.
So strap in and let's see what happens.
Okay, so look, I would say John Henry spending is a problem with this ball club. I'm not arguing with that. But now you're the chief baseball officer of the Red Sox. You got to save your job. You got to figure out how to work within those parameters. No doubt in my mind, Henry puts parameters.
That's why no one wanted the job.
On Breslow,
that and the security.
Bloom, the next guy.
Right.
Like, no doubt in my mind. So that is an issue. The trick is the person here has to work within those parameters. And Breslow at the deadlines, plural now, has completely and totally failed at that. No question.
The last time the Red Sox had like a good deadline and a real addition was like Schwarber, and they fell into that, right? He was rehabbing. They taught him how to.
He was hurt.
He was hurt. They kind of fell into that. Great move.
People hated it because they were like, "Oh, Schwarber's not even going to play."
I do not think Bloom is a good GM. I don't, but I give him full credit for that.
No doubt.
I mean, you traded for an injured guy. He came in. He had a fit. When they traded for him, I'm like, he's just the DH. He'll never play first base. Wrong. That was a great move. That's
probably to the ALCS.
Probably the last good deadline they had. So it's a fair point.
Now I wonder, so they can be like 3 games if the caller he's like, oh, they're going to be like 3 games back at the deadline. So they're going to get there, right? It was one of the biggest like Cora things where they're like 3 games away in like August, and then they finished like 10 games out. That was a Cora thing. So we'll see what happens now.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on Jones and Keefe. You can also jump in line for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They come your way today at 2 o'clock. We are live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We'll get you the clip du jour. And on the way next, Terp, it's time for Grab Bag.
Jones and Keefe can grab bag with a smile. They can take a nothing show and make the clip du jour seem worthwhile. Well, the hoss of the week should know it. With would you rathers and tearing, they show it. Brags around.
It's time for Grab Bag.
Oh, yes, it is indeed time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe. It is brought to you by Awaken 180 weight loss. No issues here on Jones and Keefe. We've been talking about the Red Sox and the Nationals, Terp. I know you want to buy in just a little bit here.
Oh, I'm getting ready to buy in, Jones.
After a sweep and 4 straight wins for the Red Sox over the Yankees tonight. You get the Red Sox out there. Ron Hare, Suarez on the bump.
He walked that back. It's no longer Ron Hare.
Yeah, I know. I'm sticking with it. I like it.
I
He's
like it
3-3, 283 ERA this year against Mike Mikolas of the Nationals. Is that right?
Miles Mikolas.
What is it?
Mike? It's Miles, isn't it?
It is Miles. Did I say Mike?
Yeah.
Miles Mikolas?
Yeah, Miles Mikolas.
Whatever. He's pitching against the Red Sox tonight.
He's horrible. He gives us home runs all over the place.
5.24 ERA.
So
2-6.
here's what I would say.
Got a sweet mustache, though.
Okay, this is an interesting matchup for the Red Sox. Not only because they've won 4 in a row, Terp, but they are like the bizarro versions of each other. They have the exact same run differential. The Nationals have scored the most runs in baseball. The Red Sox have allowed some of the fewest runs in baseball. So what gives in this matchup?
If the Red Sox have to win in a shootout, I don't love it. If they're going to score runs, I do not love it at all. But I'm getting ready to buy in, so we'll see.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Look, I don't think Suarez is going to get hit around. I mean, that's what I mean. Look,
he also had like a no-hit bid going last time we saw him.
Yeah, he's had a few this year. I mean, the Red Sox basically have won every single game against the Yankees this
Was
weekend.
it Narvaez that said he thinks he's going to get one this year?
Yeah,
He was talking about
probably.
Suarez. He's like, he's going to get one this year.
We were talking about this the other day. Like, I would imagine, and I was like, oh, great. I said this Thursday or Friday, middle of last week, whatever it was, and then Sonny Gray was about to throw a no-hitter last night. I'm like, the next Red Sox to throw a no-hitter will be Suarez. I'm not saying it's tonight. I wouldn't expect it to be tonight.
Oh, yeah, the last time he pitched was against the Rockies when they had that big collapse. The time before that in Seattle, 6 2/3, only 1 hit.
Okay. First pitch is tonight at 7:10. You got pregame coverage beginning at 6:10 here on WEEI.
Jones and Keith, as a member of the Grab Bag Army, I present you. No grab bag, no party. 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 Boston Stadium will be drunk dry.
That's actually what happened. That's no grab bag, no party.
We got to throw that in a
Not
nomination
potty.
for the Jones and Keefe Awards.
Oh, I don't know if that one's going to make
That's
the
a
cut.
good one. I like that one.
But stay tuned to find out to the next Jones and Keefe Awards. Meanwhile, very fitting because the World Cup, we're on to the knockout round. Terp, the U.S. plays on Wednesday against Bosnia, which I agree. I also couldn't pick out on a map.
Neither could
we
I.
had one knockout match yesterday. Did you see any of Canada yesterday?
I actually didn't. I was locked into the Red Sox, Jones.
The Red Sox is what you were locked in on?
Yeah,
That game
yeah.
was in the afternoon.
Yeah, I was out
several
watching
hours earlier, actually. What were you doing, Terp?
Well, hey, look, whatever the man was up to, the man was up to. Canada with a big win late yesterday
That
to
game was
advance
so boring.
to the round of 16. It was.
South Africa had one shot the whole game.
They beat South Africa.
Have you been watching a lot of the World Cup?
Yes.
Yeah, I've had it on. Like, I'm not like really locked in on it. It's just kind of been on. It's like golf. I just kind of have it on in the background. I'm not really locked in on it.
Okay, it doesn't sound like it.
No.
I noticed you don't have
Are
it
you
on
watching
there.
Brazil and Japan right now? Japan
Well, it's up right in front of me, yeah.
on top 1-0 in that matchup as Japan is trying to advance through to the round of 16, 34th minute. In that one, we got 2 more on tap. Germany and Paraguay today at 4:30 at Boston Stadium, which, as the grab bag entry there told you, has been drunk dry. And then you have the Netherlands and Morocco tonight, which honestly is a genuinely great game, 9 o'clock for that one. So those are your World Cup matches to keep an eye on today.
Thank you for grabbing my bag. The Jones and Keefe show's never a drag. From 10 to 2, they're your pals and your sports savants. Hey, has Bob Ryan tweeted? Let's guess a baseball player too. Who's your hoss? Who is this week's shit bragging boss? All us EEI fans say thank you for grabbing my bag.
Sounds like LeBron James could be a member of the Golden State Warriors, Terp. What do you think of that?
I just struggled to see him leaving L.A.
That's our show's GOAT.
It is indeed.
Like today, it's definitely
It feels
the
like
show's GOAT.
It was interesting when Shams put out the Draymond was opting out. He included like paving the way for LeBron, which was very interesting kind of addition in there.
So what would the Warriors be? They would be potentially LeBron. They also want to add Anthony Davis.
So LeBron, Anthony Davis. Hold on, let me pull up the little graphic yet. It was
Steph Curry.
Steph Curry,
and
obviously.
Draymond.
Draymond would come back. Yeah.
And so
what
Butler
about
would be
Jimmy?
out. Butler,
Yeah,
well, that's what I was going to ask.
To make the money work, you'd probably have to
God's a retirement
move
home.
Jimmy. There's no way that team's still healthy come like February.
Okay.
Oh, Al Horford too.
Oh, Al Horford.
Yes.
Al Horford is back there. I forgot about that.
Two
So
40-year-olds.
Yeah, how you don't think they'd be a good team out west?
No, I don't. No. That's literally a retirement home. No.
Not very glowing comments for
No.
our show's GOAT. But okay, there's one update in the NBA.
You ain't nothing but a grab bag, barking all the time. You ain't nothing but a grab bag, talking all the time. You ain't never caught a Tracy Bingham, and Jones ain't no friend of mine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. But we have a lot of updates today on opt-ins and opt-outs in the NBA. Fred VanVleet is going to stay with the Rockets for now, opting in on a $25 million option. James Harden opted out of his deal, but is working towards a multi-year extension to remain with the Cavs. Zach LaVine opting in on a $49 million option.
That's a lot of money.
In Sacramento. Holy crap. We mentioned Draymond earlier. He's declining his opt-in to opt out and ultimately re-sign with the Golden State Warriors. Any other big ones I'm
Marcus
missing
Smart?
here? Marcus Smart opted
Marcus
out?
Smart, yeah. Free agent.
Wow.
I'm kind of surprised he opted out, to be honest. I know people are going to be like, bring him back, bring him back.
So Jones, you want him back?
I don't.
I don't either.
$5.4 million player. He opted out of that? You think he's getting more than $5 million?
No, actually, he was good last year. He could probably get a little bit more.
Okay.
But, like, there's stability in that, you know?
Oh, the other big one, Andrew Wiggins is opting out to sign a larger contract with the Heat to stick around with Giannis in Miami. So that's another
3
one
years,
today.
$64 million. That's pretty good for Andrew Wiggins.
It is a really good deal. So in free agency, which gets going tomorrow night
at 6 o'clock,
Celtics running out of time to get some things done here. That's all the latest so far.
Grab bag and a little coat. Grab bag and a little coat.
Okay, we have a big deal in the NBA, although I guess it could get buried with all the free agency news here shortly. But former NBA player Malik Beasley has been indicted today, on charges related to an alleged sports gambling scheme that targeted at least 4 games during the 23-24 season, according to a federal indictment released on Monday. Like, I kind of forgot about this one.
Yes.
I remember watching some of these clips of Malik Beasley in that season where he was like, forgot how to dribble all of a sudden and was like handing the ball to the other team for like runaway layups going some of
Terry
the
Rozier bad?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Some of the footage
there was like a 7-minute highlight reel of Terry Rozier like just selling games.
Some of the Beasley footage was really damning as well on top of it, though. But I know you believe, Terp, the timing of this is probably pretty good for the NBA.
For the NBA.
Because it's about to all get buried real quick.
Everyone's going to be talking about trades that are going to unfold over the next couple of days. They're going to be talking about free agency signing. Like, no one's really going to be caught up on the story. And the timing of the Chauncey Billups story earlier kind of got swept under the rug because it was at the beginning of the season. Football season was still going. There was just so much going on where that probably didn't get talked about as much as it maybe should have. Like, an acting head coach was removed because they were throwing games and there was a whole gambling ring. Like, yeah, but this is good timing, I guess, for the NBA because of all the other stuff that's going to be going down.
Okay, another day, another gambling scandal. This one in the NBA.
I tell her, baby, I'm a
grab bag. We have another update. This is a sad one. Former running back Chris Johnson, who had a 2,000-yard season in his career, revealed this morning on Good Morning America, Terp, that he has ALS and has been diagnosed with it. He's only 40 years old. He revealed it to Michael Strahan today on Good Morning America.
I used to love using him in Madden.
I mean, he was, I think,
electric.
I feel like Keith was a big Chris Johnson guy in fantasy, if I remember correctly.
If you had him in 2009, you probably won your league.
In fantasy?
Yeah, that was his 2,000-yard season.
But a very, very good player. Sad update there.
He averaged 125 yards per game that year.
Well, yeah,
in
everything was
16
like
games.
it was like an 80-yard touchdown every
That's
single play.
insane. Yeah, he was so good.
A lot of speed, and again, sad news there.
Grab bag.
Okay, new question for you. Does Tracy Bingham follow Rich Keith on Instagram?
No.
I would imagine no. I guess we'd have to.
But we'd have to call him to
ask Keith to check. I guess I should have coordinated that. I'm thinking that's still a no.
It's a safe bet.
She does follow the show. She gets lots of Jones and Keith content. Unfortunately, she's missing
She
out
ever
on
throw
good
a like?
stuff. Does she ever throw a like? That's a question for Brian.
I know
guess.
she commented that she missed us.
Yeah, she did.
Terp.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted, Terp?
Yes, there's a ton of NBA stuff going on. And the Red Sox swept the Yankees. Oh, yeah, he tweeted.
Absolutely. Bob Ryan has tweeted. Let's pick it up with, some of his tweets in the last 24 hours. What is the first role that comes to mind? This is Alice asking the question on Twitter. What is the first role that comes to mind when you hear the name Joe Pesci? I probably think of the Home Alone films. That's probably what I think of. But he goes to Do I Amuse You is what he goes to. Joe Pesci
A lot
roles.
of U's in there, too.
There is. Yeah. He certainly spaced that out. Here you go. This one says, I got 8 points. How about you? This is a question that is, I feel confident nobody has all 20. You want to play a quick game here? I bet Terp will not do higher than
here we go.
Bob Ryan's how many points?
I'm going to guess he's going to get 0.
Okay, ready? Terp, have you ever used a rotary phone?
I have not.
Have you ever used a floppy disk?
No.
Have you ever used a typewriter?
No.
You ever taken photos with a film camera?
Does a Polaroid count?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Right? That counts.
Yeah.
Have you ever listened to music on a CD?
Yes.
Listen to music on a cassette?
No.
Have you ever listened to a vinyl?
Yes.
Oh, listen to a Walkman?
No.
Listen to music on a boombox outside?
Yes.
Watch the video from a VHS tape?
Yes.
Did you find something in your parents' closet? Sent or received a fax?
No.
Recorded music from radio to cassette?
No.
Rented a video from Blockbuster?
Yes.
Accessed the internet by dial-up?
No.
Used a phone book?
No.
Sent a postcard?
Yes.
Used a paper map to get somewhere?
Maps are a sensitive topic, though.
That's probably how you learned all the capitals.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes or no, you used one?
I have, yeah.
Owned a dictionary?
Yes.
Owned an encyclopedia?
No.
Paid with a paper check?
Yes.
Oh, I think that
was pretty
10.
good there.
10 if I counted correctly. Wow, good for you. Bob didn't really answer it. He just said, I'm guessing you think this is both original and humorous.
He answered it. He said 15.
Oh, did he? Sorry. Maybe
he was responding to some guy that says, "Holy smokes, Bob, you're so old. What did you not do from the list where your maps on Payer Us?"
Well, I'm thinking CDs were probably too new for him. Let's see. There was also this one. This is from Elizabeth on Twitter. My granddaughter asked me what the H in IHOP stands for. I smiled like I knew, but honestly, I had no clue. Does anyone know? Do you know, Terp?
House.
He said house. House.
So he spelled it for him.
Like usual, all over it. So, yes, indeed, Bob Ryan has, in fact.
Gentlemen.
Grab bag with Jones and Keith. Yeah.
Time now for our random baseball player of the night, Terp. I'm going to give you 5 names. You pick who it was. Ryan O'Hearn, 3 for 4, 2 homers and 4 RBIs. Was it Luis Garcia, who we're going to see coming up tonight at Fenway Park? 3 for 5, 2 homers, 5 RBIs. Was it Kyle Schwarber, who hit his 30th home run of the year for the Phillies? Sonny Gray went 7 1/3, only 1 hit, no earned, 9 strikeouts with a no-hit bid last night. Or was it Robbie Ray, 8 scoreless, no earned, 2 strikeouts?
Let's go with Sonny Gray.
I think that's the right pick for our baseball player of the night.
It's time for Jones and Keith's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Laskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
What's up?
Are you ready? Are you doing the random ball player today?
Oh, yeah, I am. There's
okay.
like 100 people in here trying to coordinate stuff.
No, sorry. That's okay. But you are doing random ball player today.
Yeah, I got it.
Got it.
Okay, so we're going with a former left fielder, specifically left field. That played from 04 to 14, 11 years. Broke into the league in 04, hung up the spikes in 2014.
Okay.
He broke into the league with the Marlins in 2004, and then he went to the Nationals, then Oakland, then Minnesota, and then the Royals to end his career.
Juan Pierre?
It is not. They have a 0-time All-Star.
Oh.
He did finish 9th in Rookie of the Year voting at 06, and then won a Silver Slugger with Minnesota in 2012.
I feel like the left field hint there is a clue.
Oh, you do?
No, like,
You know
no,
what's
like
so good about this, Terp?
specifically
They're
left
all
field.
clues.
Yeah, no, but you said specifically left field. Like, I feel like
That's because he only played left field. in
Yeah,
his career.
that should make it a little bit, weighing it down a little bit.
Feel free to guess away whenever you got him. Let's see. I was thinking Juan Pierre, zero-time All-Star. Give me the years in Minnesota again.
He was from 04 to Minnesota was 2012 and 2013, and
That's
then
it?
half a season in 2014.
The Silver Slugger in Minnesota?
Yep, his first year there. He had 35 home runs and 110 RBIs. Would not swipe you a bag. He had 3 steals with 2 caught stealing that year. Career high of 8 in 2010.
We've had it's not Kadire. We've had Kadire before. I don't know. I'm looking.
I
Do we
did
have-
see the Twitch chat did have it.
Oh, they do. It can't be Josh Willingham.
He got it.
Josh Willingham?
Can't be. It was Jones.
Wow,
It was
okay.
Josh Willingham.
Stumped. Wow, Josh Willingham. Okay, good for you, the fat bowler in the Twitch chat. That is our random ball player of the day, each and every day in the grab bag here on Jones and Keith. You can dial up Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson, 617-779-7937, and we'll get you the clip du jour next.
Today's match day preview.
Wrapping things up here on Jones and Keefe. Terp doing an excellent job filling in for Keefe today. I'd say it's my favorite show ever, Terp, is what I would say.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I'm flattered.
There's been a lot of good shows, but I would say, and this is no reflection on Keefe whatsoever.
No, of course not.
I would just say this happened to be my favorite show.
You know what? I think I'd co-sign that.
Are you going to triple down on that throughout the week?
We'll see who's here and who's not here, and I shudder to think what people are going to be saying on Friday when both of us are out. But no, we've gotten good feedback on it all day long, Terp. The people love it. Specifically, though, on Josh Willingham, on our random ball player. I'm not sure when I said it couldn't possibly be Josh Willingham, and then it was. I was confusing him with another recent random ball player that we've had. Not Ryan Zimmerman.
That tends to happen frequently.
They all
run together. Yeah, of course.
But congrats to the Twitch chat on getting that one. Okay, Terp, it's time now for our clip du jour.
That sounds great. What is that all about?
Oh, well, I'm glad you asked, Terp. Very good question. Well, it's our clip of the day. And today we got into not just the game last night at Fenway Park, but what we were all up to during the game at Fenway. And it seems like some of us had bigger plans than others. What do you think of the broadcast last night? Number one, if you don't have Peacock, you couldn't even watch the beginning.
I was actually at the game, brag.
Oh,
yes,
you were there.
yes, brag.
So as a media member, you were there in the press box?
No, I was actually there as a fan.
Oh,
yes.
Would you go with some friends?
I did. Yeah. No, it was a good time. But
what friends did you go with?
No, just a couple of friends. It was a good time.
Oh, a couple of friends.
Yeah, it was a great time. HIPAA, Dak, right there.
Okay.
It was a good time.
Oh, interesting. You were there with a friend.
Yeah, it was a good time.
A friend.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great
you said
time.
friends. One friend.
A friend.
I made friends in the little
A
section
male or
there.
a female?
HIPAA. I plead the fifth.
I don't see what's so. I was just curious. I don't know why you're so defensive about that.
Oh, I'm not defensive at all.
I can go to the next question.
Too many fish in the pond.
Okay.
Doesn't want to upset another fish.
Oh, good point, Billy. Oh, I've said too much. My mistake.
Like Christian Gonzalez with the question about smooching.
Sorry, Terp. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Sorry, Terp. I don't know if Brian's on to anything in the Twitch chat or twitch.tv/BossWEEI.
He's getting the AI lab over there.
Yeah, now what is that? That's like a romance novel cover with.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about.
With Terp as Fabio is what that appeared to be. I don't know if that's related or unrelated to what we've been discussing here on this show. But okay, you enjoyed Fenway Park.
I did, yes. Did you enjoy the broadcast?
Well, no, not really. I thought Middlebrooks was quite good on it. Clemens fell asleep for a few innings here and there, and I thought Rizzo was terrible. Benetti's fine. Oh, there it is. The romance novel is back up on the Twitch chat. But no, I didn't think the broadcast was particularly great last night. No.
From the bits and pieces I got, I'd agree. The home run, the walk-off call wasn't bad.
No, that was good. I like that. I like that Yankees suck chants are back. I like that that's back at Fenway Park. We got nothing else. At least give us that. As I said earlier today, where can I get the little Calvin sticker for the back of my car where he's peeing on a Yankees logo? That's when you know the rivalry's back, is when you start seeing those things everywhere, driving all over New England. That's when you know the rivalry's back.
We also now have a baseball-related top memory at Fenway Park this year. Like for most of the season up until this weekend, the best moment at Fenway Park was the Tartan Army taking
That
over.
was the top
and
moment.
Now
we have
you
a
have
signature
the sweep
moment
over the Yankees.
Yeah.
You have your signature moment. If nothing else, you have your signature moment.
Look, they got to keep it going against the Nationals, but that is
we might be talking about buying in.
That is a signature moment. Well, you know what, Terp? In a couple of days, we might be talking about
That's
buying
right.
in on this team, but I am not there yet. A reminder, here on Jones and Keefe, we are brought to you by The 99 Restaurant. You can come celebrate America's 250th at The Nines. Kids eat free now through July 16th. Get over there. Every adult entree purchased allows the kids to eat free at The Nines. Happy birthday, America. You gotta love The Nines. Terp, you're back tomorrow?
I am.
We got a Tier Tuesday. I think we got a good idea for tiers. We're going to finalize things a little bit. I also think we're going to bring back everyone's favorite. We unveiled it last week. Did Grok cook? So get ready for that tomorrow, Terp. It all starts at 10 here on WEEI.
To keep you warm and dry. Red Sox showing a pulse.
Here's the pitch home. Swinging a line drive to right field, base hit, ball game over. The Red Sox have swept the Yankees. The final 5-4 as he beat the two-man outfield, lining one right where the right fielder would normally play. Deep enough anyway to score, and the Red Sox walk it off 5-4 on Jaron Duran's single to right field.
Hall of Fame Joe in the call across the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox radio last night. Shaw is proud to be local since 1860. New series of the Nats starts at 7:10 tonight. If homeowners chose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services, call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate, 781-344-2420. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. Boston Sports Original, WEEI.
Well, how the hell are you, Boston? Victory Monday. Can we call it that, or am I unfortunately treading on dangerous territory, infringing on the Patriots here?
Is this Atlanta Rich? Like Rich after that Braves win?
This is all in.
Oh, all in.
On the Boston Red Sox, Rich, baby.
That's all you needed to see, bud. Best 4-game stretch they've had all year, man.
Well, yeah. It's
Say
something
at
to
least
smile about.
leader. Yep.
As I say many times, water in a desert. Well, this is Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson, and we are on 93.7 WEEI, and we would love to take your calls today. As I said, I don't usually look at social media, but on a day like today, I love hearing your sweet voice. After a sweet win, I'm still covered in peanut butter. I've been running around my neighborhood nude. 617-779-7937 is the number to call. What a perfect day to have our good friend Rob Bradford on with us to tell us why this is the beginning of huge things for your Boston Red Sox. Also, a gentleman we're going to have on the 5 o'clock hour is somebody who has very much so pissed off Mr. Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown, a very, very angry man, and to be in the center of his crosshairs, Bobby Marks, who works for ESPN, he will be on with us to discuss that. And I thought, guys, if it's cool with you, that might be a good place to start, shall we? All the chaos that's going on with Jaylen, what do you say?
Let's do it.
What just happened?
Sports happened.
Oh, yes. Sports indeed happened, and it's brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you gotta get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-777. Well, it feels like today is the day, doesn't it? It's the now 2 months of his team historically collapsing in the playoffs, him saying that this was his favorite season despite Tatum not playing, doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on this being his favorite season. Brad Stevens saying, I'm pissed. Him picking a fight with Stephen A. Smith Part 1, the failed Giannis trade, picking a fight with Stephen A. Smith Part 2, Windhorst saying he's not getting traded in a very masculine voice, being offered up for 4 first-round picks, being offered up for nobodies, and canceling Twitch streams and yelling people at Twitter. The long saga of Jaylen Brown's time on the Boston Celtics may finally be coming to a close as tomorrow starts free agency and decisions have to be made. And man, it sure does seem like from the trades that are being proposed, the market ain't as hot on Jaylen Brown as we thought it would be, is it there, Ted?
It's not surprising to me. I mean, I was always kind of surprised to hear our boy Chris Mannix say there was a robust market for JB, and I didn't feel it. I didn't sense it. It didn't. I didn't get the sense that Milwaukee was really hot on JB. To the fact that they to get the deal done, to get Giannis, they had to throw in more players. To me, is an example of that. I just have never felt that there was a hot market for Jaylen Brown, even though there are people that will say that there is. I disagree with that. So I'm curious. Yeah, if you think this is coming to it, I'm having a hard time seeing how this all ends, where people are going to feel good about it. I can't imagine a scenario in which the trade kind of the trades that have been thrown out there, to me, are going to just only upset the people of Boston. So to me, it was either Giannis or nothing. And so I'm curious. It feels like they're at a place where they have to go forward, regardless. And JB is basically, it's a fait accompli. But I just don't think the market is nearly as hot as what people thought or what Chris Mannix thinks. And so I think we're going to be kind of underwhelmed when this is all said and done.
Well, now it seems like everyone's just getting uncomfortable. Like everyone all over. Jaylen Brown, the Celtics, all the talking heads. And the one thing about all of this that I do kind of hate is that the NBA might have a Craig Breslow problem. Now, not the actual Craig Breslow, but just his reported way of doing business. And that is kneeling upon the altar that is analytics. And here is our guy we're going to have on at 5 o'clock, the rabble-rouser, the one who has kicked the Jaylen Brown's hornet's nest, Bobby Marks. This is something he said yesterday, or the day before, rather, on about Jaylen Brown and his trade value, as we just discussed.
The analytics of Jaylen Brown is not good. I'm more of an eye test guy. There are some people out there that look at that a little bit more deeper than what the eye test says. I had one, not an executive, but an analytics guy saying, well, yeah, we view him as like the 7th best player on a team. I was like, holy crap.
Oh my God.
I get it. There's a role for analytics and stuff, but, well, I guess they call it, I joked, I said, I guess we call that strategy now. We basically changed the word. People got
7th best player on a team?
So I was like, wait a minute, that's a little bit of a stretch there.
So, Ken, the computers obviously don't like Jaylen Brown. When we have Bobby Marks on the show later on, the one thing I want to ask, and I know it's not his opinion. As a matter of fact, Bobby, I think, clarified there that he disagrees with his source. But the one thing I want to ask is, in what categories is Jalen 7th on this team? Like, what did the guy give any kind of reasoning? Can you think of any justification for someone saying that Jaylen Brown is the 7th most valuable person on the Boston Celtics?
Well, I have heard this. This is not out of nowhere. I think we talked about it the last couple of weeks. His adjusted plus minus, if you want to get into it, which I don't have all the numbers in front of me. I'm not the one who crunched these. But his APM is not statistically good. And when he's been on the bench, his off-court numbers have been in the negative. Like, basically, people were saying the Celtics played pretty well when he wasn't on the court at times this year. So maybe that's what Bobby Marks and this guy, this nerd, people want to call him a nerd. That's fine.
That's probably what it's got to be, right? It's the plus minus. It's plus minus. I think that's the kind of just the catch-all. It's probably the most accurate, analytical metric to kind of judge it by. And so that is telling. I mean, we know that's crazy, but that, to me, just what Bobby Marks said is a kind of a look into how people, I think, around the NBA maybe view Jaylen Brown. So if that's the case, I think we're all going to be very disappointed when it's all said and done, because obviously we've looked at JB through one prism, and I think maybe the rest of the NBA looks at him differently. And, of course, the analytics would maybe suggest that they do.
Or a combination, Rich, of the off-court plus him squawking and tweeting at people and twitching all the time. And I do my lasting hope is that if Brad Stevens gets to a point where, like Ted's saying, there's no market, the market is not robust, Mannix is wrong, they reverse course by tomorrow at 6 and say, you know what, we're just not getting the value, we're keeping him.
That would be nice, but if I'm a good GM, I am licking my chops right now, because let the nerds trip over themselves. Let the people that rely on computers turn into your Boston Red Sox. Let them have these receipts like ticker tape shootout that tell you that this person is good and this person isn't good because of analytics, because my eyes say that Jaylen Brown is indeed somebody that deserved to be in the MVP conversation. And this is exactly the problem we were talking about and Theo Epstein was talking about. It's the human side of it. It's like, don't let these numbers cloud up what your eyes see, because you all agree that, like, Jaylen Brown is still a great player in this league, despite there being, as you mentioned, the plus minus in the playoffs was a little off, but most of these teams would be lucky to have a guy. He's a top 15 player. Don't you agree? I mean, top 15 is being very, very like slanderous almost towards him. You could even put him in the top 10 possibly.
I don't know about that, but I mean, he's top 15. Yeah, definitely top 15.
Well, then let's go top 15. It doesn't matter. There is right now, he's being treated as if he is someone not in the top 50. And if I am a good GM, I am hoping and praying that all of these other awful analytics-driven GMs are going to let him continue to fall and his value go down. Now, as a Celtics fan, that should piss you off, because that means that you aren't getting the value that you know that he's worth if you indeed are dead set on getting rid of him. But if I'm a smart GM, this is the best thing that could have happened. You wait for his value to fall and let everyone pay for it when he goes on his revenge tour next year.
Rich, do you think they are dead set on trading him? You have, I mean, look, this can all just go away. You just don't trade them, right? I mean, there's not, I don't know, unless they're behind the scenes, they've had this, kind of made this deal. They know we got to get rid of them for reasons maybe that we're not familiar with. But I mean, you don't have to get rid of JB, and it can all go back to being. Right now, have the best odds out of the East to get to the get to the finals. So I mean, you don't have to take a risk if you don't want to at the end of the day. But do you think it's at all costs they have to get rid of them?
Well, I mean, I was like you. I was like, well, okay, plan A was trade him for Giannis. And if I was Brad Stevens, my plan B would have been tell Jalen, all right, we're going to make a run for it with you. We love you. This has happened before. Your name gets mentioned in trades, but don't worry. We think that you're the man, and maybe even give him that extension, which I'm still not very comfortable with. But you're right. There was no reason to get rid of him. You still got him for 3 years. But last week, Windhorst straight up said they're going to trade him. And then the story coming out that they're shopping him for 4 first-round picks.
Mm-hmm. That's back again. This morning. They reiterated that on First Take. That, now, obviously, there's a player involved in that to match the salary, but it's probably a garbage player, somebody to just make the money work. But it's draft pick driven.
That, to me, is very telling.
It's shocking.
Yep.
Because you're basically saying, what you're willing to take 2 steps back to eventually go 3 steps forward, maybe. And to me, this is, you got to win now with Tatum. So to get four first-round draft picks, to me, doesn't line up with where, Tatum is in his career.
And, Rich, one of the things I've lived my whole life by, this is a great theory. People should follow this. If you have, have a tough decision to make, wait as long as possible to make that decision. There always seems to be more information that will guide you in the proper direction. You don't have to trade him, like Ted said, tomorrow. You could go all the way to the trade deadline. You could go another year next offseason. If it's not right now, wait and see what happens. Why not play Jalen one night, then Tatum the next night? If they hate each other, just rotate. We get through the first half of the year next year doing that.
And here's the thing. I think it's a little bit overblown. A lot of articles, the relationship's blown. You're going to, they can't work together. Please. All JB tells you is that it's fuel. It's fuel. Doubt me. Go ahead. Doubt me. Okay. Put me on the train. All right. It's fuel. So all they're doing is fueling him up, baby. I mean, at the end of the day, he's all fueled up and ready to go if you don't trade him. So I don't think he's been trade, rumors before. So I don't think this time he's going to react any different. They'll be just fine with him, even though at the end of the day, to me, I would have loved to have seen what the team would have done with Giannis and JB somewhere else. But if you can't get something close to what you feel his worth, then just keep him and just ride and die with him, man.
I don't know.
I would not give him an extension, though. No. Do not give him an extension. I don't think you have. I don't think you have to do that to I don't know, smooth things over with him. I don't think you have to do that at all. That would be dumb of the Celtics to do that, I think.
Well, I mean, listen, as they all say on TV, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
That's what they say.
Can't put the genie back in the bottle, Rich.
Nope, can't put the mayo back on the sandwich.
This is Ted's fault, by the way, because last we spoke to him, he and I were celebrating that Giannis was imminent. He was coming. And then he forced our hand on us for like 4 days, and Giannis is in Miami, so I don't know what the hell.
I screwed up on that one. Huh? All right, well, I'll take some of the blame on that, but I'm not going to take all of it.
Well, listen, you can't unshave your chest.
No, you cannot.
No. What did we say last week? You can't unhear your parents having sex?
Oof, that's
the best
probably
one.
the best one right there, yeah.
Might be the
That's
best
very
one.
true.
All right, well, 617-779-7937. We'll let you fester on that visual. While when we get back, you know who else is pissed about this Jaylen Brown analytics talk? Jaylen Brown's dad. There's nothing better than when a relative gets involves themselves in a story.
I love it. Love when parents get involved, Rich.
It's great because there's whenever Tom Brady's dad would talk, you're like, well, that's what Tom Brady thinks.
Of course, and that's the truth. That's the truth.
So if you want to know what Jaylen Brown really thinks, Jaylen Brown's father went on the radio and ripped the media a new one. On top of that, Jaylen Brown went off on Twitter as well about everything that's going on. We will get to that. We'll not be going anywhere. We're back in 2 minutes. Oh, a little rancid. Love it. We are live from the Catch Us Law Studios. Rich Certainleib, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson on 93.7 WEEI. You can give us a call, 617-779-7937. You can also go to the Odyssey app, leave us a message, launch us a take grenade. Press that little microphone, and we play your messages back in the 5 o'clock hour. And as I was saying, Jaylen Brown, not very happy. I don't – this is so weird. I don't. The one thing about Jaylen Brown is that when he makes things worse for himself. Like anytime when Stephen A. Smith says something bad about him, he just goes off on Stephen A. Smith, wants to challenge Stephen A. Smith to a debate. So what does Stephen A. Smith do? He spends another 15 minutes on podcast number 1, 10 minutes on ESPN, another 25 minutes on podcast number 14. That dude's got like 15 different podcasts and places where you can hear his voice. And every single one of them, he talks about Jaylen Brown when Jaylen Brown talks about him, which makes the situation even bigger.
I mean, he's so full
worse.
of I want to throw up.
I know. And it's great when he does it, and I kind of thank him for that. But in this case, I talked, we played that clip a minute ago that Bobby Marks said there was an analytics person who said that Jaylen Brown was the 7th best player on the Celtics, according to All Things Analytics. And that got tweeted out. It's dumb. I think we all agree that, there are some statistics that don't make him look great, some of the plus minus, but he's not the 7th best player on the Celtics. But Jaylen Brown, because what's so great about this is that he put a spotlight with this on something that 99% of the sports following world would not have seen unless Jaylen started tweeting about it. And now everyone knows what people are saying about him analytically. So he goes and retweets that and puts analytics nowadays used to discredit and control narratives. Roll the ball out. None of these guys better than me on both ends. Who does he work for? So is he challenging the analytics guys to a game of basketball? Is that what he's doing?
It might be. I'll let Joe Mazzulla doing it with the media, maybe. I mean, he didn't go after Bobby Marks specifically, did he? Or did he? Because
he
Bobby
said
Marks
state
was
your
just
source. So he did sort of,
okay.
that's back to his Stephen
Back
A.
to, okay, state your source. Okay, he thinks maybe he's the analytics guy that told him that info is lying. Okay, all right, gotcha.
Or he made him up,
Or he made him up, right.
But then he starts giving himself a reach around here by saying nobody has won more combined regular season and playoff games since I entered the league 10 years ago. It's like, all right, man, cool. We know you're good. Like, God, he just can't get out of his own way.
This is getting into Jaron Duran's chirping at fan territory.
Oh, big time.
It's like
big time, man.
He's now coming to the edge.
I mean, to me, this is all revealing. If I'm a team, I'm watching this guy, and I'm like, man, this guy, you get in his head. You can get his head to hang out in his kitchen pretty easy. Right. Like he lets little stuff, and I don't know if he's feeling the pressure. I don't know if he's the fact that maybe it feels real to him that he might be going. Even though I think he subconsciously wants to go, whether or not he'll admit it or not, it just feels like he's behaving in a way. I mean, I've never seen him behave this way, so it feels like something's got his got him all worked up, man.
And Ted, last week he announced that he was going to be doing a Twitch stream with Ken's favorite rapper, Whale, W-A-L-E, otherwise pronounced Wale.
He should change it to Whale. It's better.
Of course. But he canceled it at the last minute. There was no Twitch stream. Who knows what was going on behind the scenes? I know that I heard Turpin this morning on Jones and Keefe, and it's of his opinion that the Celtics are not fans of Jaylen Brown lately going on these
Rich,
streams.
That's not the first time that he's announced he was going to go on Twitch and then cancel at the last minute, right?
Yeah.
So this has kind of been a reoccurring theme, not always, but I feel like he's done this a time or two in the last month where he was kind of a hot topic and said he was going to go Twitch, didn't, and so it led to the same speculation. So I wouldn't be surprised if he got a call from the Celtics.
Well, what is fantastic, as Ted was talking about earlier, and I was agreeing with, is that when a family member starts picking up on a story and getting on the media, it really is the best. It's great because it's like you get to hear what the player, because the player's talking to his dad, he's talking to his mom, and now if I was a player, one of the first things I would do was call every member in my family, like that's, like mother, father, brother, sister, and say, do not say a word to anybody about anything because stuff like this happens.
Damn rights.
Damn rights. That's exactly right, Mr. Brady. And so here is Jaylen Brown's father talking about this whole thing with analytics and talking about Jaylen's beef with Stephen A. Smith and Kendrick Perkins, too. Let's let it roll.
My son is very educated enough to know what to say and what not to say, what's off limits. And Big Perk, you wrong for jumping against your teammate. I don't like that. Excuse the N-word, but that it is. You know what I'm saying? Watch your mouth, boy.
Okay. The champ is back. Right.
He handling it like he's supposed to. He's always handled himself like a man, like a gentleman. You know what I'm saying? Very respectful kids I raised, man. Let me tell you something. Very respectful kids, all of them. You know what I'm saying? And how he handled that kind of pressure, I commend him.
Yeah.
Because me, I'm different. I'm getting your face, Stephen A. Yeah, I'm coming to see you.
Marcellus, why are you looking at me like that?
No, I'm coming to see you, Stephen A.
What would you
I
say?
called you a couple times, Stephen A., and you didn't answer. But it's okay. I just wanted to talk about it man to man. What's your problems? Why are you attacking him? Why do you attack the black community? Go attack the white community. Oh, that's right. You getting that check to do that. We unplugged about this.
By the way, that's as I said, I love it when the parents talk. But Stephen A. Smith was a huge fan of Jaylen Brown, the player, throughout the season, and the only thing that Stephen A. got pissed about were Jaylen's comments after they got bounced from the playoffs. Which, hate to break it to you, Jaylen, a lot of people were confused by what you said, and that it seemed like a direct shot at Jason Tatum. So you could yell at Stephen A. Smith all you want. But Stephen A. Smith had your back when it came to all things basketball, and if you just wouldn't have said anything, as I said, this dude just can't get out of his own way. He just continues to shoot himself in the foot, and I don't know whether or not this is by design now. Like, I'm wondering if he's trying to either make himself untradeable or trying to punish the Celtics by trying to put him out in a trade so they won't get the value that he's worth.
Dude, that's a good question. I think it's more the latter. I almost think he's. I've never felt truly that he wants to leave here. If he does, he wants to make it look like he's a martyr, that he was forced out. Even and so I think it's more of the latter. I just think he's trying to stir the pot and make it difficult for them to trade him. Even though I think part of him wants to go, I think there's a big part of him that still wants to remain a Celtic and get. Ideally, I think he wants to stay here, be a Celtic, but get the love, adulation, respect, and all the fanfare that Jason Tatum gets.
Exactly.
That's what he truly wants.
Tatum's the key.
That's the whole thing, and he can't get that, and it's frustrating him. But I don't think he ultimately wants to leave. I think he wants to stay here, but he has to get all that other stuff that's, honestly, you got to earn it, man. You got to earn it. And there's a reason you're not on the same. People don't view you as the same way as Tatum. I mean, it's because you're looked at not as good, but you also got this other baggage that is, I think, kind of lowers your value.
I have nothing negative to say about Jaylen's father because I have seen a picture of the man. And
7 feet tall.
My God.
Good God.
I mean,
I love his parenting kind of basically it's do as I say, not as I do. That's basically how he's parents,
Well, doesn't it feels like a shams day, doesn't it? Like this, I mean, I just feels like if something's going to happen because of, free agency starting tomorrow, it just feels like something's going to happen within the next 24 hours, or like you said, Ted, it's just he's a member of the team come the beginning of the season. If it's going to happen, it feels like it's happening potentially during our show, which would be, obviously we would throw away everything but that because this story
is... The bigger news today, Rich, has been the LeBron James movement to Draymond opting out of the Golden State deal, potentially to make way for your guy, your new fan, your new guy, LeBron. Golden
sure.
State.
Makes sense. That's what they do. They collect the old timers, man.
Yeah, but
see if they can't catch lightning in a bottle.
That was Rich's dream.
Well, the best thing that I heard this described as, because it would be Anthony Davis, Draymond Green, LeBron James, Steph Curry, and Al Horford, and they were saying this is the NBA's version of the Expendables.
Seriously, man, dude, that's some old dudes, but those are OGs, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that would
Fun
be
to watch,
I think that'd be kind of a fun team to watch. I mean, look, they probably kind of middle through the regular season, and then when the playoffs come, that would, to me, would be a fun team to watch. All those old timers on that team.
They can't win, though. Right?
You think they win the whole thing?
No, they can't win. I think that they're obviously going to be a very fun. They're going to have their moments when everyone is, healthy and not winded and doesn't feel old, but that's like if that's your starting five, I want you to add up the ages of all those players.
Damn.
And I bet by 20 years, they're the oldest team in the NBA. If you combine all of their ages.
Mm-hmm. I bet you're right.
Horford is what, 40 now?
He's up there. Yeah, he's up there. I bet you, the average age, I think, for Oklahoma and for the Spurs was like 24 years old. Their average age would be like 34. 10 years more.
34? Because who's the youngest on the team? Draymond? Or Anthony Davis, maybe? Or
probably Anthony Davis of the big names.
35, yeah.
And Anthony Davis is 35?
Yeah. That's crazy, man.
So, but as you said, it would be fun to watch. And you know what? Hell, go for it. That seems like it'd be great. Unless LeBron, of course, you want to be a Celtic. That would be
33.
Obviously.
Anthony Davis, still a young pup.
So he's bringing him down,
yeah.
Okay, there we go. So he's moving down a little bit. All right. What a great day to have Rob Bradford on. Of course, baseball isn't boring on a day where you got to witness the moment that the Red Sox said, enough. We will not go dark into the night. This is our Independence Day, and they will turn things around towards their march of winning another ring here in 2026. Rob Bradford joins us right after this.
came up, and for a good period of time, Bregman was on the IL.
Yeah.
And for me, like looking back at that, like I don't know if I, am the player I am without, listening to him while he was on the IL, share things with me and help me out as a teammate and as, cheering us on. And it's the same thing with all the guys who I've experienced that have been hurt that come out and, sit here for 9 innings and watch the boys and cheer on the guys and cheer on myself and help, bring that energy.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson. You can give us a call at 617-779-7937. That was the voice of for reasons you understand, very somber Roman Anthony. But I don't want to start there. We've got Motorhead playing. We have a weekend where the Red Sox just swept the Yankees. And mark it down, Sunday, June 28th, the day the Red Sox went in their improbable win to win it all in 2026.
Nice.
Even if you don't believe it, your cold and dead and wrong heart has to appreciate how really shocking it was for this awful team to absolutely pants the best team in the American League. That was fun. You have to admit, that was fun. And as many times as you screamed at your TV last night, if you were watching the game and it wasn't preempted by golf on whatever
that threw me off. Did that throw you guys off?
Oh, yeah.
I was on Peacock the whole time, so I didn't
Okay.
I didn't see that, but I heard a bunch of people complaining.
Yeah, that was strange, man. I mean, the guide said, hey, there should be a game between the Red Sox and the Yankees, and I'm watching Scotty Scheffler on the 17th hole. What is going on, man? That was weird.
But what a great weekend, though. I mean, it's like who's the hero of the weekend? Is it Sonny Gray, who pitched a no-hitter through 7 innings?
Oh.
Was it Durbin, our guy, who's obviously ever since he's seen Lorenzo has been on fire?
Just the pitching. Pitching was lights out, man.
Yep.
All 4 games.
And then there were like unsung heroes who like had their time to shine. Like Yoshida was like a shock. Obviously Toley's been great, but a guy to have us come on and basically confirm that yes, indeed, this is the greatest team of all time is our good friend Rob Bradford, and he's brought to you by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. All right, Rob. Obviously, I'm laying it on a little thick, but this felt different, didn't it? It felt pretty good. I mean, when you kick the ass of the Yankees 4 games, like and sweep it like this, I mean, is there anything to it? Are you feeling any kind of energy that wasn't there beforehand?
Well, first of all, I always feel energy when I'm on with you guys. Yelling McFarland, feeling ace of spades. Are you kidding me? Like, if you could be like 0-162, you have ace of spades going on. It doesn't make a difference. You feel good about everything. And I also, before we go, I also want to know, Ken, I heard Ken, his life lesson was something he lives by.
Yes.
Yeah.
That you wait as long as possible before you actually do
Yes.
something.
Yes.
Did you do that when you said that JD Martinez was never going to play the outfield in 2017?
That was a kerosene take that just didn't come true. Different from my radio career. I'm talking about personal life. Personal life decisions.
Okay. All right. I get it. So when you eat those gummy bears in the press box, you think 5 times.
I do, yeah. Measure
But
twice, cut
anyway,
once, yeah.
Anyway, it's so here's the thing, guys. It's weird walking around today. I was in the post office. I was, here and there, and I had more people. I just overheard more people talk about the Red Sox. Not even like to me, but talk about the Red Sox. And I felt like what I came away from off of these 4 games, off of last night, was that people are so desperate for good things. We just want good things. We just want a taste of what summer should be around here. And that's the vibe I got today. So to answer your question, Rich, yeah, I think that's exactly what last night did. I thought a win would have probably done that, but the way that they won, I think that sort of everybody raised their antennas a little bit more.
And you know what's weird too, Rob, is that like I had a feeling when we were going into this series, like there was a feeling that this could obviously end bad because the Yankees are a very good team and the Red Sox have been awful. But then there was that story that came up. Who was it that Sean McAdams said that people were saying? I had what was it? The Sean McAdams story that came out right before the series.
With Marcelo Meyer?
Marcelo Meyer, yeah. That Marcelo Meyer apparently was being questioned about his toughness physically and mentally. And then there was, of course, what happened with Jarren Duran mouthing off to the crowd, and even there was like a Raffaella thing that happened yesterday or the day before, I think too, where he was yelling off at the crowd, and I'd been giving Chad Tracy so much credit for, as bad as his team was, things kind of like that being under control, and I just started to feel that if things didn't turn out this weekend, that the locker room was going to implode, and that's why I believe that the way that they won last night, especially being Jaron Duran, a guy that probably needed a good day better than anybody, some sort of good karma coming his way after saying what he did and doing what he did the other night, it kind of prevented, I believe, there being a possible implosion with this team.
Well, yeah, and I'll throw another one at you. Remember, they came back after that sad trombone of Colorado and had everyone was on an hour of sleep. And everyone's like, oh, here we go. All right, there you go. And even when they win, they're like, oh, no, it's the next day. It's the next day it catches up to you, or they'll win the next day. But if they don't win, if they don't do what they did, if they don't say if they split this series, we're right back to where we were before about, look at where they are in the standings. You're 6.5 out instead of 4.5 out. So I think that, all of it, and I do credit Chad Tracy a lot. And I will say this, is that as we sit here, they're, for whatever reason, because they've found some solutions, some of these guys that have been called up, Chang, Siegler, these guys, they fit in really well. They're playing really well. The pieces of the puzzle fit a lot better than they did before. And now you're sitting here like, okay, this is the stretch, man. Like, this is where you go. This is where you figure it out. Whether or not you have two teams that you play in the next 4 series, which you are definitively better than in the standings. And then you have Chicago, who's going to be tough. But you have a chance here leading into the All-Star break. And this is, to me, this is where they can make their run. You have the T-shirt gun. You have the trampoline that was the Yankee series. And now this is your opportunity. And by the time you get to the All-Star break, that's when you define exactly who you are.
Oh, Bradfo's fired up. I love it. All right, so in the last 4 games against the Yankees, Anthony Siegler has 5 hits, has a home run, 2 RBIs. What do you think about his play? Is it sustainable? And has he carved out a role for himself to get more time moving forward?
Yeah, I don't know if it's sustainable, Ted, but here's what we should understand about this. He was a first-round draft pick, and I say that because, if you're a first-round draft pick, you're talented. You have talent. He was taken just a few spots. I think a spot maybe after Tristan Casas. So you know that he has talent. He just has to find his way. He was a former catcher. And the thing I like about him is that he puts the ball in play. He obviously is a switch hitter. He makes the plays at second. And here's the biggest thing I like about him is the vibes, man. Like, this is the thing. You had a clubhouse, and there are a bunch of nice guys. That's all well and good. But when you don't win, that can be tough. If you don't have someone coming in and you see Anthony Siegler running, basically running from home plate to the dugout, you're hyping up the crowd like there's 3 people in the crowd, like it's like a bunch of parents or something, and they're looking at their phones. Like, he's hyping up the Fenway Park crowd, and to me, that's a small part of it, but an important part of what this club needs.
So, Rob, when we get back, hang in there because you talked to Roman Anthony. No one's got better access to the team than our man, Rob Bradford.
So true, man.
Especially Roman.
It's amazing what a free baseball isn't boring hat can do as far as access.
Sticker. Hey, whatever it takes. Who cares about journalistic integrity?
He gave Rob his Lambo to drive over the weekend. Unbelievable.
There you go. There you go. So we'll play some of that because there was some interesting things that came out of that. Also, I want to find out. I know it seems like a little bit of a jump, but I want to know if what you saw this weekend might have changed the philosophy, the pivot that Sam Kennedy talked about.
Ooh, I have some thoughts on that, Rich. I've got a take on that.
I want to. Let's hear it. Let's hear pivot talk, baby.
Make sure you pause five minutes before.
Well, I'm waiting until the trade deadline, but I got a thought on it.
All right. Well, we will get to all of that, and Ken blowing our minds with his take right after this.
Tonight, Sox and National.
Broadcasting from the Catch-A-Slaw Studios. No fee unless you win. It is Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson here on 93.7 WEEI. And after a really great weekend for the Red Sox, I really don't know how it could have gone much better. This time tomorrow, we're close to this time tomorrow on 2:30. Chad Tracy will be joining us in one of the rare appearances that's going to actually have a lot of good stuff to talk about. It's not going to be as depressing as it usually is. By the way, Chad Tracy, my man, he's got to watch his mouth. He's going to get
Potty
fined
mouth. Yep.
with such a potty mouth. Let's take a listen to him afterwards. He was very, very dirty.
Jeez whiz. Jeez whiz. Yeah. You guys had to erase your articles and rewrite them, didn't you? Delete, 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 delete. Right.
He's been hanging out with Brad Stevens too much.
Dropping cheese a whiz.
Just like his dad.
Times
Jim,
are good.
Jim
Yep.
Tracy, just like that.
Yep.
G. Willikers.
Oh, yes. Well, with us right now is Mr. Rob Bradford. Baseball Isn't Boring, WEEI.com. And he got to spend some time with Roman Anthony. And Roman Anthony, I mean, listen, the dude obviously probably feels crappy that he's not out there playing. He seems like a dude that just loves playing the game of baseball, but I don't know what's going on. It is an injury that I'm finding very hard to understand. All I know is that whenever you think something positive is about to happen, we end up hearing a report that no, nothing positive is happening. It's just basically not don't call it a setback. It's just not moving forward. So, Rob, you spent time with him. What did he say about what's going on with his situation and how he feels kind of being on the sidelines during all this?
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's sort of a unique situation, and I think it's been documented about how unique sort of this injury has been. But one of the things, one of my takeaways was how he admitted that, because I think that when I talked to him, whenever that was, a month or so ago, and it seemed like, okay, he was swinging, it's around the corner, and then it goes the other way. He treated this like an injury, like a young person treats an injury. I'm going to power through it. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to put the pedal to the metal like a lot of people want you to do. And I think that's where this injury, it made it take a turn for the worse, or certainly not a turn for the better. Like, remember, he took a cortisone shot. He thought that was going to fix it. It probably made it worse, honestly, because you actually use it when you shouldn't be using it. And I do think I watched him in the outfield yesterday. You talked to him yesterday. I do feel like he feels like it's getting really, really close in terms of being able to feel good about swinging the bat. And, guys, like, this is what it comes down to, is that Caleb Durbin can dislocate his finger and he can swing a bat and he feels good. He feels good about hitting the baseball, and that's why he hits a home run. It doesn't matter who you are or what you have. If you do not feel good about when you get up there, feel like that you can actually be yourself and do the job, then you aren't going to be the best version of you, or not even close to the best version, a palatable version of yourself. And I think that that's what we're dealing with here, because ultimately they need the best version of everybody, including the best version of Roman Anthony. And I don't think the guy that you roll out right now would be the best version of Roman Anthony.
You put a timeline on it at all, Rob? What do you think? Like, what's your guess?
No, dude, like they are freaked out about timelines.
Oh yeah.
But I want the Bradfield timeline. If you had to guess.
No, I said to him yesterday. I said watching him field and seeing like his attitude, and I think he is a little bit optimistic. But there is no timeline until he picks up the bat, swings it, and still doesn't have that pain. Like he said, that it feels better, that it's getting better, that it actually feels a lot better than it does a couple weeks ago, whatever it is. That's all well and good, but we start until you get up there and you're like, okay, here you go. You're hitting pitches. And no, I mean, that's just not happening right now. And because, as he said, I think he had the line, it's a stupid finger. Like, it's a stupid finger. And to think that this is holding him back because of this, but that's the reality. He knows it's a reality. We should all know it's a reality, and it is what it is for now.
Can I ask? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ted.
Oh, just real quick, Bradfo, should we give a little mea culpa to Breslow? I mean, you look at Caleb Durbin. You go in the last 4 games, he's got 6 hits, 4 RBIs, and a home run. And we know he's a stellar defensive player. Now his bat's starting to been getting hot there for a while. How would you describe Caleb Durbin right now?
Yeah, I mean, Durbin's one of them, Ted, right? Durbin's absolutely, if you want to play the Bregman game, like not even close, like Caleb Durbin the last month has been far and away better than Bregman. Bregman's having a tough season. I was talking with someone who covers the Cubs yesterday, and he's just like, he's not hitting the ball hard at all. But, listen, he might turn it around. I don't know. But I think when you talk about mea culpa for Breslow, I still say it's going to be a results business. Ultimately, this is once he fires Cora and all those coaches, I don't care how many good acquisitions you have. It's a results business. But if you want to play the game of guys that he acquired, man, he had a much better offseason than we thought, because you got Durbin, who looks like to be a really, really good player. You have Ranger Suarez and Sonny Gray. Holy mackerel, they've been all-star levels. You have Wilson Contreras, who should be an all-star. Across the board, but you can't ignore the fact that you're still 10 games under 500, even with all those things. And I think a big reason you are that way is because you didn't get the most important thing, which was the no doubt about it bat in the middle of the lineup. So I think you give Breslow a lot of credit across the board for all these guys, including Durbin. But still, once again, results business, you're 10 games under.
So, Rob, what does this mean ultimately for – I mean, does it mean anything that they're going to change their opinion on what they were going to do at the trade deadline? How much more do they have to win? How much closer do they have to get to 500? Did it change anything, this sweep this weekend?
Yeah, I think Rich, that you go back to the Sam Kennedy where we might have to pivot. Well, they're not they're not they have their feet firmly in the ground. Put it that way. As a connoisseur of a great pivot in the great game of basketball, I can tell you, they are just in a triple threat position, standing still, and that was a terrible analogy, but I don't care.
Oh, I like it. I get it.
But I would just say this, is that he talked about running his own race, right? And that's what they've done. That's what they'll continue to do. I talk about these 4 series leading into the All-Star break. You have the Nationals, then you have Anaheim, then you have the White Sox, and then you have the Mets. And where you come out of that, you should have a really, really good idea of what you have and what you're all about. And I don't want to hear about, you have 80 games left. You don't. You basically have a few weeks to define whether or not you're going to trade Chapman, you're going to trade Gray, you're potentially going to trade Contreras, and you're going to pivot that way. But right now, as we sit here, I think that they're just going to hold firm and see how this plays out over the next few weeks.
All right, Rich, do you want my big theory on this?
Ooh, let's hear it.
Okay, so the reality is you have a 26% chance to make the postseason today. You're 4.5 games back. You know, the evidence is in. The offense stinks. You need a bat. So you do both. The apples in my eye, shortstop Jeremy Pena, Houston, or Byron Buxton, center fielder, Minnesota Twins. You trade for those guys with prospects, and you force them to take whichever one you get, either Durant or Yoshida or Story, some combination of they take them off your hands. But you trade your surplus of pitching. You bite the bullet with Chapman. You get something for him. Whitlock, Coulomb, all these guys that are accessory pitchers that you can backfill. You replace some of the prospects you give up with these guys, and you correct the course. You're heavy pitching, give up a little pitching, get a little hitting. Bradfo? What do you think?
Thoughts?
All right, Ken, I like you personally.
Yeah.
I respect your opinion, and it's your prerogative to be wrong. So I just listen. First of all, you mentioned two teams, right? The Astros and the Twins,
right?
Who right now, they have a hard time selling because they're a game and a half out themselves.
Yep.
So if it changes, then fine. And the Red Sox take off and they want to start allocating prospects for those, they're fine. I think that the one thing, like you mentioned, what they need, like to get what they need. And if you trade Gray, if you trade Chapman, if you make deals, the one thing that you have to start doing is getting bats in the system, like upside bats. They drafted so many pitchers, and that's why they have these pitchers. They've done a good job developing, but when they needed bats, they didn't have the guys to call up and say, all right, here's the next wave of Roman Anthony or whoever. That's just – they need those guys in whatever trades they're going to make. So, yeah, I mean, I'm all for – I'm Ken, I love the Carlos Santana example. A year or what was it, 2022, the Seattle Mariners, they're in the same spot as the Red Sox. They traded for a complimentary piece in Carlos Santana, and next thing you know, they go 20-5 because he fit so perfectly, and he was exactly what they need. It doesn't have to be the Peñas. It doesn't have to be the Buxton. But to show the team that, hey, here's a little push, here's a little carrot. And I wouldn't be against that at all. And you wouldn't have to give up a lot. And if you did, and it doesn't work out, you still have time to reverse course.
I just know that the minute you said Carlos Santana, I just thought about this team being super smooth.
That's what I thought.
He's
First
playing
thing I thought,
tonight.
I was like, man, the guitarist?
That's Xfinity Center tonight. Santana and Doobie Brothers.
Did he just pivot to guitar?
You don't think I do that? I mean, I was about to drop a Doobie Brothers reference on you, too.
Oh, drop it.
Yeah.
The best.
Michael McDonald, the all-time great backup cameo singer of any genre, anywhere.
Taking it to the streets, baby, tonight.
Oh, yeah! All right, we're Rob Bradford. Great stuff. Baseball isn't boring. WEEI.com. The man is everywhere. And, be nice to him. It'll give you a hat as long as he gets complete total access to you at any point.
Give me an interview, and I'll give you a hat. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, Rob. Great stuff. Thanks for coming on with us, man. Appreciate it. All right, Ted. I can't wait to get your opinion on this. This is something I saw at the end of last week, and I have been holding on to it, my friend. One of your favorite players in the entire NFL is getting slandered, absolutely crucified.
Give me names. I want names.
And I will state the source.
Okay.
Unlike Jaylen Brown's people, I will state the source.
Good.
One of your favorite players is getting demolished in the press.
All right.
And we'll get to that. We're not going anywhere. 2 minutes. We'll be back with that.
By Boston Prolotherapy in the feed. 11 straight quality starts by Boston Red Sox pitching, most since 1988. They'll go for a dozen tonight with Ranger Suarez on the mound. 7:10 first pitch across the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's proud to be local since 1860. And that'll be a 6:10 pregame. Mass Mutual pregame with Arcand. Don't forget postgame as well. Miles Michaelis and the Washington Nationals in town. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate your joint pain with Boston Prolotherapy. Online, bostonprolotherapy.com. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
Live from the Catch a Slaw studios, no fee unless you win. Rich Shirtenlieb, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. And you can call us at 617-779-7937. We would love for you to be part of the show as well. As I said, I'm not a big social media guy during the show, so this is the way we love to stay in contact. Also, go to the Odyssey app if you want to take a listen to us. You can take us anywhere and launch us a Take Grenade. Press that little microphone button, and you can record a message, and we play it a little bit later on in the show. Ted, I have been holding on to this to get your reaction.
Yeah.
Because you were the first person I thought of when I saw this. It is list season. You know, when it comes to in July, when there's a dearth of other than just regular season baseball, we got a little World Cup stuff. But when it comes to the NFL, everyone loves putting together lists. But this list is by somebody who I respect. Matter of fact, we've interviewed him many times, and he seems like a guy with a good head on his shoulders. Pete Prisco from CBS, and he has ranked the top 100 NFL players of 2026.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you a little spoiler alert. Myles Garrett is at the top. I don't think that anyone's got a huge argument with that. Myles Garrett is a generational talent. I think we all know who he is and how great he is. That's not the controversy right there. What I do want to ask you, though, Ted Johnson, it is, if you had to guess who was the highest-ranked Patriot on this list, who would it be?
Oh, it should be Drake May, is what it should be. If it's not Drake May, my guess is Christian Gonzalez. Those are the two best players on the team.
Okay, it is Christian Gonzalez. That is who is ranked highest. And Christian Gonzalez is ranked at number 29.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you that Drake May is indeed the second highest ranked Patriot. Would you like to guess what number he is at? The top 100 players in the NFL, according to Pete Prisco. Remember, Drake May, somebody who was second. He was the runner-up for MVP this year. Almost won it if it wasn't for one voter, right? Like all it took was one guy to change his vote, and all of a sudden Drake May would have been your man.
I think that's correct, yep.
All right. Where in the top 100 was he ranked by Pete Prisco of CBS?
He can't be any later than 30. My guess is he's got him in the top 20 is where he should be, at least.
Nope.
Players.
Let's go lower on the list.
Lower than 20. So he's in the should be in the 30s then.
Nope, lower.
Okay, 40s then. 40s for sure.
Lower
than that. Oh, wow. All right. Just to speed things up. How about 60?
Lower
than 60. 61?
Yes, ding, 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 ding. Drake May, the runner-up for MVP last year, is ranked number 61 in the top 100 players in the NFL by Pete Prisco of CBS. Their justification, there's like a little 2-sentence blurb they put underneath each one. It says, Drake May, he finished second in MVP voting in his second season, leading the Patriots to the Super Bowl. He threw 31 touchdown passes and just 8 interceptions, but he didn't play well in the postseason. So he's number 61.
Wow.
Which I did hear Ken say that, what about the people who didn't play in the postseason, didn't even make it to the postseason?
That's right.
Those people weren't punished for not being there in the postseason.
Great point.
Can I just give you one name that stood out as that cracked me up that is ranked better than Drake May? And that would be Lane Johnson. Lane Johnson is at number 41, 20 spots ahead of Drake May. Lane Johnson, who is 36 years old and coming off of a foot injury, is ranked 20 spots higher than Drake May. Ted, is this how it's going to be all season? Do you honestly think that because the last visual that so many people had of this New England Patriots team was that god-awful performance in the Super Bowl, do you think that now they are looked upon as being a subpar team and one that was wildly overrated all season long. Do you believe that they're going to get a lot of slander going into the season?
I do, and that's fine. And to me, that's the way I would want it. I don't think people are sold completely on the Patriots, and I think a lot of it was because of them barely eking out wins in the playoffs. And you go, well, they still had to win 3 playoff games to get to the Super Bowl, but then the people are going to look at but the quarterbacks that they faced were terrible in those games. The defenses were stellar, but still, nonetheless, I mean, the offenses that they played were not very good, and so they had an easy path to the Super Bowl. So they're really paper tigers that they really don't deserve, kind of the respect that I think that they should get. So I mean, this roster, this schedule is so much more difficult. They play, I think 9 top 15 quarterbacks in the regular season versus they maybe had 2 top 15 quarterbacks that they played in regular season last year. And so they're going to be on a lot more, primetime games, just a much better opponents. And so this is, people are going to kind of wait and see how it goes this year. But I think to start the season, Rich, I think people aren't going to respect the Patriots and look at them as, they kind of got lucky. It was an easy path with the easiest schedule since 1971. And then they had a lot of good fortune when they faced teams in the playoffs that had bad quarterback play or the weather conditions or whatever you want to say, beat up offensive lines, and they'll make excuses. So I don't think people are going to be totally bought and on the Patriots, at least to start the season. Now, they start the season with 4 teams that all went to the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
And that is the toughest 4-game start that any team has faced in years. Like that is – It's which is strange to me that no team has faced 4 playoff teams from the year prior to start their season in what I think it's like 30 years. So that's if they get through the first 4 games looking pretty good, then I think the narrative will change pretty quick. If they get out of this first 4 games 3-1, I think people look at the Patriots a little bit differently. But right now, I still think they're in a prove it mode. I don't think people are convinced on just yet.
Is this the kind of thing that you would find put up on the locker, like the Bill would go and use this as motivation and put it out there? Because I think you were the one who told me that that kind of stuff truly works. Like they listen to the noise, and many times they talk about locker room material, stuff that gets you fired up. Is this the kind of thing that would be distributed?
Yeah,
hey,
that's
man.
good. I don't know if Pete Prisco's top 100, but man, yes, we're simple, simple people. You don't have to say much. Just say somebody said something about us, and what, huh, what, and it gets fired up. So you use anything you can to get an edge. My guess is if it's got to be from reputable. Usually opponents you play are reputable people that you use to maybe kind of get the goat of guys. But that stuff works, man. If you can find people doubting you, disrespecting you, bring it to our attention because that matters. That definitely matters, Rich.
The most ridiculous thing on this list, Rich, by the way, is Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is 43rd.
I agree.
Does Pete live in Dallas? Last season he ranked him 90th. This season he ranks him 43rd,
Dude.
and he writes, coming off an injury-shortened season prior, he bounced back to play all 17 games. He threw 30 touchdown passes and 10 picks for a Cowboys offense that played loose because of a bad defense. Well, they went 7-9-1.
I know,
He
dude.
has CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. What did Drake have last year to throw to? And he's ranking Dak 43rd and Drake May 61st. It just doesn't make any sense.
It does. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think the fact that he has Drake as the 7th best quarterback?
Let me look at the ones. Let me just kind of see where. Let me look at the quarterbacks he's got right now.
He's got
Stafford at 2,
Josh
Allen at 3. Obviously, no one has a problem with that. Joe Burrow at 5. I think that he's way overrated. At 5, come on, man. He has yet to prove that he is number 5. I know you like him a lot, but I mean, number 5 on this entire list.
Yeah.
He's got Mahomes at 7. Lamar Jackson at 10.
And then and then it gets to Dak Prescott at 43.
Yep, and then it goes all the way to Dak.
I think Jordan Love's in there.
No. Jordan Love's in there too.
He's got
and
Jordan Love.
Jared Goff. He's got Jordan Love and Jared Goff ahead of Drake May.
Oh man, so he's got them as the 9th best. I messed that up. Okay, that's ridiculous. I mean, he's got Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Justin Herbert behind Drake May. A lot of people would put them in front of Drake May. So this is an interesting list right here, man.
Yeah, this one's strange. Real quick, you mentioned something because I love the story about how Belichick found the Super Bowl victory parade route for the Eagles.
Yeah.
What was that moment like when? I mean, because obviously you were like in a hotel ballroom, right? When he did that, it was
yeah.
yeah.
It works, man. Dude, that was really okay. So before we played him in the AFC Championship, really, you guys already. Dude, I don't know why that worked, but it did. It was. I don't know. I mean, it was like, wow, you're already planning your parade before you even played us. Okay, all right, hold my beer kind of thing, and so that it's funny, but we were, I don't know, maybe a veteran team where we kind of needed maybe stuff like that. It just that stuff used to work. Maybe it doesn't work as much anymore, but 20 years ago when I played, Belichick could say that this team's overlooking you, man, because they already got a parade route. They already think that it's a fait accompli that they're going to beat you guys, and it's just, man, we were frothing at the mouth. So I'm not sure today's athlete would fall for that as much, but boy, we certainly did.
Stiz, you want to take Teddy back here? You got it there?
Let me just read you a little something here. I thought this was kind of interesting. First, I couldn't believe it, but it's actually true. Talking about the Philadelphia parade after the game. All right, it's 11 o'clock in case any of you want to attend that. It's going to go from Broad Street up to Washington Avenue, past City Hall, then down to Benjamin Franklin Parkway, and we'll end up at the Art Museum. Do your job. Do your job. Just take care of your assignment. Know what it is, execute it, and get it taken care of.
He didn't add anything. All he did was say, "Man, I couldn't believe it." So he says that before, and then he's, so you go here, you go there, and it's, you think, is that going to fire you up? Yeah. He didn't have to say much. He just has to say, I can't believe it, and then he gives it to you, and it was, that was a good way to kind of get his message without going over the top, right?
Yeah.
And it worked.
Right.
It's effective.
It's a way to do it without going hardo, without also trying to be, the miracle speech.
Right.
Like this, he knew his lane. I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah.
He knew his lane. He did it right, and just even listening to it, I was like, "Damn, this is pretty rough."
So it's funny because the year before we played the Steelers in the AFC Championship game, I felt like they had already it was something about leaning into that AFC Championship game where they basically said they've already packed their bag or something similar to the parade, or maybe even it was a parade. They got us too. So that was a strategy of his that you think, okay, he's not going to go to the well, too many times. Well, he did, and it works, man. I'm telling you, it works.
That's awesome. All right, well, 617-779-7937. You can give us a call, and if you were watching that entire game last night, I mean, it really was a fantastic ending because it could have ended in disaster. And Chad Tracy was right, saying everyone had already written all their stories and you had to delete it all. It was very obviously dramatic. But if you were on the other side of it, listen, nobody is really fooling themselves about the Red Sox with that sweep. It's a great moment. People are looking for a feel-good moment. But if you are a Yankees fan and you watched those games over the last 4 days, this has got to kick you right in the balls. And as a matter of fact, we have audio of a Yankees fan who was doing a live stream, and it's the roller coaster of emotions is just, it's music to my ears. And we will get to that in 2 minutes. We're not going anywhere. Back in 2.
It's gonna be a Subaru summer.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson. You can give us a call at 617-779-7937. Happy 4th of July week. I know that this was the week that I used to look forward to almost crossing over to the other side and tasting death for a moment. The
what?
Times have changed, I believe. I think that the world is very safe now. I'm not one of those people who's going to say it's too safe. We used to do things that were super dangerous, and we loved it. Listen, I think that once you have kids, you're like, geez, we were effed up. Like, we used to do stuff.
Like fireworks or what?
Oh, well, fireworks and everything else. We would make our own flamethrowers out of hairspray.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
I mean,
you Southern kids were different.
Oh, yeah. I'm from the South, man. Definitely. I got Texas roots. I got Iowa roots where fireworks are big parts of 4th of July celebrations.
Oh, yeah. You made your own danger and your own fun.
did.
I mean, we didn't have, like, cities or trains or stuff like that. I mean, potato cannons that could blast a hole in a tree or a hole in your torso if you stood in front of it. But one of the craziest things we used to do is we used to just take full on like those big ass, like the super-sized bottle rockets, the one that actually looked like a rocket on the top that had like a plastic point.
Yeah.
And we would light them. And hold them and wait until they got like right there at the end. By the way, I do not recommend anyone do this. I just want to say this.
Yeah.
Do not try this at home. It's the dumbest thing you could possibly do.
There you go.
But we would light it, and it would get right there to the very tip, and then we would throw it at our friends and just let that thing whiz right into them, and it would blow up. And like how we didn't lose an eye, a finger, or anything else. But it was kind of fun, though.
You want
because
Jackson to recreate this coming up on the 4th?
Yeah. Sure.
Guy needs some
Dale
work.
Ordway. Seriously.
Why not? But we also, it would be like white trash dad wars too, because like in the neighborhood that I grew up in, there would be like people's fathers that we never saw. Like the entire like year, we would never see. Like my friends had a father, we never saw him, except for 4th of July, because it would be their day where they took a trip to at the time we had to drive to the Alabama border, like it's like you drive to New Hampshire, and they would take a trip up there and mortgage the house to buy the most badass ass-kicking explosives that they could possibly buy so they could be king of the neighborhood. And it was like on one end of the neighborhood was my friend Jeff's dad, and on the other one was my friend Matt's dad. And it was just like, whose balls are bigger, baby?
Yeah, man. Totally.
They would have ones that were called like nuclear fallout, where the inside of it had like it was like a hole the size of a basketball.
That's probably more fun than having a dad that goes like all out on Christmas here with the lights and the the front yard stuff. It's probably better to be
way more fun. Are you kidding me? Way more. Have you guys been to a fireworks store lately? Have you seen?
Oh, they're great.
Okay, so Rich, you've gone to a place where they actually show a video of what the firework looks like. So, you have all these fireworks and they're all these different names and boxed and packaged in a way. And you don't know, really what you're getting. But you go over to the screen and you type in what fireworks you want, and it shows you on the screen what it looks like. So it helps you pick fireworks easier. One of the greatest things ever, man. So now I know I just go to that screen and I find all the fireworks I think are pretty. And then I just go find them throughout the store, man. It makes it a lot easier.
That's a lot of analytics. That's
a lot of
bitching.
Is that
about
overthinking it?
Yeah,
Maybe?
it is. That
Maybe.
might be.
But like things are like so fancy now. Like when I used to go, it was you would get there and it would be weird because there'd be people who couldn't afford shoes who were buying $400 worth of fireworks in front of you.
I know families that they open that for 4th of July and New Year's, and they don't work the rest of the year. They make so much money during those two periods in which they can sell fireworks that they don't have to work the rest of the year.
Oh, sure. There was this, and they would always have like some sort of discount. Like it would be like, buy $5 worth of fireworks and get this cheese wheel worth of like firecrackers. And it would be this like massive like circle that was the size of, oh God. I mean, it was like a pizza. And it would just be a big roll of those ones you just like would light, and it would light all of them together, and you'd put like in the middle of the neighborhood. But I mean, but the ones I used to go to, it would be like you not only got fireworks, but they would sell like novelty hats and stuff. And like there was a shirt that I remember they sold there of 2 pigs humping, and it said "Making Bacon."
Nice.
And
Love
so
it.
you could get that. There was another hat that said, I hunt whitetails all year, and it's got like a girl with short shorts and a deer holding a dead deer. It was
Only in
always
the
just
South, man.
Only in the South.
Only
And
in
then
the
you'd
South.
want to.
Well, we got the hat shell, and once I did the main thing, the main experience of like you watch them syncing up the music over like Short
Yeah.
Sands Beach.
Yeah.
It's awesome up
Dude,
there.
do you-
Anywhere on the water.
Do you realize, Ken, that you can actually do that from like there's technology where you can at your home, if you buy a bunch of fireworks, you can actually program it so that you fire them on. You set it all up
to music,
and
Ooh,
everything.
ooh.
You can
This
do
is
it
up
now
Rich's alley.
yourself without. You don't have to go to a professional show to do
Oh,
that.
man.
You can do that now.
AI.
It's insane.
Teddy,
I'm telling you.
firework expert?
Yeah, maybe you are sneaky.
It's my family in Iowa, man. They got it all. I mean, we did it. They set it all up. It took about 30 minutes, and then it went by in like 10 minutes. The fireworks show, but my brother-in-law did it all from his phone. Fire them off when he wanted.
So remote control.
Remote control
fireworks?
fireworks. Yep.
Do you know how in the wrong hands that could be the most
Yeah.
awesome kick-ass way to get like
Rich,
like
it's
prank
unreal.
somebody?
I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, this is like our own personal fireworks show, and he did it all from his phone. It was incredible, man.
Please note, fireworks are illegal in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Yeah, no, they're
Sure.
illegal here. Yeah.
That just sounds like something from the movie Jackass or whatever. Like you said, like
Yep.
a bunch of fireworks.
They
in,
have
like, an
technology
outhouse.
for that, though, man.
Press the button and it goes off.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, like I wished I was still like a fireworks person. I love them, and it was always
Bring it
great.
back. This could be the year.
I guess I just remember the danger and like a real sense of
Oh.
danger, and it was kind of fun and awful at the same time. But my parents didn't care. We would also take wiffle ball bats, and you know that little hole in the bottom of the wiffle ball
Oh,
bat.
we got a
Like,
text
it's-
about this. 508 texter said we used to shoot bottle rockets out of the bottom of wiffle ball bats. Is that what you?
Oh,
would do?
yeah.
Yeah.
You'd use it like a bazooka. You'd put it like over your shoulder, the bat, and just shoot it out that way.
Boy, that's the
'Cause-
best way to do it.
Oh yeah,
'Cause it's
the spark was
long
far
and-
enough away
yeah,
from you because
exactly.
it's long that
Yep.
you didn't get melted, which was kind of nice. Yeah, I have not been to one of the modern ones you're talking about. It's probably been 10 years since I've been to a fireworks
Oh, you need to
store.
go to the store, man. It's different now. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I know Phantom's always like they're already running already. Like 2 weeks ago, they were running billboards in downtown Boston for I believe Phantom Fireworks up in New Hampshire. So
603 text Ted, are you selling seats to your display?
Yeah, it feels like I'm kind of pushing it pretty hard, aren't I?
You can make a buck off this.
Well, if you want to fly out to Des Moines, Iowa to see it, sure. Yeah, I'll sell tickets.
why the hell not? All right, 617-779-7937. Have you ever lost a digit? Lighting up fireworks. No, but I do want to get to this Yankees fan. He is absolutely going through the emotions, and you should feel good as a Red Sox fan because you did something that no one expected. You actually pissed off some Yankees fans.
And Breslow
Not
saved
bad.
his job. Somehow the Yankees saved Breslow's job. Yes? I mean,
they staved it off for a little
Staved it
bit,
off.
sure.
Yep.
I mean, I've even got
Ted's
you,
already
Ted,
praised him
saying
today.
I'm just, I just want to give him, some little shine. He's,
we get that Charlie Brown music for Ted there
This
with
is,
the can you praise
it's
Caleb
the first
Durbin
time
question?
they've won 4 games in a row, right? All season
That's
long.
it,
So,
yes.
they're doing something they hadn't done all year. So I want to give them a little tip of the cap.
Okay.
That's it.
Not too bad. Not too bad. All right, we'll get to that audio right after this.
WEEI.
Oh, it is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtley, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. You can give us a call at 617-779-7937. Listen to us on the Odyssey app. Launch yourself a take grenade. Press the little button there. It's got a microphone. Leave us a message. We play it later on in the show. That was a fun game last night. That was a great game last night. And it was kind of wild watching. It was funny how the Red Sox were acting as if they had just won the World Series. I mean, they came out and like took the Gatorade, they dumped it all over Jarren Duran with a walk-off.
Well, they sort of did. I mean, my God, that's your regular season title there. That's
I hear you, Rich. I almost don't blame them considering how bad the season's been. So I can understand the over-the-top celebration because, it's – a lot of guys that are frustrated, and it's been getting beat up in the press, and so for them to –
And for how bad the ninth was, to blow it with the airmailed throw and just the lack of any awareness situationally, that would have been the worst loss of the year, I think.
Boy,
they have a lot of candidates. I know we said that 5 or 6 times.
Man, seriously.
But, Rich, if they don't come back, don't you think that's the worst?
No. There's been many worse. There's been a lot worse. Like that, because that one was – from a guy that never happens to. Like, Willie Abreu was like the last guy that you can rip on for anything. Like, I mean, that's why you felt bad for him.
Well, yeah,
too.
not for Willie, but like Sonny Gray, no hitter into the 8th. You're ready to sweep the Yankees, and then you almost blow that.
Chapman, chokes up 2 runs.
But the thing is, though, is that you'd still walk away from the weekend with you won. You won the series against the Yankees. Yeah. So you wouldn't feel as bad, and it wouldn't be great, and obviously it would be kind of disappointing, and you could even say, well, they got lucky for a couple of games. But the fact that they came back and won it was just awesome. And you're right, they freaked out. It was Middlebrooks who was good the whole game, though, afterwards. I don't know if you heard him. They were talking to him like, hey, do you think this is they can turn it around here? And he goes, you know what? I don't want to get too excited, seeing that they are still 10 games under 500.
Oh, he was keeping it real. I heard he was keeping it real, man.
Great job by Middlebrooks.
But what was how'd the Rocket do? I've heard some mixed reviews on that.
Yeah, he was a little sleepy.
Somebody needs to wake up the Rocket. Somebody wake
sleepy.
up.
Yeah. Dude, that's sleepy. It. Exactly. He was sleepy. And Clemens can be good. I've heard him do a couple games where he was all right, but last night, it's funny you say that because sleepy is exactly the word that I would use for Roger last night. But if you're as cool as it was and as nice of a moment, and I keep saying water in a desert as it felt, being a Red Sox fan, oh my God, if you're a Yankees fan, that was a kick in the ass. Like, that was about as bad an embarrassing stretch of games as you could have. You came to Fenway Park trying to beef your stats, trying to continue to just keep your numbers high. Obviously you've got a couple injuries, so we can just walk right in there. Let's make the gap even bigger between first and this is how you do it. And they just got humiliated. Absolutely humiliated by the worst team in the American League. Mm-hmm. And there is and I wish I had the guy's name, I don't. But this was sent to me. This is a guy who likes to live stream during Yankees games. And you can see it. It's like a Twitch thing where he's got like the people talking left and right in the comments. He's got a ton of followers. And this is his reaction when the Red Sox, or rather the Yankees, tied things up. When they came back, tied things up. Hell yeah, here we go. Extra innings. Let's take a listen.
Little check swing roller. Oh, come home and score. Safe. Yes, bitch. 4-2, baby. Oh, my God. Let's go.
Okay, so he was extremely happy. He was freaking out, borderline crying. His name's Joe's McFly, by the way. Of course it is. He's a big Back to the Future fan. Nice. And so a couple of, not much longer. After that, we all know what happened. Jarren Duran gets up there, and all the talk was going to be about Jarren Duran mouthing off. We still probably should talk about that a little bit. But seeing that he had this big walk-off, the narrative kind of changed a little bit. But here's how Mr. Yankees fan took that moment.
Oh, my God, it's insane, bro. I hate this, bro. Why the did I turn this on, bro? Why the I did this to myself, bro? I was playing Batman, bro. Chilling, bro. You motherfuckers find a way to ruin my night, bro. I said I wasn't gonna do it, and they let me, bro. I let them, bro.
Sweeping the Yankees at home.
Go sweat.
One way to find it.
Go sweat. By the bum-ass Red Sox, bro. They're the worst team in the AL, bro.
Tremendous game. Fun to watch. Like I said earlier, fun.
Sweat, B. Come on. Ass.
Anytime you can show off that's big for him.
Cheeks. You got no hit by Sonny Gray from man long, and you got walked off.
Oof.
I just like at one point it's
Damn,
quiet.
bro.
He just yells, "Ass!"
Ass, and then follows it up with cheeks.
That ass cheeks.
Yeah.
But I honestly think that this series means a lot more than just our brief entertainment and a brief feel-good moment.
Here we go. You guys,
No. That's, I've already embarrassed myself, like being like, "Whoa, here we go." No, I mean this in a different way, and that is that going into this series, I was giving Chad Tracy all sorts of credit for keeping the clubhouse under wraps and like for making it so like the drama didn't spill out. And then right before this started, or maybe it was the day after, it was after the first Yankees game, where the report came out from Sean McAdam that Marcelo Meyer was, by some people in the organization, thinking that he was soft physically and mentally. And which, by the way, Ted, we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
There's really nothing worse that you can call somebody, that you can call an athlete, than soft. Isn't that correct?
It is probably the worst insult that there is. You say you're a coward or you're soft, and that's probably gets to a place that most athletes would, it would enrage most athletes.
What about Jalen's dad calling Perk a boy? Watch your mouth, boy. That was a tough one too.
That's disrespectful. But it's not. It doesn't touch being called soft. Or being a coward.
Yeah.
Exactly what McAdams said was, Mayer has his detractors within the organization.
Detractors. There you go. Yeah.
But then it says some question his mental toughness and his tendency to withdraw during slumps. Others wonder if he couldn't do a better job making himself more available through the day-to-day minor physical setbacks that inevitably occur.
Yeah.
That is.
How do you guys interpret that? Do you guys want to encapsulate?
Soft.
Yeah,
Soft.
And it feels like not professional. Like a professional, if you got injuries, you got nicks, you take care of it, you get treatment, you show up, you're on top of it, so that it doesn't become a worse injury. To me, so it sounds like he's saying he's soft, but also that he lacks professionalism too. That's what that's how I interpret that.
So you had that going into it, and then you had the moment during Saturday's game where Jarren Duran started mouthing off towards a fan. Do we know what he said? Like that's the one thing we don't know. Like, was there any lip reading? Do we know anything?
Somebody who said he was the dude called in this morning on the Greg Hill Show, and he said all that he was saying was 198, which is Jarren's batting average. So that seems to be the consensus among people who were anecdotally in the region. There was nothing too nasty. It was just his batting average, and he lost it.
Yeah.
And then Duran kind of calmed down afterwards and said nothing happened. But
didn't Chad Tracy say that he heard? They asked him what they said. He acted as if he knew what they said. He goes, "I don't want to talk about it. It's not." I mean, you hear mixed every time this happens, Rich. You hear that it was not anything too bad, but it was just calling him out about his play. So you never know where the truth is on this. But dude, JD, this is kind of exhausting. I mean, and revealing too. I think this has been going on for years. This isn't the first time. I mean, this happens, once every couple months. So it says so much, I think, about his mental state and why, I said a couple of years ago they should have probably traded him, but this thing keeps happening, man.
Well, Chad Tracy was asked about it, and here's what he had to say.
At the end of the game there, just some people that were had been chirping for a few innings and started chirping towards Jarren again. We grabbed him and got him down, just told him, can you get him out? That was all.
What were they saying?
Just chirping at him.
Like regular baseball chirping?
I don't want to get into the details, just enough for us to say, can you please get him out?
Okay, so there was that moment, which, once again, we've seen this before, with Jarren Duran. And unfortunately, after the whole Michael Holley thing where he went off, when Michael Holley did that thing about Roman Anthony, you would think after that there would have been a conversation, and maybe there was a conversation, but it didn't stick on, dude, you just if you got a problem, you're going to have to just either deal with it in the clubhouse or maybe even Chad Tracy says, let me deal with it. Yeah. Don't be the guy screaming at the people. And I know it's tough to do when someone's yelling something at you, but this is what I was talking about. These are the kind of things I was talking about, that it seemed to be under control and that seemed to pop up when a team is doing poorly.
What would you guys think when I say this? Like, of all the major sports, I think baseball by far is the hardest sport to let this stuff roll off, because it's a quiet stadium. You're standing right there in the the cleanup spot. Mm-hmm. They're right 2 feet away from you. They can say whatever you want. And baseball is so mental. It's such a mental game compared to the other sports. You can't really hear once the game starts. It's just.
I would think basketball though. You're right. So you're front row. You're like right. You can
but you're in the flow. Like you don't have to. You're not. You react fast. It's just kind of like you just brain just takes. You take your brain out and you just react. Where baseball, you got to think and you have time before. You have time to think before the ball gets to the plate, and it's just, I think, a much more mental game. And so
the players are
I think you can have a bigger impact by chirping guys on a baseball field than you could in any other arena.
Right. Yeah. Contreras will fight the whole team if he gets thrown at inside, or he gets stared at funny, or the bat flipped wrong. So
yeah.
It's definitely volatile.
Well, then you had that moment. Apparently, Rafaela was talking to a fan in the stands, and they were jawing at each other as well. And that's why when I think this win means a little bit more to this team than just the fact that they won and that it was a good thing. I think that if they would have lost, or they would have won 1 out of the 4, it could have been truly a disaster. It could have been the moment that Chad Tracy just completely lost the locker room. Like just those 3 things seem to show that there was a kettle that was starting to boil and things were about to blow, and at least you had this really big feel-good moment that was on Sunday Night Baseball against the best team in the American League that for a while at least kept things at bay. Now, does that mean that stuff's not going to bubble back up? Absolutely not. If you got issues there, you got to fix them, man. You got to start talking it out. You better get that stuff under control pretty quick. And you've got like a nice little Band-Aid for a while, but I think that if they would have lost this series, things could be really, really bad right now. And I was wondering if things were going to get to a point where you're like, Chad, man, the locker room's out of control. And don't you think we dodged a bullet by having them win the series?
The only thing I push back on that, Rich, is the profile of this team. You have a lot of young guys, new guys, inexperienced guys that are trying to prove themselves, and to be sour behind the scenes, to be disgruntled. Like, these are guys that are trying to prove themselves every single day. And so none of these guys have a right to suck their thumbs or to feel sorry for themselves or to act out or to be I don't know, malcontents in the locker room, because they're all kind of trying to prove themselves in this sport. So I just think the profile of this team doesn't lend to that kind of stuff that you're suggesting it could happen with all the losing. So I just don't think it's going to ever happen, because I think there's a lot of if whoever the malcontent is, people are going to look at them and go, "Bro, really? Like, you've been here for a cup of coffee and you're like acting that way." So I just don't see this team the way that's profiled as having those kinds of issues.
And if they do have a guy like that, now's the time for Breslow to make an addition by subtraction and move them off the team, right? I mean, you should know your players right now, whoever it is. I'm not saying Marcelo is that guy, but if that permeates the building, then you should think about moving him.
Case in point, who was the number 1 malcontent last year on the team?
Yeah, Rafi Devers.
And he was considered the best player on the team. Right. So it's usually older guys that are kind of like, dude, really? I think that it is a young team like this that everyone's really just trying to, prove themselves in the sport.
All right, I said it earlier in the show. If Jaylen Brown's going to get moved, it's going to happen within the next 24 hours. We've got the free agency opening tomorrow, and boy, I have been looking down and seeing some of the news that's coming in. There's a lot of moves being made right now, like within the last hour. Some of them kind of funny, to be quite honest. Like Marcus Smart, my man, he's turned down his $5 million over there with the Lakers. He's looking to try to. Where is he going to go? There's a lot of moving parts, and Jaylen Brown could be one of them. There's another team that has come out as being someone who could be a potential trade destination. I don't want what they're offering, but man, it's getting to the point where it looks like beggars can't be choosers anymore. We will get to all that audio right after this.
Miller.
making that Jalen trade. We didn't have a Houston trade in there because Houston has literally been telling everybody we want no part of Jalen. We're not interested. That team was a Bravo show last year. How are they drawing the line at, oh, Jalen Brown would make us weird? You guys had the weirdest team in the planet. You know what Jalen Brown would do is actually show up for games and not roll over in a playoff series. Anyway, LaMelo.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, it's just like, settle down.
What's
Houston.
the number
You
one?
guys were a disaster last year.
Man, that's revealing.
I have not heard that clip.
That's awesome.
Bill Simmons.
I mean, what does that tell you, though, Rich? Like, no interest, like flat out, no interest in Jalen Brown. That's
Ime
coached Jalen Brown and still wants no part of him?
That's weird.
That's kind of an indictment, right, big time on Jalen Brown.
Listen, I know the salaries are nowhere near the same, but that team I was talking about that Marcus Smart most likely might go to is Houston.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, you know what? Perfect. Perfect place for him, man. Hey, can I just, something we were talking about earlier about the age, we're talking about LeBron going to Golden State, right? So if Golden State rolled out to 5 starters next year, if LeBron goes there, you have Jimmy Butler at 36, Steph Curry at 38, Draymond Green 36, Al Horford 40, and LeBron at 41. That's an average age of 38 years. OKC is average age is 24, and the Spurs average age is 24.5. So they would be by far the oldest team in the NBA by most standards.
Ted, great minds think alike, because I actually, during the commercial break, wrote this down too. I added the ages of the starting 5 of both teams.
Oh, did you?
I did. And if you add the ages of the starting 5 of the Spurs, the total combined age is 116 years old. Okay, 116 years old if you add them together. And if you added the starting 5, this is if the starting 5 for Golden State was LeBron, Al Horford, Steph Curry, Anthony Davis, Draymond Green. Let's say.
Oh, I forgot Anthony Davis. Okay.
But you're right. But you had Jimmy Butler though.
Yeah.
So if you did those 5, so the Spurs, the total combined age was 116. The Golden State Warriors would be 188 years, which means there would be a 72-year difference between Golden State and the Spurs. Now that would be a fun team to watch.
Oh, it would.
But the best, as I said, somebody called them the NBA's version of the Expendables, and I can't think of a better example than that.
But what wins in the league now? Youth or
feels like
experience?
I feel like it's the youth movement.
Yeah.
I mean, the last 2 years
to a certain extent, but then the Knicks had the experience in the finals.
Well, that's that.
You know?
They you're right. You're right. So but I feel like just there's something about teams are running and gunning. They're pushing it more. Defense been turned up. I feel like it's more of a young man's league, but it's always been an experienced league. You need the experience to get to the championship. I don't know. I feel like that's flipped a little bit, Rich.
But listen, if you want to talk about experience, I mean, Jaylen Brown himself, on Twitter this past weekend was saying there's nobody who's played more postseason or regular season games than I have. What was the stat that he threw out there?
It's almost like he's putting out his resume for teams.
Oh, he does.
I mean, he's getting embarrassed right now. And that clip right there from Bill Simmons, that's pretty, I have to be honest, it's kind of shocking because, we were all speculating that his value wasn't anywhere near what Brad Stevens thought it was just because of the things we've been hearing, just because I don't think the Miami deal was better than what he would have gotten from the Celtics, what the Bucks would have gotten. I also think that the players that are being offered up in some of these potential trades with other teams, no one's as good as Jaylen Brown that I'm seeing out there. And then the 4 first-round picks just drives me crazy because if they're going to get picks, that's insanity because you've got a Jason Tatum in his prime, and you're going to try to get guys that may not even end up being – and the next few drafts are going to suck, according to Jeff Goodman. So, all of these things just say to me he's not worth what we thought it was, and I couldn't figure out whether it's just because – people are looking at stats or analytics, or it's because of the drama.
Well, one thing
Bill Simmons said right there, it sounds like almost more of the drama than it is the player himself.
The picks, if you use the picks as just value, like for instance, Washington traded 2 firsts for Anthony Davis. They're going to flip him for 4 firsts, probably to Golden State. So it's just you're kind of moving pieces around of value. So I don't have if Brad Stevens' end game is to take those picks and trade them for active players, it makes some sense.
That's what it'd have to be.
I hope that's the case, Rich, because otherwise it's just stunning. You're right. It's like, what are they doing? And they've been interested in Time Lord again, And there's another guy that declared free agency, Kevon Looney, who won twice with Golden State. He was in New Orleans.
Yeah.
11-year vet. And that makes sense to me. Like, you have some of these pieces emerging that are like, all right, that guy would help you, but only if you're in win now mode.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you get Time Lord back if you're not going to try to win this year?
All right, so Ken, I need to get your opinion on this because you know more about like the numbers and everything behind the scenes. As I can't figure out. There was another thing that was proposed, and as a matter of fact, like, we may have a clip of Bill Simmons talking about. I only want to hear, Stiz, the beginning of this clip, if you don't mind, just where he's talking about Jaylen Brown and what the Denver Nuggets might offer.
Billowing around Denver in general. Some I believe, some I don't believe. Murray and Cam Johnson for Jalen and Hauser, which would save Denver $10 million this year. The Celtics could take Cam Johnson in their trade exception. Murray is $50 million this year, 54 and 57. So he's about $8 million behind Jalen in each of those years.
But same amount of years.
Same amount of years, but I'm shaving off $7-8 million. I'm adding Cam Johnson, who I can either keep or spin in a trade. And I am getting somebody who I still think is one of the best 25 players in the league back for Jalen. And I think if I'm Boston, I'm signing up for that trade.
Okay. I love Jamal Murray. Don't get me wrong. As a matter of fact, Jamal Murray is the only name outside of Giannis that's been mentioned in all of this where I go, okay, well, that's somebody you're not losing a ton of value there, because I think Jamal Murray is not quite as good as Jaylen Brown, but he's at least in his caliber. He's that caliber of a player, and he's won before at the highest level, and he's clutch as hell. But how are you fixing anything if you do that? Like, you're not fixing your big man problem. You're not fixing a money problem, because it sounds like that's one thing that they've been trying to do. What you're doing is you're getting a guy who we don't know has chemistry with Jason Tatum. Say what you will about how they don't like each other, whatever like that. They've played together very well. The one thing when it comes to the basketball part of it, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown have played together very well. And it sounds like the money is fairly similar between the two of them. I think Jamal Murray's up for an extension like next year. It's not the 2 years from now that Jalen.
He's got 3 years left on his deal, and probably the same. He's be up for an extension. Yeah.
Yeah. So tell me why that makes any sense at all, unless outside of the fact that Jalen just doesn't want to play here. How does that make any sense?
Is Jamal Murray does the offense run through him? Does he kind of so? I mean, which to me is something that we talk about a big man, but they also, I think, have always needed somebody to be the main ball handler. Yeah, he's a point guard, so it's kind of like, all right, I know he's not the big, but the second prize for me would be like a guy that the offense runs through.
And then you trade Derek White, or you keep White, because now you're kind of going younger. A little bit younger. I mean, Murray's 29. He's not that young.
If I had to, I would. I would put Derek White at point. If you're gonna bring in Jamal Murray, I would be okay letting go of Derek White.
Yeah, exactly. I think that'd be the play, Rich. So, I mean, there might be
would you do it?
multiple
Like,
moves.
is that one you would do?
I don't think that's enough to beat the Knicks. I mean, Jamal Murray and Cam Johnson, and who's your big man? I mean, you still
got a big man problem. Yeah,
you
still have a big man problem. And I also looked at their 3-point. I mean, if bringing in Jamal Murray is not going to improve your 3-point. I mean, he's terrible at 3 points. So he's at 31% of
that's
shooting.
good. I'm happy about that.
Yeah,
right.
Give
me bad 3-point shooters.
And Cameron Johnson's even worse. So you're not bringing those two guys in to shoot threes.
The one thing that you could say about Jamal Murray is that he's clutch. Like, we've seen him so many times close out games. Like, he is clutch as hell. And I know that there's been some criticisms with Jaylen Brown about that. I don't know if his plus minus would ever be as low as Jaylen Brown's has been.
State your source.
Stat guys. Yeah, that's right. State your source. By the way, we will have that guy who Jaylen Brown was all over, Bobby Marks. He'll be on with us in the 5 o'clock hour as well. All right, 617-779-7937. We've got some more audio from Jaylen Brown. Went nuts calling people out. On top of that, we've got Will Fleming had himself a good weekend. If you want to hear somebody extremely happy, I know I said that this morning I came in covered in peanut butter after running around the neighborhood nude. I have a feeling Will Fleming feels me. He feels exactly how I felt. We'll play some of that here in just a moment. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
250th. This is WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
And the feed brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Continuous Jaylen Brown rumors and reports. Here's the latest from Brian Windhorst on ESPN this morning.
I have been told they've been asking for 3, 4, 5 first-round picks for Jaylen Brown, which leads me to believe that they're examining a short-term future where they're not trying to win a championship, because you don't take a all-NBA player and trade him for primarily draft picks and say we're going to be the same team.
Summer is the easiest season for weight loss. Warm weather, lighter meals, being outside, your body is primed to succeed. And Awaken 180 has your game plan. Reach your goal this summer with Awaken 180 Weight Loss, the official weight loss program of summer. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
2 hosts and an enforcer. It's Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
And we are live from the Catch Us Law Studios. No fee unless you win. Rich certainly. Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. And you can give us a call at 617-779-7937. That right there is an interesting clip that you just played from Brian Windhorst, because like I'm starting to think that the theory now is that they look at life with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. If you're stuck with the two, they're thinking to themselves, or at least ownership is, saying, we know these two are not good enough to beat the Knicks. And if we're stuck in the situation where there are guys, and we're not going to be able to win, we might as well cut expenses and get rid of a guy who's going to be demanding $70 million a year for his extension. Doesn't it feel like that? Doesn't it feel like ownership saying, you know what, the Giannis thing, we were behind, because we'll pay those 2 contracts because we know that there's a shot there that these guys can win. But if not, then we're not going to sit here and watch you like basically run on a gerbil wheel and not be able to win a championship with these 2 guys, because I don't think you're good enough.
It's kind of like, remember the Red Sox were in on Juan Soto, and they would have had to pay him like $700 million, and we were like, what?
Mm-hmm.
And John Henry basically said, well, some guys are the exception. So this is the Celtics saying, yeah, we were in it for Giannis. Now we failed. It's a slingshot year, Rich. It's a gap year.
Mm-hmm.
We're
They're pivoting.
We're getting onto that apron.
Yeah.
Ted, doesn't it feel like that? Because I mean, the minute I heard them saying the 4 first-round picks, I was like, oh, geez. Then they obviously, they're going to try to drop. They're going to try to lower because we don't know anything about these owners. We don't know if they're cheap. We don't know like whether they're big spenders. It sure sounds to me as if they realize that if they're stuck with those 2, they realize they're not going to win, so you might as well save some cash.
Yeah, that's a good point. I can see that. I mean, that's a dangerous game, though. I mean, you got to – because if any whiff of that, I just think the fans are going to turn on you. I mean, you just got here, Mr. Owner. He just started owning this team, and so I think you got to be very careful about that. But, yeah, that's kind of what it looks like, unless like what – Ken just said, though, you get the draft picks and then use those to get, a player of value. I can't imagine pivoting to that where you start just, getting young draft picks when Jason Tatum is in his prime. I can't imagine Jason Tatum being cool with that. I can't imagine.
You think they're worried about his injury? Like maybe he's not, it's going to take another year? Is that possible?
I don't think so. I mean, I thought when he came back, he looked like he didn't miss a beat. I know he missed that last game, but I thought he looked pretty good. I didn't see anything in his gait or the way he played that would suggest to me that he's not ready to go. He looked ready to go when he came back.
Let's do a quick reality check between the 3 of us. Which one of you guys thinks that if they are able to keep the 2 of them together and then do something along the lines of bring back Time Lord, maybe trade Derek White for another piece that could be a little bit better, a little bit of an upgrade there. Do you think that there's a chance they can win a championship?
I don't. I see, you when you give me a more impactful offensive player as a big, like a Sabonis, you bring the Jays back with a Sabonis, I go, okay, all right. You don't have to give up Derek White or anybody else. I go, okay. I don't think Time Lord is the answer. I don't think he's from an offensive standpoint, he's not the guy. You need a guy that's going to put in, 17, 20 points a night as a big and be a rim protector. That's not what Robert Williams is.
I wouldn't say that team necessarily would, but you at least go into the year, you're going to be a playoff team, and then you can adjust before the deadline. especially if like the Knicks have an injury. Or
That's a fair point. You always forget about the deadline in February. So that's always, you might start out with a team that you're not, but then with the hopes that you can maybe get something at the trade deadline, like Ken's saying, to put you over.
All right, let's go to line one. Mike, what's happening, Mike? How's it going?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing today?
Good, man.
Good, bud.
So, listen, this is going to be thinking outside of the box, so bear with me. I think two things the Celtics probably have to consider at this point. One is the problem I don't think is the players. I think it's a philosophy. I feel like that has to do with the coach. The three-point shooting is like something that we just had enough of as a Boston fans. We might need to consider having a veteran coach that can really reel in the reins. Somebody like Tom Thibodeau, who already knows the Knicks, might be a good fit. The second thing is the value for Jaylen Brown is shot to crap, as you already know. We might need to consider trading Tatum because, listen, you're not going to get the value for Brown. The best thing for the team, you can get something more of value with Tatum.
You know what, Mike? Thanks for the call. It's
That's
a good
out of the
call.
box. Out of the box.
It is out of the box, but I'm getting to the point where I actually believe that the Celtics are sick of him now. Like that they're sick of his, like, the way he's been handling himself over the last couple of months. The pick and fights with Stephen A. Smith, the going on his Twitch stream saying it was the best season. I heard Justin Turpin this morning, and he covers this team, is very close to some of the people there. It was his opinion, not from anything he heard, but it was his opinion that the Celtics are over it. Like that they are over Jaylen Brown and the way he's been handling himself.
And I think, Rich and Ken, I think that impacts winning and losing. People say, why would you get rid of a player? Like, okay, who cares what he says off the court? But I think what he says off the court impacts what happens on the court. It's subtle. You're not going to see it night to night, but crunch time, in the playoffs, critical situations, I think those things matter. And there's, there's a hesitation. I don't want to pass it. You just, there isn't like just a freewheeling kind of, there's just a tension that is never going to leave if they're both together, especially after what happened this year. And I think that impacts winning and losing. So I think at the end of the day, I can see why the Celtics might want to get rid of him. Maybe you go, God, how do you get rid of a top 15 player? Well, if he's undermining the greater good, then I can understand why they would want to move on.
And I'm sorry, Ken, real quick. Here's why that pisses me off as a Celtics fan, is because if they're deciding to move on from him, I love Jaylen Brown as a basketball player. As I said, I think he's getting unfairly crushed by people because of the things that he says and the way that he acts. I think that you forget how amazing a basketball player he is and how he truly deserved to be in the MVP conversation last season. And when he goes somewhere else, he is going to make the Celtics pay. He is going to have one of the best. He's going to have the best season he ever had, and who knows what else. It's going to be a revenge tour to show the world just how good he is. But the thing that pisses me off as a Celtics fan is I do believe that his behavior over the last couple of months has affected his trade value. And I think because he's acted this way, as a Celtics fan, you're not going to get back. You're going to get 50 cents on the dollar, it seems like. They're not going to get what a guy of his caliber, a player of his caliber, should be worth. And as a Celtics fan, that should piss you off.
Now, 203 text Rich says, I would take the Klingon deal and the 4 first-round picks from Portland. So Donovan Klingon, above-average center, played at UConn. He's 23. They have a ton of first-round picks because they got a bunch from Milwaukee and Orlando. I think they even have a Celtics first-round pick. So you would get what you need, which is a big man, a young guy to build around, and 4
Damn it,
first.
Stop.
This
pisses me off.
I'm just trying to look at possibilities.
No, Ken, I know this is not your fault, but what's pissing me off is that this team, at the beginning of they won a championship 2 years ago.
Right.
At the beginning of last year,
they
were a championship contender. You are selling your future. That means that you have no intention of winning a championship in the next couple of years.
Rich, you keep forgetting you can use those 4 first-round picks as, to use in a trade to get a player. So it's not necessarily gonna end up like a rebuild. So just you got to understand that. So
but who are you going to get? Like I don't know.
Klingon.
You see what I'm saying? It's like
Jones said his nickname is Kling Kong. That's pretty good.
I mean,
he's
badass.
7'2".
Yeah.
Got a 9'7" reach. He's a rim protector. Could be a DPOY of the future.
Well,
Come on, Rich.
Can we get some more offense out of him? Is he just
I don't know about that. I think
we need more offense.
He shuts down the paint.
We need more
It's
offense.
like just how everything has just completely changed. It's now the philosophy is, well, let's get some pieces for the future. Jason Tatum is in his prime right now. He is a top player in the league. You need to have a team around him that's ready to win right now, or you've blown your job as a GM.
But over the weekend, did Jalen help himself by tweeting at Bobby Marks, or did he hurt himself? Like, it's every day that goes
he hurt
by.
himself, and
know,
that's why it
gets
pisses
worse.
me off as a Celtics fan. Yeah. I wish, and this is like so beyond shut up and drivel. It's not that at all. People should be able to speak their mind. But what you're doing as a Celtics fan is you're killing your value.
Yeah.
Like, if they are going to get rid of you, I want top dollar for you, or just stay, because you're pissing off the Celtics apparently. And I'm starting to believe that the people who are saying that they've heard that the upper management isn't a fan of all of this, and that pisses me off too.
Yeah,
because we're all of a sudden we've gone from a contender to, hey, maybe in a couple years
a rebuild. Basically, it's a rebuild.
And you know what's amazing is I thought maybe the way JB played, that the two guys would come back and they would see themselves differently, and that they would be, I don't know, they could. I just thought maybe it would look different than it is. JB clearly, by having the season he had, is kind of like, I don't know, man. He's going off. He's losing it. He thinks now it's like, if you don't give me my respect now, then forget it. And it's like, dude,
that is the stunning part, because they're the betting favorite in the East, and yet it's like code red. It's like DEFCON 5. They're blowing it up because it's why? We're not sure.
Yeah. Isn't that sad? That's the sad part of it.
Well, I'll tell you this: if they trade him for picks, they're not the betting favorite in the East anymore.
No,
they're
definitely not.
No, they are not. Because I can name 4 teams that'll be better than them immediately. If they, even with Jason Tatum, this is a tough. It's going to be way tougher than you think, because a lot of teams are going to try to build up. It's an arms race. We see this all the time. And by the way, the Cavs are already a very good team. This is really concerning. As a Celtics fan, we're talking about building for the future. This team, Jason Tatum should have a team around him right now to hopefully win a championship.
I don't think there's many trades they could make that would improve their odds from where they are right now.
No. They keep Jalen and figure something out. Like, out of all the options that are out there, because none of them are good, keeping Jalen is the best one.
Yeah, you're probably
right.
Yet
they seem insistent on trying to get rid of him.
Right.
And I'm afraid it's because they're cheap. The ownership doesn't want to give him an extension down the road. They don't have to give him an extension now. Why not just deal with it? Just, hey, man, you got 3 years on your contract. Stay here.
I can't imagine he's demanding an extension now. 3 years in advance? No way.
I mean,
but if you guys had to guess, by tomorrow night, is he gone?
I think he's still here, man.
Really?
I do.
It just feels
unless there's a deal out there
to get rid of him.
Who wants him? Is there a robust market for him? Doesn't feel like it.
Portland, Kalshi right now, 27% on Kalshi.
And Brad strikes me as a guy that doesn't want to get beat on a deal, like really beat.
That's true.
So
I think that's what has been said. The market is not robust unless he lowers the asking price.
Yeah, right.
Yep. All right, we'll take your calls next. 617-779-7937. We're not going anywhere. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Let me tell you something. When you sign up for your insurance policy for some...
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson. Dave Grohl's better on drums than behind a guitar. This album by Queens of the Stone Age, the one album he played on, he just kills it.
Why did he quit drums? That's a good question.
Well, it's because he started the Foo Fighters. He, the first Foo Fighter albums, it's all him. Everything. Drums, bass, guitar, singing, and he got up there. Dave Grohl is a perfectly fine guitarist and singer, but that dude was born to play the effing drums. And there's certain guys who play drums who are not only technically good, but just look cool as hell doing it. Tommy Lee is one of those guys who was he was a very good drummer. He wasn't a great drummer, very good, but no one looked cooler than Tommy Lee from Motley Crue playing drums. And then Dave Grohl comes around.
What do you got to have? What's the look for to be a cool drummer? What do you got to look like?
First of all, you have to beat the snot out of your drums.
Okay.
Like you have to hit them hard.
Hit them hard.
Yeah, you got to hit them hard.
Long hair?
Not always long hair, but if it's not long hair, you got to give that face with your teeth. Teeth are showing.
Okay.
Where you have to lose your mind. And yeah, there's certain drummers that just look freaking cool playing it.
Mm-hmm.
There's this one drummer that I knew that used to play on stage sideways. I don't know why he did it. But every third beat he hit, the stick would hit the snare drum. It would flip in the air, and he would catch it and keep going as if it wasn't anything.
Now that's
and it
impressive.
was it was awesome. It was. Sometimes it's fun to see a band that just gives 0 Fs on how they sound, and it's all about how badass they look.
AC/DC had a ball drummer, Chris Slade, who had the bass drums hanging down by his ears, and he would hit them from one ear to the. I thought that was cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Not technically that good, but it was fun.
He was like the human metronome. He was just the AC/DC beats were never tough, but they were perfect.
That's it.
Didn't Slipknot's drummer drum upside down? Wasn't there a band whose drummer drummed upside down?
Well, Motley Crue used to put their drum kit on basically a roller coaster, and he would strap in, and it would go upside down, and it would roll over, and then there'd be times where he was in a cage where it would go over the crowd, and then it would go upside down when he was strapped in. Crew shows back in the day before Vince Neil got fat and before Mick Mars's bones started fusing into each other, they were amazing. I remember being a kid, borrowing this guy in the neighborhood's video, and first of all, it was the most insane thing you'd ever seen. They were pyro and chicks and explosions, and it was everything that was great about rock and roll. And then they got fat.
And old.
It happens. Yeah.
Yes,
I might have to go watch some of that tonight on YouTube.
Oh, it's great. There's a video. Oh, I think it's called Motley Crue Uncensored. That is just and I'll tell you this much too, Stiz, is the best book that I've ever read, ever, out of any book I've ever read, is Motley Crue's The Dirt. Ooh. It's an autobiography or an oral history, and what the writer did is he talked to all 4 members of the band and all the people around it, and had them tell their stories. And a lot of them didn't know the stories that the other ones were telling. So they were all hooking up with each other's wives and they didn't know it. There was one guy killed another dude, or Vince Neil killed a guy in a car accident and got away with it. Nikki Sixx died, flatlined. And everyone was mourning at his house, and he woke up from the hospital and pulled all the crap off of him and went home, and they thought he was a ghost because he was dead. It's got the whole Pam and Tommy Lee stuff and I'm not talking about the tape. I'm talking about how he went to jail and it's got the whole thing about him being in jail and him getting the crap beat out of him because he was the guy that put his hands on Pamela Anderson. And then Mick Mars is just. They didn't see him for years, and all of a sudden his bones have fused together, and he can't move. Oh, dude, that book is insane.
I have Nikki Sixx's book. It's pretty dark, though. Definitely.
Yeah. Nikki Sixx is kind of depressing. The Dirt's the one you got to read. The Dirt's, as I said, out of all the books I've read, that's the best book I've ever read.
Very good.
Hands down.
Beach reading.
Yes, fantastic beach reading. All right, 617-779-7937. What were you going to say?
Did you guys hear the rumors of Pamela Anderson? Speaking of Pamela Anderson, who she's dating now?
No.
You never guess it. One of the biggest movie stars ever.
Barack Obama.
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise. Wow.
That is I've been seeing that a lot lately. Yes.
Really?
Yes. It doesn't make any sense, but there's a lot of pictures of them together.
He went hard after a bunch of chicks, did he? Shakira.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But I just, Pam Anderson,
Yeah.
You know what Tom Cruise
her
loves?
star's a little, it's dimmed. It's been dimmed for a while.
There was rumors that she was with Liam Neeson when they were filming The Naked Gun together, and for some reason, I thought that was kind of cool. I was all right, two kind of older people, they found love in their old age.
Liam's wife, man, an actress, she died skiing, so, good for him.
Liam Neeson was in The Naked Gun?
Yeah, the new one.
Oh, the new one.
Yeah.
And by the way, great movie. That was actually way better than
see
it
that.
should have been.
Yep,
the new
yep,
Naked Gun.
yep.
Oh, it's very good. It's worth seeing without a question. By the way, real quick, Ted, before I change the subject one more time, Widow's Bay TV show you got to watch.
Okay.
That's a good TV show for you. It's basically like a funny Stephen King haunted Maine Island show, but it's funny.
I'll check it out. Has anybody heard about I Will Find You series on Netflix?
No, what is that?
Okay, it's interesting.
Oh, that's a Harlan Coben.
Yeah. It's based off of his books. It's filmed in Boston. But man, the first 2 episodes are like suck you in, like never, because you're trying to figure out. Basically, a dad gets charged for murdering his son, but he was set up, and you're trying to figure out what's behind it all, and it's fascinating. What was the main actor in Avatar?
Sam Worthington.
Sam Worthington. Yeah, he's the star. He's the star of it. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Jeez,
That's how you
talk
found
about a guy who was in
Avatar.
one of the biggest. What's he been doing other than Avatar?
This is the first time I've really seen him. Yeah, he looks. I don't know. He looks kind of like Patrick Mahomes does right now. A little soft around the. It's not. You think, man, Avatar, you'd be all jacked up. Sam Worthington is not jacked up.
I'm telling you, Ted. Out of all the takes that I have heard, like anybody give this year, yours that Patrick Mahomes' best days are behind him is the one I am really looking forward to seeing how this plays out.
Dude, I'm looking at pictures of him on Twitter recently. People are calling him out for his gut, man. He's just let it go.
He's not going to start week 1. He might be like midway through the year. I mean, he's coming off the serious injury.
It happened in December.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's late. So, dude, he's got to learn how to pass from the pocket. That's all I'm saying, Rich. He's not a pocket passer. And he's kind of like Aaron Rodgers in the sense that he just kind of holds the ball, and then he starts scrambling around, and he starts leaving the pocket, and that's when he gets lit up, and that's when he gets in problems.
Ted, it makes all the sense in the world, but I think that there's not a lot of people saying that.
Yeah.
And it just makes all the sense.
Yeah.
First of all, no one's going to be Brady ever again. You're never going to have somebody like him who has, we said it before, basically 3 Hall of Fame careers in one career.
Yep.
I agree with you, but everyone seems to think that he's just going to go down that route, and it's unfeasible.
I don't think he comes close to playing. What did Tom play? 22 years, I think, something like that. I mean, I'd be shocked if Mahomes plays more than 15. I mean, Tom's going to play 7 more years than him, is my guess, 7 to 8. I would be shocked if Mahomes plays more than that, just because of the style in which he plays.
It's my favorite prediction because I'm not
years.
hearing anybody other than you
23.
do it, and it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. Too much sense.
Kermit the Frog here.
Yes, thank you, Patrick Mahomes. 617-779-7937. All right, there was a guy who pissed off Jaylen Brown pretty bad. Someone who talked about how Jaylen Brown would be the 7th best player on the Celtics according to stats. We're actually going to have Bobby Marks, the person that Jaylen was very pissed off at, here in just a few. But Paul Pierce has chimed in about the Jaylen Brown situation. We'll play that when we get back.
Come on, Raffin.
I'm more of an eye test guy. There are some people out there that look at that a little bit more deeper than what the eye test says. I had one, not an executive, but an analytics guy saying, well, yeah, we view him as like the seventh best player on a team. I was like, holy crap. So I was like, wait a minute, that's a little bit of a stretch there.
WEEI, Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson, 617-779-7937. We love talking to the people. Give us a call, and you can also get a hold of us on the Odyssey app, too. Press that little microphone button, launch a take grenade. That is Bobby Marks. He is a man who is pissed off Jaylen Brown pretty darn good.
State your source.
Can we just agree that analytics, you can argue, analytics, it's the eye test. It's like, but analytics, you can't debate analytics. Right. Like, they are factually accurate analytics.
Numbers don't lie.
Like, numbers don't lie. I mean, so you can sit there and say, push back against analytics, but analytics
damn lies
do tell a story.
Yeah.
You see, but you can use analytics as a tool, not as the be all end all. And because if you use it as a definite, then all of a sudden you're Craig Breslow, and you have a team that doesn't have a big bat in the middle of the lineup.
No, I agree 100%. I'm the last guy that thinks, but I'm also trying to just make the point. Well, analytics. If you crunch all the numbers will tell a story in a certain way that you can't fudge it. They're accurate because they're numbers.
But when and you're right. I mean, I do think that there is like a happy medium between the two, because I think that the numbers may say one thing. And by the way, we have Bobby Marks on. The one thing I'm going to ask is, tell me like what numbers is he seventh best in on the team? Like if he has like one stat that makes him the seventh, that he's in seventh place, okay, maybe. But the seventh best player on the team, there's a whole lot of things. I mean, there's defense, there's offense, there's 3-point shot, there's a million things that you could throw in there. Like, give me all of the reasons that made him seventh in there, because the eye test, as you said, and right, Ted, there's like that perfect mix, says that Jaylen Brown is by far the second best player on this team. Some people would say the best. I hear that all the time. It's a little bit of a hot take that he's better than Tatum. But, I mean, there's not even a question in my mind that he's the second best player on this team, and that's just from someone who watches the games. Mm-hmm. So, and you know what? There is part of it that if you're a player, like, analytics can be used against you a lot. As Ted, I'm sure in many a negotiation, anytime somebody tries to make you look worse than you are, they can pick and choose certain numbers and certain stats that show that you have a deficiency here. Like, I'm sure that when you sat down and had negotiations, they were ready to go, right?
No, I don't remember that. No deficiencies.
You had none.
It was, it was time played. That was what the bill used against me in negotiation. It was, I'm going to ask you for a pay cut because you only played, 45% of the snaps. Yeah, Bill, do you remember weeks 5 through 8? I had an MCL tear and I didn't play. That's why. Yeah. But yes, I'm sure analytics weren't as much of a thing for me at my time, at my position, but I think certainly now they're used probably more than they ever have in negotiations.
Now, Bobby Marks, by the way, Rich, I mean, now he was the assistant GM with the Brooklyn Nets when they made the trade for Pierce and KG, so he gets lumped into that a lot.
So he's probably my favorite person on the planet.
So he's not qualified to talk about this?
But it wasn't his fault. But,
it wasn't?
I mean, but he responded to the Jaylen tweets with, what wasn't posted was the second half of this clip saying, I'm not an analytics person, I'm an eye test guy. So, and that I would want Jaylen on my team. So he feels like he was aggregated out of context.
Well, that's kind of true. I mean, they kind of like Jaylen's getting mad at him. It's like, well, I didn't even say it. It was an analytics guy said it. And he even said in that clip that he's a eye test guy.
Right, exactly.
But I guess the problem I would have if I was Jaylen Brown, and I understand this, is everyone wants to know who's saying bad things about you. Like if like somebody is going to publicly go, hey, I talked to this guy who said that you're the seventh best player on the Celtics. If I'm Jaylen Brown too, I'm like, well, name the guy then. Tell me who it is. Like, because I want him to be called out for being an idiot, because that's like really a dumb take, unless he can back it up with, here's the 14 stats that show that he's the seventh best player.
But do you doubt that guy exists in every NBA front office? No. There's some nerd in the corner that he's asked to create numbers.
Absolutely. It's going that way more and more. Hell, the NFL's getting more like that. I think it's not just baseball, it's basketball, it's football.
They're charting miles per hour and bursts and everything.
Absolutely. And real quick, I don't know, does this ever, have you guys ever thought of this? That JB only goes after the national guys?
Oh, ESPN guys.
He's never really, local guys can rip them and can doubt them. Don't hear anything. But
say something incendiary, so he'll like.
All right. I'm gonna do a test case. Okay, I'm gonna have to do that. Yeah. All right, yeah.
But I mean, it is interesting because I mean, I like that whole thing with analytics. I didn't even know what was going on. Somebody had called in and said that there was a dude that was on Bill Simmons' podcast or whatever that was said, listen, the analytics on him aren't great. But we kind of blew it off. But this guy, like Bobby Marks, is saying that. I wouldn't have known about it if Jaylen Brown hadn't retweeted the guy and said, this dude's an idiot. He can't get out of his own way because now there's probably a few people going, well, maybe we do need to do a little inspecting on this.
Well, good point by a 617 texter. The Cavs coach said based on the analytics they were beating the Knicks and they lost in 5. That was an amazing moment.
That's scary, man. That's scary that a coach thinks like that.
Yeah.
It's the Craig Breslowing of sports, and it just does, and it's awful. And you know what? Paul Pierce agrees with me. Paul Pierce was asked about this whole thing where Jaylen Brown is the 7th best player on the Celtics, and here's what Pierce had to say.
What are we doing here? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. It's gotten to the point where I'm no longer going to start watching any of these networks about sports. I'd rather like seriously. Like this is just come on. I just feel like it's clickbait. It doesn't make sense.
He had to ask out, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't even like bro, don't even make that up. Don't even make that public. Yeah. If an analytic dude said that and he told you, why would you make that public? Because it sounds silly. Yeah. Jaylen Brown was an MVP candidate. Now you saying, does he do the things that Luka and Wemby? Well, okay, yeah, the stats on these guys are going to look a little different. But there's one thing you can't say about Jaylen Brown: he influences winning.
Yes.
Like, regardless of the stats, he influences.
He hoops. He comes to work every day. He's available.
And what are we here to play this game for?
Does he influence winning? Does he?
I mean, in the regular season, sure. Yeah, the regular season. And I don't know. Like, yeah, I mean, yes, obviously he's a really good player, but I don't know. I don't know if he's a closer. I don't know if he's a clinch. If he's got the clutch. Excuse me, Gene. I don't feel like he's. I mean, can you put the team on his back in the playoffs when it really counts? I still doubt.
MVP of a couple important series there.
Okay, that 2024. I wish they didn't win it, because everyone references that. So it's kind of like
that was a hard. I mean, that season they dominated the entire season.
Dude,
it was pure domination.
That was an all-around great team. It wasn't just JB. I mean, dude, it was they didn't have holes anywhere, man. And it was an easy path to get there. So it's hard for me to look at that and just use that as justification.
By the way, interesting trade Shams just announced in the NBA. The Memphis Grizzlies are trading Ja Morant to Portland for Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray. So
Portland's out then. So all those Portland.
Unless this is like a 3-team deal that we're not hearing the end of. But that was one of the pieces you thought was coming back if Jalen was going to go to Portland was Jeremy Grant for money. Matching.
I think Ja Morant needed to get out of Memphis.
Big time.
There was some
bad influences there.
Yeah, bad influences there. I think that this is a good thing. Matter of fact, send him all the way across the country because Ja Morant. I mean, talk about a player that when he first got on the scene, you were like, this is the next great player in the NBA. I mean, he was so exciting, and then. He started hanging out with a bad crowd and getting in trouble, and this is good for him, I think.
Everywhere you go, there you are.
Now, Kevin O'Connor, interesting Kevin O'Connor tweet right now. He says, acquiring Ja Morant feels like a setup trade to me, given all the Jaylen Brown rumors in Portland. Now, Portland could feel more comfortable sending Drew Holiday, Scoot Henderson, and Shaedon Sharpe, plus draft picks to Boston for Jaylen Brown. We'll see what happens. So,
stay tuned.
Stay tuned for that one.
They said Drew Holiday coming back here?
Yeah.
That's what Kevin O'Connor is theorizing.
I'm a fan of Drew Holiday. Big fan. There's another speculation that's out there, too, is I guess Bradley Beal just turned down his it was like, $5 million that he would have been guaranteed, and they're speculating that maybe he would be coming to the Celtics. I know Beal and Tatum were like best buddies, but Beal's like injured all the time. But you could get him on the cheap. You could get Bradley Beal on the cheap. What does he excite you at all, Bradley Beal?
I mean, he did 5-7 years ago.
yeah.
Not so much anymore, but yeah, those two are tight. You know, I don't know. That's I don't know what is this? What
is that like his thanasis? Like Tatum would have his guy on the bench?
Yeah.
I guess so. I mean, what a weird. If you would have told me we were going to be talking about this a couple of months ago, I would have thought you were an absolute moron. This is insane. I can't believe we're here with this just Jaylen Brown situation. I really can't. Because it does. I'm telling you, I think that if he's going to get moved, it's going to be within the next 24 hours.
Well, what would you think if it's Portland and it's 3 first-round picks and those names that were mentioned? Drew
what were
Holiday,
the names again? Give it to you one more
Scoot
time.
Henderson, the point guard, 22-year-old point guard. Yep. Shaedon Sharpe, 23, shooting guard. He's signed for 4 years. And then Drew Holiday.
I don't see a big man.
Nope, you do not.
I don't see a big man in
That
any
is
of
correct.
this. And 3 first-rounders?
Oh, I'm just throwing that in. I mean, Kevin O'Connor says draft picks.
I mean, at least there's a couple of quality players that are in there, but I still think you're not getting.
No, it's going to be a tough sell. That is a very tough sell.
That is a tough sell. All right, 617-779-7937. We're going to have that guy who, Bobby Marks, who pissed off Jaylen Brown on with us, just to at least, explain himself, and maybe we'll make him state his source. We'll do Jaylen a solid, and maybe then he'll tweet about you there, Ted. We'll do that, Ted. All right, we'll take your calls next. 617-779-7937.
is swung on and driven into the gap in left center field. That is down for extra bases. Massa comes home. Cedon being waved in. It's a 2-run double. Wilson! And it's 4-0 Red Sox.
Let's go. Inject that in your veins, Rich.
I just thought of I thought of Will Fleming when I was watching some of the games this weekend. I'm like, oh, he has just got to be so ecstatic. Because
do you blame him?
Yeah. No, I don't. There was a clip that we played. What was it? The first game of which series was it that they just had? Where he lost his mind out of nowhere. He
Payoff
freaked out.
pitch is swung on and driven high and deep into left field. It is off the top of the wall and out of here.
I mean, he went all in, and I don't blame Will Fleming at all. Will Fleming is an excellent broadcaster, but I kept thinking of him like, I guarantee you, they're going to be a buttload of Willgasms from over the weekend. And Stiz, you say you've got a couple of them?
Oh yeah, Jackson got us a few.
Okay, let's hear a little bit of Will losing his mind on a Yankees sweep weekend.
This place was alive as Siegler skies one high and deep into left field. It is way back. It's gone! Oppo for Siegler. A solo shot. Garrett Cole can't keep it in the park at Fenway. And it's 2-0 Red Sox.
I do kind of like Oppo.
That's Ted's guy, too. You like Siegler. He's got some energy to him.
I mean, dude, you know what? He's getting his chance, his opportunity. He's going to make the most of it. He's all fired up, man. You know? Yeah. Why not? Hey, you got to generate it. Whoever you are, if no one else is doing it, then damn it, you be the guy.
Nice.
Yeah. That was a 6 out of 10 Willgasm. I think that
we've heard
was.
better.
Yeah.
Oink,
I think that. Oink! Oink!
But that was the day game against Cole. That was juicy. And more important than even that, Rich, Yankees fans quiet all weekend. Angry, quiet. There were a lot of them there. They couldn't celebrate at all. They had like 3 hits a game.
That is pretty awesome.
All right, let's hear another one, Stiz.
And now Contreras is having words with Will Warren. Almost came up and in.
I guess they thought that pitch was too close.
It might not be Veritek and A-Rod, but Contreras as the bench is empty. Warren is screaming over at Contreras after that pitch came up and in. Now the most tired act in baseball is the bullpen's empty.
Yes, there's entirely too much testosterone running around on the field.
A lot of voices there.
That's the boo swap. So that was Susan Waldman from FAN in with Joe Castiglione and Will Friday night.
Okay.
You're not going to hear me crap on Susan Waldman at all anymore, because I thought, as much as I used to make fun of her with that, Roger Clemens is here! I think what she did in John Sterling's later years was like one of the sweetest, nicest things she could do, because Sterling obviously couldn't see. He was blind or something. So there would be a player who goes, "It's out of here!" And then it would just and she's like, well, actually, what really happened, and she was super nice.
Super nice about it. Let him down easy.
She really was just she protected the guy, and ever since then, I'm like, you know what, Susan Waldman, you're all right.
And think of how many times probably Susan opted not to say something that he messed up on, right? So if she was correcting him, then it was probably 1 out of every 10 times he messed up.
Right. She would say, boy, from this angle, it sure did look like it was out, and you would see it on TV, and it was nowhere near the wall. All right, let's go to another
Willgasm.
1-0 Massa's 3 for 10 against him. He drives one high and deep into right field. That thing is cranked at the warning track at the wall. Sayonara! A leadoff homer for Massa. Welcome back to Fenway, Garrett Cole.
Nice little dig in there, Garrett.
Yeah, that's an 8 out of 10. He smoked a cigarette after that one. That's a good one, Will. And you know what? That was awesome. And the attitude matched the play itself.
That's why his home run calls are fun though. Cause it's up. It looks like it's gonna be the wall. It's out of here. And then when the opponent smashes one, that's out. It's just not even give it a.
And that was
it blows. It's a volcano. It's kind of a good. It erupts.
Yeah. That's what it is.
Do we have one more?
I just want to play this one more time. What we started off, because this was my personal favorite from the weekend.
Payoff pitch is swung on and driven high and deep into left field. It is off the top of the wall and out of here.
Oh yeah.
How
That one you need paper. That one needs paper towels.
What about?
Yeah,
how can
that's
be
a good
off
one.
the top of the wall and still be out of here?
Yeah, it was good. Hits that line.
Am I
Hits that
okay? I think off the top of the wall, it's back into play and for a stand-up double, but no, it's out of here. Okay.
But you know what? I love what Rob Bradford said, because you can kind of feel it too, is that, he said that he actually heard people for the first time in forever just talking about the Red Sox out and about.
The heartbeat is back.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a cool weekend to do it. It was a great weekend where you've got, obviously when it's against the Yankees, it means a little more, and a super dramatic Sunday night baseball made it so, that a national audience got it. You're pissed off the New York Yankees fans. This is one of the few times where you heard a Yankees suck chant. You're like, all right, okay.
And last night, I'm a sucker for Joe Castig was back in the booth, and he got the extra inning call, and he got a "Can you believe it?" which was perfect for that game. That was a "Can you believe it?" type of win.
I'm amazed. Joe just still with it, man. He's got dude. He is clear, and he just. I thought it was a great final call.
Swinging a line drive to right field, base hit, ball game over. The Red Sox have swept the Yankees. The final 5-4 as he beat the two-man outfield, lining one right where the right fielder would normally play. Deep enough anyway to score, and the Red Sox walk it off 5-4 on Darren Duran's single to right field, and the Red Sox have completed a 4-game sweep. Can you believe it?
No, you can't after probably the lowest point. I'm hearing the two of you right now, Rich, both you and Ken, kind of all getting a little worked up.
Did you like my trade suggestion? Jeremy Pena, you got some family in Houston. What about the shortstop? He's got a year left on his deal. You still can trade some pieces, but you still need a shortstop right now?
I looked at the standings, and Bradford was right. Why would the Astros trade him?
Because they know, like the Celtics, they're not good enough. So they want prospects.
Okay, all right.
You give them your young AA prospect, if need be, Franklin Arias, and you say, you know what, we're closer to winning than you are. Look at our pitching staff.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give you our prospect. You give us your big league ready guy who you're not going to sign long term, and it makes a win-win for both franchises.
I would like that. I would like that deal.
And you get a right-handed bat, and that's what you need. You need some spark right now.
Boy, it's too bad that we couldn't sign a big bat in the offseason, so we got to give up all of our precious pitching prospects. That's going to suck, man.
I know.
If that happens.
And it was kind of cool, to hear afterwards. Do you have the Sonny Gray clip by any chance where he's talking about how, he's obviously to get up there for a minute? I was like, this dude had every right to key the cars of every player on that team if they would have blown that game for him. I mean, he was so damn good, and I thought they were going to blow it for him. And you said, is this the worst loss? No, but I would have felt awful for Sonny Gray after going out there and doing what he did.
Totally, that would have been the worst loss to me. You have his longest no-hit bid ever, and then Chapman blows it, and Abreu's airmailing guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't key Chapman's car. I wouldn't key that car.
We'd be talking, they had a chance to bunt a guy over in the ninth. They didn't. Double play. There were some things in that game you'd be crushing this team for today if they don't come back and win.
But the Yankees made more mistakes. Yeah. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
By the way, Chapman, did you see him trying to run after that Weiler Abreu?
Yeah.
He's
hamstring.
limping. He's limping.
Dude, I'm cautioning you guys to get all excited. It was the series before the New York series where they lost to the Rockies, a worse team than you. And that was literally the series before the Yankees series. And the way you guys are talking is as if they've won 20 in a row.
You can't be mad today, Ted.
Okay.
Today's one day you have to just let it. You have to enjoy it a little bit.
Is this the start of something?
No, I didn't say that.
All right. We got the Nationals that are 500.
I'm excited because I have to work in the building that all of those people are around. It sucks when the team stinks.
You're right.
And having to be in that building.
I know.
And just Chad Tracy comes in and you're like, I'm sorry, man. We got to ask you some crap questions that are really crappy.
Yeah.
So that kind of, and also, listen, the games sometimes air when our show airs. I want the team to be good. Mm-hmm. I don't want people to go, no, I'm not going to listen to this.
All aboard the Tracy train, 2:30 tomorrow, Ted. Our guy.
Please, that would be nice. But I did like what's his name, Gray had to say afterwards. This was pretty cool.
Yeah, I think in the 6th inning or something, they started really getting into it, and that was cool. I appreciated that. I appreciated that, and then, I didn't know. I did give up a hit, and I didn't know if I was going to keep going, and then I saw Trace coming out, and I was like, I guess this is the end of the road for me. But I appreciate them, and it seemed like they appreciated the outing tonight, and we need them. If we're gonna get back into this thing. We need them, and they were here for us this weekend, so I appreciate that.
There you go.
Does he sound like somebody, like an NFL coach you can think of? He just
McVay or something like that?
McVay.
Yeah.
He sounds like
McDaniels.
Sean McVay.
You're right, he does.
I thought he sounds like McDaniels a little bit.
A little bit.
Then
a little
we
bit.
lose a Super Bowl.
No, see,
Yeah,
McVay sounds like a Fraggle. Like he sounds like a Muppet when McVay talks.
Can you
There's
do a
this-
mashup of the two real quick? I don't know. I'm curious. He's from Smyrna, Tennessee.
Yeah,
Smyrna.
man, we need them. We're gonna get back into this thing. We need them, and they were here for us this weekend, so I appreciate that.
Then we lose a Super Bowl. You go to the Super Bowl our second year, 2000.
That's pretty good. I think that's it right there, man.
It's not bad.
Yeah,
not
yeah.
bad. All right. We are not going anywhere. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And by the way, the man who pissed off Jaylen Brown, we will have on here in just a few. We are not going anywhere. Back in 2.
They call this one Bill.
And the feed brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Starting to see some NBA movement. The Celtics have announced that they are picking up contracts for Nemish Keita and a couple other of their guys, as expected before the deadline today. But free agency tampering starts tomorrow. Here's Brian Windhorst of ESPN with the latest on Jaylen Brown.
I have been told they've been asking for 3, 4, 5 first-round picks for Jaylen Brown, which leads me to believe that they're examining a short-term future where they're not trying to win a championship, because you don't take a all-NBA player and trade him for primarily draft picks and say we're going to be the same team.
Summer is the easiest season for weight loss. Warm weather, lighter meals, being outside. Your body is primed to succeed. And Awaken 180 has your game plan. Reach your goal this summer with Awaken 180 Weight Loss, the official weight loss program of summer. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Two hosts and an enforcer. It's Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson live from the Catch Us Law Studios. No fee unless you win. Steve on line one is mad we're talking about Boston sports and not the World Cup. Steve, what's up, my man? How you doing?
Steve?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Listen, guys, there's a thing going on. It's called the World Cup.
0-0 right now, Germany and Paraguay.
Yeah, I know it's not your forte, but you know what? You can give a little love back. Like, invite some high school coaches on, maybe for 15 minutes, 3 hours a day. I mean,
Steve,
you know,
why do I need a high school coach when I have you? Tell me, what part of the World Cup do you want to talk about? Honestly, I'm being serious. What part of the World Cup? Because I love watching the World Cup, except for the games themselves. They've been fairly boring, but everything around it's been fantastic. Please, what would you like to talk about World Cup?
I would like to talk about the fact that 10 African teams qualified, 9 of 10 made it to the round of 32. It's certainly a signal that the game has changed radically since 1994, and that we're seeing the quality of the play in different parts of the world, you know, equalizing, for lack of a better term, shown both by the American team's performance and just shown by the number of players, both for the Americans and for a lot of, for example, the African sides. You know, something like 30% of the guys are playing for top 5 leagues. So the game has changed. I can't really speak tactically to the game because I'm not an expert, but I think we've seen some really good play.
If you want to hear tactical soccer talk from
No,
Hold on, Jack.
No, I you know what, Steve, I'm glad you're like, these are cool storylines. Every game I watch, I happen to watch the ones where they're not scoring, and it's been tough. There's been a couple good ones. Like I watched. I know the Cape Verde story is like a great story. Like that's one I'm into. I like that. I like that America's doing well. The American games have been good, but I've been cursed, Steve. Every game I seem to watch outside of a few, there's not a lot going on.
Ghana, England was a great game,
but I didn't watch Ghana, England. It wasn't on. You called it football. Okay, we can't take you seriously. It's soccer, my friend. You know, it's soccer. You know, you have a Boston accent, my friend. You can call it soccer.
Well, we got our man Charlie Davies on tomorrow, 3:15. He's going to break down the U.S.-Bosnia game for us. All right, that's our correspondent.
And we have a high school coach on the morning show.
Yeah, that's right,
Shime.
Shime.
6 to 10, you can hear Shime talk about high school soccer.
Steve, I have loved the World Cup. I really have, and I've been glad it's been here. I've been wildly disappointed with the crowds since Scotland left, though. They've let me down. Like that, when Scotland came here, it was a party. Downtown was a party. Yeah, I don't need to relive all the stuff that we saw down there. I mean, obviously them drinking out all the bars and everything. Even like Iraq had a bunch of like partiers. Haiti did.
There were some anecdotal German stories that because they're playing now, right? They're up against Paraguay. Did you see any German action down there yesterday?
No, Germany has been, I don't want to say non-existent. They've been around, but they're not. No one parties like the Scots, man. No one's party at the Scots. Chris in Cape Cod on line 2 is mad that I called soccer boring. I did not call soccer boring. I said the games that I happen to watch have been boring. Do you understand that, Chris?
Well, I do, but on the same token, I think that let me give you my backstory. My family played. My grandfather played for Liverpool. My father played for Liverpool.
Well, he must have been good then. You got to be good to play for Liverpool.
Well, yeah, but setting that aside, I think Americans don't like the game, or they find some of the games boring because, number one, the scoring is low, right? Because the fields are huge. We're used to looking at football fields, hockey arenas, basketball courts that are much, much smaller. And so there is very quick up and down, and the play is extremely fast. Where soccer, if you look and take the time to look at the game as a whole, is a beautiful game because you've got long distance passes that the average guy couldn't do on any turf. Never mind the soccer.
But Chris, I understand, and I totally appreciate how people have fallen in love with the beautiful game, but I don't want to see passes. I want to see a pass. I want to see a pass that in front of the goal that it leads to a goal. But midfield passes, snooze.
Right. I understand, and I understand that, but that's part of the way the game has been set up, where they're playing on such large fields or pitches, right?
Yeah,
that's the issue.
The field's too big. That's the problem. Make it smaller. Make it smaller for more scoring. Make the net like 3 times as big. Make them. Come on, let's make this happen.
No, but here's the thing, right? That's us as Americans. The rest of the world doesn't see it that way. We see it that way because we're used to the sports that we have. The rest of the world only has one sport. Well, two: Formula One and soccer. Right? They don't watch anything else. Really. I mean, Japan has baseball, but for the
Cricket's
most part,
big in India, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. But for the most part, they only have soccer. And that's why these guys like the Scottish are so fervent about their team, because that's all they have. They don't have
you know what? Well, Chris, there was something kind of cool. There was a video that they went out to Fenway Park yesterday, a bunch of people, and they interviewed, I guess the Germans were there. And they sure as hell didn't represent like Scotland did, because it didn't sound like there were a bunch of Germans there, but there were. But they were being interviewed, this group of Germans. They're like, well, what do you think about baseball? And they're like, I know a lot of people talk about how but I can't do a German accent. I know a lot of people talk about how soccer is boring. Well, we think baseball is boring. And I thought Rod Bradford was going to bust through, the tarp and take him down. But I get it. It's like, we're used to baseball, and you could think that it's, I could see how someone from the outside looking in is like, dude, this is taking forever. But soccer's just, as I said, I'm unlucky in that almost every match that I've watched has been the one where it's 0-0 or it's 0-1, and I appreciate it. But I also think that the reason soccer crowds are so crazy and they sing so many songs is because they're bored during matches.
Now, tomorrow, though, if it's 0-0 U.S. and Bosnia late in the match, that will be exciting. Like, if you have a rooting interest in it, that's the biggest part of it, right? You just have to have a vested interest in one of the teams.
Yeah,
that
but
really
0-0 at the end of the match, sure.
Then you get
it's kind of
kicks.
exciting. Like, please, like that. You're right. If it's an elimination game, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, that part's great. But, I mean, these ones that can end in draws.
Oh, we're past that now.
Add fireworks to both. Baseball and soccer. There we go.
But this is to say the NHL dealt with this too, by the way, before they had the big lockout in the early 90s there, whatever it was, the mid-90s. The clutching and grabbing, like the trap, and we had people bitched about low scoring there, and it's evolved.
And Ken, I will also say that unfortunately, this year's World Cup isn't doing a lot to dispel the reputation of flopping from soccer players.
No,
I've seen,
that's part of it.
It honestly looks
Same
like
with the NBA.
they've been sniped. Like, it looks like somebody has shot them from the rafters.
Of course.
And you'll see it, and they will get breathed on. Now, I know why you do it, because if it looks like you ended up, getting harmed, then it's a benefit to your team. So, sure, I would teach
Well, you
flopping.
like Les Mis. I mean, that's part of the drama, It's like part of the
part of the dramas. There's no question. It's very dramatic. But it's a tough thing to be an outsider and not be huge into soccer. And I want to like it so bad. I've watched so many matches, and I've gone to a couple bars to watch some matches, but I end up just looking at my phone.
Oh, squirrel.
Because they're not even what do they call it? The box? They're not even in the box. Like, they're midfield.
What the corner kicks, like, how often do you score off a corner? Because I feel like you get 20 or 30 and you get maybe one that really goes in.
And you get excited, right? It's like, oh, corner kick, here we go. Because you expect them to kick it in, and then some guy does a header into the net.
Right.
You're like, woo! Soccer.
That percentage needs to be higher. Somehow they got to make corner kicks lead to more offense.
It does. And you know what? And I was lucky enough one time when I went over to Munich to go to a real soccer match over there.
Oh,
and the
Paraguay goal, by the way. As I speak, Paraguay 1, Germany 0. So we might have an upset on our hands here at Boston Stadium. So let me keep you posted.
There you go. And you know what? I took a look, and there was something online that I guess Boston is the second highest World Cup watching market out of all of them. Only Kansas City, I think, beats it.
Correct.
But Boston's right there. And as I said, my TV does not turn off. Like, when the World Cup's on, it just stays on. I just turn it on, whatever game's going to be on. I mean, there's a lot less now. But it's been great. I've loved it. It's been like the Olympics. You just keep it on in the background. You constantly watch it. It just seems any game that it's not on in the background that I make effort to watch, it happens to be the one where nothing is going on. Hell, even what's his name? Ronaldo played the other night, and that was a 0-0 game, right? Didn't that one end up being a 0-0?
I don't know.
Yeah, I went to a bar to actually watch that, and it was like nothing happened.
Yeah, well, it's taken off now.
As I said, I'm still all in. I can't wait. I love that the USA team is kicking ass and taking names. That's been fun to watch. And go Cape Verde. So, although I just got a text that said I guess the story isn't as great as I thought it was. So something bad happened.
One of the player has some accusations filed against him. Yeah, that's not great.
Oh, well then I take back everything I said. By the way, somebody who will not take back the things he said because he is a reporter, somebody who upset Jaylen Brown very much so over the weekend, not for the words he said, but for something he reported. We are going to have Bobby Marks. He's the person who reported that he had an analytics guy tell him that Jaylen Brown would be the 7th best person on the Boston Celtics, according to analytics, and that really ticked off Jaylen. So we will have Bobby Marks on. We're not going anywhere. We'll have him on with us in 2 minutes.
At Milligan and Higgins, they understand sometimes good people find themselves in tough situations. That's why they specialize in OUI and criminal defense. Attorney Jay Milligan is one of 2 board-certified OUI attorneys in the state. If you're pulled over, protect yourself and your future. Don't face it alone. Reputation and experience matter in the legal system. Get Milligan and Higgins on your side to fight for you. OUI specialists when it matters most. Go to milliganhiggins.com for more information.
Come celebrate America's 250th at the 99 Restaurant. Kids eat free now through July 16th with every adult entree purchased. Great food, great fun, and happy birthday, America. You gotta love the nines.
John Sewer and Drain Cleaning is the name to know when your drains don't flow. John Sewer is also hiring technicians at their Norwood location to handle growing demand in southeastern Mass. To join New England's most experienced team, go online to johnsewer.com to apply today.
We get the job done.
What do you expect when you walk into a jewelry store for the very first time?
Are they going to be friendly or pushy?
Are they going to listen to me or just try and sell me something?
Well, prepare to have your expectations shattered. I'm Lily.
And I'm Zoe, inviting you to Springer's Jewelers. You'll find the nicest diamond jewelry and watch professionals whose only goal is to share their passion and help you find exactly what you're looking for.
All at the guaranteed best price.
It's time to raise your expectations.
What an atmosphere tonight. The stands are packed. Down here, 2 fans side by side, both holding a Heineken. Promising start. The chant begins. Listen to that. Perfect sync. Corner coming in. They lean forward together and goal! Arms up. They cheers. Wait, that's a hug. That's a hug. Let's check the replay. Yes, 2 strangers at kickoff. Friends by full time.
Fans have more friends. Find yours in the stands. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
It's Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
The analytics of Jaylen Brown is not good. I'm more of an eye test guy. There are some people out there that look at that a little bit more deeper than what the eye test says. I had one, not an executive, but an analytics guy saying, well, yeah, we view him as like the 7th best player on a team. I was like, holy crap. So I was like, wait a minute, that's a little bit of a stretch there.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. And you can give us a call at 617-779-7937. And that right there is the voice of somebody who made our own Jaylen Brown go on a Twitter rant this weekend. And I got to be honest, Jaylen, I think that one comment there was worth 4 tweets from Jaylen Brown.
I know.
The first one was, analytics nowadays used to discredit and control narratives, roll the ball out, none of these guys better than me on both ends. Who does he work for? And then he writes, very cocky here, he goes, nobody has won more combined regular season and playoff games since I entered the league 10 years ago. Then he wrote, analytics have and are ruining the game we are playing. And then he retweeted one more time our next guest and put, state your source. Well, the gentleman who said that, we are very happy to have him on. Bobby Marks is the NBA front office insider for ESPN. So, Bobby, did you know when you said that you would be on the other end of the wrath of one Jaylen Brown?
I didn't. And I said, we live in this day and age of 19-second clips. I was like, what happened to the other 4 minutes when I was praising him and defending him and doing all that and everything that came with it? No, I did not think. I did not have on my bingo card on Saturday afternoon that Jaylen Brown would be awfully upset with something I said, and to the point where my 20-year-old I'm out in LA for free agency. My 20-year-old called me and said, "Dad, you just need to go out for a walk. Leave your phone in the hotel room and just go. And I said, like, listen, I said it on TV on Friday, and we did a segment today on TV. Like, I am a huge Jaylen Brown fan. Like, listen, if I was in the front office, I'd be looking to trade for him. But there is, I'm telling you, it's a crazy crazy process where there's like a faction of people, and I don't know why, that are, built into the analytics and the on-court numbers. And we even put up a graphic today and showed that I guess he had the 7th best net rating on the roster. So, like, I mean, listen, I grew up in the 90s getting into this league, and as I said, I am more of an eye test. I do think there's a role for analytics and stats and everything that comes with it and stuff like that. But I do think there are some teams out there that have probably taken this a little bit too far. And I think if you talk to 20 front offices, they'll probably give you 20 different opinions on a guy who finished 6th in the NBA in MVP voting, is an NBA champ, and has the most. I think he's got the most wins. I don't even know, last 5 or 6, or since he's gotten into the NBA. So, yeah, I think we've calmed down that argument for a little bit. That certainly picked up a lot on Saturday.
Yeah, it was kind of funny because people got mad at you when it wasn't even what you said. It was you reporting
state your
what you
source.
Heard. Yeah, right. But the one thing, I mean, you briefly mentioned it, but because the one thing that is interesting is when you talk to these people who are big on analytics,
numbers,
and
yeah,
numbers.
It's funny. I said it. I joked. I said now we call it strategy. Like we call it. Like we've gotten away from the analytics, and now we've given it a fancy name and everything. It's called strategy now.
Ah, yes. Whatever you call it, it's still confusing to me. So people who are smarter with that stuff, I trust their word on this. But I would like to know, like, when these people you spoke with said that he would be the 7th best player on the team, what was the? You mentioned net rating. Was there anything else that they used to justify that comment? Any other stat?
Sure. I mean, I think net rating came in play is plus minus is, certainly, I think he was a minus 10 plus minus when on the court, and a minus 6 when he was off. He's the last 4 years. He's got, a negative net rating in the last 4 years. And certainly that probably includes them winning a championship. And I said, like, the pushback on me is that, what it doesn't tell you is sometimes who he's on the court with, right? Who else is out there? What the time of is it garbage time down the stretch and everything like that? So I think you have to be awfully careful as far as when you're evaluating players and using that as kind of a crutch. And listen, he makes, as you guys know, he has 3 years, $183 million on this. It's a big number, but it's a big number for a guy that, as I said, is a top 10 player.
How many GMs in the league, Bobby, do you think are heavy strategy guys, heavy analytics guys? They would use that stuff to decide what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a little bit of a different, I grew up with the old school, the former players. I grew up, Willis Reed was my mentor when I got into the league and stuff like that. And he, certainly grew up in a different era. But I do think we're in a new wave of younger executives. I think the analytics, the strategy departments have grown significantly, where some teams are going 5-6 deep, maybe even more. So it's almost like a little bit of a baseball approach where we went Moneyball for a long time, and I think that's kind of crept into the NBA and everything like that. So I think they're split. I don't know what the number would be and everything like that, but there are a fair amount of people who look at kind of that compared to what the guy actually has done on the court.
So would you be open, Bobby, to saying who did say that about Jaylen?
No, I can't. It's like me, like we sources. I'm like doing that. I don't want that. I don't want the delve of, and listen, and it wasn't, I'll tell you, it wasn't, that was the one comment to that, but I've talked to team executives over the weekend. Like I'm telling you, and I don't agree with it. There is some mixed opinions as far as how teams view Jaylen, and I for the record, I am not in that group there.
And now, Bobby, when these people you spoke with, was it just because of the analytics, or was there something also about some of the off-court things? Because we've talked a lot about that.
Yeah, I don't. No, that wasn't brought up. And everything like that. And listen, I had Billy King as my boss when I was in when I was in Brooklyn for, I guess, the 3 or 4 years Billy was there, and he had Allen Iverson. And I'm not saying Jaylen Brown is in the conversation as Allen Iverson, all right? I'm not saying that. But I would say, like, the pushback on what, whether it be streaming or some of the comments would be like, listen, if a guy is an MVP candidate, you deal with some of the other things that maybe come along with it and stuff like that. If he was a, end of the bench, 14, 15 man, maybe you look at it a little bit differently here. But no, I didn't get pushback as far as, some of the things out there. We know Jaylen Brown. You guys have covered him for, listen, he's outspoken and he'll say what's on his mind, and sometimes it's great. Sometimes it's you'd probably ask him not to and everything. I saw his dad went after Perk over the weekend too. Yeah. So I'm glad I wasn't the only one who.
We got a lot of action these days around here.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, I would hope not, because I've never seen his name in legal stuff or anything like that. I mean, like, there's, something that I don't think so.
Bobby, so we just had the news break that John Morant is going to go to Portland, which is one of those potential landing spots we've heard about for Jaylen. How do you see that as a fit for a Brown trade?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I always say, there's always a part like 2, 3, and 4 to deals. There's the initial trade. They got a lot of guards there, guys. You look at their roster. I mean, you've got Ja, you've got Drew Holiday, you've got Dame coming back, and you've got Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharp. So, like, you're not going to be able to fit all that. There was no picks involved and everything like that. So I would think, new ownership is always a wild card, just because of what they're trying to do and everything. So they've got the draft assets if they want to do something. I think the interesting thing is, like, Boston doesn't have to trade him. I think if they feel like the relationship is they can, salvageable. I don't know if it's gotten to that point. Don't do something where you're getting, 50 cents on the dollar. You could always take your cards off the table and walk away and figure out maybe you do something, maybe if it's next year or not, because if it's draft picks or players and stuff like that, you're not going to get what you would have been able to get in the Giannis deal. Like that's not coming your way. So I do think it will be interesting how this develops over the next couple of days if nothing materializes and you just basically kind of punt towards next year.
Well, Bobby, from the executives that you've spoken with, how aggressive are the Celtics right now in trying to trade Jaylen Brown?
Aggressive. Listen, they're not just taking calls; they're putting calls out there and everything. So yeah, I would say aggressive, and really just looking like, hey, make an offer. Put something on the board. Let's make something that makes sense and everything. And if it makes sense for us, we'll go down that road. And they haven't gone down that road as of right now.
If you had to, just from a feel that you have, if you had to put a percentage on how confident you are that Jaylen Brown is going to be traded, what would that percentage be?
If you had asked me Friday, I would have said I thought there was probably an 85% chance that he would. If you ask me on Monday, it's Monday, right? Monday evening, I would say I would probably flip that and probably say there would be more of an 85% chance that he won't.
Wow, is it because they're not getting what they're asking for, the Celtics?
I just think there's nothing out there that and that could change a lot. It really could. I just think there's nothing out there that makes, to my knowledge, and I've talked with Sean's and Brian and certainly everybody who's in tune with everything. And there's just nothing. There's just nothing there of that would be worthy of trading a top 10 player in the NBA.
Did the Celtics incorrectly judge the market for Jaylen Brown?
I think no. Listen, Brad and Mike and that group and Joe, they're smart. They knew, like, once they engaged with Milwaukee regarding Giannis, they knew that there was going to have to be a fallout as far as with Jalen's name being out there and everything like that. So, I mean, anytime you can go out and trade for Giannis, you do it, and it would have to have cost Jalen and everything like that. So I don't think they've misjudged the market and everything like that. I just think the market has been pretty cool.
Wow. Well, Bobby Marks, great stuff, and Yeah, just take a weekend off of social, or a couple more days off social media. It'll all blow over.
There's always one summer where I piss off somebody, whether it be an owner or a player. This summer was the player, I guess.
Better Jalen than his dad from where I'm sitting.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I'm glad. I heard the dad interview and stuff. I'm glad I did not. My two colleagues, Stephen A. and Perk, were caught in the crossfires there, so I'm glad I was not in that part of that group.
Oh, well, Stephen A's loving it. I mean, anytime you get like an athlete just validate what you're saying is like, hell yeah.
However, he did defend him on Saturday afternoon when all that came out and stuff like that. So he did say some positive things about him.
Oh, good. Well, good. As I said, I love how whenever Jaylen Brown says anything about Stephen A., you're going to hear Stephen A. do 20 minutes on one podcast, 10 minutes on First Take, 30 minutes on the other podcast, like out of his 14 podcasts, and it's just, that he loves it, which I would too if I was him. I was like, hell yeah, I'm being validated. This is great.
Yeah.
All right, well, Bobby, great stuff, and thanks
Appreciate
for coming on
guys.
with us. We'll have you on
Thanks,
again soon.
Bobby.
Thanks.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
Thanks. I think my big takeaway on that is that he said on Friday he thought 85% chance that Jalen was going to get traded, but after this disastrous weekend, he thinks it's an 85% chance that he's not going to get traded.
That's huge. And apparently Shams just said the Trailblazers are not actively pursuing Jaylen Brown and view Ja Morant as their big move. So
I'm sorry. I disagree with him. I think the Celtics completely misjudged the market on this.
Right.
And no one's taken. No one's taken on Jaylen Brown right now.
You are right.
Wow, which is a good thing. I want to keep Jaylen Brown around. I don't want to get pieces and parts. Giannis was a different story. Giannis is a star player. I'm glad this is kind of – so thank you, Jalen. If you had anything to do with it by running your mouth and saying this is your favorite season without Jason Tatum, then I was a big smooch is coming your way. Thank you so much.
A lot of Twitch streams in our future. Here we go.
Here they go. 617-779-7937. We'll be right back.
93.7 W.
It's 93.7 WEEI. And this drive home is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. It's Rich, certainly. Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. You can give us a call at 617-779-7937. I thought Bobby was great. I thought that was really, really interesting. I mean, the fact that, before the weekend, he's like 85% they are all in getting rid of Jaylen Brown. Now he's saying 85% they can't get rid of him. Well, he didn't say that, but he said 85% that they're not going to trade him. But it sure does sound like every time that there's a rumored team that could be in on Jaylen Brown, like a day later or half a day later, it's like so-and-so is out on Jaylen Brown. And whether they're being scared away or whether the Celtics are asking for too much, I don't, or whether it just seems like he'd be a pain in the ass. I don't know. All I know is
But we're crossing teams off. Houston's off, according to Bill Simmons, and now we know that Portland's off, according to Shams Charania. So your places to trade them are dwindling.
Man, some smart GM somewhere is going to trade for Jaylen Brown for peanuts.
Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. All I know is that the Celtics seem to be hell-bent on wanting to get rid of him. And if I'm another team who's not listening to analytics and not listening to guys like this dude that Bobby Marks talked to that said he's the seventh best player and actually watching this dude play, I'm saying to myself, let all these nerds who are, looking at computer programs telling them who to trade for and who not to trade for, let them stumble all over themselves in the other direction. I'll take the dude that I know is a great player. And I'm thinking that if he does get traded, whoever is going to get him is going to end up getting the bargain of a lifetime. And next year, it's going to be that person's going to win GM of the year.
Good job, by the way, trying to get Bobby to reveal the nerd's name. He would not do so, but he took a stab. State your source, basically, in so many words.
I didn't even know if he had a problem revealing a source. It just, he said, I talked to an analytics guy who said this, and I was like, well,
right.
Jaylen, I'll do you a solid. I'll try to find out who the source is. Hey, Jaylen, you and me, right here. Right here. I got your back, buddy. I tried to get him to state his source. Somebody get that chunk of audio and put at FWCPO or whatever it is.
Right.
Send that to him and just say, you know what? Rich has got your back.
Rich got your back.
Your back.
As we both do. I mean, I wanted him gone for Giannis, I'll fully admit. But now I want him back fully because there's nothing else out there that looks any good whatsoever. I mean,
Ken hates you, Jaylen. He hates you.
I hate Jaylen.
He said that from the very beginning. He said, I hate Jaylen. He's not a fan of yours. Remember, copy this segment right here and then send it to him.
I'm fine. You could push it off. Bobby said that. Push that. You can trade him next year. You can trade him at the deadline. You don't have to trade him right now. You have the luxury of that. He's got 3 years left on the deal. It could be a problem. I fully admit you're going to have to manage the relationship, which is tough. Yeah. But it's good for us in the media because there'll be something new that you'll be reading into every day. Memes flying left and right.
No question. All right, let's launch some take grenades, shall we? Incoming! You have been leaving your take grenades for us on the Odyssey app. You press that microphone button, you leave us a message, and we play them right here in the 5 o'clock hour. And these take grenades are brought to you by Milligan & Higgins, OUI and criminal defense attorneys. Go to milliganandhiggins.com for a free consultation. All right, Stiz, pull.
If we did trade Jaylen for picks and young players, what's a package that would actually make you want to go for it?
Yeah.
None.
Exactly. I mean,
none.
The Portland won't even trade Donovan Clingan. I mean, few people knew who he was before this started. Now you're like, God, I hope they could get Clingan in 4 firsts. I mean, there ain't much out there.
I want to win now. And if you do a trade like that, then that means you're putting this off. Jason Tatum is in his prime right now. You were last year favored to win the East and potentially win a championship, and all of a sudden everything's changed and you want to start all over again.
Grandy has said he went and said Zion Williamson. I mean, I guess he's still young, sort of, but like that's Grandy's guy. Take a swing at Zion. Okay, maybe.
You know what? I can imagine Zion being like when the Celtics got Shaq. And, like, I remember that first month when Shaq was healthy, it was the greatest basketball team I've ever seen in my life. Like, they were absolutely un-effing stoppable. And then, of course, what happened to Shaq? Shaq broke. Yep. And that's what's going to happen to Zion. Zion's going to come here, have a month, and be like, oh, my God, greatest trade ever, cannot be stopped. And then he's going to break.
He's never not been broke. I mean, he's permanently broke.
Yeah, my man is. All right, let's go to the next one.
Bradford, you're such a fool. You think we need good vibes? Are you really sitting and spewing this stuff, you homer? We need good vibes. That's what we need. You idiot, we need bats. Okay? Get off the train, man. Just get off the train. You're too old. Go to bed.
Well, Bradford said that.
Get off the train? Is that a term?
You like my? I don't know. Get off the train. Throw Mama from the train. Byron,
but I have some good vibes, man.
Byron Buxton or Jeremy Pena? Do you like my ideas? Nobody seems to be seconding my emotions.
No, I'm not. Come on, Ken. Get off the train. Okay. You're way too happy. We know.
Right.
All right, let's go to the next one.
Rich, I'm tired of you saying that Jaylen Brown's getting an unfair shake because he's a great basketball player. The dude is just continuously doing it to himself. So it's about as fair as you can possibly get. No one else is doing it to him. He's the one firing back at all these Twitter nerds. He's the one that said it was his favorite season when Jason Tatum didn't play, and they lost in the first round of the playoffs in historical fashion. He's doing it to himself. I understand he's a great basketball player, but he's making his own bed. He's got to lay in it, whether that be in Boston or somewhere else.
You're supposed to be doing journalism.
By the way, he's absolutely right. If I said it was unfair,
Jaylen Brown, Jared Duran.
Yes. What? Thank you. Appreciate that. Wherever that came from.
Was that Mama Fratelli?
Mama Fratelli calling
it. Was that a new one?
But yeah, if I said he was, I don't even know what he said now. It was something along the. Oh yeah, I do think that people's perception of Jaylen Brown. My point was supposed to be, and I may have even misstated it because I can do that sometimes, is that I believe that the way that he's handled himself since the end of the season is clouding people's perception of his play, because.
He needs to start playing again. We just get him back in the court. Everybody will forget this. You know?
Yes, absolutely, no question. But
I get it, but at the same time, I don't.
That's right. So he's absolutely right. If I stated it that way, I should not have. So yes, sir, you are correct. So let's go to the next one. Hello.
Oh boy, this is like
Jaylen
a
Brown.
Abreu airmail in a second.
Jared Duran.
She is back.
I personally, as a great grandmother, love you, appreciate you, and am grateful for you. No hurtful, hateful words will come out of my mouth, except for the ass bullies out there. Karma comes around.
Oh, wow.
Mama Fratelli, you never disappoint. I thought you got
for the ass bullies out there.
Yeah, down with bullies.
I thought you'd gone soft on us for a moment,
I
Mama
know.
Fratelli, and then you came right back. Oh, I love you. Smooches all over. That was fantastic. Yes. I don't know what she's talking about, but she just wanted to be angry. Jason Tate or Jaylen Brown, Jaron Duran. Oh, fantastic. You know what? Can we go to commercial? Can I hear Jackson's Hooters song? Because I was singing it all weekend long into my head.
Jeez, wow. What a...
It's so random.
Before we do that, can I get in our league leaders and who's circling the drain while Stiz finds that?
Of course.
Okay. League leaders and who's circling the drain, presented by Drains by James. Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining at drainsbyjames.com. They give a poop about your pipe at Drains by James. How about this from @SoxNotes? 2 teams in the big leagues have 3 pitchers with sub-3 ERAs and 10 or more starts. One's the Dodgers, one your Red Sox. League-leading Red Sox. Gray, Tolley, Suarez. You got 3 aces on this team. How about that?
Well, you know who else is circling the drain? A restaurant chain that's no longer around. That would be Jackson's favorite place, Hooters.
Hey Hooters, all I know is please don't go, hey Hooters. Hey Hooters. Hey Hooters, please don't leave. How will these girls get degrees? Hey Hooters. Hey Hooters. Hey Hooters, hear me sing. I love boobies and I love wings. Hey Hooters. Hey Hooters. Hey Hooters, it's goodbye. I've been going there since I can drive. Hey Hooters. Hey Hooters.
Tonight, Sox and Nationals. The Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian.